Chapter 1. Welcome to the world of plants. Welcome to the world of plants. Congratulations on stepping into a realm where crisis and vitality coexist. Each forthcoming day will present trials of survival and evolution. The survival rules of the plant world are hereby announced. 1. Your current location serves as your initial sanctuary. Please upgrade your shelter promptly, as it is the sole barrier against the nocturnal onslaught of zombies. 2. Daytime 9 a.m. 5 p.m. It is safe to venture out and explore, gathering food, materials, plant seeds, and rare items. Nighttime 6 p.m. 8 a.m. Zombies awaken in full force. Outside your sanctuary equals a death trap. Warning: an alarm will sound 30 minutes before sunset. Ensure you return in advance. 3. Each night, zombies will assault your stronghold. The intensity will escalate with each passing day of survival. If your shelter's durability reaches 0, you will be eliminated. A friendly reminder: currently, zombies can only attack through the front entrance. 4. Unique survival talents will randomly awaken one ability at the start. 5. You will receive one random combat support plant seedling at the beginning. Talent awakening in progress. Congratulations, you have acquired the unique talent Infinite Fusion. As the rules concluded, within a dimly lit wooden cabin, a handsome young man, whose features were strikingly similar to those of the reader, lay on a wooden bed. Suddenly, he awoke from a nightmare, visibly shaken, instinctively checking his body. Upon realizing he was unharmed, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He then surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was indeed in a dilapidated wooden cabin. The cabin was constructed from 4 large logs, with walls made of grass that were now severely decayed. Sunlight streamed through the gaps. Staring at the scene before him, Lu Chen was bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't I just sleeping at home? He began to recall his memories in a daze. Lu Chen was originally a beleaguered kindergarten teacher. Recently, he had come across numerous authors boasting about their substantial earnings from writing novels. Thus, he decided to embark on his own writing journey. Just the night before, he had completed the outline for his novel and had gone to bed, planning to start writing the first chapter the following day. Unexpectedly, he had a dreadful dream, and upon waking, he found himself in this small cabin. Just as Lu Chen was grappling with his confusion, a virtual interface materialized before him. What is this? Ding! Welcome to the world of plants. Further details can be found in the rules. The system's voice startled Lu Chen. Following the prompts, he examined the rules that had just appeared, his brow furrowing in concern. Suddenly, he noticed several buttons at the top of the interface, labeled Personal Panel, Chat Channel. He hastily clicked on Personal Panel. Upon entering, his specific information was displayed. Name: Lu Chen. Realm: None. Vitality: 100,100. Physique: 10. Agility: 6. Strength: 5. Mentality: 7. Talent: Infinite Fusion Unique. Equipment: none. Sanctuary level: 0. Brief review: A combat power of 5 renders one utterly feeble. Even a common zombie could easily vanquish you. It is imperative to enhance your strength or acquire combat plants swiftly, lest you find yourself on a path to demise by nightfall. Gazing at his personal panel, he could only feel exasperated. What's wrong with being weak? Did I consume your ice? After a moment of sarcasm, he noticed the simplicity of his panel. However, considering he had only just arrived a few minutes prior, it was only natural that it would not be extravagant, otherwise he would be accused of cheating. He then proceeded to click on his talent. Curiosity piqued about this unique ability. Indeed, upon opening it, he discovered that this unique talent was quite impressive. Talent: Infinite Fusion Unique. Description: this talent is the sole one in the entire plant world and can only be possessed by one individual. The bearer of this talent can fuse various plants, materials, and resources. The fused items and plants will inherit their original characteristics and have a chance to enhance quality. Currently, this talent is at LV1, allowing for only 3 fusions per day. The number of fusions will increase with level progression. How powerful! Lu Chen realized that this talent was undoubtedly formidable, even if it was regrettably limited to 3 fusions daily at present. After reviewing his personal panel, he was also intrigued and clicked on the chat channel. Upon entering, he encountered 2 buttons: World Channel and Regional Channel. Lu Chen attempted to click on the World Channel, only to be met with a notification sound. Ding! The current channel is not open, so the world channel isn't available yet. Lu Chen pondered, noticing the unavailability of the world channel. He then clicked on the regional channel. Upon entering, he was inundated with a flurry of messages. Is anyone there? I'm in a dilapidated wooden cabin. Outside, there are all sorts of strange plants. Are the zombies mentioned in the rules real? I'm also in a wooden cabin. I just woke up and found myself in this unfamiliar world. Guys, I just drew a sunflower seedling, but I have no idea how to use it. He continued to peruse the information in this channel, realizing that most of the globe was experiencing the same situation, finding themselves in a little wooden cabin. After studying the regional channel for a while, he gained a general understanding. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. It was then that he noticed the left corner of the regional channel displaying 990-1000. It seemed that the initial population of this area was 1,000. To his astonishment, within such a short period, 10 individuals had already perished. Ding! A beginner's gift pack has been issued to your storage box. Please check. After surveying his surroundings in the small wooden cabin, Lu Chen finally spotted the storage box. It appears this world is rather accommodating. Not only does it provide a beginner's gift pack at the start, but it also allocates a storage box. With such thoughtful provisions, Lu Chen felt a flicker of appreciation. He crouched down and began to cautiously open the storage box. Upon opening the box, 4 items came into view: a stone axe, a rusty knife, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, and a seed that emitted a faint green glow. Ding! Congratulations, Lu Chen. You have successfully acquired a pea shooter seedling. A pea shooter? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Was this not the iconic plant from Plants vs. Zombies? It seemed the earlier introduction was indeed true. It had traversed into the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Chapter 2. The first wave of zombie invasion. Cautiously, he took out the pea shooter seedling. Instantly, a virtual interface displayed detailed information about the seedling. Pea shooter seedling level. Ordinary. Trait. Capable of firing peas to attack enemies' growth requirements. Sunlight. Moisture current status. Plantable. Wonderful. As long as I have an offensive plant at the start, I can survive the night. Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the information. He then opened the wooden door of the cabin and surveyed his surroundings. Though somewhat dilapidated, the cabin contained all the essentials. Before him lay a long stretch of lawn. While contemplating how to plant the pea shooter seedling, a system prompt appeared. Ding! The first wave of zombie invasion will commence in 10 minutes. Survivors are advised to plant defenses as soon as possible. Is the first invasion coming so soon? Lu Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. They had only just arrived in this world and still knew nothing. He glanced at the pea shooter seedling in his hands and then at the lawn by the door. Memories of the first level of Plants vs. Zombies flooded back to him. Wasn't the scene before him reminiscent of that very first level? With that thought, he began to plant the pea shooter seedling. Stepping out of the cabin, he approached the lawn, crouched down, and dug a shallow hole before placing the seedling into the earth. The moment the seedling touched the soil, it began to grow at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. In mere seconds, the pea shooter seedling reached a height of 50 centimeters. At its apex was a barrel-like structure, exactly resembling the pea shooter from a game. This is incredible. Lu Chen marveled. It had grown so rapidly. He gently touched the pea shooter, which appeared unafraid and seemed quite amicable, its barrel swaying as if greeting him. After planting the pea shooter seedling, he instinctively looked up. In the air, a countdown timer displayed, 6:35. Clearly, this countdown indicated the time remaining until the first wave of zombies would arrive. Only 6 minutes left. I wonder if the pea shooter alone can withstand tonight's zombie invasion. Lu Chen mused, glancing at the pea shooter. Finally, he recalled his special ability. Thus, he opened his personal panel and meticulously reread the description of his talent. It appears that I can merge plants, materials, and resources. He gazed thoughtfully at the description of his innate ability. In the next moment, his eyes fell upon the rusty knife and the pea shooter. I wonder if these two can be combined? With a newfound idea, he prepared to attempt the fusion. System: initiate infinite fusion with the rusty knife and this pea shooter plant as the subjects. Ding! Detecting mergeable objects. Rusty knife common 1, pea shooter common 1. Proceed with fusion? Is this truly viable? Upon seeing the system's prompt, he grasped the essence of his fusion talent. Fusion. Not wishing to hesitate, he proceeded without delay. In an instant, a brilliant flash of white light enveloped the surroundings. The rusty knife and the pea shooter planted on the lawn both levitated into the air. As soon as they floated, they began to spin and draw closer together. The moment they made contact, they merged into one. When the radiance dissipated, an extraordinary plant materialized on the lawn at the entrance of Lu Chen's wooden cabin. This peculiar plant boasted a green cannon atop its head, with two human-like arms extending from beneath the cannon, each wielding a small blue knife. Ding! Congratulations on a successful fusion. Acquired. P-Staff Fine. P-Staff. Level Fine. Attributes. Can be used as a melee weapon. Attack power 5. Can launch Ps to attack distant targets. 1 P generated every 3 seconds. Attack power 40. Health 200. This is simply marvelous, Lu Chen exclaimed, filled with delight at the newly fused plant. At that moment, the countdown in midair reached 2:10. Noticing he had 2 minutes remaining, he opened the regional channel. The channel was a chaotic flurry of messages flooding the screen. Help! My wooden cabin doesn't even have a door. Does anyone have a combat plant to lend me? I'm willing to exchange double resources. I see zombies. They are emerging from the forest to the west. Why is my starting plant a sunflower? Wah, XX. He quickly scanned through the messages in the regional channel. Then he noticed a number in the upper right corner. 920-1000. Has it only been a short while, and nearly 1/10 of the people are already dead? Lu Chen felt a tightening in his chest as he regarded the numbers. His fingers had unknowingly clenched tightly, and the countdown reached 1:30. With only a minute left, there was hardly time to prepare anything. Now, I can only await the arrival of the first wave of the zombie invasion. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance of the wooden cabin. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, a highlighted message caught his attention. Ding! System announcement. The first night of the zombie invasion is imminent. The attack route for this invasion will be fixed at the entrance of the wooden cabin. The number of zombies is proportional to the initial strength of the survivors. What does that mean? The number of zombies is proportional to the survivors' initial strength? Lu Chen's heart sank as he looked down at the P-Staff planet at the entrance. Will my newfound strength attract even more formidable zombies? Lu Chen pondered with growing concern. As the countdown reached the final 10 seconds, the distant sound of groaning zombies echoed ominously. Lu Chen swiftly checked his equipment once more. P-Shooter 3 seconds per shot, 40 attack power. Surely, this will suffice, he thought, taking a deep breath before stepping into the small wooden cabin. 005, 004, 003. At the edge of the lawn, near the forest, a swaying figure emerged. First wave of zombies approaching. Ordinary zombies 5, barrier zombie 1 indeed, there are more. Lu Chen felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead upon hearing the announcement. Before him, an ordinary zombie clad in tattered formal began to shuffle towards the wooden cabin. As the creature stepped onto the lawn, the already planted pea shooter commenced its assault, launching a large pea towards the advancing zombie. Thud! 40. Upon impact, a notification appeared indicating a reduction in the zombie's health. With the loss of health, a health bar illuminated above its head. Chapter 3. Effortlessly Resolve 60-100. A crimson health bar materialized above the head of a common zombie. Does a typical zombie possess merely 100 health points? Lu Chen pondered, stroking his chin. It appears that this zombie invasion is not as formidable as it seems. Just as Lu Chen was deep in thought, the pea shooter unleashed its second projectile. The zombie had barely taken a few steps before it was struck. Thud -40. Upon being hit by the pea, the zombie's health bar plummeted to 20 points, and it promptly lost an arm, continuing to stagger forward. How weak is this? 2 peas caused it to lose a limb, and 3 peas are sufficient to vanquish it? Lu Chen couldn't help but express his astonishment at the zombie's frailty. Following the second pea's strike, the third was swiftly launched. Thud -20. The zombie's health bar was instantly depleted, and it collapsed to the ground. Once the zombie fell, the trees at the forest's edge began to sway. In the next moment, 2 zombies emerged from the woods, one after the other. As they entered the lawn, the pea shooter commenced its relentless barrage. This time, the 2 zombies appeared simultaneously, and after advancing to the third square of the lawn, they fell. Remaining zombies in the first wave, 3. There are still 2 common zombies and 1 conehead zombie. Lu Chen murmured as he gazed at the notification. After dispatching the 2 common zombies, mere seconds passed before 3 more zombies emerged from the forest. This time, the zombies exhibited a change. The 2 in front retained their common zombie appearance. However, the 3rd zombie, trailing behind, was clad in tattered clothing yet adorned with a brand new green hat. Upon the 2 leading zombies reaching the 3rd square of the lawn, they too succumbed as expected. Following closely, the conehead zombie also approached the 3rd square of the lawn. Thud -35. A piece struck the conehead zombie, yet the damage was reduced by 5 points. Its health bar was revealed as 165-200. A zombie with 200 health points and wearing a green hat. Can it truly enhance its defense? Lu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief upon observing the conehead zombie. Despite its health reaching 200 points and some added defense, with the damage from his upgraded pea shooter, it would take merely 6 peas to vanquish it. According to the system's description, as long as he eliminated this final zombie, there would be no further invasions tonight. Had he only possessed a single pea shooter before traversing into this world, this lineup of zombies would have undoubtedly overwhelmed him during the first wave. With each step the conehead zombie took, the pea shooter fired. After the second pea accurately struck the conehead zombie's chest, its movement faltered momentarily. -35. The health bar fluctuated 130-200. After a brief pause, the conehead zombie resumed its advance. The 3rd shot, -35. The health bar now read 95-200. At that moment, the conehead zombie's green hat tumbled to the ground. The 4th pea followed closely behind. -40-55-200. The damage dealt by the barrier zombie has unexpectedly increased. Lu Chen was taken aback by the variation in damage inflicted on the zombie with a hat versus one without. It seems that the defense of this barrier zombie is indeed conferred by that green hat. 5th shot. 6th shot -40-5. The health bar was depleted, and the barrier zombie collapsed in response. Phew, it's finally over. Lu Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. The first wave of defense was successful. Time taken, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Reward, 20 units of wood, 25 units of sunlight. Rating, SS level. Bonus reward, Mysterious Seed 1. Emerging from the wooden cabin, Lu Chen gazed at the dissipating zombie corpses on the lawn in perplexity. Would these corpses respawn? After pondering, he realized that if these corpses did not refresh, with so many humans around, merely eliminating 1 per day would result in billions of zombie corpses. Once the 5 zombie corpses vanished, they left behind a few items. It was nighttime, and while he felt inclined to collect the dropped items, a sense of trepidation held him back. Currently, he possessed no strength whatsoever. Recklessly stepping out of the cabin could lead to an unforeseen demise. Despite the system assuring him that within the cabin's vicinity, plants would provide protection and that only zombies would invade in the early stages, fear lingered in his heart. After a brief glance, Lu Chen closed the wooden door and began to examine the rewards he had just acquired. First, he noted the 20 units of wood. While upgrading the cabin to level 1 required 50 units. Perhaps tomorrow he could manage to gather another 30 units, though that seemed doubtful, as he had no means to prepare, unless he could somehow harvest trees manually. The second reward consisted of 25 units of sunlight. Upon reviewing the utility of this sunlight, he furrowed his brow. Sunlight, function. 1. Sunlight can be exchanged for plants, resources, items, etc. at designated stores. 2. It can be used as energy. If plants are injured and their health diminishes, sunlight can be consumed to heal and restore health. The myriad uses of this sunlight astonished Lu Chen. The final item was the mysterious seed. Ding! Would you like to use this item? Using it will randomly yield a plant seed. Use. Lu Chen wasted no time and made the choice. Twin sunflower seed. Rarity. Rare characteristics. 1. Generates 50 points of sunlight energy every hour. 2. Has a 5 chance to produce double sunlight. Twin sunflower? Lu Chen felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure and promptly took the seed outside to plant it on the lawn. Since the first square near the entrance was already occupied by a pea plant, the newly acquired twin sunflower could only be planted in the second square. Fortunately, the lawn was sufficiently expansive, boasting 12 squares in total, and given that his pea shooter dealt considerable damage, he was reluctant to place the twin sunflower in the front row. Upon planting, the twin sunflower grew rapidly, and a countdown timer appeared above its head. As the countdown approached the final second, Lu Chen rubbed his hands together in anticipation. In just 1 hour, he could acquire 50 units of sunlight, multiplied by the 24 hours in a day, that amounted to a total of 1,200 units daily. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 11 o'clock in the evening, and he still had 2 opportunities for fusion remaining. However, at present, he possessed nothing. Consequently, he accessed the regional channel, eager to discern how many individuals in his vicinity would manage to endure the night. Indeed, upon opening the regional channel, the crimson number in the upper right corner caught his eye, 8001000. Astonishingly, the count had diminished by over 100, reflecting a reduction of 1/5 of the population in a single night. This statistic pertained to just one region. If one were to consider the global perspective, the number of casualties must be unfathomable. Simultaneously, the messages within the regional channel surged wildly, flooding the screen. Chapter 4. The Open Trading Channel and the Sunlight Shop. At this moment, the channel was inundated with desperate pleas and anguished cries. Help! Why can't my pea shooter fend off 3 zombies attacking simultaneously? What? You actually possess aggressive plants? Who has extra sunlight to lend me? I can trade food for it. It's over. My cabin has been breached. They are coming in. I held my ground, achieved an A rating, rewarded with 10 wood and 20 sunlight. Lu Chen took a deep breath and closed the regional channel. His gaze refocused on his cabin. Tonight's zombie invasion was easily repelled, but according to the warning, the longer the battle lasted, the stronger the zombies would become. It seemed that besides gathering wood to upgrade his cabin, he would need to devise additional defensive strategies for tomorrow. He approached the window, observing the 2 fully grown twin sunflowers and pea shooters gently swaying in the moonlight. Ding! Congratulations to all survivors who successfully defended against the first wave of invasion. The trading channel and sunlight shop are now open. In the trading channel, all survivors can trade with one another. The sunlight shop is a system store filled with abundant resources, which can be exchanged for sunlight. Lu Chen scrutinized the system's sudden pop-up notification, his brow furrowing. The opening of the trading channel and sunlight shop indicated that as long as the survivors withstood tonight's zombie onslaught, their strength would significantly increase thereafter. However, this could also incite new competition and crises. After all, in this apocalyptic world, resources were the essence of survival. Once someone became powerful, they would inevitably plunder the resources of the weaker. It was inevitable that battles would ensue. He clicked on the sunlight shop, and a dazzling array of exchangeable items materialized before him. Offensive plants, pea shooter, 50 sunlight. Ice pea shooter, 175 sunlight. Twin shooter, 200 sunlight. Small spore, 15 sunlight. Defensive plants, walnut, 50 sunlight. Tall nut, 200 sunlight. Potato mine, 25 sunlight. Production plants, sunflower, 50 sunlight. Twin sunflower, 250 sunlight. Rare, special items, plant fertilizer, 30 sunlight. Enhances plant level. Plant upgrade scroll, 50 sunlight. Improves plant quality. Random seeds, 20 sunlight. These prices are quite steep. Gazing at the plethora of goods, Lu Chen glanced at his recently acquired 25 units of sunlight. Observing the twin sunflowers outside his cabin, he pondered. Alas, perhaps it would be wise to save some sunlight and exchange later. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately resolved to refrain from immediate exchanges and instead opened the trading channel to assess the current status of the surviving players. In the trading channel, information flows at a rapid pace, and it is evident that many are eager to exchange resources. Wanted, who has production-type plants? I will trade food. For sale, 5 units of wood, in exchange for 20 sunshine. Wanted sunshine for food. Those interested, please message privately. For sale, random seeds, in exchange for nut walls. Lu Chen observed the bustling information, noting that a majority of people are currently desperate for sunshine or production-type plants. Meanwhile, food and wood do not seem to attract much interest for trade. It appears that the initial wave of players primarily acquired aggressive plants, with production-type plants being scarce. He mused privately. However, it makes sense. If one were to start with non-aggressive plants, they might struggle to withstand the initial zombie invasion. My twin sunflowers and pea shooter are undeniably rare resources in the early game. Lu Chen gazed at his two plants, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After scanning the trading channel and finding nothing of interest, he decided to close it. I still have 2 opportunities for fusion, but I currently possess nothing worthy of fusing. Should I squander these chances? Lu Chen pondered for a long while. His humble wooden cabin was rather meager, containing merely a wooden bed, a wooden workbench, and the 20 units of wood he had just acquired. Nothing else of note. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Chen. System. Can wood be fused? Ding. Detecting fusible material. Ordinary wood. To his surprise, it truly could. Lu Chen exclaimed with delight. System. I wish to use my 2 fusion opportunities to fuse wood. Realizing that it could indeed be fused, he proceeded immediately. Ding. Fusing. Wood structure restructuring. Congratulations, you have obtained Reinforced Wood 10, Defense 30. Observing the successfully fused wood, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to fuse all 20 units of wood in just 2 opportunities. He quickly examined the properties of this newly fused wood. Reinforced wood characteristics. 1. Building durability increased by 52. Provides certain resistance against zombie attacks. Marvelous. I never anticipated that the attributes of a fused wood would enhance so significantly. Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist. Once I gather enough wood and perform further fusions, I can upgrade the cabin with the enhanced wood, significantly bolstering its defense. With nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to rest and prepare for tomorrow's resource gathering. After utilizing his fusion opportunities, Lu Chen lay down on the wooden bed in his cabin. He tossed and turned for quite some time, finding it difficult to fall asleep, perhaps due to the excitement of having just crossed into this new world. Thus, he forced himself to suppress his exhilaration, closing his eyes to cultivate calmness. In a state between dream and wakefulness, he thought he heard the sound of pea shooters firing peas outside the cabin. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the wooden cabin, the system notification chimed punctually. A new day, current time, 8 o'clock a.m. Nightly threat statistics. Successfully eliminated ordinary zombies 5. Survival reward. Sunshine 50. Basic building material pack 1. Lu Chen rubbed his eyes, finally comprehending the significance of the sound he had heard. It appeared that the sound of peas being launched during the previous night was not merely a figment of his imagination. The notification indicating the elimination of 5 ordinary zombies during the night instilled a sense of urgency within him. Clearly, even after the zombie invasion had subsided, there would still be a threat of zombies attacking the cabin at any moment. After calming his thoughts, he pushed open the wooden door of the cabin. A blinding beam of sunlight flooded into the interior. At that moment, he noticed several glowing crystal orbs scattered across the lawn. Evidently, these were the loot dropped from the slain zombies. With great care, Lu Chen made his way to the lawn, collected the orbs, and hastily returned to the cabin. The loot would remain for 24 hours. If not gathered within that time frame, it would vanish. Moreover, only the one who had defeated the zombies could claim these treasures. He placed the 5 crystal orbs upon the wooden bed, and as they settled, the system displayed the names of these items. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained. Chapter 5. The First Tree Felling. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring Sun Crystal 3, a damaged green hat 1, and a zombie tooth 1. Upon observing the system notification, he clicked each item to review their descriptions. Sun Crystal 3. Each contains 25 units of sunlight. Damaged green hat 1. Wearing it increases defense by 2 points. Sun Crystals. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled at the enticing description. With each crystal yielding 25 units of sunlight, 3 would amount to a total of 75 units. It was at this moment that Lu Chen recollected planting the twin sunflower at 11 p.m. the previous night. I still need to collect the sunlight from the twin sunflower. Let us check it out. Approaching the twin sunflower, he observed the elapsed time since 11 p.m. until now, which was a full 9 hours. At this moment, the sunflower displayed 5902-500. The preceding number indicated the time, while the latter denoted the harvested sunlight, an impressive 500 units. Given that 50 units are produced each hour, in 9 hours, one would expect 450 units. However, the current total was 500 units, likely due to the activation of the 5 chance for a double yield. To his astonishment, Lu Chen thought, what splendid fortune, a mere 5 chance, and it activated within just 9 attempts. He gleefully collected the sunlight. Subsequently, he retrieved the recently acquired sun crystals and used them directly. Ding! Successfully used item Sun Crystal 3, gaining 75 units of sunlight. With this transaction, his sunlight total surged to 600 units. What a bountiful sum! With an hour remaining before he could venture out to explore, and now equipped with 600 sunlight, Lu Chen decided to exchange for some plants to bolster the defense of his shelter first. He promptly accessed the sunlight shop, scrolling through the offensive plants. After browsing for a while, he swiftly selected several cost-effective plants. Double pea shooter, excellent. 200 sunlight, damage, 20 per shot health, 100 traits, 1. Shoots 2 peas with each attack 2. Attack interval extended to 8 seconds. Flame pea shooter, excellent. 175 sunlight, health, 100 damage, 20 traits. Inflicts a burning effect, an additional 5 damage per second for 3 seconds. Ice shooter, excellent. 175 sunlight, health, 100 damage, 20 traits. Slows enemies by 50. Walnut, normal, 50 sunlight, health. 500 these shall suffice for now. After selecting the plants, Lu Chen promptly exchanged for them. Upon completion, his sunlight count returned to 0. Having just acquired 600 units of sunlight, he found that the exchange for a few plants had depleted his resources entirely. It seemed prudent to stock up on more sunlight-producing or enhancing items next time. Realizing the significant consumption of sunlight, Lu Chen resolved that once he accumulated sunlight again, he would prioritize exchanging for plants that generate sunlight or items that enhance sunlight production. Each plant can carry 1 item, allowing them to benefit from the attributes of the items equipped. Having exchanged for these plants, the number of fusions has reset today. Should I proceed with a fusion? No. I shall wait until 9 o'clock strikes, venture out for exploration, and upon returning tonight, I will assess the impending zombie invasion before deciding on the fusions. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen continued to recline on his bed for a brief respite. Before long, the clock approached 9 in the morning. Lu Chen stood at the entrance of his wooden cabin. System notification, daytime safe period activated, 9 to 1700 hours, kind reminder. 1. During the exploration period of daylight, treasure chests will randomly spawn near the shelter. Opening these chests will yield substantial resources. 2. Throughout these 7 days, zombies will not spawn during the day, but other creatures may appear, so survivors are urged to remain vigilant. Upon reading this system notification, Lu Chen was already well informed. First, he would assess the surroundings of his shelter before chopping some trees, while also searching for the treasure mentioned in the notice. Stepping out of the quaint wooden cabin, he arrived on the lawn. Currently, the only feature at the entrance of his cabin was a patch of grass, with all other areas covered in mud. Trees flanked both sides of the cabin, yet there seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing him from approaching. Behind the cabin lay a pond, which Lu Chen decided to investigate. Alert! Current area is not accessible. Please move to another location. What is this? Am I unable to access my own backyard? Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen grumbled before shifting his gaze towards the woods surrounding the cabin. First, he would gather some timber, then elevate the shelter's level. He retrieved the stone axe from his beginner's gift and approached a tree large enough for a person to embrace, spitting twice into his palms. Rubbing his hands together, he declared, "Today I shall chop down a few trees to see how manageable it is." The rhythmic sound of the stone axe striking the tree echoed through the air. Upon inspecting the progress, Lu Chen was dismayed to find he had only made a slight dent. Why is it so difficult? The tree's sturdiness left him furrowing his brow. He persevered, continuing to strike the tree. After a good 10 minutes, he finally managed to carve a deeper notch into the trunk, and at that moment, the tree was on the verge of toppling. With one more decisive swing, crack, the tree began to sway, then promptly fell to the left. Upon contacting the ground, it magically transformed into timber. What relief! Watching the tree transform into wood, Lu Chen exhaled in relief. If he had to deal with that tree any longer, he would have barely managed to fell a few trees throughout the day. Lu Chen diligently collected the timber. Alert! Acquired timber X10. Can a single tree yield 10 units of timber? Lu Chen pondered over the system's notification. Each tree provides 10 units. And to upgrade the cabin to level 1, 50 units of timber are required. By this calculation, he would need to chop down 5 trees to achieve the upgrade. However, it took him nearly half an hour to fell just 1 tree. 5 trees. That would take at least 2 hours or more. This is far too slow. I must tirelessly chop for 2 consecutive hours to procure 50 units of timber, Lu Chen lamented, feeling utterly exhausted after merely felling a single tree. Moreover, he intended to utilize the reinforced wood to upgrade his shelter, which meant he would require double the amount of timber. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he fixed his gaze upon the stone axe in his hand. This is simply untenable, he murmured softly. The mere act of chopping trees had consumed the better part of the day, and even then, the yield was far from substantial. Not to mention the need to gather food, secure water sources, and collect other essential supplies. The pace of his efforts was painfully sluggish. Frustration welled within him as he contemplated his tortoise-like efficiency in felling trees. Just then, Chapter 6, Trading Iron Blocks. At that moment, the system once again presented a notification. Ding! Continuous logging detected, triggering the Lumberjack skill proficiency system. Current logging proficiency. Beginner, 100 effect. Logging speed 5. Stamina consumption -5. Proficiency? This is excellent. If I can elevate this level, felling trees will become effortless. As Lu Chen beheld the newly displayed notification, his eyes gleamed with excitement. However, this brightness soon dimmed. Having just felled a single tree to activate it and earn a mere point of proficiency. Did this imply that ascending to the next level would require felling 100 trees? Damn it! Lu Chen was at a loss for words. Yet, there was little he could do. His current strength was feeble, and he lacked advanced tools. The only option was to enhance this proficiency to improve efficiency. Without delay, he retrieved his stone axe and proceeded to the next tree, swiftly swinging the axe. Hud, hud, hud. Before long, the second tree succumbed to his efforts. As it fell, another notification chimed in. Ding! Logging proficiency 1. Although the increase was modest, it still proved somewhat beneficial. However, at this rate, progress was painfully slow. He paused his logging task and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a cluster of stones not far away. If I could craft a more advanced axe, my efficiency would increase significantly. He promptly opened the system interface, where he noticed a comprehensive tool encyclopedia in the lower left corner. Here, he discovered numerous recipes for weapons and tools. However, crafting these items necessitated upgrading the workbench. Each level gain for the workbench would unlock a portion of the blueprints for crafting. He clicked on the iron axe to examine the required materials. Wood 2. Iron block 2, workbench level 2. The wood was easily obtainable, but as for the iron blocks, he glanced at the 2 trees he had just felled. He currently possessed 10 units of ordinary wood, along with 10 units of reinforced wood. While the wood could be acquired at any moment, the iron blocks posed a challenge. Contemplating the requirements, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Where on earth could he find iron blocks? Scanning the vicinity, he noticed nothing but dense woods and the pile of stones nearby. There was no sign of metallic ore. Must I venture into a mine? Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Without a map, if he set out to search for iron ore and wandered too far, he might not return by nightfall. He sighed, realizing that without suitable tools, even if he did find iron ore, he would be unable to extract it. In the midst of his contemplation, Lu Chen suddenly recalled the trading channel that had just opened last night. Yes, I could check if there are any iron blocks available for trade. He quickly accessed the trading channel, entering the term iron block into the search bar. Upon confirming, an entire interface filled with iron blocks appeared before him. Oh, how astonishing that so many individuals have acquired iron blocks so swiftly. Lu Chen gazed in disbelief at the entire page filled with iron blocks. It is worth noting that they had only spent a single night in this world. Lu Chen swiftly scanned through the listings and discovered 2 transactions that he could barely consider. Seller. Anonymous. Selling. Iron blocks 2. Requirement. Reinforced wood 5. Seller. Minor Old Lee. Selling. Iron blocks 5. Requirement. One aggressive plant. Lu Chen fixated on these two transaction panels, hesitating momentarily. Although reinforced what could be exchanged for iron blocks, the quantity offered was insufficient. After a brief internal struggle, his gaze shifted back to the second transaction, iron blocks 5, in exchange for one aggressive plant. Aggressive plant? He murmured to himself. That could indeed be a feasible trade, as he had recently acquired several aggressive plants that very morning. He decided to inquire about the seller's preferences for the type of plant. Subsequently, he opened the message and reached out to the seller. Hello. May I ask what type of aggressive plant you require? I possess a cold ice pea shooter, and I would like to trade it for iron blocks if possible. No sooner had he sent the message than the seller replied instantaneously. Cold ice pea shooter. The seller appeared utterly astonished, sending 3 consecutive messages. Minor oldly. Are you certain it is the ice variant? The one that has a slowing effect? Minor oldly. If it is true, I am willing to add 2 more iron blocks. Minor oldly. Do you have a picture? Please send it for me to see. Lu Chen did not anticipate such a vigorous reaction from the seller. He promptly retrieved the ice blue plant from his backpack, which resembled a cannon in its bud form, and snapped a photo to send. Cold ice pea shooter. Health, 100 damage, 20 trait. Slows enemies by 50 upon viewing this plant's information. Minor oldly could hardly contain his excitement. It truly is the cold ice pea shooter. It seems you are quite the expert. Having gathered such a wealth of sunlight exchange plants so swiftly, the miner exclaimed, since it is indeed the cold ice pea shooter, let us proceed with the trade. I will offer you 7 iron blocks. This transaction is a profit for me. Should you require any minerals in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lu Chen felt a surge of enthusiasm at Miner Old Li's response. He replied in kind, very well. Should I need any minerals in the future, I will certainly reach out to Brotherly first. Now, let's finalize this trade. The two quickly confirmed their transaction. Ding. Transaction successful. Acquired iron block 7. Lost cold ice pea shooter 1. With the successful completion of the trade, 7 iron blocks appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Not only could he now craft an iron axe, but he also had enough left over for other creations. A smile spread across his face. Although crafting the iron axe required upgrading the workbench to level 2 to unlock the blueprint, this presented no challenge for Lu Chen. With these iron blocks, I shall attempt to see if I can fuse them with a stone axe to create an iron axe. Suddenly, Lu Chen experienced a moment of inspiration. Could he not combine this iron block with another and then merge it with a stone axe? Would this not enhance the efficiency of tree felling once again? Without hesitation, he promptly took out 2 iron blocks and a stone axe, his mind focused on the fusion. In the next instant, the 2 iron blocks melded together, erupting in a brilliant flash of white light. Within the mere span of a breath, the fusion was successful. Ding! Fusion successful, congratulations. You have obtained refined iron block 3. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as the once rough iron block in his hand now gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, its texture more compact and its edges exuding a faint sharpness. Although this was not his first experience with fusion, the ability to meld 2 disparate objects together was indeed awe-inspiring. He immediately checked the attributes. Refined iron block quality, superior effect. When used in tool crafting, durability 100. Sharpness 30. Chapter 7. The Bamboo Grove. What a remarkable find. He gazed at the amalgamated block of refined iron, his fists clenched in excitement. Just as his elation peaked, the newly forged iron block began to rise once more, merging with the stone axe. Fusion. Refined iron block and stone axe. Ding. Fusion in progress. This time, the merging process took a bit longer than the previous fusion of the 2 iron blocks. The wooden handle of the stone axe and the iron blade gradually disassembled and reassembled in the radiant light, ultimately transforming into a brand new weapon. Ding. Fusion successful. Acquired a fine iron axe. Fine iron axe quality. Fine durability. 300 strength. 2 sharpness. 10 effect. Chopping speed 120 as he beheld the newly created iron axe. He eagerly grasped its handle. The moment he lifted it, he felt an overwhelming sense of weighty power. He could hardly contain his anticipation to test its might. At that moment, He hurried to a tree with a trunk thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Raising the axe with all his strength. Crash, crash, crash. In merely a few strikes, a fissure had already appeared in the bark of the tree. 5 minutes later, crack. What once would have taken 10 or 20 minutes to fell now succumbed to the might of this iron axe in just about 5 minutes. The efficiency had increased significantly. The tree came crashing down. Acquired with 10, it appeared that the size of the tree influenced the quantity of wood harvested. To amass wealth, one must first gather timber. He resolved to spend half the day chopping trees to collect enough wood to upgrade his shelter before venturing out for exploration. With the iron axe in hand, his confidence soared. Not only had his efficiency in felling trees improved, but he could also sense an enhancement in his own strength. Thus, he continued to chop for 4 consecutive hours. During this time, he took breaks when fatigued and sipped from a bottle of mineral water when thirsty. After 4 hours of intense labor, the wood in Lu Chen's system backpack had accumulated to 260 units. Wood 260, reinforced with 10 each, survivor began with a system backpack containing 10 slots, and the same type of resource could stack infinitely. Phew, finally enough. He wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned against the trunk of a freshly felled tree for a moment's respite. The power of the iron axe exceeded his expectations. Not only was its chopping speed astonishing, but its durability was remarkably resilient. In just 4 hours, he had felled 26 trees. Such efficiency was likely unmatched by anyone else. Lu Chen looked at the wood he had gathered that morning, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Just as he prepared to retrieve his water bottle, he realized he had run out of water. It seemed that after upgrading the shelter, he would need to seek out water resources and food. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Gazing at the empty water bottle, he promptly returned to the small wooden cabin. He then accessed the interface for upgrading his shelter. Level 1 wooden cabin description, capable of effectively withstanding some wind and rain, but little else. Upgrade requirements, 50 wood. Lu Chen extracted 50 units of timber from his system backpack and piled them at the entrance of the small wooden cabin. Upgrade the cabin, he declared. As soon as his words fell, the timber on the ground soared towards the cabin. The once dilapidated structure began to emanate a soft green glow, and the walls surrounding the cabin reformed into sturdy log walls under this gentle illumination. The thatched roof was replaced with solid wooden planks, and a small stone chimney was added. Ding! Congratulations! The cabin upgrade is complete. Level 1 cabin effect. Wind and rain resistance, 200 facilities that can be placed indoors. Simple workbench, storage box, etc. Area. 4 unlocks fireplace. Construction requires 20 stones. Materials required for the next level. 100 timber, 50 stones at last. It resembled a proper home. Lu Chen gazed at the upgraded cabin with a sense of nostalgia. Before the upgrade, the cabin was so shabby that even a gentle breeze could topple it. Having accomplished the first goal of the day, it was time to explore the surroundings and seek out sources of water and food. He murmured, I must head downhill. Water flows downward. He recalled the wilderness survival knowledge and set off towards the western slope. In this direction, the trees were sparse, yet the underbrush was abundant. Armed with a stone axe, he struggled through the thick shrubs, and soon a new sight unfolded before him. Ahead lay vast stretches of bamboo forest. It was said that the bamboo joints stored fresh water. Lu Chen remembered this fact and quickened his pace towards a particularly tender bamboo stalk. Let us see if there's water, he exclaimed, swiftly wielding his iron axe. Thwack, thwack, thwack. With just 3 strikes, the bamboo was felled. Surprisingly, it yielded no resources. Undeterred, he methodically chopped it into segments. Finally, after opening several joints, a clear liquid began to flow forth. Hastily, Lu Chen severed a section of bamboo, opened a small hole, and drank directly from it. Refreshing, he exclaimed, savoring the sweetness of the water, infused with a rich bamboo flavor, with a hint of bitterness lingering on his palate. He needed to gather more of this precious liquid. Having tasted the sweetness of the bamboo water, he was eager to collect more. He swiftly punctured each bamboo joint, and whenever he encountered one containing water, he would separate that section and store it in his system backpack. His movements became increasingly adept, and before long, he had procured 8 segments filled with water. Each segment contained a full liter. 8 liters of water would suffice for several days. With the water situation well in hand, it was time to focus on procuring food. Observing the bamboo grove before him, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. In the bamboo forest, food was plentiful. Thus, he began his quest for bamboo shoots within the expansive bamboo grove. Given the vastness of the forest, meticulous searching was unnecessary. A casual glance here and there sufficed to uncover numerous clusters of bamboo shoots. Upon spotting a suitable shoot, he would crouch down and commence digging fervently. With each stroke of his hands, the quantity of bamboo shoots in his backpack steadily increased. Just as he was engrossed in his excavation, he appeared to unearth an unusual object. Chapter 8. The Iron-Eating Beast. He swiftly excavated the pristine creature from the earth. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than a stick insect. This little critter was indeed a delectable find. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon an unexpected bounty. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. It seemed that tonight's meal would not be limited to bamboo shoots, but rather a delightful stir-fry of bamboo shoots and insects. As he gazed at the stick insect, he began to envision the culinary possibilities for the evening. He resolved to search further, eager to discover how much more of this protein he could procure. After securing the stick insect, Lu Chen took his iron axe and began to peel away the decaying leaves layer by layer, growing increasingly enthusiastic with each excavation. However, as he focused intently on foraging for bamboo shoots and stick insects, he suddenly glanced up to behold a creature of black and white, busily gnawing on bamboo. Upon sighting this animal, Lu Chen's movements came to an abrupt halt. Was it a panda? Momentarily taken aback, Lu Chen cautiously approached. Yet, after taking only a few steps, the creature had already noticed him. At that moment, a system interface materialized before him. Iron-Eating Beast, Realm. First stage, juvenile, innate talent. Devouring evolution, ability to enhance strength by consuming metals. Spiritual entities, disposition, playful and energetic. Sensitive to spiritual energy. Just as Lu Chen finished reading this information, the rotund body of the Iron-Eating Beast rolled over and stood upright. Then, snap! The creature opened its large mouth and lunged toward Lu Chen. Reacting instinctively, Lu Chen raised his stone axe to defend himself. Alas! The Iron-Eating Beast effortlessly bit into the axe, creating a gaping hole. Such strength! Lu Chen felt a tremor course through his legs, fear gripping him. Just as the beast prepared to launch another attack, Lu Chen, without realizing it, retrieved the freshly dug bamboo shoot from his system backpack. Upon sighting the bamboo shoot, the creature halted, its dark eyes fixated on the offering, drool escaping its mouth uncontrollably. Lu Chen's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Slowly, he extended the bamboo shoot forward, his voice trembling as he asked, "Do you want this?" The Iron-Eating Beast nodded eagerly. Beep. System notification. The juvenile Iron-Eating Beast has a high interest in fresh bamboo shoots. Lu Chen swallowed hard, cautiously producing another bamboo shoot and gently placing it on the ground before gradually retreating. "Here, it's all yours, just don't bite me." At that moment, the Iron-Eating Beast was completely captivated by the bamboo shoot. Clumsily, it pounced, landing on the ground with a thud, wrapping its forepaws around the bamboo shoot, and began to munch away with great delight. Watching the beast savor the bamboo, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although relieved, he knew better than to act rashly. He was merely an ordinary human, and the creature before him was a first-stage entity. Though he was still uncertain of the true prowess of this creature, it was undoubtedly stronger than an ordinary person like himself. He cautiously activated the system to inspect the iron axe before him, which bore a significant bite mark. Iron axe, damaged, durability, 45-300, severely damaged. Repair requirements, iron block 1, wood 1s. If it could inflict such damage with a single bite, what would happen if it were to bite me? Lu Chen shuddered at the thought, his eyelids twitching. In the midst of his contemplation, the creature swiftly devoured the bamboo shoots that Lu Chen had offered, savoring the last morsel. It licked its paw and then gazed up at Lu Chen with its dark-ringed eyes, seemingly anticipating something. "Do you want more?" Lu Chen ventured tentatively. To his astonishment, the Iron-Eating Beast nodded. It possesses intelligence. This was Lu Chen's immediate realization upon witnessing the creature's affirmative gesture. Ding! System notification. Current affection level of the iron-eating beast increased by 10. Current relationship. Hostile friendly. Contract possible. Lu Chen stared at the system notification. A mix of surprise and delight flooding over him. He was astonished that the creature exhibited intelligence, and elated that a contract was feasible. If he could successfully form a bond with it and have it accompany him, his future ventures would be far safer than embarking alone. Since you enjoy bamboo shoots so much, would you like to follow me? I promise you'll have all the bamboo shoots you desire, Lu Chen said, his face brimming with anticipation. The iron-eating beast tilted its head, seemingly pondering Lu Chen's proposition, before letting out a soft howl that did not sound hostile. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen slowly placed his hand atop its head. He prepared to initiate the contract ritual as instructed by the system. Just as his hand rested on the creature's head, it suddenly extended its claw and gently tapped Lu Chen, startling him. Please, don't play around. I'm in the process of forming a contract with you. Once we're bound, I'll provide you with an abundance of bamboo shoots. Lu Chen chuckled, bemused by the creature's antics. It seemed the iron-eating beast understood his words as it quieted down, allowing Lu Chen to proceed with the contract. Soon, a radiant light flashed, and beneath both their feet, a magical array materialized. The light flickered swiftly, and the array lingered for just a moment. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, he discovered a subtle connection established with the iron-eating beast. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully contracted the iron-eating beast juvenile stage, gaining the exclusive skill Beast Spirit Guardian, which will automatically protect you in critical moments. Ding! Congratulations! You're the first in this region to successfully contract a wild beast. Reward: 3 random seeds. 250 sunshine. An area announcement will occur in 3 seconds. Please select whether to announce your name publicly. Still reveling in the joy of his successful contract, Lu Chen was caught off guard by the consecutive system notifications. He looked down at the iron-eating beast at his feet. The little creature tilted its head, its dark, glistening eyes filled with innocence, yet its gaze towards him exuded a newfound affection. Contract beast. Iron-eating beast juvenile. Level: 1st rank. Talent: devouring evolution. Strength can be enhanced by consuming metals, spiritual entities. Skill: Beast Spirit Guardian. Passive: automatically triggers in times of crisis. Affection level: 60. Friendly. The contract was successful. Lu Chen gazed at the panel, momentarily lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his composure and hastily selected the option for anonymity in the system's prompt. In the next instant, an announcement appeared on the system interface of all survivors in the region. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player for successfully contracting the iron-eating beast, becoming the first beast tamer in this area. The era of beast tamers has officially begun. Contracting wild beasts will now yield exclusive bonuses. As soon as the announcement was made, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Regional channel, wow, you can contract beasts? What is this iron-eating beast? Is it a panda? Can it fight? Where did the expert catch it? Seeking strategies. They must be cheating. I can't even defeat a wild rabbit. After casually glancing through the messages in the regional channel, Lu Chen silently closed the interface. Then, he reached out to gently stroke the head of the iron-eating beast. From now on, you shall be called. Chapter 9. The treasure chest. From now on, you shall be called Iron Egg. What do you think? Lu Chen gazed sincerely at the iron-eating beast before him. Upon hearing this name bestowed upon it, the creature emitted a few soft whines, seemingly quite content with its new title. Ding! The iron-eating beast has received a name, Affection Level 10. Seeing its approval, Lu Chen smiled and then took out the 3 seeds recently awarded by the system for inspection. Random seeds 3, quality, excellent. Upon use, can randomly obtain a plant of at least excellent quality. Excellent quality, indeed. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled at the sight of the 3 seeds in his hand. He had not anticipated such a remarkable reward from the system. After acquiring its name, Iron Egg joyfully chirped a few times and began to prance around Lu Chen. Its round, plump body and black and white complexion were utterly charming. Iron Egg, it's getting late. We must hasten back to the shelter. Noticing the sky growing dim, Lu Chen led Iron Egg towards the direction of the shelter. Along the way, Iron Egg curiously explored its surroundings, occasionally sniffing at the small flowers by the roadside. Suddenly, Iron Egg halted, sniffed the air, and then took off in a sprint. Huh? Iron Egg, where are you off to? Lu Chen was taken aback. He quickly followed, intrigued by what Iron Egg had discovered. They arrived at a thicket where Iron Egg began pawing at the ground. Lu Chen stepped forward to investigate, and there lay a wooden treasure chest among the bushes. Is this a treasure chest? Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the wooden box. Iron Egg circled the chest proudly, glancing at Lu Chen as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Iron Egg, you truly are my lucky star." Lu Chen chuckled, affectionately ruffling Iron Egg's head, which it shook with pride. He had not anticipated that Iron Egg could find treasure chests. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Crouching down, Lu Chen examined the wooden treasure chest. It seemed this chest was the one the system had indicated would spawn near the shelter. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest 1. Friendly reminder. Treasure chests are categorized as follows. Wooden chest, common. Bronze chest, excellent. Silver chest, rare. Gold chest, epic. Diamond chest, legendary. Brilliant chest, mythical. The higher the quality level of the treasure chest, the higher and more abundant the items obtained. So many levels to consider. Lu Chen felt a rush of excitement. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand upon the chest, preparing to open it. Opening a wooden treasure chest required no key. With a firm tug, Lu Chen easily pried it open. Instantly, a gentle green light emanated from within, revealing the contents to his eager eyes. 3 crystal orbs lay inside, which Lu Chen picked up one by one. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of water, 500 milliliters. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained bread too. Ding! Congratulations. You've obtained 10 units of wood. Is this all that can be found within this wooden treasure chest? As Lu Chen observed the items emerging from the chest, a sudden notification echoed through the system interface of all survivors. Ding! There are only 30 minutes until nightfall. We urge all survivors to return to the shelter promptly, as a zombie invasion is imminent. Upon hearing this alert, the regional channel erupted in chaos. What? Nightfall is approaching so swiftly? Who will come to rescue the children? Today, we ventured out without much to show for it, and I wonder if we can withstand the zombie onslaught tonight. Goodness, only 30 minutes left? I set out early this morning to gather resources, and now I have no idea how far I am from the shelter. Will I make it back in time? As Lu Chen scrolled through the barrage of messages, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have mostly remained in the vicinity of the shelter today. He swiftly stowed the treasures from the chest into his system backpack and patted Iron Egg on the head. Iron Egg, let us hurry back to the shelter. Iron Egg, sensing the tension in the air, ceased its playful antics and trotted closely behind Lu Chen. Together, they traversed the dimming landscape, the shadows of the trees growing increasingly indistinct and menacing. In just 5 or 6 minutes, he found himself nearing the shelter. At that moment, a patch of grass at the entrance had unexpectedly transformed into 2 patches. This truly is akin to Plants vs. Zombies. Yesterday, there was but 1 patch, and now there are 2. Will there be 3 by tomorrow? Observing the transformed grass, Lu Chen was reminded of the initial level of the game, where only a single patch existed, expanding with each level until the yard was fully adorned. Let's go, Iron Egg. After determining that this change posed no threat, he beckoned Iron Egg to follow him onto the grass. The 12 squares of grass were neither long nor short, and within a minute or 2, he was back inside the small wooden cabin. Iron Egg entered the cabin right behind him. Fortunately, I returned at noon to upgrade this small cabin. Otherwise, squeezing in here with Iron Egg would have been quite uncomfortable. Upon returning to the small cabin, the tense expression on Lu Chen's face relaxed. Iron Egg, sit here and enjoy some bamboo shoots while I assess today's haul. After tossing a few bamboo shoots to Iron Egg, he laid out his spoils for the day. Aside from the wood, he had collected items dropped by zombies from the previous night. 1 green hat, 1 zombie tooth, and 1 construction material pack. Subsequently, he exchanged all his sunlight for 3 plants, although one of the ice shooters had already been traded for 7 iron blocks. As for the wood collected today, after deducting the 50 units used for upgrading the cabin, he now had 220 units remaining. With this amount of wood, he had met the requirements for upgrading the cabin. He merely needed to procure an additional 50 units of stone to once again enhance the small wooden abode. In addition to these, there are 30 bamboo shoots, 12 bamboo stick insects, 8 liters of bamboo 2 water, 3 seeds, 250 sunlight, a recently acquired bottle of 500 milliliters water, and a loaf of bread. The construction materials package awarded today has yet to be utilized. Let us see what it can yield. Lu Chen takes out the construction materials package and uses it directly. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 50 units of wood and 25 units of stone. 25 units of stone. Just 25 more, and he can upgrade the wooden house. Lu Chen is pleasantly surprised that this construction materials package provides 25 units of stone. After organizing his belongings, he takes out the 3 mysterious seeds. These seeds are guaranteed to yield plants of at least excellent quality. If he were to cultivate an offensive plant from them, the impending zombie invasion tonight would be a mere trifling matter. He uses the 3 seeds. As Lu Chen speaks, the seeds emit a fleeting beam of light. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained. Chapter 10. Defensive Deployment. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained. High Walnut 1, Corn Catapult 1, Spikeweed King 1. Why do these feel rather mediocre? Lu Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the 3 plant seeds. Nevertheless, he proceeded to click on the introductions of these plants. High Walnut, Health, 1500 characteristic, harder than a walnut, capable of blocking higher-level zombies. Corn Catapult, Health, 100 damage, 15 characteristic, launches corn kernels to attack targets directly ahead, with a chance to inflict a butter immobilization effect. Spikeweed King, Health, 300 damage, 20 per second characteristic, more formidable than regular spikeweed, inflicting greater damage on passing zombies, dealing double damage to rolling barrels, sleds, and other items, and destroying them outright. Not too shabby. These plants offer some control. However, after perusing the introductions, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated acquiring some powerful plants, yet these were merely decent specimens. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lu Chen. Wait a moment. I still have 1 fusion opportunity left for today. Let me see what plants I can combine. In the next instant, Lu Chen laid out the 3 newly acquired plants alongside the remaining plants he had exchanged for earlier that morning on the bed. Twin pea shooters, fire pea shooter, walnut, high walnut, corn catapult, spikeweed king. With 2 patches of lawn now at the entrance, and having passed the day, he surmised that the intensity of the zombie invasion tonight would escalate. Lu Chen pondered over these plants. It's time to enhance my offensive capabilities first. Consequently, Lu Chen retrieved the corn catapult and twin pea shooter. Let's fuse these 2 first and see what emerges. Fusion. With both plants in hand, Lu Chen focused his thoughts. In an instant, the 2 plants soared into the air, swiftly merging together. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained corn pea shooter dual shooter. This newly fused plant resembled the corn catapult. Yet atop its head were 2 launch tubes akin to the twin pea shooters, with the butter barrels flanking its sides. Corn pea shooter dual shooter, excellent. Health, 200 damage, 40, 20, 30, 30, 40 being the butter damage, 20 the corn kernel damage, and 30 the pea damage. Attack methods. 1. Dual pea cannons. Rapidly fires 2 peas in succession. 2. Corn kernels. Fires corn kernels from the butter barrel. 3. Butter critical strike. Every 5 seconds, hurls a piece of butter from the corn barrel, immobilizing the struck zombies, with the same effect as the original corn catapult. This has resulted in an excellent plant. Lu Chen marveled at the power of this new creation. The corn pea shooter dual shooter not only boasts continuous damage output, but also possesses control capabilities. This is truly the epitome of a perfect plant. Now, with 1 final fusion opportunity remaining, he decided to create a defensive plant. Lu Chen gazed at the corn pea shooter dual shooter, feeling immensely satisfied. His offensive power was now established. All that remained was a defensive plant. He picked up the high nut and the thorny king, and with a single thought he commanded, "Merge!" In the next moment, the high nut and the thorny king began to fuse. With a flash of light, a brand new plant materialized before Lu Chen's eyes. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Iron Thorn Barrier. Iron Thorn Barrier, excellent. Health points, 2300 special trait, reflective spikes. Any zombie that comes into contact suffers 40 damage per second. It inflicts double damage on rolling barrels, sleds, and similar objects, obliterating them instantly. Drawback: cannot be planted on rooftops or in water due to Thorny King's limitations. Gazing at the iron thorn barrier, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This plant boasted a formidable vitality of 2,300 points. Tonight's impending zombie invasion was about to be thwarted. Without hesitation, he carried the two plants to the entrance of the wooden cabin. Iron Egg, who had been munching on bamboo shoots, noticed Lu Chen exiting the cabin and promptly followed him out. How to optimally position these plants? Observing the two patches of grass in front of his cabin, he felt a moment of uncertainty. Yet, after a brief pause, he quickly made up his mind. The central patch already housed a pea shooter and a twin sunflower, while the newly generated patch remained unoccupied. He decided to plant the corn pea shooter in the freshly sprouted patch. With that thought, Lu Chen placed the corn pea shooter in the second square of grass adjacent to the wooden cabin. Next, he took out the iron thorn barrier and planted it in the seventh square of the central patch. He also positioned the fire pea in front of the twin sunflower. Now it felt secure. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction at the arrangement of the plants. He then approached the twin sunflower, realizing he had yet to collect today's sunlight. The first collection occurred at 8 in the morning, and now it was nearly 6 in the afternoon. 10 hours had passed since his last harvest. With a swift motion, he collected ding. Congratulations, you have harvested 500 sunlight. Every hour grants 50 units of sunlight, totaling 500 units over 10 hours. Just as he finished collecting the sunlight, a system notification chimed. Ding! Survivors, please be advised that night has fallen, and the second wave of zombie invasions will commence in 30 minutes. All survivors, please prepare. Merely casting a casual glance at the notification, Lu Chen dismissed it. What a joke. With his current plant configuration, what zombie could possibly breach his wooden cabin? Iron Egg, go back inside and continue eating. Lu Chen turned back toward the cabin. Today, he had only eaten a modest amount, though he had bamboo shoots and bamboo worms. He lacked fire to cook them. Therefore, he retrieved the panel and several bamboo worms he had won from the treasure chest. He split the bread open and placed the bamboo worms inside, taking a bite that released an explosion of flavor. It was simply delightful. Lu Chen savored his meal, occasionally tossing a bamboo shoot to Iron Egg. Meanwhile, he idly opened the regional channel. Little did he know that upon opening it, he would be taken aback to see the number of participants in the upper right corner had reached 600 out of the maximum of 1,000. Just a day had passed, and nearly half of the participants had perished. It seemed that these individuals had encountered formidable foes during their excursions, leading to their demise. Lu Chen sighed at the thought. Afterward, he instinctively glanced at Tai Dan. Had it not been for his fortunate circumstances, he too might have faced a similar fate. At that moment, Tai Dan, who was munching on bamboo shoots, sensed someone observing him. He lifted his head to meet Lu Chen's gaze, halting his actions. Tilting his head, he seemed to question, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing. Just continue your meal," Lu Chen replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as Tai Dan regarded him. Before long, Lu Chen had satisfied his hunger and thirst. The time for the zombie invasion was drawing near. Ding! The second night of the zombie invasion is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 11. The first wave concludes. Alert! The second night of the zombie invasion is imminent. Please prepare yourself. Alert! The intensity of zombies tonight has increased, and their numbers will be matched according to individual strength. Uncertain of the strength that fate would align him with, Lu Chen hoped for a manageable foe. As he observed the system notification, a frown creased his brow. As long as the numbers weren't overwhelming and he wasn't confronted with a giant right away, he felt confident that his current lineup could handle the situation. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the flora adorning the lawn and swiftly adjusted his mindset. In the next moment, a rustling sound emanated from the forest. Roar! In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life amongst the trees, accompanied by chilling growls. Alert! The zombie invasion has commenced. First wave of zombies. Ordinary zombies 20, barrier zombies 10, bucket zombies 4. Damn, there truly are bucket zombies. And so many of them. Lu Chen's expression shifted. He sensed trouble brewing. As he stood momentarily stunned, the ominous horde began to emerge from the woods. Lu Chen's heart raced as he observed the advancing zombies. The two lawns were evenly allocated to the encroaching undead. Leading the charge was an ordinary zombie brandishing a flag. Ordinary zombie, standard bearer, health, 120 damage. 10 barrier zombie, health, 240 defense. 10 damage. 20 bucket zombie, health, 500 defense. 20 damage. 30 gazing at the information presented about these zombies. Lu Chen's heart pounded. This was only the second wave, and the attributes of the zombies had escalated so dramatically. As soon as the zombies set foot on the lawn, the plants ensconced therein commenced their counterattack. The pea shooter took the initiative, launching its assault against the zombies. Bang -48 precise, pea struck the foremost standard bearer, causing it to stagger momentarily before it pressed onward. Simultaneously, the fire pea shooter and corn cannon began a relentless barrage. -20 -30 -30. A flurry of damage swiftly dispatched the leading zombies. Yet, the sheer volume of the undead was overwhelming, all advancing in unison. The bucket zombies, impervious beneath their metal shells, absorbed the pea attacks with negligible damage inflicted. The barrier zombies, shielded by their obstacles, trudged forward with unwavering determination. This cannot continue. Lu Chen felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead. My corn cannon lacks defensive plants on this lawn. Can I venture out to plant some walnuts? Regret washed over him as he realized he had once confidently believed his configuration was foolproof. Yet here he was, besieged by such a multitude of zombies from the outset. Summoning his courage, Lu Chen opened the wooden door. Taking a deep breath, he hastened to the second plot to sow a walnut. Upon sighting Lu Chen, the zombies surged forward as if they had caught a whiff of a delectable feast. This is bad, Lu Chen thought, having successfully planted the walnut. He swiftly retreated back into the wooden cabin. The relentless zombies, undeterred by the threat, pressed on in a ceaseless wave. In just a few fleeting minutes, 3 plants managed to vanquish the 15 ordinary zombies that had advanced. As the final ordinary zombie succumbed, the barricade zombie in the center became exposed to the onslaught. At this juncture, the row of zombies had progressed 7 spaces forward. The central lawn, fortified by an iron thorn barricade, had successfully contained the zombies at the 7th space. This iron thorn barricade, however, was being gnawed upon by the horde of zombies. Fortunately, its health was sufficiently high, and the frequency of bites from these zombies was notably low. Lu Chen, observing the battlefield gradually stabilizing, let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the crisis was far from averted. The zombies on the upper lawn were now in contact with the recently planted walnuts. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Chen, and he turned to the well-fed iron egg inside the house. Iron egg, please go out and lend a hand. The iron egg tilted its head, seemingly comprehending Lu Chen's words. It leisurely rose and ambled to the doorway, only to suddenly accelerate towards the mass of zombies. With a thunderous crash, the iron egg's massive form sent 3 barricade zombies flying. It swung its claws with ferocity. The first strike knocked away the barricade atop a zombie's head, while the second strike obliterated the zombie's head itself. Such terrifying damage rendered each 2 strikes capable of shattering a zombie's skull. Truly formidable. Lu Chen gazed in astonishment. Could this be the prowess of a first-tier realm? He was well aware that the iron egg was indeed exhibiting first-tier strength. The zombies present were all merely ordinary. Although he remained uncertain about how to elevate this first-tier status, the power it displayed was undeniably formidable. Under the combined efforts of the plants and the iron egg, the number of zombies began to dwindle significantly. The last bucket zombie was felled by a final pea shot from the corn pea double cannon, mere 2 spaces away from the wooden hut. In this battle, the upper lawn suffered the loss of 1 walnut, and the iron thorn barricade's health had diminished considerably. Just as he believed it was over, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully repelling the first wave of zombie invasion. Reward settlement in progress. Base reward, Sunlight, 300. Additional reward. Due to exceptional performance, you have received a special plant card pack 1. Ding! The second wave of zombie invasion will commence in 30 minutes. Please swiftly establish defenses to counter the impending zombie assault. What? There's more? Lu Chen was taken aback by the system prompt. Just last night, there had been only one wave. How had it escalated to 2 waves tonight? Wait, could it be that each passing day would see an increase in the number of zombie waves? Lu Chen's mouth twitched in disbelief. Iron Egg, retrieve the crystal balls that just fell onto the lawn. He instructed the Iron Egg, which still stood on the lawn. Upon hearing Lu Chen's command, the Iron Egg promptly gathered the scattered crystal balls. Lu Chen collected the crystal balls and brought them to the bed. A total of 34 zombies had dropped 8 crystal balls. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 50 units of wood, for units of basic plant fertilizer, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 random seeds, along with 8 crystal balls. Among these, the most valuable items are undoubtedly the basic fertilizer and the random seeds. The basic plant fertilizer serves the purpose of enhancing the level of plants when applied. Can it truly elevate the level of plants? Observing the fallen items, Lu Chen promptly approached the pea shooter with the plant fertilizer in hand. Ding! Detected a plant eligible for upgrade. Would you like to use the basic plant fertilizer for the upgrade? Yes. Instantly, a unit of basic plant fertilizer soared into the air above the pea shooter and cascaded downwards. A radiant light enveloped the pea shooter from below. Ding! Congratulations! The upgrade of the pea shooter was successful. Pea shooter duo, excellent. Level. LV1 health, 250 damage. 60, 40, 50, 50, 60 represents butter damage, 40 represents corn kernel damage, and 50 represents pea damage. Attack methods. 1. Dual peas. Launches 2 peas in succession. 2. Corn kernel. Fires corn kernels from the butter barrel. 3. Butter critical hit. Every 5 seconds, a piece of butter is tossed from the corn barrel, immobilizing the struck zombie, identical to the original pea shooter effect. Remarkably, leveling up resulted in an increase of 20 points in damage and 50 points in health. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed at the upgraded pea shooter. With 3 more units of basic plant fertilizer remaining, he contemplated upgrading the rest of the plants. Chapter 12. The unexpected appearance of Second Master. Observing the remaining 3 units of basic plant fertilizer, he swiftly allocated them to the pea shooter, the fire pea, and the iron thorn barrier. Both the pea shooter and the fire pea enjoyed an enhancement of 20 damage points. Meanwhile, the iron thorn barrier, having suffered a significant loss of health, was now completely restored and had its health cap increased by 800 points. He recalled that there was also plant fertilizer available for purchase at the Sunlight Shop. Lu Chen vividly remembered the scene from the morning when he opened the shop and saw the plant fertilizer. Without delay, he quickly navigated to the special items section of the Sunlight Shop. Basic plant fertilizer, effect, enhances the level of upgraded plants. Price, 30 sunlight. Intermediate plant fertilizer, effect, significantly enhances the level of upgraded plants. Price, 90 sunlight. This special item section boasted a variety of products, with several types of plant fertilizers alone. Currently, there were 5 plants on his lawn, 4 of which had already been upgraded by 1 level. With 30 sunlight redeeming 1 unit of basic fertilizer, his sunlight had risen to 800 after the initial wave. Lu Chen contemplated the Sunlight Shop. He decided to redeem 10 units and then upgrade the plant levels. After making his decision, he promptly purchased 10 units of basic plant fertilizer. Congratulations! You have successfully purchased 10 units of basic plant fertilizer. He hurriedly took the fertilizer to the lawn, using the fertilizer to upgrade the corn pea cannon, the pea shooter, the fire pea, and the iron thorn barrier. Congratulations! You have consumed 8 units of basic plant fertilizer, successfully upgrading the corn pea cannon, the pea shooter, the fire pea, and the iron thorn barrier. All 4 plants had reached level 2, with the 3 attacking plants gaining another 20 damage points and an increase in attack speed. The iron thorn barrier also received an additional 800 health points. With 2 units of basic plant fertilizer remaining, he decided to upgrade the twin sunflower to see how much it would increase. Lu Chen took out the last 2 units of basic plant fertilizer and began upgrading the twin sunflower. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded the twin sunflower. Twin sunflower, excellent. Health, 100 feature, can harvest 60 units of sunlight every hour. Leveling up only added 10 units of sunlight, which left Lu Chen feeling somewhat disappointed. He then took out the plant card pack he had just earned from defending against the first wave, along with the 2 random seeds dropped by zombies, and used them directly. Congratulations! You have used random seeds too, obtaining cherry bomb, excellent, and magnet shroom common. Congratulations! You have used plant car pack 1, obtaining ice watermelon catapult, epic. Lu Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the newly acquired plants, an AoE damage plant and a high damage, slowing watermelon catapult. This was his first time acquiring an epic level plant. He immediately opened the descriptions of these new plants to examine their details. Cherry bomb, superior. Feature, a one-time explosive plant causing 300 points of true damage, ignoring defenses, to all zombies within a 3-3 area. Magnet shroom, common. Feature, every 20 seconds, it attracts the nearest metallic equipment, such as road barrels and mech components, rendering the targeted zombie's defense to 0. Ice melon catapult, epic. Health, 300 base damage. 80, splash range 2-2, additional effects. Slows enemies by 50 for 3 seconds. Inflicts freezing effect on heavy units, dealing -10 health per second for 5 seconds. Growth potential. Increases splash range by 0. 5 squares with each level. This ice melon is truly a crowd control marvel. Lu Chen promptly planted the epic plant on the upper lawn next to the pea shooter. The magnet shroom was deployed behind the steel thorn barrier in the middle lane to target the barrel zombies. As for the cherry bomb, there was no need to plant it further. Once sown, it would explode, a sheer waste. Just as he finished deploying the plants, the second wave of zombies was about to arrive. Ding! The second wave of zombie invasion is about to commence. Detected player has summoned a contract beast. Zombie strength, adaptability increased. Zombies in this wave: regular zombie 1, barrier zombie 8, barrel zombie 6, pole vaulting zombie 4, newspaper zombie 1. A total of 20 zombies. As the system notification concluded, the forest at the end of the lawn erupted into chaos. A regular zombie, brandishing a flag adorned with a painted head, began to stride onto the central lawn. As soon as it stepped onto the grass, the pea shooter and fire pea began firing. Puff puff bang bang, -60, -42 damage figures erupted from the flag-bearing zombie. Its health bar lit up, 4140. Just a single volley nearly took it down. A few seconds later, the pea shooter and fire pea unleashed another round of peas, ultimately vanquishing the flag bearer. With the fall of this prominent zombie, a multitude of zombies emerged from the forest. Lu Chen's eyes immediately fell upon the figure leading this horde, the newspaper zombie. Newspaper zombie, health, 500 damage, 20 feature, a zombie fond of reading newspapers. When the newspaper is damaged, its movement speed increases by 300 and attack speed by 300. The newspaper zombie is formidable. Observing its attributes, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Fortunately, the newspaper zombie was flanked by the steel thorn barrier. Had it been advancing along the top lane, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Chen dared not ponder further. It was imperative to bolster his defensive plants. As the zombies stepped onto the lawn, all the plants began their assault. Bang, bang, bang. A series of damage numbers erupted from the zombie: -60, -40, -80, -50. The barrel zombie, drawn closer to the center, had its metallic head attracted away by the magnet shroom. The zombies present were ensnared by the watermelon, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. Every few seconds, a barrage of firepower was unleashed. In a mere 3 or 4 rounds, several zombies were vanquished. The newspaper held by the reading zombie became tattered and worn, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Indeed, with the next wave of firepower, the newspaper in the reading zombie's grasp was finally obliterated. As the paper disintegrated, the reading zombie stood frozen for a second before descending into a frenzied state. It swiftly dashed towards the steel thorn barricade, gnawing at it. -20, -20, -20. Each second, the reading zombie bit down 7 or 8 times. Meanwhile, the spikes on the steel thorn barricade, in conjunction with the pea shooters and fire peas, caused the reading zombie to lose over 100 health points in the blink of an eye. In just a second round, the reading zombie fell victim to the thorn's retaliatory damage, meeting its demise. Chapter 13. Level 2 wooden cabin. As the last of the reading zombies fell, the remaining undead were gradually diminished by the icy watermelon's chilling effects. Ding! Congratulations on successfully repelling the second wave of the zombie invasion. Combat settlement in progress. Congratulations, You have received a basic reward, 500 units of sunlight. Due to your outstanding performance during the second wave of the zombie invasion, reward of a fine iron bucket 1, stone 25. Ding. Congratulations on successfully defending against the second night's zombie invasion. Time taken, 50 minutes. Rewards, 50 wood, 25 stone, 100 sunlight. Overall rating S. Additional rating reward, random plant decoration 1. As the system's notification echoed, the corpses of the zombies on the lawn transformed into shimmering particles and vanished. Lu Chen, relieved, exhaled deeply. Tonight has finally come to an end. Iron Egg, quickly assist me in collecting the crystal balls from the lawn. I shall reward you with bamboo shoots shortly. Upon hearing the promise of bamboo shoots, Iron Egg eagerly scurried to gather the crystal balls, returning them to the wooden bed one by one. Ding! Congratulations, you have received Sunlight 100 wood 100, Stone 50, Spirit Dust 1, Basic Plant Fertilizer 3. These 20 zombies yielded only a few basic items, yet it was the Spirit Dust that piqued Lu Chen's curiosity. Spirit Dust, type, cultivation resource quality, ordinary effect, can be absorbed and transformed into spiritual power, enhancing one's cultivation. The fact that this Spirit Dust could be utilized for cultivation was intriguing to Lu Chen. However, he pondered, how does one cultivate with it? Although he now possessed the resource for cultivation, he lacked the necessary techniques. The Spirit Dust could only be observed for the time being. He carefully stored the Spirit Dust, recognizing its future significance despite currently being unable to cultivate. After securing the Spirit Dust, Lu Chen surveyed the plants on the lawn. Except for the Iron Thorn Barricade, which had endured a few bites from the Second Elder, the other plants had sustained no damage. Having just received 3 units of basic plant fertilizer as a reward, it was the perfect opportunity to upgrade the Iron Thorn Barricade once more. Lu Chen retrieved the remaining 1 unit of basic plant fertilizer intended for upgrading the twin sunflowers and applied it to the Iron Thorn Barricade. Ding! Congratulations on consuming 4 units of basic plant fertilizer and successfully upgrading the Iron Thorn Barricade. Iron Thorn Barricade, excellent. Level, LV3 health, 4700 reflective damage, 80 per second. With the Iron Thorn Barricade elevated to level 3, its health significantly increased, and its reflective damage was enhanced to 80 points per second. After completing the upgrade, he organized the fine iron bucket and other basic materials, leaving the random plant decoration aside to be utilized immediately. Ding! Congratulations on receiving Starlight Wreath 1. Starlight Wreath decoration, ordinary. Effect can be used for plant decoration when equipped. It increases nighttime plant attack speed by 5 and has a 5 chance to trigger the starlight effect, briefly illuminating the surrounding area. Very well. This decoration is perfectly suited for nocturnal battles. Lu Chen deftly adorned the icy watermelon with a wreath. After organizing the spoils, Lu Chen stretched lazily. He then accessed the upgrade interface for the shelter. Level 1 cabin effect. Wind and rain resistance 200. Facilities such as simple workbench and storage box can be placed indoors. Area 4-4 unlocks fireplace construction requires stone 20. Materials required for the next level wood 100, stone 50. Currently, I possess 445 units of wood and 125 units of stone, which is sufficient for the upgrade. Lu Chen contemplated as he gazed at this interface. Upgrade the cabin. Ding! Cabin upgrade commencing. Instantly, a faint green light enveloped the cabin, and the walls began to emit cracking sounds. Iron Egg, who was beside Lu Chen, was so frightened by this scene that it clung to Lu Chen's leg. Its dark, panda-like eyes transformed into a shocked expression, seemingly exclaiming, "Master, the house is morphing." Merely 3 minutes later, the light surrounding the cabin dissipated, revealing the once 4-4 cabin transformed into a 6-6 rectangular structure. Newly added windows were adorned with automatic roller blinds, and the outline of a stone fireplace emerged in the corner. Level 2 cabin effect. Temperature regulation 15. Safety coefficient 300. Defense value 3000. New facilities. Simple fireplace for cooking heating. Materials needed for the next level. Wood 300, stone 150. Observing the upgraded cabin, Lu Chen contentedly patted the new wooden table. That would suffice for today. Time to eat something and retire for the night. He then took out a loaf of bread and began to nibble. Bored after a while, he opened the regional channel to see how many people remained after this round. Regional channel 4561000. Hiss, over half have perished before the second day, even concludes. The mortality rate is rather alarming. Lu Chen silently gasped at this statistic. His gaze then shifted to the chat interface of the regional channel. Wow, the second wave of zombies is too ferocious. My nut wall was completely breached. Can someone lend me some sunlight? My plants have perished. Tomorrow might be dire. Haha, I drew the flame pea shooter. It will incinerate that horde of zombies. Does anyone know the purpose of spirit dust? I dropped one while fighting zombies, but I'm unsure how to use it. Upon reading the final message, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. It seems that spirit dust is not exclusive to me, yet it appears that no one has cultivated any techniques. He reflected on the chat interface, noting that no one mentioned any cultivation methods. If I could find a way to cultivate, perhaps I could get ahead of the others. He scrolled through the conversation and discovered that someone mentioned a possible special event on the third day, but no one could clarify what it entailed. Never mind. I shall conserve my energy and devise a plan tomorrow. He closed the channel and lay back on the wooden bed. Iron Egg had already curled up in the corner, entering standby mode. Good night, Iron Egg. ZZZ. Master, do remember to bring me some bamboo shoots upon waking tomorrow. Lu Chen gazed at Tai Dan's demeanor and chuckled softly before closing his eyes. Perhaps the toil of chopping trees and digging bamboo shoots for half the day had exhausted him. Within moments of shutting his eyes, Lu Chen succumbed to slumber. On the third day's dawn, Lu Chen stirred from his dreams in a state of drowsiness. As he opened his eyes, the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully survived to the third day. Current time, 8 o'clock a.m. Nighttime zombie attack. None. Survival rewards have been distributed based on performance. Sunlight, 200. Basic material pack 2. The rewards seemed rather mediocre to Lu Chen, failing to ignite any enthusiasm within him. With only 200 sunlight, and the quantity of basic materials obtainable from the packs being subject to fortune, he felt little motivation. Just as he prepared to venture out to gather sunlight from the twin sunflowers, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Chapter 14. The leaderboard ding. Congratulations to the survivor for successfully enduring until the third day. The global leaderboard system is now activated. Current leaderboard statistical dimensions: survival score, number of zombies killed, strength of plant formations, shelter level, individual prowess, etc. At midnight on the 7th day, special rewards will be distributed based on rankings, including rare plants, advanced equipment, cultivation technique, etc. Lu Chen, who had just awakened in a daze, was jolted into alertness by the notification sound of the system. A leaderboard? He gazed at this newly unveiled feature and promptly accessed the leaderboard interface. Global Survivor Leaderboard, real-time updates, Lu Chen, Huaxia region. Score, 1368 Kevin, North America. Score, 968 Yelena, European continent. Score, 785 Yamamoto Ryuichi, East Japan. Score, 745 Li Xiaoyao, Huaxia region. Score, 712 Ivanov, Northern region. Score, 698 Park Ji-hoon, Korea. Score, 682 Maria, South America. Score, 665 I am in first place. Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback to find himself atop the leaderboard. However, he quickly came to a realization. My plants have already reached an epic level, and my shelter has been upgraded to level 2, not to mention the contract beast, Iron Egg. All these factors combined render it almost abnormal not to be in the lead. After perusing the newly introduced leaderboard, he retrieved some bread and devoured it voraciously, followed by a bottle of water. Lu Chen's actions, however, roused the still sleeping Iron Egg. At this moment, Iron Egg was gazing at Lu Chen with a pleading look, as if to say, I want to eat too. Understood, understood. Lu Chen gently patted Iron Egg's head. Then, with a smile, he took out a few bamboo shoots from his system backpack and tossed them to Iron Egg. Upon receiving the bamboo shoots, Iron Egg joyfully embraced them and began to munch away. Observing Iron Egg's eating antics, Lu Chen shook his head and made his way to the lawn. It was time to harvest sunlight again. Standing beside the twin sunflowers, he extended his hand to collect. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired Sunlight 660, another batch of Sunlight credited. Lu Chen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he noted the influx of sunlight. Now, my total sunlight has reached 1560 units, and my fusion count has been refreshed. It is time to replenish the plants. Lu Chen opened the sunlight store and began to browse the items available. Double pea shooter, fine. 200 ice shooter, fine. 175 cactus, excellent. 225 cattail grass, excellent. 300 seems the items in the sunlight store refresh randomly. Observing the newly appeared plants, he speculated that the sunlight store refreshes once a day. Based on yesterday's experience, it was certain that today, this lawn would yield 1 or 2 additional plants. If that is the case, I must exchange for some offensive plants. Lu Chen recalled returning yesterday afternoon and witnessing the sudden emergence of a lush lawn in the courtyard. He decided to exchange for several aggressive plants. His gaze lingered over the various aggressive plants. Although the dual pea shooter could fire 2 peas simultaneously, it seemed somewhat inadequate against the buckethead zombie. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. The cactus could penetrate the bucket, yet its attack speed was rather sluggish. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the description of the cattail. Cattail, excellent. Health, 200 damage. 40 attack method. Automatically tracks the nearest zombie to launch spikes. Trait, capable of attacking both ground and aerial targets. This one is promising. Once I acquire the cattail, I can combine it with the ice watermelon, and then... Understanding the cattail, he promptly purchased it. Ding! Congratulations, you have spent 300 sunlight and successfully purchased cattail. Excellent. Remaining sunlight, 1260. He exchanged for another cactus and still had 30 units of basic plant fertilizer. Now, let's see what effects the fusion will yield. After completing the exchanges, he was left with only 135 units of sunlight. Lu Chen then took out the cattail and approached the ice watermelon. Fusion of cattail and ice watermelon. Ding! Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the ice watermelon tracker. Epic. Ice watermelon tracker. Epic. Health. 800 damage. 120 attack speed. 5 seconds per shot. Special abilities. Automatic tracking. The launched ice watermelon will automatically pursue the nearest target. Frost field. Upon hitting, the target will be slowed by 50. Piercing effect. Deals full damage to the first target, with subsequent targets receiving a 30 damage reduction. The attributes. Lu Chen gazed at the ice watermelon tracker with delight. Although its attributes were not exceedingly high, it now possessed the cattail's characteristics. The launched watermelon could autonomously track enemies while retaining the slowing effect. Eager to continue, he fused the cactus and cherry bomb with the already fused ice watermelon tracker. With a call of fusion, these two plants swiftly merged into a sphere of light. Ding! Congratulations! Fusion successful. You have obtained a new plant. Explosive cactus, excellent. Explosive cactus, excellent. Health, 200 spike damage. 30 explosion damage. 20 traits. 1. The explosive cactus can launch cactus spikes, which possess a piercing capability. 2. When spikes hit enemies, they inflict damage and trigger an explosion. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the trait description. This fused cactus not only retained its piercing ability, but also integrated the explosive characteristics of the cherry bomb, rendering it practically invincible. With the explosive cactus in his arsenal, Lu Chen felt no fear regarding the impending zombie invasion tonight. Joking aside, it is now effortless for him to maintain a lawn with even the most casual of plants. After merging these plants, he utilized basic plant fertilizer to enhance the ice watermelon tracker shooter. Ding! Successfully consumed basic plant fertilizer 7. Ice watermelon tracker shooter upgraded to LV3. Ice watermelon tracker shooter, epic, level. LV3 health. 1400 damage. 240. The upgraded ice watermelon tracker shooter exhibited no significant changes apart from an increase of 200 health points and 40 damage points per level. Now, with this ice watermelon tracker shooter, a single shot can eliminate a substantial number of ordinary zombies, and even the roadblock zombies can barely withstand its power. Lu Chen felt a wave of joy as he observed the attributes of the ice watermelon tracker shooter. Chapter 15. Scarlet berries. The amalgamated flora can be replanted in a new location. Lu Chen, clutching the ice watermelon shooter, tracked the serpent to the lawn. He intended to plant this ice watermelon shooter on the central lawn, right in front of the flame pea, specifically in the fourth square near the wooden gate. The 3 squares preceding it were fortified with an iron thorn barrier, alleviating any concerns about this line being breached. As for the other plants, he had 23 units of basic plant fertilizer remaining, which he planned to reserve for the afternoon when the lawn reappeared. Once Lu Chen had successfully planted the ice watermelon shooter and ensured the defense was secure, he gathered his belongings in preparation for departure. Time was fleeting, with only a few minutes left until 9 o'clock in the morning. After a hasty tidying up, he readied himself to venture forth. "We're leaving to gather some supplies." Iron Egg immediately perked up, its dark rings shimmering with excitement. "Master, Iron Egg can help find good items." With that, the duo exited the shelter, embarking towards the forest. Currently, his iron axe was damaged by Iron Egg's bite yesterday and could no longer fell trees. Thus, today he intended to explore the vicinity surrounding his wooden cabin. However, not far into their journey, Lu Chen spotted a cluster of vibrant red fruits nestled within a low shrub. Upon focusing his gaze, a message materialized before him. "Spirit berry, fine. Effect, contains a wealth of spiritual energy. Consuming it can enhance cultivation efficiency or be used in alchemy." What a marvelous find! Lu Chen's eyes gleamed at the sight. Although he was not yet capable of cultivation, no one would ever disdain additional resources. Just as he reached out to pluck the berries, a shadow abruptly darted from a thicket. In a swift motion, a python, as thick as an arm, lunged towards Lu Chen. Bang -200 just as the serpent's fangs approached Lu Chen's throat. Iron Egg, having acted unbeknownst to him, swiftly struck the python. With tremendous force, it sent the creature flying several meters, leaving behind a series of claw marks on its scaled hide. "You startled me. Thank goodness you're here." Lu Chen's heart raced with adrenaline. In that fleeting moment, he had thought his life was forfeit, but Iron Egg's astonishing speed had saved him, striking the python before it could reach him. After regaining his composure, Lu Chen took a moment to examine the python's information. Azure Scale Python, Health, 800-1000, Attack Power, 120 Traits, Scale Defense, 30 Physical Damage Reduction Constrict. Once it bites an enemy, it will proceed to constrict. Fortunately, it was not a first-tier strength. Upon discerning the Azure Scale Python's information, Lu Chen felt a wave of relief. If it had been a first-tier creature, he would have turned and fled, but since it did not display as such, he believed that with Iron Egg's prowess, they stood a fighting chance. "Iron Egg, prepare for battle," he commanded, swiftly retreating while brandishing a fine iron bucket to guard against another ambush. Hiss! Just as Lu Chen stepped back, the Azure Scale Python lunged forward with surprising agility. Iron Egg leapt into the air, launching a powerful claw strike. Swish, causing the scales on the green-scaled python's back to shatter. However, in the next instant, the python's robust tail swept fiercely. Swish! Iron Egg twisted midair, yet unfortunately, the tail still grazed its back. Hiss! 100. This was the first time Lu Chen witnessed Iron Egg lose health, and with this deduction, he noticed Iron Egg's blood count. 9,910,000. A total of 10,000 drops of blood. The pain from the tail's strike momentarily affected Iron Egg. Upon landing, it unleashed a skill attack, Panda Charge. Instantly, a subtle energy enveloped Iron Egg's head. As the skill activated, Iron Egg charged fiercely towards the green-scaled python. Crash, 540. Iron Egg collided with the python, maintaining its momentum until it crashed into a tree, delivering a decisive blow that felled the python. Well done, Iron Egg. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the python's demise from a single strike. As the battle concluded, the python's carcass began to dissolve into motes of light, leaving behind several spoils. Congratulations! Your contracted beast has successfully slain the entry-level beast, green-scaled python, earning you snake meat 15, snake gallbladder 1, sunlight 100. After dispatching the python, Lu Chen cautiously approached the thicket of red berries and began to harvest them. Congratulations! You have successfully gathered red berries 15. Observing the red berries in his hands, Lu Chen turned to Iron Egg. Would you like to try this? Upon hearing Lu Chen mention the red fruit, Iron Egg sprang up excitedly, its dark circles sparkling with eager anticipation. However, Lu Chen hesitated. The spirit berry contained spiritual energy, undoubtedly beneficial for a spirit beast like Iron Egg, but what if it couldn't withstand it? All right, let us give you one a try. After some contemplation, he decided to allow Iron Egg to consume one and then monitor its reaction. Once Iron Egg received the red berry, it swallowed it whole. A mere few breaths later, a faint red glow began to emanate from its white fur, its muscles slightly swelling, and the claws appeared sharper than before. Ding! Iron Egg has consumed the spirit berry, absorbing spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations! Your contracted beast has ingested a substantial amount of energy, advancing from initial stage to mid-stage. Current attributes: Health, 15000, 15000, 5000 attack, 400, 100 defense, 250 skills, Panda Charge, Spirit Claw Strike. Master, I feel invigorated all over. Iron Egg exclaimed in excitement after its breakthrough, swinging its paw towards a nearby rock, shattering it instantly. Goodness, the improvement is astonishing. Lu Chen marveled at Iron Egg's transformation, feeling a rush of delight within. The effect of the spirit berry exceeded all expectations. Merely one had propelled Iron Egg into the mid-stage. After dealing with the azure-scaled python, Taidan has now also transcended his limits, his spirits soaring high. He then proceeded to stow away the crimson berries. Taidan, let us continue our exploration and see what treasures lie near our sanctuary. Taidan, overwhelmed with excitement, waved his claws and exclaimed, Master, I am now immensely powerful. Thus, the duo, one human and one beast, ventured forth along the forest's edge, relentlessly probing the unknown. After a circuitous journey, he maintained his forward momentum with Taidan, embarking on another round of exploration. Before long, the clock struck noon. Taidan, let's take a respite and nourish ourselves. As Lu Chen prepared to find a shaded spot for a break, he noticed Tian's nose twitching vigorously. In an instant, Taidan led Lu Chen to a spacious area, with a soothing sound of flowing water reached their ears. Taidan, you are simply magnificent. Now we need not worry about finding water. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed at the sight of the stream before him. However, Taidan did not halt his advance and pressed onward. After traversing approximately 50 meters, Lu Chen stumbled upon a cerulean treasure chest nestled by the stream's bank. Chapter 16. The Fire Cloud Technique. Congratulations! You have discovered a bronze treasure chest X1. This chest is of a higher quality than the wooden one. Lu Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the verdant chest. In contrast, Taidan was circling the chest, his paws incessantly tapping on its lid. Taidan, stop that, don't break it. Lu Chen tischt, observing Taidan's clumsy antics. Crouching down, Lu Chen examined the chest and noted that it was not locked. Without hesitation, he opened the bronze treasure chest with both hands. Congratulations! You have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. You have received the Fire Cloud Technique, 200 units of wood, 10 iron blocks, and 3 spirit dust. As the chest opened, Lu Chen's pupils constricted at the sight of the items that emerged. Could it be that he had just obtained a technique? He could hardly believe it. Fire Cloud Technique. Type: Fire Attribute Basic Cultivation Technique. Quality: Excellent effect. Allows the conversion of spiritual energy into fire attribute spiritual energy upon reaching mastery. One can condense a fireball. Lu Chen picked up the Fire Cloud Technique, his fingers trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, he began to flip through the pages. Detected a cultivable technique. Would you like to cultivate it immediately? No. Seeing this prompt, Lu Chen nearly clicked yes out of excitement. Selecting yes would undoubtedly plunge him into a cultivation state, but he was still outside. While he was under Taidan's protection, any unexpected danger could spell disaster. Therefore, he resolved to return to the cabin before making a decision. Taidan, let us head back to the cabin. Lu Chen could hardly contain his eagerness. Before arriving in this world, he had constantly imagined cultivating like the characters in novels. Now, the opportunity to cultivate lay right before him. The journey back was swift. It took only a short while to reach the cabin. Taidan, wait a moment. Take this iron axe and chop some trees within the cabin's vicinity. As he spoke, Lu Chen upgraded the workbench with the wood he had collected. He then used the 2 iron blocks he had just received along with 1 unit of wood to reforge an iron axe. Tai Dan, if you perform well, I promise to treat you to plenty of bamboo shoots once I finish my cultivation. With that, Lu Chen handed the newly forged iron axe to Tai Dan. Upon hearing the mention of chopping trees and the prospect of many bamboo shoots, Tai Dan became animated and dashed out eagerly to begin his task. Watching Tai Dan scamper away, Lu Chen settled cross-legged on the wooden bed. System, begin cultivating the fire cloud technique. He commanded, swiftly retrieving the technique. Initiating cultivation of the fire cloud technique. As the system's prompt echoed, the technique in Lu Chen's hands suddenly transformed into a stream of crimson light, piercing into his forehead. In an instant, a wave of intense heat surged from the crown of his head, flowing down into his meridians. Ah! The searing sensation caused Lu Chen to let out a muffled cry, his entire body tensing up. The scorching energy began to circulate within him. System prompt. The awakening of the fire attribute spiritual root is in progress. 5. 7. As Tai Dan stepped out of the wooden cabin, he heard noises emanating from within. Is the master all right? A fleeting worry brushed through him before he resumed his task of chopping wood. Hood, hood, hood. Inside the cabin, Lu Chen's consciousness sank into a peculiar realm. Here, the air was alive with dancing flames, and at the heart of the inferno, a crimson spiritual seed was slowly taking shape. Is this the fire spiritual root? He pondered, gazing at the enigmatic seed. Simultaneously, the cultivation principles of the fire cloud technique unfurled in his mind. After merely glancing at them, he felt an uncontrollable urge to begin practicing the fire cloud technique. As he diligently channeled the method, his innate abilities began to flow through his meridians in a harmonious cycle. With each complete circulation, the seed within him expanded incrementally. 81. 95. 100 ding. Congratulations on successfully cultivating the fire cloud technique to the minor completion stage. With the sound of the notification, Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and with a mere thought, a fireball the size of a fist materialized in his palm with a whoosh. I've done it. He marveled at the fireball before him as successive system prompts chimed in. Skill acquired. Fireball technique. Beginner consumes 10 points of spiritual power, dealing localized fire damage. Fire spirit protection. Passive fire attribute. Resistance 15. Current spiritual power limit. 100. Open the system panel. Gazing at the system prompt, he eagerly examined his panel. Name, Lu Chen Realm. Early Stage 1, Fire Spirit Root Awakened. Experience points, 100 health points, 500 spirit points, 100 attack power, 500 constitution, 50 strength, 50 agility, 50 mental power, 50 current equipment, fine iron bucket, defense 30. Damaged green hat, defense 2. Skills. Fireball technique, beginner, consumes 10 spirit points to launch a fireball causing area damage. Fire spirit protection, passive, increases fire resistance by 15, cultivation technique. Fire cloud technique, fine, gaining 10 spirit points for every hour of practice. Contract beast, iron egg, mid-stage 1, backpack, beginner plant fertilizer 23, spirit berries 14, wood 540, reinforced wood 10. Iron blocks 9, snake gallbladder 1, fine iron block 1, stone 75, spirit dust 4, snake meat 15, sunshine 235, bamboo shoots 36, zombie tooth 1. Own plants, plant staff, fine, LV2, twin sunflower, fine, LV1, magnetic mushroom, ordinary, ice watermelon tracking shooter, epic, LV3, flame pea, fine, LV2, iron thorn barrier, excellent, LV3. Explosive cactus, excellent. Introduction. Although you're no longer a novice of the lowest tier, you must still tread carefully. Surprisingly, you have advanced to the first stage right after merely grasping the fundamentals of this technique. Moreover, the enhancement of your attributes upon entering this stage is remarkable. At this moment, Lu Chen finally comprehended the significant disparity in power between Iron Egg's first stage strength and that of a novice. Having ascended to the first stage, he decided to seize the early hours to explore his surroundings. After assessing his strength and checking the time, 14:58, with 3 hours remaining until sunset, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he possessed 4 spirit dust for cultivation, He recognized the importance of gathering resources while time permitted. If he delayed until nightfall, he risked falling behind those ranked higher than him and might even struggle against the impending zombie invasion. Thus, he resolved to utilize the next 3 hours wisely before engaging in cultivation with the spirit dust after the zombie incursion that night. With this determination, Lu Chen briskly pushed open the wooden door. As soon as he stepped outside, he was met with a captivating scene. P.S. If there are any missing items regarding the plants, please feel free to comment and provide additional information. Thank you. Chapter 17. The spirit bamboo. Before Lu Chen's eyes lay an astonishing sight. A verdant lawn had once again emerged in front of his wooden cabin. Even more surprising was the fact that the dense forest at the edge of this lawn had been remarkably cleared away for several meters. Beside the lawn, 3 piles of timber had already been stacked. Could it be that Tai Dan's work efficiency was this extraordinary? Lu Chen could scarcely believe that Tai Dan had managed to fell so many trees in such a short span of time. He stood there dumbfounded, gazing at the newly cleared area of the forest. There he spotted Tai Dan energetically wielding its mighty claws. With each swing, a massive tree crashed to the ground. Lu Chen rushed forward, exclaiming, "Tai Dan, when did you learn to chop wood with your claws?" Upon noticing Lu Chen's approach, Tai Dan halted its task, excitedly scampering over to hug Lu Chen's leg. Its eyes sparkled with a hint of spirit light before it began to demonstrate its intent by waving its claws. "Are you saying that you broke your axe and then resorted to using your claws?" Lu Chen chuckled at the sight, realizing that his master understood him. Tai Dan continued to exhibit its newfound skill. "So, you just kept chopping until you mastered the art of tree felling?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen decided to check Tai Dan's attribute panel. Name: Tai Dan. Species: Primordial Panda. Talent: Devour and Evolve. Realm: Mid-first stage. Experience points: 10,200 health points, 15,000 attack power, 400 defense power, 200 mystical power, 200 skills. B Spirit Guardian. Panda Charge. Mystical Claw Strike. Current state: excited, significantly enhanced work efficiency. Loyalty: 90. You're excited about chopping trees, are you? After reviewing its attributes, Lu Chen waved his hand, causing the timber piled nearby to be absorbed into his system backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired Timber 750. Seeing this notification from the system, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Tai Dan's work efficiency was simply beyond imagination. In such a brief moment, it had gathered so much timber and simultaneously cleared a patch of land. He gently patted Tai Dan's fluffy head and said, "Well done. Now let us go check the bamboo grove, and I'll treat you to a little something." At the sound of these words, Tai Dan let out 2 excited cries, rubbing against Lu Chen's calf, brimming with anticipation. Before long, Lu Chen led Tai Dan to the place they had first encountered. To his astonishment, the bamboo grove, which had appeared rather ordinary just yesterday, now shimmered with a faint, ethereal light. Tai Dan, upon entering the grove, was brimming with excitement, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny. Tai Dan, let us venture deeper into the grove. Lu Chen beckoned, observing the transformation. As he moved further in, Tai Dan trotted along merrily, its nose occasionally sniffing the air in delight. As the melody of one person, one song resonated deeper, the surrounding bamboo transformed from a vibrant green to a delicate hue of pale green, with golden patterns faintly emerging along the bamboo joints. What kind of bamboo is this? Lu Chen instinctively approached to touch the bamboo, and the system promptly displayed a notification. Spirit pattern bamboo, quality, rare effect, usable for crafting spirit tools or refining elixirs. What a treasure! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he swiftly retrieved his iron axe from his backpack, preparing to fell the bamboo. However, just as he was about to strike, a verdant figure darted from the bamboo leaves, swiftly lunging towards Tai Dan. Encountered a first-stage, early-level fierce beast, green-scale bamboo, Leaf Ching. Tai Dan, be careful! Lu Chen immediately entered battle mode, gathering a fireball in his palm. Yet, Tai Dan was quicker than him. Before Lu Chen could release the fireball, Tai Dan had already swiped with its claw. Spirit Power Claw Strike. The claw effortlessly tore the green, scaled bamboo, Leaf Ching apart. Ding! Battle victory. Rewards: Snake Meat, X10, green scaled snake skin X1, snake gallbladder X1, first stage spirit core X1. Goodness. Did one claw truly conclude the battle? Lu Chen stared at Tai Dan in disbelief. After all, this was a first stage fierce beast. Was the green scale bamboo, Leaf Qing, too weak? Or was Tai Dan simply too strong? After vanquishing the green scaled bamboo Leaf Qing, Tai Dan proudly shook its claw and then eagerly lunged towards the spirit pattern bamboo, munching away with gusto. Hey, don't eat it all, Lu Chen called out anxiously. Although there were still many golden patterned bamboos in sight, he was aware that Tai Dan possessed a devouring talent. Regardless of quantity, it could consume anything, and if it devoured everything, he would incur significant losses. Ding! Congratulations! Your contracted beast Tai Dan has devoured spirit bamboo, gaining 10 experience. It seemed Tai Dan's talent was beginning to manifest. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Chen felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Tai Dan's ability to rapidly enhance its strength, while the concern arose from his lack of rare items to feed it. Forget it. Eat as much as you like. I'll just chop a bit. Watching Tai Dan's experience steadily increase, he resigned himself to letting Tai Dan indulge while he moved aside to chop the bamboo. Crack! Unbeknownst to him, the durability of his axe had worn out. His backpack now boasted an additional 500 units of spirit pattern bamboo. He hadn't anticipated that upon reaching first stage, not only had his efficiency in chopping bamboo improved, but his stamina had also significantly increased. Lu Chen sighed as he looked at the broken axe. Had it been the pre-cultivation him, he would have likely faltered after chopping only a few stalks. It is worth noting that this bamboo possessed rare quality. For an ordinary person, even felling a few would be an extraordinary feat. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and turned to gaze at Tai Dan, who was still feasting on the spirit pattern bamboo. To his astonishment, he discovered that this creature had completely devoured all the spirit bamboo within a 10-meter radius and was now lying on the ground with a round belly, burping contentedly while munching on the spirit pattern bamboo. Ding! The contractual beast, Iron Egg, has devoured a copious amount of spiritual bamboo, elevating its realm to the latter stage of the first rank. You glutton! Lu Chen gazed, both amused and exasperated, at Iron Egg's attribute panel, where its attack power had surged to an impressive 600 points, with other attributes also experiencing notable enhancements. Just as he prepared to call out to Iron Egg, a system warning materialized before his eyes. Ding! Please be advised, there are 30 minutes until nightfall, and the third wave of zombies will invade in 40 minutes. Kindly return to the wooden cabin promptly. Has nightfall arrived so swiftly? Lu Chen murmured softly. Iron Egg, I have gathered more than enough in my backpack. Let us return at once. Lu Chen approached Iron Egg and tugged at its ear. Iron Egg yelped in discomfort, its rear end raised in protest as it obediently followed Lu Chen back to the wooden cabin. Chapter 18. Level 3 for all. Upon approaching the wooden cabin, a new patch of grass had emerged in the center below. After returning to the cabin, he took out the explosive cactus and planted it directly behind this newly formed lawn. It was time for an upgrade. After successfully planting the explosive cactus, Lu Chen retrieved the remaining 23 units of basic plant fertilizer. He first consumed 7 units to elevate the explosive cactus to level 3. With that, Lu Chen used the 7 units of basic plant fertilizer on the explosive cactus. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped it, signaling the completion of its upgrade. Ding! Successfully consumed 7 units of basic plant fertilizer. Explosive cactus upgraded to LV3. Explosive cactus, excellent. Level. LV3 health. 800 spike damage. 120 explosion damage. 110 traits. 1. The explosive cactus can launch cactus spikes, which possess penetrating capabilities. 2. Spikes hitting enemies can inflict damage and trigger an explosion. Splendid. Now all 3 patches of grass are equipped with offensive plants, alongside the formidable ice melon, a tracking shooter. With 16 units of basic plant fertilizer remaining, he decided to upgrade the corn pea shooter, flame pea, and twin sunflower. Currently, these are the only 3 plants he possessed that had not reached level 3, and the twin sunflower was even at level 1. Ding! Successfully consumed 6 units of basic plant fertilizer. Twin Sunflower upgraded to LV3. Twin Sunflower, fine. Level. LV3 health, 400 traits. Can harvest 80 units of sunlight every hour. Ding. Successfully consumed 4 units of basic plant fertilizer. Corn Pea Shooter upgraded to LV3. Corn Pea Shooter, excellent. Level. LV3 health, 600 damage, 100, 80, 90, 90 ding. Successfully consumed 4 units of basic plant fertilizer. Flame Pea upgraded to LV3. Flame Pea Shooter, fine. Level. LV3 health, 400 damage, 80 traits. Inflicts continuous burning effect, an additional 6 damage per second for 3 seconds. Is that all? Lu Chen gazed at the remaining 2 units of basic plant fertilizer, pondering that his sunlight total was 235, insufficient for further exchanges. He hadn't collected today's sunlight yet. He decided to gather the sunlight first, then exchange for more fertilizer to upgrade the plants, and afterward, enjoy a meal while awaiting the impending zombie invasion. With that thought, Lu Chen approached the twin sunflower and reached out to collect. Ding. Acquired sunlight 600. After collecting the sunlight, he promptly opened the sunlight shop and scrolled to the special items, directly exchanging for 9 more units. Ding. Successfully consumed 270 sunlight. Acquired 9 units of basic plant fertilizer. Ding. Congratulations on successfully utilizing 11 units of basic plant fertilizer. The pea shooter has ascended to level 3, and the magnet shroom has also reached level 3. Pea shooter, fine. Level 3 damage, 80 health, 400 traits. Capable of melee combat with a dagger and can launch peas for range attacks. Magnet shroom, ordinary. Level 3 health, 250 traits. Every 17 seconds, it attracts the nearest iron equipment, such as iron barrels or mech components, rendering the target zombie's defense null. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Lu Chen beamed with pride at having elevated all of his plants to level 3. Standing before the wooden cabin, he surveyed his surroundings, nodding at the fully upgraded flora. Surely, this should suffice to withstand tonight's zombie invasion, he mused before retreating into the cabin. Taidan, would you like some snake meat? Lu Chen inquired upon entering. However, Taidan appeared perplexed by his master's question. Noticing its confusion, Lu Chen produced the freshly acquired meat from the green bamboo viper. This one, would you care to try? Taidan sniffed the offering and vigorously shook its head. Very well, if you do not wish to eat. So be it. Lu Chen conceded, not wanting to force the issue. Tonight, I shall feast on roasted snake meat. For the past few days, he had been without means to start a fire, subsisting solely on a few reward loaves. Now, having learned the fire cloud technique, kindling a flame was effortless. He then gathered the snake meat, stones, and wood. With the stones, he simply constructed a circle and chopped the wood into smaller pieces, placing them within this enclosure. Channeling his thoughts, a flame ignited in his hand, which he tossed onto the pile of wood, instantly setting it ablaze. In the next moment, he skillfully skewered the snake meat onto a stick and positioned it above the crackling fire, allowing it to roast slowly. The meat sizzled in the heat, with fat dripping onto the fire, producing a delightful crackling sound, while an enticing aroma soon permeated the entire cabin. It appears the fire cloud technique is quite adept for fire making, Lu Chen jested as he turned to meat. Suddenly, Taidan, which had been lounging nearby, approached him, eyes fixed eagerly on the roasting meat. Huh? Did you not say you weren't hungry? Lu Chen chuckled at Taidan's sudden change of heart. The creature sheepishly scratched its furry head. All right, I'll let you have some. Lu Chen then offered the nearly finished snake meat to Taidan, who happily devoured it. You glutton. Lu Chen shook his head in amusement at the sight. He proceeded to extract more snake meat to roast. Just as he prepared to enjoy the final piece of snake meat, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. The third night of the zombie invasion is imminent. Please be prepared. Ding. The strength of the zombies has increased, and their numbers will be matched according to individual prowess. At last, the moment had arrived. Upon seeing this prompt, Lu Chen promptly gathered his belongings. He then checked the remaining number of survivors in this regional channel. Current regional survivors, 430-1000. There were still fewer than half of the people left. Lu Chen's expression turned grave. In merely 3 days, over half of a single region had perished. If this were to extend across the entire area, that would equate to 4 billion lives lost. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. Ding. The first wave of zombie invasion has commenced. First wave of zombies. Ordinary zombies 2, barrier zombies 10, iron barrel zombies 20, newspaper reading zombies 4, olive zombies 2. Why does this number seem somewhat insufficient? Lu Chen pondered as he observed the mere 38 zombies. He had made significant progress throughout the day. Before he could dwell on his thoughts for long, zombies began to materialize out of thin air in the previously cleared space by Iron Egg. Ordinary zombie, flag bearer, health, 200 damage, 30. Olive zombie, health, 5,000 damage, 100 defense, 25. What? The strength has remarkably escalated? Lu Chen's countenance grew increasingly solemn as he scrutinized the attributes of these zombies. Chapter 19. Am I the Emperor of Luck? Soon, 38 zombies had assembled. The first 2 ordinary zombies, brandishing their crimson flags, began their advance towards Lu Chen's wooden abode. Ding! Battle commences the moment the horde of zombies encroached upon the lawn. Lu Chen's botanical defense system sprang into action. The ice watermelon tracker unleashed its prowess, launching a series of watermelons imbued with frigid energy, which elegantly arced through the air and struck the heads of the ordinary zombies with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! Minus 240 minus 242 ice watermelons swiftly dispatched the leading ordinary zombies. Following closely were the barrier zombie, the metal barrel zombie, and the newspaper zombie, while the olive zombie lurked behind the throng. Despite some enhancements, these zombies were swiftly subdued upon entering the lawn, overwhelmed by Lu Chen's botanical firepower. The formidable ice watermelon tracker not only dealt substantial damage, but also effectively slowed the advance of these undead foes. Simultaneously, the spines of the explosive cactus pierced through the ranks of zombies, producing a sharp sound as they penetrated their chests, delivering 120 points of base damage combined with 110 points of explosive damage, causing the barrier atop the barrier zombie to shatter. In the subsequent strike, bereft of its protective barrier, the barrier zombie met the same fate as its ordinary counterparts, its head tumbling to the ground. The remaining plants continued to unleash their fury. In less than a minute, the lawn was left with only the newspaper zombie and the olive zombie. However, at that moment, the newspaper in the newspaper zombie's grasp was on the verge of disintegration. In the next instant, the fire pea shooter seized the opportunity to unleash a blazing fireball, igniting the newspaper held by the newspaper zombie. Faced with the loss of its newspaper, the zombie appeared momentarily stunned, before seemingly entering a frenzied state and hastily closing in on Lu Chen's plants. Yet just a few steps into its advance, it succumbed to the relentless fire of the ice watermelon tracker, falling one after another. At this moment, only the 2 olive zombies remained, fortuitously positioned in the center of the lawn. Shielded by the fallen zombies, these 2 olive zombies reached the iron thorn barrier. Upon touching the barrier, the magnet shroom behind them activated, effortlessly drawing away the armor from one of the olive zombies. Magnetic attraction activated. Defense value reduced to 0. Splendid execution. Lu Chen waved his hands from the wooden cabin. Although he had attained a first-tier realm, he possessed no weaponry to defend himself. To engage these zombies barehanded would be sheer folly. One careless bite or grasp from a zombie could doom him to their fate. The battle unfolded with overwhelming dominance. Bolstered by the pea stick and fire pea shooter, alongside the ice watermelon tracker on the previous lawn. After a brief struggle, the 2 olive zombies were ultimately vanquished. With the last olive zombie's fall, the system notification chimed. Ding! Successfully withstood the initial wave of the zombie invasion, earning rewards. 500 sunlight, 5 basic plant fertilizers, 3 spirit dust, and 1 random plant seed. Observing the defeated horde, Lu Chen hastily approached to collect the fallen items. The loot collected included 100 sunlight, 1 spirit dust, and a football helmet, superior grade armor. For reasons unknown, despite the multitude of zombies, only such a meager amount of items was obtained. Why are there so few items? Lu Chen murmured. He then examined the attributes of the football helmet. Football helmet, superior, defense value 35, trait, 20 damage reduction to the head. It was perfect for use as protective gear. He smiled as he donned it. Although he had previously acquired a green barricade hat and an iron bucket, those did not suit his demeanor. Now, with the football helmet, he could finally equip himself. Barely had the first wave concluded when a sudden tremor echoed from afar. The countdown for the second wave of zombies had already commenced. 4:59, only 5 minutes left? Observing the dwindling countdown, he felt a twinge of concern. However, a moment's reflection reminded him of the formidable firepower his plants had displayed, alleviating his worries considerably. Moreover, he had yet to unleash the iron egg, and with himself in the fray, the advantage lay with him. Seizing the 5 minutes before the next wave arrived, Lu Chen casually opened the regional channel. As soon as he did, nearly 500 messages flooded the screen in a chaotic torrent. Wang Tai's, you help. My defenses have been breached. Can anyone lend me some sunlight to purchase plants? Li Xiaohua, it's over. My pea shooter is only level 1 and can't even hurt the bucket zombie. Zhang Wei, I survived. Why are these dead zombies so hard to defeat? Qian Duo. Does anyone have spare plant seeds? I'll trade them for 50 sunlight. Isn't there a sunlight shop? Why not exchange for plants there? Lu Chen pondered, perplexed by the tumultuous chat. He quickly typed his first message in the channel. If you have sunlight, why not purchase plant from the sunlight shop? As soon as Lu Chen's message was sent, the regional channel erupted with activity. Wang Tai's, wow, the big shot has spoken. Li Xiaohua, sunlight shop? There are hardly any plants available. Zhang Wei, exactly. And it refreshes only once every 24 hours, always giving me a bunch of junk. Qian Duo, Lu Chen, big shot. Do you have many powerful plants in your shop? Can I exchange my sunlight with you? Seeing these responses, Lu Chen fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that everyone was so misguided? He was thoroughly baffled. In the next moment, countless screenshots of shops were uploaded in the channel. He swiftly opened his sunlight shop interface and carefully compared it with the screenshots they had shared. Upon this realization, he suddenly understood. So that is how it is. I had presumed that every shop refreshed with identical items. But why does mine seem to refresh with such an abundance of treasures? He gazed at the shop information captured in the channel screenshot, noting that most plant interfaces displayed only a solitary small mushroom or a lotus leaf. As for the special items interface, it merely showcased a basic plant fertilizer and nothing more. After grasping this insight, he swiftly replied within the channel. Lu Chen, it appears that each person's shop refreshes differently. Here, I indeed have ice watermelon shooters, corn launchers, and other such plants. Upon this revelation, the channel erupted with excitement. Little fish, what? The esteemed player's shop possesses so many remarkable items. Zhou Tianba, Lu Chen, name your price. I wish to purchase ice watermelon seeds. Zhao Linger, esteemed player, please share your defensive strategies. Qian Duo, is it possible for me to exchange all my savings? 300 sunshine for a single flame pea? Just then, a sudden red alert from the system appeared. Ding! The second wave of zombies will arrive in 60 seconds. Chapter 20, Narrow Victory. Ding! The second wave of zombies will arrive in 60 seconds. Upon receiving the system prompt, Lu Chen promptly closed the regional channel, focusing entirely on the impending battle. He swiftly surveyed the plant defenses, ensuring each specimen was in optimal condition. Tai Dan, prepare for combat. Lu Chen affectionately patted Tai Dan's head, prompting the latter to perk up its ears, alertly gazing into the distance. As the countdown reached 0, the ground trembled violently. Ding! Zombie invasion begins. Number of zombies in the second wave: 20 bucket zombies, 1 newspaper zombie, and 1 mecha zombie. Before his eyes, over 20 bucket zombies marched in a precise formation, advancing towards the wooden cabin with heavy footsteps. Even more alarming was the sight of a newspaper zombie and a colossal mecha zombie, slowly trailing behind the group of 20 bucket zombies. To his astonishment, there were no ordinary or barricade zombies this time. The lowest tier presented was the bucket zombies. Lu Chen's expression grew grave. The impending wave would undoubtedly pose a greater challenge. The formation of bucket zombies entered the lawn in 3 orderly lines. As they stepped onto the grass, 5 offensive plants launched their assaults. In the center, there were pea shooter, fire pea, and iceberg lettuce, while the upper lane featured a corn pea shooter. The lower lane boasted a spikeweed. The firepower was at its maximum. With the slowing effect of the iceberg lettuce, the bucket zombies advanced at an agonizingly slow pace. Only after losing half their number did they manage to progress 3 squares across the lawn. The most formidable firepower resided in the lower lane, where the spikeweed, capable of inflicting double damage and penetrating attacks, swiftly eliminated the bucket zombies single-handedly. Meanwhile, the zombies in the middle and upper lanes dwindled rapidly. Only when the last bucket zombie fell did the newspaper zombie and mecha zombie finally enter the range of the plant's attacks. Unfortunately, both of these zombies were positioned in the upper lane, where only a single corn pea shooter stood as a defender. Aside from this lone plant, there were no others to obstruct their path. Mecha Zombie, experimental type. Damage, 200 health, 25,000 defense, 200 skill. Psionic Shield automatically activates when health drops to half, granting a shield equal to half its health. What the? 25,000 health. And with 200 defense, how on earth can I defeat this? Lu Chen's heart raced as he assessed these attributes. As the corn pea shooter's attack made contact with the mecha zombie, damage numbers appeared above it. -1, -1, -1, -1 blob of butter, 1 kernel of corn, and 2 peas struck the mecha zombie, barely inflicting a single point of damage. The next moment, the iceberg lettuce's attack hit the mecha zombie as well. -40, witnessing such pitiful damage, beads of sweat formed on Lu Chen's forehead. At this rate, by the time the mecha zombie reached the wooden cabin, its health would likely remain above half. Taidan, come out and lend a hand. If you don't help soon, we're doomed. Lu Chen turned his head and called out to Taidan. It is worth noting that Taidan had already reached the late stage of the first tier, with damage exceeding 600. If Taidan could collaborate with the ice watermelon tracker and the corn pea cannon, there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory. At this moment, Taidan sensed the impending danger and swiftly dashed out of the wooden cabin. Upon emerging, he executed a powerful panda charge. The impact dealt a staggering -1,200 damage. Witnessing Taidan's formidable strike ignited a flicker of confidence within Lu Chen. The news zombie was startled by the sudden charge, causing its newspaper to fall from its grasp. This unexpected fright provoked its wrath, and it began to sprint forward in a frenzy. Taidan, hold it back and take it down, Lu Chen urged as he saw the news zombie succumb to its berserk state. Roar! Taidan bellowed as the news zombie charged ahead. In the next moment, he raised his claws and unleashed a skill, Spirit Claw Strike. The powerful strike tore the news zombie apart, dealing -1,000 damage. Well done. Quickly return and eliminate that mecha zombie, Lu Chen commanded upon witnessing Taidan's successful kill. The projectiles from the ice watermelon tracker rained down upon the mecha zombie. -40, -40, -40. Taidan pivoted and began his relentless assault. Despite the slowing effects of the ice watermelon tracker and the immobilization from the corn pea cannon, they struggled to bring down the enemy swiftly. In no time, the mecha zombie approached the corn pea cannon with half its health intact. At that moment, a faint blue shield began to materialize around the mecha zombie. Cursed creature! Just as the mecha zombie neared the corn pea cannon, the latter launched another glob of butter. What a perfect opportunity, Lu Chen thought as he pushed aside the wooden cabin and released a skill, Fire Cloud Technique. Instantly, a fireball coalesced in his palm, which he hurled at the mecha zombie. Bang! -700 damage. Apart from Lu Chen's assault, Taidan and the other 2 plants unleashed a barrage of attacks. Once the butter's effect wore off, the mecha zombie reached out and took a bite of the corn pea cannon, instantly reducing its health by 200 points. Such high damage could easily devour my plant in just 3 bites. Fortunately, its feeding frequency was low at that moment, and it was still slowed down. Just as it prepared to take another bite, its shield shattered. -200, the broken shield did not hinder the mecha zombie's appetite. As the shield crumbled, its health began to plummet. In the next moment, as it reached out for another bite, devouring the corn pea cannon, the latter suddenly retaliated with a glob of butter. This timely intervention was crucial. 625,000 Spirit Claw Strike. Seizing the opportunity, Taidan unleashed his skill once more. With a resounding crash, the spirit-infused claw of Iron Egg struck the mech zombie with precision, unleashing a final cascade of electrical sparks from its chest. In the next instant, the colossal creature trembled briefly before collapsing to the ground, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Chen's lips as he beheld the fallen mech zombie. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the second wave. Rewards received: Sunlight 1000, Spirit Dust 5, Zombie Compendium. He could not afford the time to collect the fallen items. Instead, he promptly accessed the sunlight and navigated to the special goods section. Upon locating the basic plant fertilizer, he wasted no time in exchanging for 3 units. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully spent 90 sunlight and acquired 3 units of basic plant fertilizer. Having already possessed 5 units, the additional 3 were precisely sufficient for upgrading the corn pea shooter. Consuming 8 units of basic plant fertilizer, he proceeded to enhance the corn pea shooter. Ding! Congratulations, the corn pea shooter has been successfully upgraded. Chapter 21. Enhanced Defense. Congratulations. You have successfully consumed 8 units of basic plant fertilizer. The corn pea shooter has successfully reached level 4. Corn pea double shooter, excellent. Level: LV4 health, 800 damage, 120, 100, 110, 110 attack methods. 1. Double P. Continuously fires 2 peas. 2. Corn kernel. Launches corn kernels from a butter barrel. 3. Butter critical. Every 3 seconds, throws a piece of butter from the corn barrel, immobilizing the struck zombies, identical to the original corn shooter effect. Phew, I'm relieved this plant survived. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. After the upgrade, Lu Chen finally had the opportunity to gather the spoils of war. Congratulations! You have obtained Sunlight 224, Basic Plant Fertilizer 10, Spirit Dust 5. Beep. The third wave of zombie invasion begins in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Indeed, as the days progressed, not only did the strength of the zombies increase, but the number of waves also escalated. Upon seeing this system notification, Lu Chen surmised the situation. He took a deep breath and glanced at the solitary corn pea shooter on the upper lawn, feeling a pang of anxiety. Let us utilize this random plant seed first. With that thought, Lu Chen took out the randomly acquired plant seed and used it without hesitation. Beep! Congratulations! You have obtained Lightning Reed. Fine. Lightning Reed. Fine. Level: LV0 health, 200 damage, 40 attack method. Emits a bolt of lightning forward, with a chance to strike 3 enemies simultaneously. Excellent, excellent. Now I possess another formidable plant. Looking at the newly acquired plant, Suing nodded in satisfaction. This plant is certainly stronger than those single pea shooters. Those pea shooters can only target 1 zombie at a time, while the zombies come in swarms. They simply cannot withstand the onslaught. Now, we still need 1 more defensive plant for the upper lane. After the rewards from these 2 waves, my sunlight has reached 2,300. Let us see if the sunlight shop has any defensive plants available. With that, Lu Chen opened the sunlight shop without hesitation. Upon entering the sunlight shop, Lu Chen quickly browsed through the defensive plant interface. Indeed, luck was on his side. At that moment, several defensive plants were available for exchange. Walnut common. Price: 50 sunlight health, 500 feature. Can block the advance of zombies. Pumpkinhead fine. Price: 200 sunlight health, 1000 feature. Can be placed on other plants for protection. I'll purchase both. Lu Chen waved his hand decisively, acquiring the 2 plants. Just as he was about to close the sunlight shop, he suddenly noticed a flashing new product label at the bottom of the shop. Iron Walnut excellent. Limited time offer original price. 500 sunlight discounted price. 300 sunlight. Only for this occasion. Defense: 100 health, 2000 feature. 1. Immune to the first instance of lethal damage. What a fantastic find. Lu Chen gazed at the attributes with a gleam in his eyes. This plant not only boasted high health, but also exhibited an impressive defensive value. Most importantly, it was immune to the first instance of lethal damage. It is worth noting that his Iron Thorn Barrier possessed high health, but lacked any defense. A zombie's bite would inflict damage equivalent to the health lost. Yet this new discovery was entirely different. Should he encounter a common zombie, it would likely break its teeth upon biting. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased it outright. As he contemplated the newly acquired plants, he realized he had fused only twice that day, leaving him with 1 opportunity remaining. There was no need to worry excessively about the firepower in the middle and bottom lanes. He decided to utilize this chance to fuse the pumpkin head with the iron nut. Fuse the pumpkin head and iron nut. With a mere thought, Lu Chen watched as the two plants intertwined in a radiant fusion. The orange skin of the pumpkin head began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, while the iron nut's hard shell revealed a pumpkin pattern. In no time, the pumpkin head seamlessly merged into the mischievous nut. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the Iron Pumpkin Nut, Epic. Iron Pumpkin Nut, Epic, level, LV 0 health, 3500 defense, 150 traits, absolute defense. Immune to the first 3 instances of lethal damage. Pumpkin Shield, can provide 300 shield points to plants in the front and back. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Lu Chen marveled at the newly fused plant. He swiftly planted this creation in the 7th slot of the upper lane's lawn. Subsequently, he planted the previous 2 plants in the upper and lower lanes. The lightning reeds were placed before the corn pea shooter in the upper lane, while the ordinary nut was sown in the 7th slot of the lower lane. Now, everything was in order. Finally, all 3 lanes were fortified with defensive plants. However, it was still insufficient. He needed to upgrade them further. Observing the planted flora, Lu Chen felt a twinge of unease. He reopened the sunlight store and sought basic plant fertilizer. After exchanging for 3 plants earlier, he had 1750 sunlight remaining. He decided to trade for 50 units of fertilizer. With the additional 10 units he had just received, his stock of basic plant fertilizer had now reached 60 units. Following this exchange, his sunlight dwindled to 275. First, he would elevate the Iron Pumpkin Nut. He expended 31 units of basic plant fertilizer to upgrade the Iron Pumpkin Nut to level 5. Iron Pumpkin Nut, Epic, level, LV 5 health, 13500 defense, 200 traits, absolute defense. Immune to the first 3 instances of lethal damage. Pumpkin Shield, can provide 800 shield points to plants in the front and back. Excellent indeed. Now, he would also elevate the nut wall and lightning reeds to level 3. Ding! Congratulations to you, Lightning Reeds, for elevating the nut wall to level 3. Lightning Reeds, excellent. Level, 3 health, 500 damage, 100 attack method. Emits a bolt of lightning forward, with a chance to strike 3 enemies simultaneously. Nut wall, ordinary, level, 3 health, 2000 characteristic, capable of obstructing the advance of zombies. With the addition of these new plants, Lu Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Once he finished upgrading all the plants, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! The 3rd wave of zombie invasion will commence in 60 seconds. Feeling a twinge of anxiety at the countdown, he meticulously checked the status of the plants on the field once more. Aside from a steel thorn barrier, which had lost some health, all other plants were in peak condition. Before long, the 60 seconds elapsed. Ding! Zombie invasion has begun. 3rd wave of zombies. Buckethead Zombies 15, Newspaper Zombies 4, Alla Zombies 5. Chapter 22. Effortlessly the 3rd wave of zombies. Iron Bucket Zombies 15, Newspaper Zombies 4, Olive Zombies 5. Huh, where have the mecha zombies gone? Observing the number of zombies invading, Lu Chen revealed a hint of perplexity. The current scale of this zombie invasion posed no threat to him whatsoever. Just as he pondered this, the zombies had assembled and commenced their assault on his wooden cabin. With the absence of mecha zombies in this wave, he had also fortified his defenses with additional plants. The lower lane was armed with the penetrating damage of the exploding cactus. This group of zombies, having barely traversed 3 rows of lawn, succumbed one after another. Clearly, overcoming these zombies relied heavily on penetrating damage. Watching the exploding cactus swiftly eliminate the zombies, Lu Chen began to contemplate. He resolved to acquire more plants capable of penetrating damage in the future. After dispatching the zombies in the lower lane, only the middle and upper lanes remained, where the zombies struggled to persist. With the steel thorn barrier and iron pumpkin fortification, these zombies were held at bay beyond the 7th row of lawn. As the last zombie fell, this wave of invasion came to a close. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the 3rd wave. Reward, Sunlight 200, Spirit Dust 2 Ding. Congratulations on your score. SSS, additional reward for scoring. Sunlight 1000, Spirit Dust 10, Random Plant Seeds 3. Basic Construction Material Pack 3. The rewards for an SSS rating are astonishing. Lu Chen gazed at the bounty with wide eyes. He proceeded to utilize the plant seeds and construction material pack. Ding. Usage successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Laser Bean, excellent. Healing Peach, excellent. Fire Gourd, excellent. Congratulations, you have obtained Wood 1000, Stone 500, Iron Blocks 200. What? Is my luck truly this extraordinary? Witnessing the acquisition of 3 excellent plants, Lu Chen was taken aback. Laser Bean, excellent. Level, LV0 health, 200 damage, 60 characteristic. Fires a laser that attacks all zombies in a straight line ahead. Healing Peach, excellent. Level, LV0 health, 200 characteristic. Heals plants within a 5-5 range centered around itself, restoring 60 health per second. Fire Gourd, excellent. Level, LV0 health, 200 damage, 60 characteristic. Emits flames, inflicting damage on all zombies within the next 4 squares. Haha, just moments ago, I was contemplating acquiring several plants with penetrating damage, and now, by sheer stroke of luck, I have obtained 2. Lu Chen erupted in laughter upon reading the descriptions of these 3 plants. Not only had he secured plants with penetrating damage, but he also acquired a healing plant. The construction material pack arrived at the perfect time. With such an abundance of basic materials, he was more than equipped to upgrade his wooden cabin. Level 2 wooden cabin effect. Temperature regulation 15 safety factor 300 defense value. 3000 new facility. Simple fireplace for cooking heating. Next level requirement. Timber 300. Stone 150 sufficient materials are available. System upgrade for the cabin. Ding. Upgrading the cabin. As a radiant light flickers, the previously modest wooden cabin undergoes a profound transformation. What once were wooden walls have now been replaced by stone walls. Simultaneously, a wooden fence encircles the cabin. Ding! Upgrade complete. Current wooden cabin level 2 upgraded to stone cabin level 1 effect. Temperature regulation 30, no longer affected by extreme weather. Safety factor 600, able to withstand the impact of ordinary zombies. Defense value 10,000, sufficient to fend off small-scale zombie hordes. New facility. Fence. Next level requirement. Timber 900, stone 450, iron blocks 50. All other materials are sufficient, but there is still a shortfall of 25 units of stone. Looking at the remaining 425 units of stone, Lu Chen frowned. Never mind, there's no rush to elevate the cabin's level. He left with Tai Dan and returned home. Upon returning, Lu Chen took out some spirit pattern bamboo and handed it to Tai Dan. Enjoy it and strive to reach 2nd tier swiftly so I can see. After tossing some spirit pattern bamboo to Tai Dan, Suing promptly opened the regional channel to check on the status of other survivors in the area. Regional channel, population 429-1000. After 3 days, the number has stabilized, unless one is exceptionally weak. At this moment, some have already dealt with tonight's zombie invasion and begun chatting in the channel. Wang Chenfeng, haha, I drew a machine gunner. The 3rd wave was a breeze. Li Xiaohua, Lu Chen, have you faced a zombie invasion? I wish to trade some items with you. Wang Taizhu, yeah, big shot. I want to exchange some offensive plants. My output is too low. Lu Chen quickly skimmed through the messages. Most had encountered zombies and were already exchanging items. After all, the strength of these zombies varies from person to person. Others may not possess his formidable abilities. How were the rewards for the 3rd wave? Lu Chen sent a message. As soon as the message was sent, the channel buzzed with activity once more. Anonymous, the big shot has appeared. Rookie, Lu Chen, I only received AB rating. So I got 300 sunshine and 1 spirit dust. Unlucky. I got an A rating, 500 sunshine and 3 spirit dust. But the plant seeds only yielded ordinary pea shooters. Observing the responses from others, Lu Chen secretly rejoiced in his favorable luck. Is there anyone willing to trade stone? I am prepared to exchange sunshine. Currently, his wooden cabin still requires 25 units, and he has ample sunshine. He intended to upgrade the cabin once more. Miner, I have some. Let's trade, big shot. With merely 10 units of sunlight, I can exchange for 1 unit of stone. Miner 2, how about trading with me, esteemed one? I only require 5 units of sunlight. Miner 2, what do you mean by that? Lu Chen shook his head at their bickering and ultimately opted for a more economical option, exchanging for 25 units of stone. This transaction cost him 125 units of sunlight, a most advantageous deal. System, upgrade the stone house. Ding. Upgrading stone house. Ding. Upgrade successful. Level 2 stone house. Area, 1010. Internal, 2222. Territorial range. Enclosed by a fence. Effects. Temperature regulation 30. No longer affected by extreme weather. Safety coefficient 600. Can withstand ordinary zombie assaults. Defense value 20,000. Sufficient to fend off small-scale zombie hordes. New facilities. Fence. Next level requirements. Wood 1800, stone 1000, iron blocks 250. I am immensely grateful. And should anyone wish to exchange items, feel free to seek me out. Lu Chen gazed at his stone house, now elevated to level 2, and expressed his satisfaction with a word of thanks. As for those wishing to trade for output plants, please wait until I have gathered them, and I shall exchange with everyone then. Chapter 23. Endless Challenge Mode. After sending the final message, Lu Chen took a deep breath and turned off the regional channel. Upgrading his wooden cabin to a stone house had bestowed upon him a profound sense of security. The hour had grown late, and Tai Dan, having finished the spirit bamboo he had provided, lay sleeping beside him. It was time to enhance his strength. With that thought, Lu Chen began to retrieve all 30 pieces of spirit dust from his system backpack. He settled cross-legged upon a newly upgraded wooden bed, gradually adjusting his breathing. Holding the spirit dust in the palm of his hand, he commenced his cultivation using the fire cloud technique. With a mere thought, the spiritual energy within the spirit dust was slowly extracted and entered Lu Chen's body. As this energy coursed through him, a warm current surged from his dantian, circulating throughout his meridians. At that moment, Lu Chen could distinctly feel each of his cells greedily absorbing this newfound energy. The first piece of spirit dust was swiftly consumed, and without hesitation, he reached for the second. As time elapsed, upon depleting the 10th piece of spirit dust, a subtle cracking sound resonated within Lu Chen's body, as if some kind of restraint had been shattered. Congratulations! You have advanced to the mid-stage of the first tier. Current attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen. Mid-stage of the first tier, Fire Root Awakened. Experience points, 1-200 health points, 900 spirit energy, 300 attack power, 900 constitution, 50-40 strength, 50-40 agility, 50-40 mental power, 50-40 note. The values in parentheses indicate the increase after the breakthrough. Lu Chen opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance glimmering within them. He clenched his fist, acutely aware of the surging power within. The spirit energy provided by a single piece of spirit dust was roughly equivalent to 10 experience points. Such a significant increase in attributes from this breakthrough. With 20 pieces of spirit dust remaining, he had enough to ascend to the next level. Thus, Lu Chen continued to draw forth the spirit dust, resuming his cultivation. As time passed, when the final piece of spirit dust was consumed, his level rose precisely as well. Each attribute increased by 40 points. After exhausting the spirit dust, Lu Chen concluded his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes. Upon doing so, the once dark night now bore a hint of hazy light. How time-consuming cultivation was. Merely absorbing 30 pieces of spirit dust had carried him into the morning. Lu Chen gently squeezed his fist and murmured softly. Just as he pondered this, the system's notification arrived punctually. Ding! Congratulations on successfully surviving to the 4th day. Survival reward. Sunshine 500, Spirit Dust 5, Random Plant Treasure, Chest 1. Ding! The host has been detected as the world's first survivor to obtain a cultivation method and break through to the late stage of the first tier. Additional rewards. Fire Spirit Crystal 1, Rare, Plant Evolution Scroll 1, Epic. Lu Chen's eyes brightened at this revelation. The rewards exceeded his expectations. He eagerly examined the newly acquired items. Fire Spirit Crystal, Rare, Effect, increases fire attribute cultivation speed by 50. Enhances fire skill power by 30. Can be absorbed or embedded in weapons equipment. Plant Evolution Scroll, Epic, Effect, elevates the quality of a plant by 1 level, up to a maximum of Legendary. This is extraordinarily powerful. Just looking at these two items made Lu Chen's hands tremble with excitement, particularly the plant evolution scroll, which was nothing short of a miraculous item in the early stages. After reaping this survival reward, he decided to check the leaderboard for any changes. Global Survivor Leaderboard Real-Time Update 1. Lu Chen, Huaxia Region. Score, 15,894-2. Kevin, North America. Score, 2,697-3. Yelena, European Region. Score, 1767-4. Maria, South America. Score, 1654-5. Ivanov, Northern Region. Score, 15,036. Park Ji-hoon, Goryeo Region. Score, 1458-7. Amir, South Asia. Score, 1444-8. Yamamoto, Ryuichi, Eastern Region. Score, 1440. He was astonished to find he was leading the second place by nearly 13,000 points. Lu Chen inhaled sharply, realizing that the SSS level score rewards, along with the fusion of so many high-quality plants, the 2-level upgrade of his shelter, and his rapid breakthroughs contributed significantly to his score. While he firmly held the first position, he noticed slight changes in the ranks of the others as well. Shaking his head to dismiss any further thoughts, he immediately decided to use the random plant treasure chest he had just received. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Spicy Pepper Thrower, Epic. Spicy Pepper Thrower, Epic, level, LV0 health, 400 damage, 80/40, traits, throws burning peppers to attack zombies, immune to freezing status, and grants a resistance status to plants within a 3/3 area. Another powerful plant added to his collection. Lu Chen beamed with joy. And then there was that plant evolution scroll. Staring at the scroll, he was momentarily at a loss over which plant to upgrade. Currently, he had one epic offensive plant and another epic defensive plant, while the rest were mostly excellent or good. His gaze wandered between the plants in his hands and those on the lawn. Ultimately, his attention settled on the explosive cactus. It's decided then. Lu Chen took a deep breath, retrieved the plant evolution scroll, and approached the explosive cactus to use it. Ding! Would you like to use the plant evolution scroll on the explosive cactus? Excellent. Confirm. In an instant, dazzling golden light enveloped the cactus completely. The originally turquoise cactus began to grow rapidly, its thorns becoming sharper, and a crimson pattern emerging on its surface. Evolution successful. Acquired. Explosive Cactus King, Epic. Explosive Cactus King, Epic, level. LV3 health, 1400 thorn damage, 240 explosion damage, 220 traits. 1. The explosive cactus can launch cactus thorns, which possess penetrating capabilities. 2. When the thorns strike an enemy, they inflict damage and subsequently detonate. 3. Every third attack guarantees a critical strike, 200 damage. How formidable! Lu Chen looked at this newly added trait with unrestrained joy. The guaranteed critical strike every third attack alone could deliver over 480 damage. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, the system suddenly emitted another notification sound. Ding! Global announcement. Endless challenge mode has been activated. Available daily from 8 to 2000 hours. The higher the challenge level, the greater the rewards. Current global record. 0 levels. Endless challenge? Lu Chen immediately checked the details. Endless challenge rules. 1. Each survivor may select a plant for the challenge. Once chosen, they will be transported to a specific location. 2. The number of zombies per level increases, with types being random. 3. A treasure chest reward is granted for every 5 levels completed. 4. Death or exit retains the highest record achieved. 5. Limited to 1 challenge per day. 6. Death of plants or humans within does not affect the outcome. Is this not an excellent place to gather resources? Lu Chen's eyes brightened. With the sudden activation of Endless Challenge mode, he could certainly endeavor to reach higher levels given his current strength. Chapter 24. Abundant Endless Challenges. With the unveiling of this Endless Challenge mode, the regional channel erupted with excitement. What exactly is this Endless Challenge mode? Can we form teams? Is there a seasoned player willing to assist? Lu Chen merely cast a brief glance at the channel's content before redirecting his focus. First, he needed to gather sunlight. He swiftly approached the twin sunflowers. It had been 12 hours since his last collection. Twin sunflower, excellent. Current stored sunlight, 720. Shall I collect it? Yes. In an instant, the amount of sunlight in his backpack surged to 2470. System, display the preparation interface for the endless challenge mode. Suddenly, a translucent panel unfolded before him. Please select combat plants, maximum of 6. Explosive Cactus King, epic. Laser Bean, excellent. Fire Gourd, excellent. Healing Peach, excellent. Corn Pea Shooter, excellent. Ice Watermelon Tracker, epic. Steel Thorn Barrier, excellent. Iron Pumpkin Nut, epic. Surveying the array of plants, Lu Chen earnestly began his selection. First, he was certain to include the Ice Watermelon Tracker and the Explosive Cactus King. Next, he would also take the Steel Thorn Barrier and the Iron Pumpkin Nut. That already accounted for 4. He would select the Laser Bean and the Healing Peach for the remaining 2. Before entering, he decided to elevate these 2 to level 4. After finalizing his chosen plants, he quickly exchanged 30 units of basic plant fertilizer at the Sunlight store. He successfully upgraded the Laser Bean and the Healing Peach to level 4. Laser Bean, excellent. Level, LV4 health, 1000 damage, 140 specialty. Fires laser attacks at all zombies in a line ahead. Healing Peach, excellent. Level, LV4 health, 1000 specialty. Heals plants within a 5-5 radius centered on itself, restoring 140 health per second. Excellent. Selections are complete. Ding. Team composition finalized. Shall we commence the challenge immediately? Yes. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Lu Chen, along with the 6 plants, was transported to a 310 lawn. Behind him stood a crystal, shimmering with clarity. The system had also designated Iron Egg as his contracted beast. Only 3 rows of lawn? This should be a breeze. A subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he beheld the limited battlefield. He promptly planted his chosen 6 plants. Top lane, Explosive Cactus King in the first slot, nearest to the crystal. Middle lane, Ice Watermelon Tracker in the first slot. Healing Peach in the 5th slot. Steel Thorn Barrier in the 7th slot. Bottom lane, Laser Bean in the 1st slot. Iron Pumpkin Nut in the 7th slot. Just as he finished planting, a notification arrived. Level 1. Ordinary Zombies 20. Please protect the crystal behind you. If the crystal shatters, your challenge will conclude. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Begin. Soon, 20 ordinary zombies ambled in from the far end of the lawn. Yet, before Lu Chen even made a move, they were effortlessly eliminated by the Iceberg Cactus, Laser Bean, and Exploding Cactus. Unfortunately, these vanquished zombies did not yield any loot. Level 1 cleared. Time taken, 8 seconds. Congratulations. You have received Sun 100. The subsequent levels were equally effortless. Level 2, Ordinary Zombies 30 Level 3. Ordinary Zombies 40 Level 4. Ordinary Zombies 50 Level 5. Ordinary Zombies 60 for each level cleared. Lu Chen garnered 100 Sun, all the way to the 5th level. Level 5 cleared. Ding. Congratulations. You have received Sun 200, Bronze Chest 1 onward. Eyeing the rewards, Lu Chen pressed on without hesitation. Upon reaching level 6, the ordinary zombies transformed into Conehead zombies, presenting no challenge to Lu Chen whatsoever. Level 6, Conehead zombies 20 level 7. Conehead zombies 30 level 8. Conehead zombies 40 level 9. Conehead zombies 50 level 10. Conehead zombies 60 ding. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared level 10 reward. Sun 300, Bronze Chest 2 with the system's notification. Once again, a Buckethead zombie emerged at the lawn's end. Finally, a worthy opponent. From the first level until now, not a single zombie had laid a finger on his plants. However, soon enough, the penetrating damage from the Exploding Cactus King and the linear damage from the Laser Bean had the entire horde of Buckethead zombies collapsing under a barrage of hits. Level 11 cleared. Time taken, 15 seconds. Current global ranking, 1, level 11. 2. Kevin, North America, level 8-3. Yelena, Europe, level 7. The subsequent levels of Buckethead zombies gradually increased. Level 12. Buckethead zombies 25, level 13. Buckethead zombies 35, level 14. Buckethead zombies 45, level 15. Buckethead zombies 55 ding. Congratulations. You have cleared level 15. Reward. Sun 400, Silver Chest 1 at last. A silver chest. Onward, onward. Next, The olive zombies were similarly crushed by the relentless firepower of the plants. When encountering the newspaper zombie, each one that had its newspaper shredded entered a frenzied state. The healing from the pea shooter nearly failed to restore the steel thorn barrier and the iron-skinned walnut. Upon reaching level 25, his sun count soared to 7,650, with 3 bronze chests and 5 silver chests. Onward. As the levels increased, the attributes of the zombies were significantly enhanced. By level 26, Lu Chen confronted the most troublesome foe, the Mecha Zombie. Level 26. Mecha Zombies 15 at this point, Lu Chen had to take matters into his own hands. He activated his skills, continuously unleashing the fire cloud technique, in conjunction with the plant's damage, easily dispatching the enemies. Ding! Congratulations on conquering the 26th level and receiving a reward of 600 sunshine. Soon, he arrived at the 29th level, where the number of mechanized zombies had surged to 40. At this moment, Lu Chen's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Ultimately, he halted at this 29th level. From the first level to the 29th, the most significant reward he garnered was sunshine, and combined with his previous total, his sunshine count had now reached 9,450. In addition to the sunshine, he also possessed 3 bronze chests and 5 silver chests. As the crystal was shattered by the zombies, Lu Chen's surroundings blurred, and he found himself back in the wooden cabin. Once he returned to the cabin, Lu Chen eagerly opened all the treasure chests. 3 bronze chests opened, rewards, 900 sunshine, 15 spiritual dust, 200 iron blocks, 5 silver chests opened, rewards, 500 sunshine, 50 spiritual dust, quality, plant seeds 2, rare building materials package 1. Flame sword 1, quality. This was extraordinarily bountiful. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement. With the sunshine obtained from these chests, his total sunshine had now surpassed 10,000, reaching 12,850. Simultaneously, his spiritual dust had also accumulated to 65, and most importantly, he had acquired his first weapon. Chapter 25. The Golden Treasure Chest, Flame Sword, Superior. Damage. Attack power 100. Fire attribute damage. Critical hit rate 15. Skill. Flame/effect. Inflicts 200 fire damage on the target. With an additional burning effect lasting 5 seconds. 50 damage per second. What a magnificent sword. As Lu Chen grasped the hilt, a layer of crimson flames enveloped the blade, causing the ambient temperature to rise. With a casual flick, a surge of fiery sword energy sliced through the air, instantly reducing a piece of wood in the corner of the cabin to ash. With this sword, my melee capabilities have effectively doubled. After examining the attributes of the flame sword, his gaze shifted toward the random seed and rare material pack. Using random seed, superior. Acquired. Lightning reed, superior, 1. Bamboo shoot, superior, I have obtained a lightning reed once again. Lu Chen felt a twinge of surprise at this unexpected repetition. He had assumed that after acquiring a plant, duplicates would no longer appear. Yet here he was, encountering a repeated plant. Bamboo shoot, superior. Health, 200 damage, 40 trait. Attacks all zombies within a 4-square range in front of itself. Not bad. Another plant with penetrating damage. Satisfied, Lu Chen nodded approvingly and set it aside. Opening rare material pack. Acquired. Reinforced wood 100. Fine iron 10. These materials are of a higher grade than ordinary wood and iron. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. These are essential for crafting more advanced items. He then retrieved some snake meat from his backpack, preparing to roast a bit to satiate his hunger. Iron Egg, on the other hand, was happily nibbling on the spirit pattern bamboo he had just provided. An hour later, as the clock approached 11, it was time to venture out and explore. Lu Chen stood up, fastening the flame sword at his waist, ready to counter any impending crisis. Iron Egg, let us go. Owl. Iron Egg immediately sprang up, excitedly trailing behind him. Together, they stepped out of the cabin. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen felt the surging spiritual energy within him, tightened his grip on the flame sword, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Iron Egg, let us continue exploring around the shelter and see if any resources can be found. Lu Chen whispered. Iron Egg perked up his ears and adorably nodded. The two proceeded slowly along the perimeter of the cabin. with Lu Chen occasionally bending down to gather some edible berries and herbs. In this post-apocalyptic world, such items were invaluable resources. During their journey, he suddenly discovered the presence of zombies. Previously, zombies had only appeared during nighttime invasions. Their emergence in broad daylight was clearly a troubling sign. Each time he encountered a zombie, he drew the flame sword and swiftly dealt with it. While dispatching these foes, he constantly tested the sword's prowess and honed his combat skills. Regrettably, the zombies he faced were merely ordinary ones. Regardless of the flame sword's might, he could easily dispatch them with a single punch at his current level of prowess. After walking for over half an hour, Taidan suddenly came to a halt once more. Lu Chen, accustomed to this behavior, inquired, "Taidan, have you sensed the presence of a treasure chest nearby?" In the past, whenever Taidan unexpectedly stopped, it invariably indicated the proximity of a treasure. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Taidan extended his claw and pointed ahead, his paw trembling noticeably. "Is there danger?" Lu Chen immediately became alert, noting this change in Taidan, and looked in the direction indicated. Not far ahead, a small cave flickered with a golden glow. Cautiously approaching, Lu Chen's pupils dilated in shock. It was a treasure chest radiating a golden light. "This is a golden treasure chest." His heart raced at the sight of it. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling his experiences from the past few days with treasure chests. He understood that such chests were invariably guarded by fierce beasts. Indeed, as Lu Chen focused his gaze, he noticed a massive saber-toothed tiger lazily sprawled beside the chest, its sharp claws occasionally leaving deep marks on the ground. Mutated saber-toothed tiger, level, late stage 1 health, 25,000 attack power, 800 skills, pounce, deals 200 damage, tear, applies bleeding effect. Lu Chen inhaled sharply. The attributes of this tiger exceeded his expectations. This tiger posed quite a challenge. Yet, the allure of the golden chest was too great to resist. "Taidan, prepare for battle," Lu Chen whispered, simultaneously activating the fire cloud technique, igniting the blade of his fiery sword. Taidan let out a low growl, lowering his body slightly as he assumed a combat stance. At that moment, the resting saber-toothed tiger seemed to sense the impending threat and sprang to its feet, its amber eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance, emitting a menacing growl. Roar! Seeing no immediate movement, the saber-toothed tiger cautiously approached the cave entrance. Just then, Taidan go! Lu Chen launched the first attack, the fiery sword slicing through the air in a blazing arc, aimed directly at the tiger's head. -3,000. Critical hit. The tiger howled in pain, its massive paw swiping at Lu Chen with a whoosh. Lu Chen deftly dodged to the side, but still felt the sting as it grazed his shoulder. -300. Damn, this beast is faster than I anticipated. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, the pain searing through his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Taidan lunged at the tiger from his side, his sharp claws tearing into the tiger's flank. -10,000. Weak point. The tiger roared in agony, pivoting to pounce on Taidan. Taidan swiftly dodged, but alas, the tiger was swifter, landing a blow on Taidan's back. -800 after sending Taidan flying. The saber-toothed tiger fixed its gaze fiercely upon Lu Chen and Taidan. "Taidan!" Lu Chen's eyes widened in alarm as his internal energy surged, causing the flames of the fiery sword to blaze even higher. The fire cloud technique. Blazing Slash. The fire cloud technique, combined with this fire attribute Blazing Slash, instantly surged in might. A searing blade of energy howled forth, striking directly at the tiger's abdomen. -6,000. Critical hit Blazing Slash. The tiger emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Its abdomen, already marked by a gash, was once again struck by Lu Chen's Blazing Slash. The wound was instantly exacerbated, blood gushing forth profusely. Yet, it did not succumb. Instead, it was enraged, its eyes glowing crimson as it entered a frenzied state. "Iron Egg, be careful," Lu Chen shouted upon witnessing this. Without a moment's hesitation, the saber-toothed tiger launched its final assault, a paw swiping towards Lu Chen. Chapter 26. The village. Lu Chen swiftly raised his sword to block. Yet he was still forcefully pushed back several steps by the tremendous impact of the saber-toothed tiger, crashing heavily against a large tree behind him. Thud minus 500. At that moment, Tai Dan seized the opportunity to launch an attack from behind, sinking its teeth into the tiger's hind leg and tearing fiercely. Minus 400. It is worth noting that the bite force of the iron-eating beast is exceptionally strong. With just that single bite, it tore away a chunk of the saber-toothed tiger's hind leg. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a pained howl as Tai Dan bit down and swiftly shook off the creature. However, severely injured, its movements had become sluggish. Lu Chen quickly regained his footing, seizing the chance to concentrate his spiritual energy and slashed out with his sword. The saber-toothed tiger, now missing a portion of its hind leg, was unable to evade swiftly and could only watch helplessly as the sword energy surged toward it. Rip minus 3,000. The sword energy cleaved the saber-toothed tiger in two. Ding! You have killed the mutated saber-toothed tiger, elite, and obtained 1 first-order spirit core, 20 spirit dust, 30 tiger meat, 5 tiger bones. Lu Chen, upon seeing the system notification, finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Tai Dan also lay exhausted beside him, tongue lolling as it panted. It seems I am still too weak. Just a mere tiger has pushed both me and Tai Dan to this point. Lu Chen sat down, reflecting on the saber-toothed tiger in trepidation. It is important to note that both he and Tai Dan were at the late First Order. Now, having acquired a fine weapon, the flame sword, it was still a narrow escape from disaster. Well done, Tai Dan, Lu Chen said, ruffling the beast's head before assessing his own injuries. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, sustaining only a superficial scratch. After resting for a moment, Lu Chen stood up and approached the golden treasure chest. Ah, the golden treasure chest. Gazing at its alluring, radiant glow, this golden chest signifies an epic-level reward. Had it been wooden or bronze, upon sighting the saber-toothed tiger, he would have undoubtedly turned to flee. However, now that he had obtained this golden treasure chest, all of it was worth it. Open the chest. Ding! The golden treasure chest is opening. As the chest slowly opened, a dazzling light illuminated the surroundings. Congratulations! You have obtained 2,000 sunshine, 50 spirit dust, 1 epic plant seed, 1 flame battle armor, epic. What the heck? Epic level equipment. Lu Chen exclaimed in delight as he picked up the dark red armor. Flame battle armor, epic, defense, 500 health, 10,000 skill, can autonomously release a fire shield, capable of absorbing 500 points of damage trait. Fire resistance 50, wearing increases fire-based skill power by 20. This is incredible. Lu Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the armor, immediately feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. And the flow of fire, spiritual energy within him became even smoother. Simultaneously, his health skyrocketed, and his defense increased from nothing. Name, Lu Chen Realm. Late stage of first level, Fire Spirit Root awakened. Experience points, 1,300 defense, 500 health points, 11300, 11300 spirit points, 600 attack power, 1,300 vitality, 130 strength, 130 agility, 130 mental power, 130 current equipment, flame sword fine, flame armor, epic, splendid. I feel a greater sense of security now. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction while donning the flame armor. He proceeded to utilize the seed. Epic level plant seed successfully used. Congratulations. You have obtained Destruction Mushroom Epic 1. This is the Destruction Mushroom. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. It was truly a for clearing the battlefield. Destruction Mushroom Epic damage 10,000 characteristics. 1. A one-time ash-producing plant. When planted, it inflicts immense damage in a 5-5 radius centered on itself upon the approach of zombies, clearing all zombies, including zombie structures, within that area. 2. After the explosion, it leaves a gray crater on the ground where plants cannot be cultivated for a duration before recovery. What an extraordinary item. If given to others, it could be used only once, but for me, it is different. I possess the fusion talent, and I have yet to use my 3 fusion opportunities today. Once I return, I shall fuse this destruction mushroom with the chili launcher. Just thinking about it makes Lu Chen hesitate to continue. The resulting plant will undoubtedly be remarkably powerful. With great care, Lu Chen placed the destruction mushroom safely and decided to press onward in his exploration. After traversing for over half an hour, Lu Chen and Tai Dan emerged from the dense forest. Before them lay an expansive field, densely populated with rice paddies. Is this farmland? Lu Chen pondered, perplexed. Did the system not mention we were in the world of plants versus zombies? Yet, how could there be farmland here? It was evident that this was human cultivation. Could there be indigenous inhabitants in this area? Lu Chen cautiously approached the farmland, kneeling to touch the rice plants. There must be human settlements nearby, he affirmed confidently. Indeed, not long after, as he and Tai Dan advanced further, a small village enclosed by stone fences came into view. The village was modest, comprising about a dozen wooden houses, with a central square bustling with activity. Lu Chen approached cautiously, arriving at the entrance of the village. A warning sign hung above the gate, Great Wilderness Tribe. A tribe? Lu Chen furrowed his brow at the inscription. Tai Dan, be silent. Let's hold back for now. He gestured for Tai Dan to stop and began to observe closely. The villagers appeared completely normal, each face adorned with a joyful smile. At this moment, some individuals were engaged in the repair of tools, others were laying out food to dry, and a few children were playing in an open area. It appeared that the inhabitants of this tribe were approachable. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. The distance to his wooden cabin was merely a little over an hour's journey. If they were a warlike or bloodthirsty group, dealing with such a small faction would be daunting. Alone with only a fierce beast by his side, it was uncertain whether he could prevail if they discovered his location. Just as he contemplated whether to advance and initiate a dialogue, a resounding voice emanated from behind him. Gurgling sounds echoed, startling Lu Chen into a swift turn, where he found three men, armed with bows and arrows, aiming at him with vigilant expressions. Ding! Congratulations! Chapter 27. The Zombie Tide. Congratulations on being the first to discover the indigenous residents. The unified voice mode will now be activated. As the system notification faded, Lu Chen comprehended the meaning behind their murmurs. Halt! Who are you? The imposing man at the forefront barked, tightening his grip on the bowstring. Observing the tension in the group, Lu Chen attempted to reassure them. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I'm merely passing through. Noticing Lu Chen's fiery battle armor and the blazing sword at his waist, the man inquired with a hint of skepticism. Are you a survivor? Are you alone? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering how this individual discerned his status as a survivor so swiftly. As he contemplated, the man spoke again. You need not worry. Our tribe has encountered more than just one survivor. Is it only you? There is also my companion, Lu Chen replied, gesturing towards the iron egg at his side. Is that a steel-eating beast? The two men behind the leader exclaimed in unison. The leader's incredulous expression morphed into one of envy as he remarked, You have managed to tame a steel-eating beast? At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from within the village, having seemingly heard the commotion at the entrance. Limu, let him in. Yes. The three men responded respectfully. Come, follow us into the village, the man known as Limu beckoned. As Lu Chen stepped through the village gates, he beheld a white-haired elder approaching with a cane, clad in a robe adorned with esoteric runes. Lu Chen observed that upon the elder's arrival, the three men immediately lowered their weapons in reverence and bowed to him. High Priest. The elder simply nodded, his gaze settling upon Lu Chen. After scrutinizing him for a few moments, he spoke slowly, Young man, come with me. Turning, he led the way into the village. Your arrival may very well fulfill the prophecy of our ancestors. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen resolved to follow and uncover the truth. As they walked, villagers cast curious glances at Lu Chen and the iron egg. Some even pointed at the iron egg, much to its irritation. However, Lu Chen promptly patted its head, encouraging it to continue alongside him. Before long, they arrived at a stone house in the village's center. Once inside, the elder gestured for Lu Chen to take a seat. I am Mo Yin, the high priest of the Great Wilderness Tribe. Given your attire, I presume you are not from this world? Lu Chen's heart raced. Within such a brief encounter, two individuals had already seen through his origins. "Fear not, young friend," Mo Yin chuckled lightly. "What you may not know is that every century, visitors from beyond descend upon our world. The last occurrence was 120 years ago, when that guest aided us in repelling the zombie tide." With that, Mo Yin produced a crystal from his robe. "This is the shadow stone left by that guest. He mentioned that one day, new visitors from beyond the skies would arrive, and we should entrust this stone to him." With that, Mo Yin handed the shadow stone to Lu Chen. As Lu Chen accepted it, the system promptly displayed a notification. "Shadow stone, legendary. Effect can record scenes for a period of time, allowing for re-examination even after a millennium, remaining viewing attempts." 1. A legendary item. Lu Chen, gazing at the system's prompt, was about to inquire further when, suddenly, a rapid bell tolling echoed from outside the village. "This is bad. The tide of the undead has invaded." Upon hearing the bell, Mo Yin's expression turned grave. "I regret to inform you that as the priest of the Great Wilderness Tribe, I bear the responsibility to protect the villagers. I must take my leave." With that, Mo Yin leaned on his staff and hastened toward the exit. At that moment, outside the stone house, a cacophony of hurried footsteps resonated among the villagers. Realizing the urgency of the undead invasion, Lu Chen sprang to his feet, drawing his blazing sword in an instant. "Let us go, Tai Dan. We'll lend a hand." Lu Chen clapped Tai Dan on the shoulder. As he burst out of the stone house, he finally comprehended the layout of the village. The small village was encircled by a robust stone wall, resembling the ramparts of a city, complete with a platform atop. At this moment, the platform was teeming with villagers. The village gate was firmly shut. Mo Yin had already ascended to the battlements, directing the defense. Seeing this, Lu Chen followed suit. Upon his arrival, he realized just how trivial his previous zombie invasion had been. Before him lay a vast sea of undead, ordinary zombies, barricade zombies, bucket zombies, newspaper-reading zombies, olive zombies. And at the rear, a giant zombie loomed ominously. "Priest Mo, how did so many zombies arrive?" Lu Chen queried, bewildered by the sight. "Little friend, you may not know this, but ever since that guest repelled the last tide of the undead, our tribe, and indeed the entire world, has been embroiled in a daily struggle against zombies. It has become commonplace to face waves of the undead. I estimate this horde to comprise merely hundreds, which is quite a modest scale by our usual standards." Mo Yin patiently elucidated to Lu Chen. "Priest Mo, I shall assist in confronting the tide of the undead." After understanding the situation, Lu Chen expressed his willingness to stay and help fend off this wave. Upon hearing Lu Chen's intention to assist, a smile of satisfaction graced Mo Yin's face. "Excellent. You shall be responsible for the defense of the eastern wall." Lu Chen nodded and swiftly made his way to the designated position with Tai Dan. Outside the eastern wall, the horde of zombies surged forth like an overwhelming tide. The foremost bucket zombies raising their rusted buckets and emitting spine-chilling howls. Soon, the zombies approached the archer's range. Mo Yin began to direct. "All archers, prepare." Archers stationed along the stone walls readied their arrows, igniting them, with vials of blue liquid dangling from the arrowheads. "Release." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Mo Yin's command, a flurry of arrows, ablaze with fire, soared through the air. The azure liquid, upon contact with the flame-tipped arrows, ignited an eerie conflagration the moment it touched the zombies. The ordinary zombies in the front line, the barricade zombies, and those with diminished vitality were all engulfed in flames by this singular onslaught. Observing the archer's formidable prowess, Lu Chen did not remain idle. Sheathing his blazing sword, he channeled his spiritual energy, invoking the fire cloud technique. As he uttered the incantation, a fireball the size of a basketball coalesced in his palm. Once it reached its peak formation, he hurled the fireball into the horde of corpses. Boom! Upon contact, the fireball detonated with ferocity, clearing a substantial area in its wake. Chapter 28. The tide of corpses recedes atop the city wall. Mo Yin witnessed a scene that compelled an exclamation of admiration. "Young friend, what remarkable skills!" Meanwhile, the archers had knocked their arrows once more. Release. The arrows whistled through the air, a dense volley piercing the tide of corpses, clearing a significant swath. After half an hour of relentless combat, the lesser zombies outside the village had been vanquished in large numbers. These zombies moved with sluggishness, resulting in them not having reached the stone wall even after such an interval. Suddenly, a chilling roar emanated from the rear of the horde. This deafening sound acted as a summons, prompting the titanic zombie to advance. With each thunderous step, the ground reverberated ominously. "This is disastrous. It's a giant zombie," Mo Yin exclaimed, his countenance shifting drastically. The villagers atop the wall shared his dread, their faces paling at the sight of the 5-meter-tall giant, wielding a massive stone pillar. Its mere appearance suggested a foe beyond their capacity to conquer. Giant's zombie realm, early second-tier health, 50,000 attack power, 2,000 abilities, pillar sweep, area attack, boulder toss, ranged attack, minion spawn, triggered when health falls below 50, frenzy, triggered when health drops below 30, second tier. This is going to be problematic. Lu Chen, stationed at the eastern wall, recognized the gravity of the situation. Unlike the ordinary zombies, this giant moved with purpose. Its health robust enough to withstand a barrage of arrows as it approached the wall. "Prepare the formation," Mo Yin commanded fiercely. Instantly, 8 priests encircled themselves, commencing their incantations. Mere seconds later, the chant concluded, and a faint blue shield began to rise from the village's stone wall. As the shield ascended, the giant zombie was already at the base of the wall, launching its assault. A resounding crash echoed, and the entire section of the wall shuddered violently, sending debris scattering. Several villagers lost their footing and plummeted from the wall. It cannot continue to assault the wall. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, leaping from the eastern wall, his fiery sword cleaving toward the giant's knee. -2, 500. Critical hit. The giant zombie, taken aback by the audacity of the attack, let out a furious roar, raising its stone pillar to strike at Lu Chen. Aware that he could not endure the blow, Lu Chen swiftly dodged. Fortunately, the giant zombie's speed was lacking, allowing Lu Chen to evade effortlessly due to his smaller stature and agility. Is this person mad? That's a giant zombie. Li Mu, stationed to the west, observed Lu Chen's reckless confrontation with a mix of confusion and concern. Not only did Li Mu witness Lu Chen leap off the stone wall, but the villagers present also beheld the spectacle. "Prepare the formation. Assist the young friend," Mo Yin commanded, astonished that Lu Chen could contend with such a colossal being. Consequently, 4 of the 8 priests originally managing the protective barrier stepped forward. These 4 priests skillfully began to chant their incantations anew. Instantly, several spikes erupted from the ground, firmly ensnaring the giant zombie. A splendid opportunity. Quickly, Iron Egg, let's advance. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen unleashed the skill accompanying his flame sword. Flame slash. A wave of fiery sword energy surged towards the giant zombie. Iron Egg also executed his skill. Before their strike could reach the giant zombie, Lu Chen pressed his advantage. While the giant remained trapped, he aimed to deliver several more blows. Thud -6,000 -1,000 -2,000. Vivid crimson numbers erupted from the giant zombie's form. The next moment, roar. The giant zombie's health plummeted to 50, and it emitted a furious bellow, launching the small demons behind it into the air. "Oomph. Mere imps dare to enter the village," Li Mu remarked, knocking an arrow as the imps approached. Swish thud. The arrow struck true, eliminating the flying imp in a single shot. With the giant zombie firmly immobilized by the spikes, it became an easy target, relentlessly assaulted by Lu Chen and Iron Egg. In no time, its health dwindled to 30. Roar. At this juncture, the giant zombie entered a state of frenzy, hefting a stone pillar and swinging it with great force. Not good. Lu Chen sensed the imminent danger and prepared to evade, but it was too late. The enraged giant zombie smashed the stone pillar, demolishing the spikes that had bound it, and the remaining force crashed down upon Lu Chen. Ugh! Lu Chen was violently slammed against the stone wall. "My young friend," Mo Yin exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Lu Chen's plight. Fireball. In an instant, Mo Yin completed his incantation. Bol Min Tin Dajent. The fireball struck the giant zombie, erupting in a fiery explosion. Lu Chen noticed that the giant zombie's health was now reduced to 5,000. He quickly regained his footing and unleashed his skill once more. Flame Slash. Thud minus a 5,000 critical hit. As this number appeared, the giant zombie began to topple. At last, it has perished. Ding. Congratulations on successfully slaying a second-tier zombie. Rewards. Spirit Dust 30, second-tier Corpse Core 1. The remaining zombies, already scarce, began to retreat following the fall of the giant. Within moments, the battle concluded. After the fight, the villagers commenced clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded. Lu Chen and Iron Egg, having sustained injuries during the battle, were assigned by Li Mu to rest and recuperate at the Ancestral Hall. Merely an hour had passed when Mo Yin, Li Mu, and several villagers entered the room. Li Mu brought food and herbs. Warrior, I am grateful for your assistance. Without you, our village might have faced dire consequences today. Lu Chen shook his head, saying, It was Priest Mo who saved us all. Haha, my young friend is being modest. May I ask your name? At this moment, Mo Yin was also quite pleased. Lu Chen, he replied with a gentle smile. Lu Chen, splendid. We owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, our losses would have been catastrophic. Monarch exclaimed. Although they possessed ranged weapons and various inventions, as well as formations and magic, it would have been exceedingly difficult for them to defeat a giant zombie relying solely on those resources. It was merely a trifling task. Lu Chen chuckled. Young friend Lu, the tide of corpses has receded. Would you like to take out that stone and examine it? Monarch inquired promptly. Chapter 29, Secrets. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. He then took out the shadow stone that Mo Yin had given him. How does one use this shadow stone? After inspecting it, Lu Chen realized he did not know how to operate the stone. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Silently chant Shadow or View to proceed. Oh, this system even offers hints? After grasping the method of use, Lu Chen silently chanted View. Instantly, the shadow stone emitted a brilliant beam of light, and Lu Chen hurriedly pointed it at a wall. In the next moment, a figure slowly materialized on the wall. It was a man clad in armor. Suddenly, the man spoke. Future compatriots, when you see this footage, it signifies that the reincarnation has commenced once more. This is not an ordinary apocalyptic world, but one on the brink of destruction by the zombie doctor. As the footage played, a shocking truth gradually unfolded. This world was originally a normal Plants vs. Zombies game universe. However, for reasons unknown, the most formidable boss, the zombie doctor, had acquired an immense power. Utilizing this power, the zombie doctor began to relentlessly erode the world, simultaneously creating countless zombies that devoured all living beings within it. It was at this juncture that the world's heavenly consciousness awakened, reversing the great force and transporting individuals from other realms in an attempt to combat the zombie doctor. Yet, despite numerous attempts at transportation, the zombie doctor remained undefeated. Although many individuals were brought over, a significant number perished within the first 7 days. And once those 7 days elapsed, the projection of the man abruptly halted at this point. Mo Priest, what happens after the 7 days mentioned by this man? Lu Chen questioned, eager to glean any understanding from Mo Yin. This matter pertains to your external realm. Our world bears no records of it, Mo Yin replied, closing his eyes and shaking his head. Is that so? Lu Chen gazed at the figure within the shadow, lost in thought. Now he was on the 4th day, with 3 days remaining until the 7th. Those 3 days would surely pass swiftly, and the events following the 7 days, as mentioned by the man, were undoubtedly ominous. While he pondered, the system emitted a warning prompt. 40 minutes remain until tonight's zombie invasion. Survivors are urged to return to their shelters and prepare promptly. So soon, Lu Chen was startled by this announcement. Mo Priest, the day is waning. I must return quickly. I will seek your counsel again tomorrow morning. Lu Chen clasped his hands in farewell and hurriedly made his way back to the shelter with Tai Dan. The journey from the shelter to this location had taken them over an hour in the morning. However, on their return, they arrived just 10 minutes before the zombie invasion commenced. Phew, I finally made it back. Lu Chen gasped for breath at the door of the wooden cabin. At that moment, the once 3-lawn yard had transformed into 4. Another patch of lawn had appeared. Observing the newly sprouted grass, Lu Chen could only shake his head in resignation. He needed to swiftly replenish this defensive line with harm-inflicting plants. Today, he had 3 fusion opportunities remaining and had to make the most of them. Early this morning, he had participated in an endless challenge mode. After that, he stumbled upon a golden treasure chest and engaged in battle. Subsequently, he discovered a village and aided it in defense. Consequently, he found himself with no time to fuse plants throughout the day. Currently, his collection was still abundant, featuring laser beans, fire pumpkins, heavenly peaches, chili bean shooters, and destruction mushrooms. He pondered what would emerge from the fusion of the chili bean shooter and the destruction mushroom. Gazing at his bountiful plants, he spoke softly to himself. He then took out the chili bean shooter and the destruction mushroom. Fused the chili bean shooter with the destruction mushroom. Ding! Fusion in progress. A flash of light enveloped him as the chili bean shooter and destruction mushroom soared into the air. Mere moments later, the 2 plants fused together. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations on acquiring the explosive bean shooter, legendary. Explosive bean shooter, legendary. Level: LV0 health. 1000 damage. 3000 trait. Every 5 seconds, it fires an explosive chili pepper, with the explosion power significantly enhanced due to the fusion with the destruction mushroom. Additionally, the explosion radius is 3-3. Oh my goodness, a golden legend. And what attributes? Transforming a one-time plant into a source of infinite firepower. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled at the sight of the newly fused explosive bean shooter. With this plant, the impending zombie invasion tonight was assured. He continued the fusion process, retrieving the laser bean and fire pumpkin once more. Although he now possessed such a formidable plant, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. This was no ordinary wave. If he failed to defend, it would spell disaster. In an instant, the laser bean and fire pumpkin fused together. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations on acquiring the blazing laser cannon, epic. Blazing laser cannon, epic, level. LV2 health. 600 flame damage. 60, dealing continuous output of 30 per second. With a 3-second interval, laser cannon damage, 250 traits. 1. It can continuously deal fire damage over a range of 7 squares. 2. After the flame damage concludes, it will launch a shell imbued with both fire and laser. It seems my luck is quite favorable. Lu Chen gazed at the last heavenly peach in his possession. Now, he had only this final heavenly peach left to fuse. As for the other plants, they had all been fused, although there remained some ordinary and repetitive ones that had not been. Given his current firepower, there was no need to fuse these ordinary and redundant plants any longer. Since there are no other plants available for fusion, could I perhaps merge other objects with the plant? Gazing at the exquisite peach tree, he was reminded of that fateful day when he fused the pea shooter with the broken knife. It is indeed possible, but what shall I use to merge with this peach? As he pondered deeply, his gaze fell upon the iron egg nearby. Of course. Did I not acquire 2 spirit cores earlier? I shall attempt to fuse this spirit core with the peach. Resolute in his decision, he quickly retrieved the tiger spirit core he had just obtained earlier today and the peach. Fusion of the peach and spirit core. Ding! Fusion in progress. As the system's notification sounded, the verdant glow of the peach intertwined with the golden energy of the tiger spirit core. The 2 forces spun and entwined in midair, gradually forming a wondrous vortex of energy. Chapter 30. First order plant. Merely seconds later, the radiant fusion of light abruptly converged, revealing a completely new plant suspended before Lu Chen. It resembled a celestial peach, yet its surface was adorned with golden stripes, emanating a vigorous vitality and a wild aura. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations on acquiring the Tiger Soul Peach, epic. Tiger Soul Peach, epic. Realm. First order initial level. LV1 health points. 5000 characteristics. Tiger Might Aura. Enhances the attack power of allied units within a 3-3 radius by 30 and critical hit rate by 15. Life Restoration. Restores 200 health points to plants within a 5-5 radius every second, and triggers Tiger Spirit Guardian when allied units' health drops below 30. Instantly restoring 50 of maximum health, cooldown 60 seconds. By my word. Observing these attributes, Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. This plant not only possessed a level, but also a realm. This was the first time he had encountered a plant with a realm. Previously, he had believed that only levels existed. Little did he expect that through the fusion of the spirit and the celestial peach, he had inadvertently created a plant with a realm. Moreover, this plant was remarkably powerful, with 5,000 health points, a damage aura, and a healing effect preserved. It restored 200 health points per second, and, when health fell below 30, could restore 50 of health in one go. Now, with this celestial peach, his frontline plants were undoubtedly fortified. It was time to establish a defensive line. After the fusion, Lu Chen carried the 3 plants to his yard, preparing to plant them. His yard already boasted 4 patches of grass. In the upper lane, he had the following plants: corn pea shooter, excellent; LV4, lightning reed, fine; LV3, iron skin pumpkin nut, epic; LV5. In the middle lane, pea shooter, fine; LV4, double sunflower, fine; LV4, fire pea, fine; LV4, ice watermelon tracker, epic; LV4, iron thorn barrier, epic; LV5, magnet shroom, common. In the lower lane, explosive cactus king, epic; LV3, nut, common; LV3. The newly opened 4th patch of grass was located beneath the lower lane. He decided to plant the explosive thrower there. The amber peach would be planted in the center of the middle lane, and finally, the flame laser cannon would be positioned in the upper lane to supplement damage. Having made his decisions, Lu Chen diligently planted the 3 newly acquired plants. Just as he finished, a system notification sounded. Ding! Zombie invasion is imminent. Please prepare. 60 seconds. 5 seconds. Ding! The first wave of zombies begins on the 4th night. Zombies this time. Olive Zombie 20, Mech Zombie 5, Giant Zombie 1. What on earth? Is this the intensity we are dealing with? He was taken aback by the appearance of a giant zombie in the first wave. Soon, a horde of zombies gathered. Ding! The zombie invasion has commenced. As the system prompt faded, the 20 olive-armored zombies in red began their swift advance. The moment 4 of these olive zombies set foot on the lawn, the plants on the field launched a fierce counterattack. The corn pea shooter on the upper lane fired incessantly, while the lightning reed intermittently unleashed bolts of electricity. In the middle lane, the pea shooter continued its relentless barrage of peas. Meanwhile, the foremost olive zombies were targeted by the icy watermelon, which tracked its prey with precision. The cactus king in the lower lane maintained a steady onslaught, piercing the zombies with its spiking needles, each strike accompanied by explosive sounds. The most formidable firepower came from a newly refreshed 4th lawn, where the explosive shooter hurled fiery red peppers every 5 seconds. Upon contact with the zombies, the peppers detonated, obliterating all within a 3 by 3 radius. Observing the overwhelming firepower of the 4th lawn, Lu Chen felt a surge of security. However, as he glanced at the upper lane's firepower, that sense of security dissipated. Relying solely on the corn pea shooter and lightning reed to eliminate the olive zombies would prove to be a daunting task. At that moment, the horde of olive zombies struggled to advance under the relentless fire from the plants. The explosive shooter on the 4th lawn, in conjunction with the cactus king, effortlessly dispatched the 2 lanes olive zombies within a mere minute. With the olive zombies vanquished, the subsequent mech zombies advanced to space on the lawn, shielded by their olive counterparts. Fortunately, among the 5 mech zombies, 2 had ventured onto the new lawn, while 2 others occupied the cactus king's lawn, significantly alleviating the pressure on the middle and upper lanes plants. Currently, the upper lane bore the brunt of the assault, having eliminated only 3 of the 5 olive zombies. Behind the remaining 2 olive zombies lurked a mech zombie. Soon, under the attack of the icy watermelon, the 5 olive zombies in the middle lane were successfully eliminated. Following their demise, the lone giant zombie emerged. Iron Egg, hurry to the upper lane for assistance. I shall deal with this giant zombie. Upon sighting the giant zombie, Lu Chen swiftly made his way to the lawn. Flame Slash. Grasping his fiery sword, he unleashed his skill, a blade of energy striking the giant zombie. Minus 3,000, 47,000, 50,000. The giant zombie's health, originally at 50,000, plummeted to 47,000. Such thick health, Lu Chen exclaimed. At that moment, Iron Egg joined him in the upper lane, relentlessly swinging its dual claws alongside the corn pea shooter. With the combined efforts of Iron Egg and Lu Chen, Within just 3 minutes, only the solitary giant zombie remained on the field. 20,000, 50,000, still 20,000 health left. Lu Chen observed as the giant zombie battered the steel thorn barricade, furrowing his brow. After repeatedly unleashing flame slash, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He could manage only 2 more casts before exhaustion set in. Iron Egg, it's just this rascal left. Let us coordinate to take it down. Lu Chen shouted. Upon hearing Lu Chen's call, Tai Dan swiftly maneuvered from the top lane to the mid lane, with the chilling ice watermelon applying slow effects on the marksman. Coupled with Tai Dan's presence, the giant zombie's health had dwindled to 20,000. Lu Chen's fear, reminiscent of their earlier encounter with the colossal undead, had dissipated entirely. Without hesitation, Tai Dan unleashed his skill, Panda Charge. Embodying an undeniable aura of dominance, Tai Dan collided with the giant zombie. Minus 5,000, critical hit. The giant zombie staggered back 2 paces on the grass. Well done, Tai Dan. Lu Chen exclaimed with joy at the sight of Tai Dan depleting the giant zombie's health by 5,000 in a single strike. P.S. I haven't had the time to update in the past 2 days. Today I will post 1 chapter, and starting tomorrow, I will update 3 chapters. Chapter 31. All upgrades. Witnessing the sharpness of Tai Dan, Lu Chen did not hesitate and unleashed a full-force strike. Fire Cloud Technique, Blazing Slash. He activated the Fire Cloud Technique once more, enveloping the blazing sword in a layer of roaring flames. With a swift motion, a blade of energy sliced forth, striking the giant zombie's head with precision. Minus 3,000, the enraged giant zombie began to rampage, colliding violently with the iron thorn barrier, causing its health to plummet. Minus 4,000, the health dropped by over 30, and the luminous tiger spirit Peach behind him glowed brightly. A beam of verdant light emerged from the iron thorn barrier. 2,350, splendid. Truly remarkable for an upgraded plant. Lu Chen exclaimed joyfully, watching as the tiger spirit Peach restored over 2,000 health to the iron thorn barrier. Keep going, Tai Dan. With agility, Tai Dan retreated a step before leaping forward with great force. Spirit Power Claw Strike. In the blink of an eye, Tai Dan's sharp claws were before the giant zombie. Tier. Minus 3,000, critical hit. The formidable claws sliced through the giant zombie's neck, causing its health to plummet. In mere moments, the giant zombie's health dwindled to a mere 1,000. Lu Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. Tai Dan, together. The final strike. Both man and bear leapt simultaneously. As Lu Chen channeled the last remnants of his spirit power into the blazing sword, igniting its final flames. Die Dan's Feuer brichelt, his claws gleaming with a faint chill under the moonlight. Fire Cloud Technique, Blazing Slash. Spirit Power Claw Strike. Minus 1,000, 2 fierce assaults simultaneously struck the giant zombie's head, completely depleting its remaining 1,000 health. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the first wave of zombies on the 4th night. Rewards: Sunlight 2,000, Spirit Dust 100. Friendly reminder: the next wave of zombies will commence in 3 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Second wave of zombies expected. Olive Zombies 40 as the giant zombie collapsed. The system's notification echoed. The entire lawn fell into a sudden silence, with only the plants swaying gently. Additionally, the crystal balls dropped from the defeated zombies emitted a soft glow. Phew, finally, resolved, Lu Chen collapsed on the ground, and Tai Dan lay exhausted beside him. The healing aura of the tiger spirit Peach continued to operate, gradually restoring both of them and the injured plants on the field. After resting for a minute, Lu Chen stood up to gather the spoils from the fallen zombies. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sunlight 1,000, Spirit Dust 50, Giant Core 1, Olive Armor 3, Giant Core, Epic. Use: can be used to enhance equipment or plants, granting them the power of giants. What a fantastic item! Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he immediately thought of his blazing sword. If these 2 items could be fused, it would surely yield a powerful weapon. Regrettably, he has exhausted his fusion attempts for today and must await tomorrow's refresh to continue. After 4 days, he remains perplexed about how to upgrade this talent. Currently, with only 3 fusion opportunities each day, it is insufficient for his needs. It appears he will have to wait until tomorrow to fuse again. After carefully securing the giant core, Lu Chen promptly accessed the sunlight store. His sunlight has accumulated to 17,850, ample for exchanging a multitude of basic plant fertilizers. First, he shall upgrade all the plants. Observing the flora before him, Lu Chen was seized by a sense of compulsion. The plants on the lawn varied in levels, with some at level 4, others at level 5, and a few at level 3, igniting a restless itch within him. Soon, Lu Chen exchanged all 17,850 sunlight for basic plant fertilizers. Ding! Congratulations, you have received basic plant fertilizer 595. Approaching the wooden cabin, he directly applied it to the plants on the lawn. Ding! Congratulations, your plants' levels have increased. Basic plant fertilizer remaining 3. The upper lane, corn pea shooter, 5. Lightning reed, 5. Iron pumpkin nut, 6. Flame laser cannon, 5. The middle lane, pea shooter, 5. Sunflower, 5. Fire pea, 5. Ice watermelon, 7. Steel thorn barrier, 7. Magnet shroom, 5. Amber peach, 5. The lower lane, explosive cactus king, 7. Nut, 5. The bottom lane, blazing launcher, 5. Excellent. With this enhancement, none of the plants on the field are below level 5. Lu Chen's confidence surged as he beheld the upgraded flora. This round of enhancement has increased their damage, health, and healing capacity. Although not as substantial as a tier advancement, the overall firepower has significantly improved. Just as he completed the upgrades, the second wave of zombies was imminent. As the countdown reached 0, the system's notification echoed. Ding! The second wave of zombie invasion begins. This invasion consists of olive zombies 40. Fortunately, if they are merely olive zombies, they can be dealt with easily. Seeing that there are only 40 olive zombies, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His spiritual energy has not yet fully recovered. Another wave of giant zombies would spell disaster. As the system's notification faded, a horde of olive zombies began to gather at the edge of the lawn. In no time, the 40 olive zombies had successfully spawned. At this moment, the olive zombies seemed almost sentient, with 10 arranged on each lane of the lawn. Iron Egg quickly rose, letting out a low growl at the olive zombies. His sharp claws were embedded in the ground, poised to strike at any moment. Iron Egg was not anxious, given their current firepower. These 40 olive zombies could never breach their defenses. Lu Chen patted Iron Egg's head reassuringly. At this moment, the first row of olive zombies began to encroach upon the lawn. With all plants upgraded, their defenses had become significantly sturdier. As the olive zombies stepped onto the lawn, the explosive thrower unleashed a barrage of fiery peppers, which instantly detonated amidst the horde, complemented by the venomous spikes of the bursting Cactus King. The explosion swiftly cleared a vast expanse. Bang! In the middle lane, the ice watermelon descended with a chilling impact, momentarily slowing the advance of the foremost olive zombies across the top, middle, and bottom lanes. Meanwhile, the newly added fiery laser cannon in the top lane intensified its firepower. This battle unfolded with far greater ease than anticipated. Within a mere 5 minutes, all 40 olive zombies were vanquished. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the second wave of zombies on the 4th night. Rewards: 1500 sunshine, 50 spirit dust. Ding! A friendly reminder that the next wave of zombies will commence in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Predicted lineup for the next zombie invasion: Newspaper Zombies 20, Olive Zombies 60, Mechanized Zombies 2. Chapter 32. The Frost Monarch. Has the strength of these zombies diminished somewhat? Observing the lineup of zombies, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. In the first wave, there were already giant zombies, yet the second wave consisted solely of olive zombies. Although the third wave has shown a slight increase in intensity, it still pales in comparison to the first. Never mind, he thought nonchalantly. A reduced intensity of the zombie invasion is preferable, as it alleviates any pressure. He swiftly gathered the dropped items from the lawn and returned to the cabin. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 500 sunlight and 20 spirit dust. Why have the rewards now become limited to sunlight and spirit dust? Observing the rewards and drops from the past few waves, he frowned. Just a few days ago, there were seeds and other assorted items. Now, only sunlight and spirit dust remain, with the occasional item appearing from the zombies. After tidying up, Lu Chen opened the regional channel and was met with a flurry of activity. Wang Tai, as you help. A mech zombie appeared in my second wave. My defenses have collapsed. Li Xiaohua, one to the above. I've encountered 2 reading zombies, and they wreaked havoc. Zhao Ritian. Haha, I drew a fire dragon plant, and it incinerated everything. Yiliang Chun, Lu Chen, esteemed one. How are you faring? I see your score has consistently held first place. Noticing someone mentioning him, Lu Chen replied succinctly. Lu Chen, focus on cultivating 1 to 2 core AoE plants, and ensure your defensive plants have substantial health. Additionally, explore the map thoroughly. Hidden treasures are vital. Just as he sent his message, the system suddenly displayed a server-wide announcement. Server announcement. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Ding. Starting tomorrow, a team mode will be activated, allowing survivors to form teams and collaboratively conquer the Endless Challenge mode. Tomorrow, the rewards for the Endless Challenge mode will change to base rewards of sunlight and spirit dust, advanced rewards of random plants, plant upgrade scrolls, and various techniques. The channel erupted with excitement. Wang Tai, you what? Team mode. Li Xiaohua, this is fantastic. I could barely pass a few levels today before it ended. With team mode starting tomorrow, I'm sure I can conquer many more. Zhao Ritian, there are techniques among the rewards. Is anyone willing to team up with me tomorrow? Lu Chen, observing the fervent discussions among survivors in the channel, decided to close it, his brow slightly furrowed. It seems that tomorrow's Endless Challenge will require more attempts to see if he can acquire additional techniques. After shutting down the regional channel, he opened the trading channel, which he had not paid much attention to. Upon opening it, he found a myriad of items for sale. After a quick scan, he realized they were mostly basic items. These foundational goods would not significantly enhance his capabilities. Suddenly, a unique trading item caught his eye. Seller, Mysterious Merchant 007. Item for sale, Plant Ascension Scroll Legendary. Requirement, Spirit Dust 200 or Epic Materials 1. The Plant Ascension Scroll. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. He happened to have an excess of Spirit Dust and promptly chose to trade. Trade successful. Acquired, Plant Ascension Scroll Legendary. Remaining Spirit Dust 105. Now he could ascend an epic plant. Filled with excitement, Lu Chen took out the Plant Ascension Scroll and gazed at the flora on the lawn. Currently, he possessed numerous epic plants, including the defensive Iron-Shelled Pumpkin Nut and several offensive ones, such as the Frostmelon Tracker, the Flame Laser Cannon, the Explosive Cactus King, and a unique Tiger Spirit Peach. This Ascension Scroll could elevate 1 epic plant to legendary status. Which one should he choose? Lu Chen pondered as his gaze flitted back and forth among the plants, torn with indecision. Each of these epic plants held unique value. Iron-Shelled Pumpkin Nut, core of defense. Frostmelon Tracker, unmatched crowd control, irreplaceable slowing effect. Flame Laser Cannon, the Monarch of burst damage. Explosive Cactus King, piercing explosive damage. Tiger Spirit Peach, team damage enhancement, sustainability assurance, and a vital healing aura. If he were to ascend this defensive plant, it would ensure the defense remains unbroken. He approached the Iron-Shelled Pumpkin Nut, examined it, then shook his head. However, without sufficient offensive plants behind the lines, the defense could inevitably be breached. Never mind, he decided to ascend the Frostmelon Tracker. With so many formidable offensive plants available, including the Iron Egg, as long as he maximized the slowing effect, he could wear down the zombies. After some contemplation, he resolved to ascend the Frostmelon Tracker. Lu Chen then took out the Ascension Scroll and directed it towards the Frostmelon Tracker. A radiant spectrum of colors enveloped the entire Frostmelon Tracker, and moments later, the system displayed a notification. Ding! Congratulations! Frostmelon Tracker, Epic, quality has been enhanced. Frostmelon Tracker, Epic, Absolute Frost Monarch, Legendary. Absolute Frost Monarch, Legendary. Level, LV7 Health, 8,000 damage, for 1,000 traits. 1. Frostmelon transforms into frost shells. Upon attacking a creature, the shells inflict damage and explode, slowing the target by 75. 2. Automatically targets the nearest creature when attacking. 3. New Absolute Zero. Triggers a freezing effect in a radius every 5 attacks. lasting 5 seconds. 4. Inflicts 300 damage to fire-type enemies. At that moment, the frost melon tracker on the lawn had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once azure melon was now a translucent crystal. A bone-chilling aura emanated from the absolute frost monarch. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction at the ascended frost melon tracker. With this newly ascended absolute frost monarch, Lu Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Even if an overwhelming horde of zombies were to descend upon him, he remained unfazed. After ascending to a higher tier, Lu Chen perused the trading channel once more, only to discover that there was nothing of particular value, prompting him to close the channel. Ding! The third wave of zombie invasion begins. The composition of the third wave included 20 newspaper zombies, 60 olive zombies, and 2 mecha zombies. As the system notification faded, the zombies began to spawn, as per usual, at the far end of the lawn. However, these low-level zombies, after enduring the recent onslaught of colossal zombies, he regarded these trivial creatures with disdain. With the presence of the Arctic Sovereign, these zombies posed no threat whatsoever. With a single artillery shot from the Arctic Sovereign, the foremost olive zombie was instantly slowed to a standstill. Chapter 33. The super bear armor in this fourth row, each line boasts a formidable offensive plant. The upper lane features the flame laser cannon, which efficiently eradicates both olive zombies and newspaper zombies within mere seconds. The middle lane, bolstered by the addition of the frigid overlord, effortlessly dispatches these olive and newspaper zombies. Surprisingly, 2 mecha zombies have spawned in the most heavily armed lanes, one in the lower lane and another in the lane below that. The explosive Cactus King in the lower lane shows no regard for the types of zombies. It fires a few sharp spines, piercing through all zombies in its path and causing explosions. After just a few rounds, all the zombies, including the mecha zombies, fall one by one. Meanwhile, the blazing pitcher in a lane below is even more ferocious, clearing the zombies on that patch of grass with just a few throws of fiery peppers. Chime! Congratulations on successfully defending the third wave. Reward: Sunlight 3000, Spirit Dust 80. Random Plant Treasure, Chest 1. Lu Chen opens the treasure chest. Acquired. Magma Guava, Quality. Excellent. 1. Characteristic: creates a magma area upon explosion, continuously burning enemies. Indeed, an enhancement in area damage is welcome, and Lu Chen is pleased to add this plant to his collection. Although he no longer requires these lower-tier plants, those capable of area damage might be fused later to discover more powerful variants. Chime! The next wave of zombie invasion will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Next wave of zombies. Olive Zombies 20, Snowmobile Zombies 5, Magic Zombie 1. A new zombie has emerged. Lu Chen feels a surge of curiosity at the sight of this unfamiliar zombie. However, it is unfortunate that he cannot currently access the attributes of these yet-to-appear zombies. The previously acquired zombie encyclopedia requires an encounter with such zombies to record their details. After scanning the system notification, he proceeds to collect the dropped items from the zombies. Chime! Congratulations, you have obtained Sunlight 1000, Spirit Dust 50, Olive Armor 3. Remarkable! Just moments ago, he spent 200 Spirit Dust to exchange for an upgrade scroll, and now he has returned to 235. Lu Chen gazes contentedly at his inventory. After resting in the wooden cabin for a while, the 10-minute countdown swiftly elapses, and the fourth wave of zombies arrives as anticipated. Chime! The fourth wave of zombie invasion has begun. As the system notification concludes, the fourth wave of zombies begins to spawn at the end of the lawn. When the snowmobile zombies appear, Lu Chen finally gets a clear view of their form. These zombies drive rusted sleds, equipped with sharp ice shovels on the front, leaving a trail of ice in their wake. Snowmobile Zombie, Health, 15,000 Defense, 500 Characteristics, Ice Shovel Charge, a straight-line dash that tramples any plants in its path. Frigid Trail, the ice trail left behind increases the movement speed of subsequent zombies by 30. After examining the Snowmobile Zombie, Lu Chen shifts his attention to the Magic Zombie. The magical zombie before him was indeed peculiar, floating in midair, draped in a tattered purple robe, wielding a staff adorned with a skull. Magical Zombie, Health, 5,000 Defense, 100 Damage, 500 Traits, Elemental Conversion, Randomly cast fireball, ice arrow, poison, mist every 10 seconds, undead summoning. Summons 3 skeletons upon losing 20 health, magic shield. Immunity to the first 5 attacks. This magical zombie was no trivial foe. Observing its attributes, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. It was his first encounter with a zombie capable of casting skills, and this particular one could even negate the first 5 instances of damage. Soon, the zombies were refreshed, and all began their assault. Lu Chen had always been fortunate. This newly spawned magical zombie appeared in the bottom lane. The explosive pitcher in that lane had already reached level 5, boasting an outrageous amount of damage. The zombies barely had time to show themselves before being dispatched instantly. The magical zombie lasted merely 10 seconds, unable to unleash its skills before it fell. The other lanes were equally effortless, with a level 7 explosive Cactus King, a level 7 Frigid Sovereign, and a level 5 fiery laser cannon. There was no need for Lu Chen and Tai Dan to intervene. This wave of zombies was easily eradicated. As the final zombie in the upper lane fell, the system promptly displayed notifications. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the 4th wave of zombie invasion. Rewards: Sunlight, 3000, Spirit Dust 100. Snowmobile Crafting Blueprint 1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against tonight's zombie invasion. Score: SSS. Rewards: Sunlight 5000, Spirit Dust 200. Epic Random Plant Seed 1, Plant Spirit Core 1, and SSS score. The rewards this time were remarkably generous, not only featuring an epic random plant, but also this mysterious Plant Spirit Core. Lu Chen widened his eyes, examining the information regarding the Plant Spirit Core. Plant Spirit Core traits can be used on plants. Upon usage, it may provoke plants to enter a cultivation state. Now I can acquire another tiered plant. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement at this information. He had experienced the power of tiered plants, which were extraordinarily formidable. Having just exhausted his sunlight, he was pleasantly surprised to see it return to 13,500 after just one night. Indeed, the greater the turmoil, the more valuable the catch. Lu Chen mused. His ability to amass such riches was undoubtedly attributed to the strength of his zombies. With such formidable power, even a horde of individuals would struggle to withstand the onslaught. After collecting these rewards, he made his way to the lawn to gather the fallen items. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Sunlight, 1500, Spirit Dust, 100. Having finished his task, he hurried back to the wooden cabin. After a long day of activity, he realized he had yet to eat. This time, he planned to roast some tiger meat. He had never tasted it before, and with this opportunity, he was determined to savor it. Soon after, he retrieved the tiger meat he had previously hunted and began to cook it using the newly acquired makeshift fireplace. Iron Egg lay beside him, eagerly watching the sizzling tiger meat. Don't rush, there will be a portion for you. Lu Chen chuckled as he affectionately patted the bear's head while tending to the roasting meat. He casually opened the regional channel, which remained lively and bustling. Wang Taiju, help. Why is this olive zombie's defense so high? Li Xiaohua, I just traded all my belongings for a plant upgrade voucher and elevated the fire dragon grass to epic. Zhao Riqian, I just obtained an epic level battle pet equipment. Super bear battle armor, screenshot. JPG, Yu Yangchun, Lu Chen, great one. Shall we team up tomorrow? I possess a rare healing plant. Lu Chen took a bite of the cooked tiger meat and replied, Lu Chen, tomorrow I will attempt a solo run first. If I need to form a team, I will reach out to everyone. At that moment, he also noticed the battle pet equipment image posted by Zhao Riqian, which was indeed of a type that Iron Egg could utilize. Chapter 34. Time Sunflower after a fleeting glance. Lu Chen was also intrigued and opened the chat interface with Zhao Riqian. Private chat. Lu Chen, what is the price of this super bear armor? Is it for sale? As soon as the message was sent, Zhao Riqian responded in an instant. 300 spirit dust or equivalent epic materials. Lu Chen checked his inventory. Sure, 300 spirit dust. Shall we trade now? At present, Lu Chen had accumulated enough spirit dust that it was more than sufficient. Exchanging this modest sum for such a spirit pet preparation was certainly worthwhile. A few seconds after sending the message, Zhao Riqian replied, Great. It's a deal. Trade link. Once the transaction was completed, a silver light armor materialized in his hands. Iron Egg immediately perked up his ears, circling excitedly around the new equipment. Super Bear Armor, Epic, Defense, 1000 Trait, Super Bear Guardian, all attributes 100, Passive, Fierce Battle, enhances all skills of a spirit pet by 100 goodness. This directly adds 1000 to defense, and this passive trait doubles all attributes. Lu Chen was elated, jumping up in joy at the sight of such an epic piece of equipment. Come on, Iron Egg, let us give it a try. Lu Chen swiftly helped Iron Egg don the armor. The silver-white armor fit the bear's form perfectly, shimmering with a soft glow under the moonlight. Iron Egg roared excitedly, seemingly growing a size larger. Splendid, splendid. Indeed, one's appearance relies on attire. With this equipment, his aesthetic appeal has certainly risen. Lu Chen gazed at Iron Egg with immense satisfaction. After admiring it for a moment, Lu Chen continued to enjoy his roasted meat. In no time, he and Iron Egg had devoured 5 units of tiger meat. Once satiated, Lu Chen retrieved the recently awarded epic-level random plant seed from his inventory. He was curious about what this epic-grade random plant seed would yield. Taking a deep breath, he decided to use it directly. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Time Sunflower, Epic, Time Sunflower, Epic, Level, LV0 Health, 300 Traits, Time Acceleration, increases attack speed of friendly plants within a 3-3 range by 50 time reversal. Upon the death of a plant, there is a 30 chance to revive it and restore 50 health. Each plant can trigger this ability once. Time Domain. When activated, all plants on the field enter a super frequency state, reducing attack intervals by 70 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. This is a time-related plant? Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the system description. Such a description would undoubtedly rank among the finest, even at the legendary level. To think he had managed to acquire it among epic items. Although it was named Time Sunflower, it did not produce sunlight. He pondered softly, planning to merge this Time Sunflower with the twin Sunflower tomorrow, surely enhancing its ability to generate sunlight. As his collection of items and plants continued to grow, he realized that his daily opportunities for merging had become woefully insufficient. Moreover, this talent has yet to provide any indications on how to enhance it. Once he made his decision, he carefully placed the Time Sunflower in position. Subsequently, Lu Chen retrieved the plant spirit core he had just acquired. This particular spirit core was distinct from those of ferocious beasts. It was a crystal, clear and translucent, seemingly alive with energy flowing within. System, how should this plant spirit core be utilized? Lu Chen inquired, perplexed. No sooner had he spoken than a prompt panel materialized before his eyes. Usage of plant spirit core. Direct absorption increases the user's spiritual power limit, 500. Bestow upon a plant. Grant a plant sentience, with a chance to awaken special abilities or enter a state of autonomous cultivation. Craft equipment can be used to forge spirit weapons. To his astonishment, the plant spirit core possessed 3 functions, while only one had been displayed previously. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Chen resolved to use it on a plant instead. His gaze roamed over the flora that had yet to enter the cultivation realm. Using it directly on himself would indeed be a waste. What he needed most was to empower the plants. Ultimately, his attention settled on the recently upgraded Frost Monarch. He decided to prioritize its advancement into the cultivation realm. This choice was not solely based on its high damage output, but also on its ability to inflict harm and slow down all surrounding zombies. If this Frost Monarch could successfully enter the cultivation realm, he would surely conquer the impending endless challenge mode with greater ease. It's settled then. Lu Chen gently pressed the spirit core against the Frost Monarch. The core melted instantly, transforming into countless motes of light that merged into the plant's form. The Frost Monarch began to tremble violently, its size nearly doubling, and an eerie blue pattern appeared across its surface. Ding! Congratulations! The Frost Monarch has successfully advanced. Frost Monarch, Legendary. Realm, Early Stage 1. Level, LV7. Health, 13,000. Damage, 7,000. Traits, 1. Ice Watermelon transforms into Ice Cannonball, causing an explosion that slows the target by 75 upon impact. 2. Automatically targets the nearest creature when attacking. 3. New ability, Absolute Zero. Triggers a freezing effect in an area every 5 attacks, lasting 5 seconds. 4. Inflicts 300 damage to fire-type enemies. 5. Grants experience points upon slaying creatures, enhancing the realm. To advance in one go was indeed fortuitous. The attributes of the Frost Monarch had seen a remarkable increase, along with the newly emerged trait that grants experience for defeating foes. The power gained from this advancement far surpassed mere level increases. This was undeniably formidable. Lu Chen exclaimed in ecstatic delight. Now, with the Frost Monarch's damage potential soaring, it could pursue zombies across the entire map. With the enhancement from the time Sunflower tomorrow, it would surely become a relentless killing machine. Having attended to these matters, Lu Chen swiftly returned to the wooden cabin and settled onto the wooden bed. After a day of toil, he finally found an opportunity to cultivate once more. With that, he retrieved 10 pieces of spiritual dust from his system backpack. Preparing for his practice, he cradled the spiritual dust in his palm and began to continuously circulate the fire cloud technique. The spiritual energy within the dust transformed into strands of golden energy, flowing into his body with each breath he took. As his cultivation deepened, crimson patterns gradually emerged on the surface of his skin, while the temperature around him began to rise. Iron Egg lay guard by the bedside, the super bear armor glinting with a chilling silver sheen under the moonlight. Occasionally, it would glance towards the window, vigilant for any potential threats. At this moment, the cultivating Lu Chen entered a wondrous state. He felt as if he were enveloped in a sea of flames. Yet the searing heat brought him an unparalleled sense of comfort. The essence of the fire cloud technique became increasingly vivid in his mind, and the speed of the spiritual energy's circulation quickened. Chapter 35. The fiery bracers at 8 o'clock the following morning. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A flash of crimson briefly illuminated his pupils before they returned to their normal state. He felt the surging spiritual energy within him and nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations on your diligent cultivation through the night. Experience points 200. Fire Cloud Technique Proficiency 15. So the proficiency of the Fire Cloud Technique has increased by 15? No wonder it felt increasingly smooth during my training last night. Lu Chen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He randomly accessed his attribute panel to review his progress. Name, Lu Chen. Late stage of First Order, Fire Spiritual Root Awakened. Experience points, 201 300 Defense, 500 Health Points, 11300, 11300 Spirit Points, 600 Attack Power, 1400 Constitution, 130 Strength, 130 Agility, 130 Mental Power, 130 Current Equipment, Fiery Battle Armor, Epic. Fiery Sword, Fine, Skills, Fireball Technique, Beginner, consuming 10 Spirit Points to launch a fireball causing area damage. Fire Spirit Protection, Passive. Enhancing fire resistance by 15, Cultivation Method, Fire Cloud Technique, Fine, gaining 10 Spirit Points for every hour practice, current proficiency at 15. Contract Beast, Iron Egg, Late Stage of First Order, Backpack, Zombie Guide, First Order Spirit Core 1, Tiger Meat 25, Tiger Bones 5, Spirit Patter Bamboo 500, Beginner Plant Fertilizer 18. Own Plants, Frost Monarch, Legendary, LV7, Explosive Pitcher, Legendary, LV5. Synopsis: although you're no longer a novice of the lowest tier, you must still tread carefully as a fledgling. Only 100 experience points remain until you achieve the completion of the First Order. Lu Chen rose and stretched lazily. He casually took some tiger meat and hung it on the makeshift fireplace he had upgraded. Just a few minutes later, the meat began to sizzle, and the rich aroma quickly filled the entire wooden cabin. Iron Egg, still asleep, instinctively twitched its nose, awakening at the enticing scent, and gazed longingly at the roasting meat. Now clad in a robust bear-like armor, its size had noticeably increased since the previous night. All right, don't rush. There's enough for you. Lu Chen chuckled at Iron Egg's eager demeanor. He then handed the already cooked tiger meat to Iron Egg, saying, "Here, this is for you. Take your time, and let me know if you need more." After giving the meat to Iron Egg, he lovingly ruffled its head and began to eat his own portion. Once satiated, he turned his attention to the 3 fusion opportunities available for the day. 3 fusion opportunities each day truly seems scarce. Lu Chen shook his head and declared, "Let us begin with the fiery sword and the giant core for this fusion." Having spoken, he produced the flame sword and the giant core, placing these 2 items upon the wooden bed. System: merge the flame sword with the giant core. Ding. Flame sword, fine. Giant core, epic. Fury of flames, epic. Fury of flames, epic. Attack power, 1000 critical hit rate, 25 skill. Flame/effect. Inflicts 500 fire damage on the target and applies a burning effect lasting 5 seconds, 200 damage per second. Newly added traits. Giant strike, 30 chance to deal 300 damage. Flame amplification. Increases fire skill power by 50. Newly added skill. Shockwave. Inflicts 2000 damage in a forward fan-shaped area. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The newly fused Fury of Flames instantly doubled in size. Its blade adorned with crimson flame patterns interwoven with earthy yellow energy veins. Lu Chen stepped outside the wooden cabin and with a casual wave, released a sword aura infused with fire and earth, cleaving a boulder 10 meters away in half. This power is astounding. Immediately after, Lu Chen retrieved the Time Sunflower and approached the twin sunflowers. The 2 plants, one gold and the other green, radiated distinctly different energy fluctuations. System: merge the Time Sunflower with the twin sunflowers. Ding. Merging. In an instant, a radiant spectrum enveloped the 2 plants, the intense energy fluctuations causing the entire wooden cabin to tremble. When the light dissipated, a peculiar plant floated in midair. It bore the form of a sunflower, yet its petals were semi-transparent gold, with a gem at its center that shifted colors endlessly. Ding. Congratulations on a successful fusion. You have obtained the Time Twinflower Epic. Time Twinflower Epic. Level: LV0 health points, 1000 traits. Time acceleration. Increases the attack speed of allies within a 5-5 range by 75. Twin light. Generates 100 sunlight every hour. Temporal rebirth. 50 chance to resurrect plants within range upon death. Limited to once per plant. Overclock domain. When activated, all plants on the field enter temporal overclock, reducing attack intervals by 90 for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This is utterly incredible. Lu Chen gazed in astonishment at the Time Twinflower. He had never envisioned that the fusion of merely 2 plants could yield such a substantial enhancement. The range expanded to 5-5, incorporating the traits of the twin sunflowers. It was even more formidable, generating 100 sunlight per hour. Ding. Due to the fusion of the twin sunflowers, sunlight storage has been automatically collected. Congratulations, you have obtained sunlight 1920. How wonderful. I almost forgot about this. Seeing the additional 1920 sunlight, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, it was also 8 in the morning, and the system notification sounded once more. Ding. Congratulations on successfully surviving until the 5th day. Survival reward. Sunlight 5000, Spirit Dust 200, Random Equipment Box 1. An equipment box as well. System: open the random equipment box. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Flame Bracers, excellent. Acquired, Flame Bracers, excellent. Health, 1000 defense, 300 attributes. Fire damage 30 can store 1 fire-based skill. Limited to below tier 3. Without hesitation, Lu Chen equipped the bracers. Upon donning the Flame Bracers, Lu Chen felt the flow of his inner fire essence become significantly smoother. There is still one opportunity for fusion. It is prudent to save it for later, in case something remarkable arises. Observing the remaining fusion chance, he resolved to preserve it until evening. If he were to use it carelessly now, he might later acquire something valuable in the endless challenge mode and wish to fuse it. In that case, he would have to wait until tomorrow when the chance is reset. Let me check how many points they have on the leaderboard. Chapter 36. Nightmare Mode, Global Survivor Rankings, Lu Chen, Huaxia Region. Score: 48921 Kevin, North America Region. Score: 12547 Yelena, European Region. Score: 9875 Ivanov, Northern Region. Score: 8562 Shambin Longyi, Eastern Region. Score: 8450. The rankings exhibited slight fluctuations, yet not significantly. Lu Chen observed his stable position at the pinnacle of the leaderboard and couldn't help but jest. Within merely a day, his score had surged to nearly 50,000, a truly alarming rate of ascent. It is noteworthy that the other contenders on this leaderboard only managed to increase their scores by a few thousand at most. Clearly, the SSS grade rating, along with the legendary plants and the enhancement from plant breakthroughs, had exceeded all expectations. It is likely that the other participants possessed only a handful of epic grade plants. First, he needed to select the optimal plants. Thus, Lu Chen proceeded to the lawn to choose his flora. In this endless challenge mode, one could only select 6 plants. He was now equipped with a plethora of formidable options. The Spirit Peach, without a doubt, was a must-have. He also decided on the Frost Monarch. Following that, he included the Explosive Pitcher, the Flame Laser Cannon, and the Explosive Cactus King. For the final selection, he nearly forgot the Time Twin Flower. Lu Chen suddenly recalled this detail. His memory was quite remarkable. He had just fused these 2 plants moments ago and had already forgotten. Now that he had selected all 6 plants, he was ready to commence the challenge. A glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. With his configuration from yesterday, he had already managed to conquer the 29th level. Today, he was confident he could ascend even higher. Lu Chen took a deep breath and promptly pressed the button for the endless challenge mode. Beep. Please select a difficulty. 1. Normal 2. Hard 3. Nightmare what? This endless challenge mode actually has difficulty levels today? Lu Chen stared in bewilderment at the notification that appeared. He quickly opened a regional chat channel to see if anyone had made a selection. Wang Dezhu Masters, how on earth do you tackle this new endless mode? I just tried the hard mode, and I was obliterated by a barrel zombie on the 2nd level. Li Xiaolong agreed. I couldn't even endure to the 3rd wave. The mech zombie is utterly overpowered. Zhao Riqian. I chose the nightmare mode and cleared the 1st level, earning a water spirit technique cultivation manual. Zhang Tianji Zhao Riqian what? You acquired a cultivation manual so swiftly? Yiliang Chen Lu Chen, esteemed master, please guide me. I will provide all the potions. He glanced over the conversations in the regional chat and gleaned a bit of understanding. It appeared that the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards obtained. With his configuration, he boldly opted for the nightmare mode without hesitation. Others have managed to surpass the 1st level, so surely as the top contender on the global leaderboard. I can conquer 7 or 8 layers, right? Ding. Difficulty mode has been selected. Endless challenge. Nightmare mode. Current team. Lu Chen Captain, Iron Egg, Battle Pet. Currently, one can either challenge solo or recruit allies. Will you recruit additional members? Perhaps not. I shall proceed alone. This newly opened difficulty is entirely unknown to me, and should I falter with companions, I would surely be ridiculed for my rank. Thus, Lu Chen decisively opted for the solo mode. Ding! The 1st wave is about to commence. Objective: survive for 10 minutes or eliminate all zombies. Friendly reminder: if the crystal shatters, the game is over. At that moment, Lu Chen found himself teleported to an isolated space where 5 patches of grass lay before him, and behind stood a familiar wooden cabin. At the center of this cabin stood a crystal. It appeared that nothing had changed. After a brief moment of sarcasm, Lu Chen turned to face the grassy expanse. At the far end of the lawn, space suddenly warped, and the 1st wave of zombies slowly materialized. To his astonishment, these zombies were entwined with the black energy threads he had encountered the previous night. Enhanced Olive Zombie Health, 30, 000 Defense, 600 Attack, 600 Traits, Dark Shield, reduces damage by 50 Rage, attack speed increases by 100 when health drops below 30. This has been fortified. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the massive sword. Iron Egg, prepare for battle. After issuing his commands, he swiftly planted 6 types of flora. Exploding Cactus King, Fiery Laser Cannon, Explosive Thrower, Tiger Soul Peach, Twin Bloom of Time, and the Frigid Monarch. In no time, he had planted these flora, covering 4 of the 5 patches of grass. As for the zombies on the 5th patch, with the Frigid Monarch's tracking attack in play, he remained unperturbed. Just as he finished planting, the zombies had also congregated. Ding! This round's zombie lineup: Enhanced Barrel Zombie 25, Enhanced Olive Zombie 5. Oh, what a lineup! How did that Zhao Riqian manage to clear this? Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the notification. Just then, the zombies of the first layer entered firing range. The frigid Monarch initiated the assault. A cold ice cannonball, enhanced by the core, whistled forth, striking the leading zombie squarely in the chest. -10, 000, as the cannonball exploded. A wave of icy blue energy radiated outward, slowing all zombies within a 5-5 radius of the explosion. More astonishingly, the zombie that had been directly hit was instantly frozen into a crystalline statue, which subsequently shattered into countless ice shards. Frigid Monarch triggers absolute 0. Lu Chen gazed in awe, utterly speechless. This damage is utterly outrageous. The ensuing battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. The frigid Monarch, in conjunction with the twin bloom of time's acceleration, was able to unleash 2 ice cannonballs nearly every second. The lawn swiftly transformed into a realm of ice and snow, with the zombies being frozen into sculptures before they could approach the defense line. First layer of defense successfully established. Time taken, 1 minute and 47 seconds. Current ranking, global no. 1. A column of rewards descended from the heavens. Basic reward, Sunlight 5000. Advanced reward, Heart of Frost 1, legendary material. Special reward, Frosty Palm Martial Arts Scroll 1 indeed. The higher the difficulty, the more splendid the rewards. As he beheld this bounty, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 37. The self-destruction of the mecha zombie. As soon as the first layer of battle concluded, Lu Chen eagerly examined his 2 rewards. Frost Heart, legendary material. Uses 1. Can be used on plants, with a chance to enhance the quality of ice-type plants. 2. Inlaid in equipment to gain 50 frost resistance. 3. A primary material for crafting ice-type artifacts. Frost Palm Martial Technique Scroll, Epic, Effect. Harnesses the power of frost to inflict 800 ice damage on a single target. Upon hitting, it adds a frostbite effect, reducing the target's attack and movement speed by 30. What a splendid treasure. This Frost Heart is perfect for the Ice Sovereign. As for the Frost Palm, I shall keep it for now and see if there are any ice-related martial arts to learn later. Having said this, Lu Chen stored away both items. Currently, in this endless challenge mode, he found it impractical to use the Frost Heart. Moreover, he was learning the Fire Cloud technique and had awakened a Fire Spirit root, making it unsuitable for him to learn the Frost Palm at this time. Before Lu Chen could ponder further, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The second layer of zombies is about to emerge. Objective: hold out for 15 minutes or eliminate all zombies. Current zombie lineup: Enhanced Iron Barrel Zombies 50, Enhanced Allah Zombies 20, Enhanced Mecha Zombie 1. It appears that the zombies are indeed following the previous doubling pattern. Grasping his colossal sword, Lu Chen observed the zombies continuously materializing. As the countdown concluded, the zombies were fully summoned. Leading the charge was the Mecha Zombie, its mechanical shell adorned with peculiar purple patterns, evidently fortified by dark energy. Enhanced Mecha Zombie, Health, 50,000 explosion damage, 10,000 traits. Corrupted Armor, reduces damage taken by 70. Energy Overload, causes a range explosion upon death. What? Such a formidable zombie has emerged in the second layer? Lu Chen was astounded as he read the information. If this mecha zombie detonates, all the plants on my field would be obliterated. Taidan, let us prioritize eliminating this iron monstrosity. With these words, Lu Chen brandished his enormous sword and charged forward to strike. Flame Slash, a massive arc of sword light soared through the air, accurately striking the mecha zombie's body. Boom! -1000. Is the damage reduction truly this high? Lu Chen was engulfed in self-doubt upon witnessing the figure. His current attack power was 300, and with various enhancements, it easily exceeded 4,000. Yet his Flame Slash had only inflicted 1,000 damage. This was exceedingly perplexing. Beside him, Taidan observed Lu Chen's assault and instantly unleashed his skill. Panda Charge. In an instant, Taidan curled into a ball and collided with the mecha zombie. Bang! -1000 Taidan slammed into the mecha zombie, producing a dull thud. Likewise, this strike from Taidan only dealt 1 000 points of damage to the mecha zombie. Fortunately, with a powerful collision, the Iron Egg managed to push the mechanical zombie back a step. Just as Lu Chen and Iron Egg were engaged in combat with this mechanical undead, other zombies began to surge forward and launch their attacks. To their fortune, the mechanical zombie had positioned itself in the path of their most potent firepower. The central lane boasted the explosive fireball launcher, enhanced by the Amber Peach and the Twin Blossoms of Time. Each explosive shell was capable of inflicting a staggering 5,000 damage on the mechanical zombie. Furthermore, any zombies caught within the blast radius of the fireball launcher were annihilated with each detonation. Within moments, the central lane, along with the approaching zombies from the upper and lower lanes, had been thoroughly cleared. Only the mechanical zombie and the remaining zombies from the side lanes persisted. At that moment, the Frost Monarch in the fourth lane commenced full-scale support. Iron Egg prioritized using the Panda Charge to push that mechanical zombie away. Do not allow it to breach our defenses. This mechanical zombie will explode upon death. Lu Chen commanded urgently. If it detonates, all our plans will perish. We must keep it at bay. Upon hearing Lu Chen's orders, Iron Egg swiftly adjusted its stance, its muscular limbs tensing as the surface of its super bear armor glowed with intensity. With a fierce roar, it launched itself once more at the mechanical zombie, executing the Panda Charge. With a resounding impact, it pushed the mechanical zombie back another 2 steps. Iron Egg seized the opportunity, follow up with consecutive Panda Charges. As the mechanical zombie staggered backward, it found itself at the edge of the lawn. Well done, Iron Egg, Lu Chen praised, thoroughly impressed by its performance. Seizing the moment, he gripped his enormous sword tightly, channeling his inner energy with fervor. Fire Cloud Technique, Flame Slash. A colossal wave of fiery sword energy surged forth, striking the mechanical zombie squarely in the chest. Minus 5,000, critical hit on weak point. The armor of the mechanical zombie was cleaved open, sparks erupting from its internal circuitry. However, its counterattack was swift. A mechanical arm suddenly extended a chainsaw, sweeping toward Lu Chen. Not good. Lu Chen sensed the impending danger, realizing the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, Iron Egg lunged forward, intercepting the blow with its armor. Minus 5,000, the silver giant bear was knocked back several meters, leaving a deep scratch on its armor. Thankfully, the healing aura of the Tiger Soul Peach activated just in time, visibly mending the wound. Thank you, my friend, Lu Chen said, casting a concerned glance at Iron Egg before turning his fury back toward the mechanical zombie. At that moment, the Frost Monarch's support finally arrived. Ice watermelon shells, imbued with frigid energy, soared through the air, accurately striking the mechanical zombie's head. Minus 3,000, minus 3,000, minus 3,000. Within mere seconds, the mechanical zombie's health bar was completely depleted. Yet astonishingly, it did not collapse. Instead, it entered a frenzied state, emanating ominous red light. Warning. The self-destruct sequence of the mechanized zombie has been initiated. Countdown, 3 seconds. This is bad. We must retreat. Upon reading this alarming message, Lu Chen's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly turned and grasped Tai Dan's hand, urging him to retreat hastily. Boom! Minus 3,000. Just as they had not retreated far, the mechanized zombie detonated. The powerful shockwave hurled Lu Chen to the doorstep of the wooden cabin. Fortunately, the explosion occurred at the far end of the lawn. There remained 9 squares of grass between the blast and the nearest times twin flower along the central path. This explosion precisely reached the 9th square, sparing the 10th square of plants from harm. Chapter 38. Elemental Affinity. After the explosion of the mech zombie, a crater was left in its wake. Coughing, Lu Chen struggled to rise. Fortunately, he had retreated in advance. Otherwise, that blow would have left him severely incapacitated. With the detonation of the mech zombie, all the zombies on the field were simultaneously eradicated. Well, this mech proved somewhat useful. Even in death, it helped me eliminate the zombies, Lu Chen quipped, surveying the now desolate battlefield. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending the second level. Time taken, 8 minutes and 12 seconds. Current ranking, Global First. As the system notification faded, A column of rewarding light descended once more. Basic reward: Sunlight 8000. Advanced reward: Mech Core 1. Epic. Special reward: Mechanical Disassembly Skill Book 1. Lu Chen exhaled in relief and promptly examined the newly acquired skill book. Mechanical Disassembly. Fine. Effect: upon use, it enhances understanding of mechanical entities, causing every attack against mechanical enemies to inflict an additional 30 damage, with a chance to incapacitate them for 3 seconds. A splendid item specifically designed to counter mechs. He immediately learned it, and a wealth of mechanical knowledge flooded his mind. Next, he scrutinized the Mech Core. Mech Core. Epic. Purpose: to create mechanical plants equipment and enhance mechanical skills. He carefully stored the core for future equipment crafting. Ding. Would you like to directly challenge the next level? No. Odin, you have 3 minutes to rest. The third level will commence in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Sighing, Lu Chen slumped against the entrance of the wooden cabin, feeling the amber peach slowly mend his wounds. Iron Egg lay on the lawn, resting, while the super bear armor automatically repaired its damages. Lu Chen affectionately patted its head and offered a few pieces of tiger meat as a reward. Well done, my friend. If it weren't for you just now, I would have been cleaved in two by that chainsaw. Iron Egg nuzzled his palm affectionately, eagerly devouring the tiger meat and visibly brightening. The 3 minutes of respite quickly elapsed, and the system notification chimed as expected. The third wave is about to commence. Objective: hold for 20 minutes. Zombie lineup: Enhanced Snowplow Zombies 10, Frenzied Newspaper Zombies 20, Intelligent Magic Zombie 1. Are you kidding me? Who can possibly get through this intensity? Lu Chen was filled with skepticism. With such a formidable zombie lineup, there is surely no one globally capable of overcoming it. Just as he voiced his complaints, zombies began to spawn at the end of the lawn. The only aspect that piqued his curiosity was the Intelligent Magic Zombie. Intelligent Magic Zombie. Health points: 6,000 damage, 600 defense, 600 traits. 1. Elemental conversion. Can randomly unleash fireballs, ice arrows, poison mist. 2. Undead summoning. Summons 3 skeleton soldiers for every 20 of health lost. 3. Magic shield. Immune to the first 5 attacks. 4. True to its name, it is indeed an intelligent zombie. Otherwise zombies? This is indeed my first encounter. Observing this introduction, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. As the horde of zombies assembled, the intelligent magical zombie did not charge blindly like its counterparts. Instead, it began to methodically command the zombies present. It floated in midair, continuously waving its staff, skillfully dividing the snowmobile zombies and the newspaper-reading zombies into 3 distinct battalions. A wise zombie is truly formidable. It even understands the art of strategy. Lu Chen gripped his massive sword tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Taidan, let's focus on this magical zombie, he roared. Upon hearing this, Taidan let out a low growl in response. At that moment, the magical zombie seemed to notice that its 5th flank was devoid of plant defenses, summoning all the zombies to assault it while it trailed behind the advancing horde. How cunning! Lu Chen inwardly cursed. They intend to concentrate their firepower to break through a single route. Soon, the mass of corpses reached the edge of the lawn. As they entered, the Frost Monarch initiated its assault. Thankfully, with the Frost Monarch providing overwhelming firepower, this challenge would otherwise be insurmountable. Lu Chen patted his chest to reassure himself. With the amplification from the Amber Peach and the Twin Flowers of Time, the Frost Monarch not only boasted a rapid attack speed, but also a significant increase in damage. Every 2 seconds, it could unleash 3 cannonballs, causing the leading snowmobile zombies to explode. At this juncture, the magical zombie seemed to sense something, once again directing the remaining zombies. The zombies that had been positioned on the 5th flank began to maneuver diagonally to the 4th. As soon as the 5 newspaper-reading zombies stepped onto the 4th route, they absorbed the Frost Monarch's firepower. Damn it! Fire Cloud Technique, Flame Slash. Lu Chen bellowed, unleashing his skill. A reinforced wave of fiery, sword energy cleaved through the foremost snowmobile. Bang! 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 Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. To Lu Chen's astonishment, This sword energy penetrated 3 snowmobile zombies, obliterating them with a single strike. Fortunately, the health of these zombies was not particularly high. With a single shot, the Frost Monarch shattered the newspaper of a newspaper-reading zombie. The second shot swiftly sent it to its demise. Before long, the newspaper-reading zombies on the fourth flank were effortlessly dispatched by the Frost Monarch. Once the threat on the fourth flank was neutralized, the Frost Monarch quickly joined the defense on the fifth flank. At this moment, only the solitary wise magical zombie remained on the field. Just you left. Lu Chen taunted, gazing at the isolated magical zombie. In the next instant, the magical zombie raised its staff, sending a frost arrow hurtling towards Lu Chen. Fire cloud technique. Immediately, a fireball coalesced rapidly, which Lu Chen hurled with all his might. The frost arrow collided with the fireball, melting away under the intense heat. The slightly diminished fireball continued on its trajectory toward the magical zombie. Bang! Immunity. 5 instances of damage immunity. How utterly bizarre. However, at the moment when Lu was expressing his grievances, the frigid sovereign unleashed several cannonballs. Immunity, 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 immunity minus 6,000. The final cannonball from the frigid sovereign swiftly eradicated the magical zombie in one fell swoop, leaving no opportunity for the summoning of the undead. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending the 3rd level. Time taken, 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Reward, Sunlight 12, 000, Spirit Dust 300, Elemental Affinity Talent Book 1. Talent? Elemental Affinity? Lu Chen's eyes gleamed upon seeing this reward. He immediately proceeded to examine the newly acquired talent book. Elemental Affinity, Legendary. Effect, grants the holder the ability to simultaneously possess the 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. A legendary level. It allows one to possess 5 elemental roots. Chapter 39, the 5 elemental roots. If one were to possess these 5 elemental roots, they would have the capability to cultivate the corresponding techniques of each element. Thus, regardless of the attributes of any adversary encountered, one could select a suitable attribute to counter them effectively. Alas, at present, I possess but a single volume of the Fire Cloud technique. After shaking his head, Lu Chen promptly utilized the Elemental Affinity Talent Book on himself. Ding! Congratulations on using Elemental Affinity. You have acquired the talent. Elemental Affinity, ding. Awakening of the Roots in progress. Ding. Awakening of the Roots complete. Congratulations on acquiring metal, wood, water, earth roots. The system opened my attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen Realm. Late stage of first order talent. Infinite fusion, unique, elemental affinity roots, metal, wood, water, fire. Earth experience points, 201 300 defense, 800 health points, 12300. 11300 spiritual power, 200 attack power, 2300 physique, 130 strength, 130 agility, 130 mental power, 130 current equipment, fiery battle armor, rage of flames, fiery bracers. Ha ha, splendid. Now all that remains is to find a suitable technique for the 5 elemental arts to continue my cultivation. Lu Chen laughed heartily at his newly awakened talent. Just as he was reveling in joy, the system prompted him once more. Ding! Would you like to immediately commence the next level of challenges? No, the continuous high-intensity battles had reduced his spiritual power to a mere 200. It was imperative that he recuperate promptly. Ding! You have 5 minutes to rest. After 5 minutes, the 4th level will commence automatically. Please prepare yourself. Disregarding the system's alert, Lu Chen seated himself cross-legged, extracted the spiritual dust, and activated the Fire Cloud technique to begin restoring his spiritual power. Unfortunately, his current technique was only of fine quality, resulting in a limited absorption rate, and the 5 minutes were all too brief. Before long, the 5 minutes elapsed. Phew! Only 30 points of spiritual power regained in 5 minutes. Observing his remaining 230 points of spiritual power, Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly. At that moment, as the countdown concluded, the system's announcement resonated. Ding! The 4th level challenge is about to begin. Objective: survive for 25 minutes or eliminate all zombies. Current zombie lineup: Intelligent Magic Zombies 2, Enhanced Olive Zombies 20, Enhanced Mech Zombies 10, Enhanced Snowmobile Zombies 5. Here we go again. Lu Chen cursed. This time, the zombie lineup was significantly more formidable than the previous level. Moreover, there were 2 Intelligent Magic Zombies. The 2 Magic Zombies positioned themselves strategically, one above and one below, seemingly having gained insight into Lu Chen's formation. At the forefront of the strongest offensive routes, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, there were, astonishingly, no zombies present. Currently, the newly refreshed zombies were being commanded by these 2 Intelligent Magic Zombies. The Enhanced Olive Zombies and Enhanced Mech Zombies immediately divided into 2 factions. The Reinforced Snow Vehicles are all positioned at the 5th lane. Reinforced Mecha Zombie Health 60,000 Defense 1,000. These attributes are increasingly formidable. Dun, you guard the 4th lane while I take charge of the 5th. Immediately after his orders, the 2 Sentient Magic Zombies began directing their undead minions to attack. As they stepped onto the lawn, the Frost Sovereign commenced bombarding the area. Leading the charge were the Reinforced Snow Vehicle Zombies, each boasting a health of 30,000. It took 5 shots from the Frost Sovereign to eliminate one, and just after the 5th shot, the Frost Sovereign triggered the skill of Absolute Zero. Upon the 6 projectiles' impact, zombies in adjacent positions were frozen in place. Taidan now seized the opportunity. Lu Chen was the first to act. Fire Cloud Technique. He swiftly conjured a fireball and hurled it forth. Boom! 3,000, 3,000, 2, 500. The explosion of the fireball caused a significant reduction in the health of the zombies within its blast radius. Spirit Claw Strike. Taidan, not to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of claw strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering resonated as the frozen zombies were obliterated. Excellent work, Taidan. Upon hearing Lu Chen's praise, Taidan redoubled his efforts. The runes on his silver armor glimmered faintly, and he let out a low roar in response. A smile crept across Lu Chen's face as flames ignited once more in his hands. Continue. The Frost Sovereign's bombardment persisted, and with the acceleration effect of the twin blossoms of time, it could unleash 3 shots nearly every second. Those frozen zombies crumbled like paper under the combined onslaught of Lu Chen and Taidan. Fire Cloud Technique. Blazing Slash. -5,000. A searing wave of sword energy swept through, instantly cleaving the 5 snow vehicle zombies in the 5th lane in half. Taidan darted through the 4th lane like a silver flash, his claws expertly shredding the joints of the mecha zombies. Mechanical disassembly triggered. Mecha zombie paralyzed for 3 seconds. Well done. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen leapt into the air, his great sword descending with a thunderous force. Blazing Slash. -5,000. The core of the mecha zombie was shattered by a strike, crashing to the ground. The explosion's aftermath even reduced the 2 nearby olive zombies to mere fragments. The 2 magic zombies at the rear, witnessing the devastation, quickly altered their strategy. They ceased dispersing their forces and concentrated all their might on a fierce assault on the 5th lane. Oh, planning to concentrate the zombies to breach my 5th lane? Observing the actions of the 2 magic zombies, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Unfortunately, it is too late. At this moment, the zombies on the battlefield have been decimated by him, Taidan, and the Frost Sovereign. What remained were merely those in a critically weakened state. As for the self-detonation of the mecha zombies, Lu Chen remained highly vigilant, skillfully managing the distance to each one. The Frost Monarch casually unleashed a few cannon shots, effortlessly eliminating the weakened undead. Enhanced Olive Zombie, 20 eliminated. Enhanced Mecha Zombie, 10 eliminated. Enhanced Snowmobile Zombie, 5 eliminated now. Only 2 magical zombies remained on the battlefield. They floated in midair, frantically waving their staffs, summoning a horde of skeletal warriors. It was unexpected that even the fully intact could call forth skeletons. Indeed, those possessing intellect are distinct. However, all of this was merely a desperate struggle. Lu Chen disdainfully curled his lip and said, "Taidan, let us each take one." Although it was stated as such, they had the formidable firepower of the Frost Monarch backing them. Taidan let out a mighty roar and charged towards the magical zombie on the fourth front. Observing this, Lu Chen also directed his gaze towards the magical zombie on the fifth front. Since you are a magical zombie, I wonder how proficient you are in close combat? With that, Lu Chen brandished the flame of wrath and swiftly slashed towards the magical zombie. Chapter 40. Qigong Zombie. Lu Chen swiftly advanced to engage in close combat with the magical zombie. This intelligent, undead creature continually evaded his strikes. However, it was unfortunate that its body appeared somewhat rigid. After a few dodges, it was struck by Lu Chen's blade. The skill Immunity activated, displaying the word immunity once more as the fierce blow landed on the magical zombie. This immunity skill was truly formidable. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, despite his admiration, he wielded his greatsword without pause. After several relentless slashes, he finally depleted the magical zombie's immunity charges. Fire Cloud Technique, Flame Slash. As the magical zombie's immunity was exhausted, Lu Chen promptly unleashed his skill. A wave of sword energy struck the magical zombie with precision. Boom! 3,000. The close-range flame slash sent the creature reeling back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen spun around and delivered 2 more strikes. Minus 2,300 minus 2,300. With a graceful turn, the magical zombie collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, on Iron Egg's side, the battle unfolded similarly. A few swift strikes were sufficient to dispatch the magical zombie. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending the 4th layer. Time taken, 9 minutes, 18 seconds. Rewards, Sunshine 10,000, Spiritual Dust 500. Cold Shadow Technique 1. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, nodding in satisfaction towards Iron Egg. Well done, Iron Egg. Hearing this, Iron Egg quickly approached Lu Chen, affectionately nuzzling against his right leg. Their camaraderie had undoubtedly deepened after this battle. Next, he turned his attention to the newly acquired technique. Cold Shadow Technique, excellent. Type, Water, Ice System Technique. Associated skill, Cold Shadow Step Effects. 1. Can be cultivated by those possessing water or ice spiritual roots. 2. Increases the power of water and ice spells by 120 and enhances resistance to frost. 3. When utilizing Cold Shadow Step, movement speed is temporarily increased by 30, leaving behind an icy afterimage to confound enemies. Not bad at all. I wonder if there are techniques of other attributes. If there are earth, metal, or wood attributes, I could blend these techniques using my talent. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with the realization that this idea was indeed promising. Ding! Would you like to immediately commence the 5th layer challenge? No. Without hesitation, he selected no. Ding. You have 10 minutes to rest. The 5th layer challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Ding. Detected that you possess over 1,000 units of spiritual dust. You may choose to fuse 1,000 spiritual dust into 1 spirit stone. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen was momentarily puzzled. Spirit stone? What is that? He promptly opened the system description for clarification. Spirit stone usage can rapidly restore all spiritual power. Easily absorbable to enhance the speed of technique cultivation. A core material for crafting high-tier equipment. What a valuable item. Without a second thought, Lu Chen chose to fuse. Ding. Consuming 1,000 spiritual dust. 1 inferior spiritual stone is obtained. In the next moment, a crystalline diamond-shaped gem materializes in the palm, pulsating with pure spiritual energy. Lu Chen can feel the immense power contained within. He decides to keep it for a critical moment, safely storing the spiritual stone. He proceeds to assess his current resource reserves. Sunshine, 51, 920, spiritual dust, 115, plant status, all healthy, battle pet status, Iron Egg, slightly injured. All conditions appear satisfactory. Glancing at the condition of the plants and Iron Egg, he seizes the opportunity during his rest to roast several pieces of tiger meat, sharing the meal with Iron Egg. Not only does the tiger meat satiate hunger, but it also slightly enhances physical attributes. After a simple meal, Lu Chen sits cross-legged, takes out the remaining spiritual dust, and begins to cultivate using the fire cloud technique to restore his spiritual energy. With previous battle experiences, he now fully comprehends the significance of spiritual energy reserves. 10 minutes swiftly pass, and the system's notification chimes in. The challenge of the 5th layer is about to commence. Objective: hold your ground for 30 minutes or eliminate all zombies. The zombie lineup includes Enhanced Olive Zombie X50, Intelligent Magic Zombie X5, Enhanced Chi Zombie X1. A new type of zombie has emerged. Observing the system prompt, Lu Chen furrows his brow. If this new zombie is particularly formidable, he anticipates a challenging battle ahead. In the next instant, zombies begin to spawn incessantly until the Chi zombie appears, at which point no further zombies materialize. Lu Chen can now examine the attributes of this Chi zombie. Enhanced Chi Zombie, health points, 150, 000 attack power, 1000 defense power, 2000 traits. Chi Wave, releases a wave of Chi every 10 seconds, pulling a plant forward by 2 squares. Tai Chi Shield, reduces 50 of range damage. Soft overcomes hard. Melee attacks have a chance to be negated. Fortunately, this Chi zombie possesses limited offensive techniques. However, the health is alarmingly high, 150, 000 hit points. After reviewing the Chi zombie's attributes, Lu Chen gasps in disbelief. Such an exorbitant health pool, coupled with damage mitigation against ranged attacks, seems tailored for breaching defenses. Complicating matters further, the 5 magic zombies are strategically positioned at the ends of 5 lawns, each commanding 10 olive zombies along with a formidable Chi zombie. As they wield their staffs, the zombie horde forms a battle formation. These zombies seem to be employing military strategy. Lu Chen grips his great sword, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As the countdown concludes, the 5 magic zombies simultaneously command their respective legions to advance. The coordination among the magic zombies is impeccable. The Chi zombie in the center benefits from the Tai Chi shield, while the olive zombies on the flanks enter a frenzied state. Upon entering the lawn, they begin to charge forward. Iron Egg, prioritize the magic zombies. Lu Chen shouts. The silver giant bear roars and lunges toward the rear magic zombies. However, the opposition had anticipated this. With a wave of their staffs, they summoned 5 skeletal shield warriors, encircling Iron Egg completely. Meanwhile, the battle in the central lane had commenced. The psychic zombie brought its palms together and forcefully pushed forward. Boom! A visible shockwave surged forth, violently dragging the explosive pitcher plant, Amber Peach, and the twin flowers of time 2 spaces ahead. Damn it, this psychic zombie has no sense of honor. Lu Chen exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. This lawn is only 12 spaces wide, and with these 3 plants occupying 3 spaces, they have now been yanked 2 spaces forward from their original positions at the back. At this moment, the twin flowers of time have already moved to a more central location. If it gets pulled again, won't it be directly delivered to the zombie? Done. Prioritize eliminating this psychic zombie at all costs. Chapter 41. Talent upgrade. Upon hearing the command, Iron Egg relinquished his entanglement with the skeletons summoned by the magical zombies. With a swift roll, he evaded the encircling assault of the skeletons and lunged toward the Qigong zombie. However, the 5 magical zombies positioned behind him had anticipated his move and raised their hands in unison to unleash their skills. Several ice arrows materialized in an instant, hurtling toward Iron Egg with alarming speed. There was no time for him to dodge. He was struck repeatedly. As each ice arrow impacted Iron Egg, it erupted violently, coalescing frost around him. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of frost had formed around his feet. Iron Egg struggled fiercely, yet the frost remained unyielding. Damn it! Lu Chen cursed upon witnessing Iron Egg's predicament. The Qigong zombie was already gathering strength, preparing to unleash its skills once more. It was imperative to interrupt it. Without hesitation, he brandished the Wrath of Flames and charged forward. Lu Chen leaped high, the blade of the Wrath of Flames igniting in a blaze. Fire Cloud Technique, Flame Slash. A searing wave of sword energy cleaved toward the Qigong zombie's face. Forced to halt its skill, the Qigong zombie raised its hands in defense, bracing for the blow. Bang! 3,000. After reduction, the Qigong zombie was instantly pushed back several steps. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen leaped beside Iron Egg, sweeping the wrath of flames across Iron Egg's legs, melting the frost away. Iron Egg, let's join forces to vanquish it. As soon as Iron Egg, clad in the Super Bear battle armor, broke free, he let out a furious roar and positioned himself alongside Lu Chen to face the Qigong zombie and the 5 magical zombies. As for the fortified olive zombies that had already approached the lawn, with the presence of the Frost Monarch, Explosive Thrower, Exploding Cactus King, and Flame Laser Cannon, Lu Chen felt assured. At that moment, a surge of flames suddenly coalesced in Lu Chen's right hand. Simultaneously, the water spirit root within him erupted, channeling a force of ice in his left palm. The two powers converged and struck the Qigong zombie simultaneously. Ice and fire duality. This was an attack method Lu Chen had casually devised after acquiring the 5-element spirit roots. After practicing the fire cloud technique, he had become adept in multiple forms of combat. Within mere minutes, he had learned to harness the energies of the spirit roots within him. Bang! 10,000 The formidable force propelled the Qigong zombie beyond the confines of the lawn. Iron Egg, you deal with those magical zombies. Judging from this strike, he was exceedingly confident in his ability to exhaust the Qigong zombie single-handedly. Upon receiving the new command, Iron Egg launched himself toward the 5 magical zombies. With Iron Egg freed from threat, Lu Chen unleashed his full potential. He swung his gigantic sword wildly, knowing that the Qigong zombie's Tai Chi shield could only mitigate range damage. Now, he pressed close, relentlessly slashing. In a short time, the Qigong zombie's health bar plummeted. Receive my final strike. With that, Lu Chen lifted his massive sword high and delivered a decisive blow to the Qigong zombie's head. Bang! 10,000 weak point with a dull thud. The Qigong zombie collapsed to the ground. At this moment, there were still some olive zombies on the field, while the 5 magical zombies were relentlessly attacking Iron Egg. Iron Egg, hold on, I'm coming. Lu Chen did not linger, drawing his sword to continue the assault. With Lu Chen's intervention, the 5 magical zombies were swiftly vanquished. As these 5 magical zombies fell, the remaining olive zombies did not last long before they too were eliminated. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending the 5th level. Time taken, 16 minutes and 39 seconds. Current ranking, Global First. Rewards, Sunlight 15, 000, Spirit Dust 500, Kong Gang Ju Martial Arts 1. Talent Upgrade Stone 1. Phew, it's finally over. Lu Chen collapsed onto the grass, exhaling deeply. In his current state, he doubted he could advance to the next level. First, let's examine what this Kong Gang Ju martial art entails. With that thought, he took out the Kong Gang Ju to review its attributes. Kong Gang Ju, excellent. Type, Metal Attribute Cultivation Technique Associated Skill. Metal Gang/Effects. 1. Can be cultivated by those possessing metal attribute spiritual roots. 2. After cultivation, it increases the power of metal attribute spells by 120 and enhances resistance to physical attacks. 3. When Metal Gang Slash is executed, it can condense metal attribute spiritual energy into a sharp blade aura, dealing 150 attack power as piercing damage, while additionally weakening the enemy's defense by 20. Not bad at all. Now, I only need a wood attribute and an earth attribute martial art to complete my collection. As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly realized, wait, wasn't there a talent upgrade stone among the rewards? Instantly, Lu Chen joyfully retrieved the semi-transparent stone. Talent upgrade stone function. When used directly, it can elevate a talent by 1 level, unlocking additional abilities. Ha ha ha. Just this morning, I complained about the limited fusion opportunities, and now I receive a talent upgrade stone. Lu Chen exclaimed with delight. System, use the talent upgrade stone to upgrade my first talent. Infinite fusion. Ding. Talent upgrade successful. Infinite fusion, unique, LV11. Daily fusion, count 1. Now, 4 times day. Changing the fusion items from 2 to 2 to 3. 2. Can specify a batch of identical items for fusion. Friendly reminder. Items that have been fused can be fused again. This is simply fantastic. Lu Chen beamed, raising his fist in triumph at the upgraded talent. With this enhancement, once he exits this endless challenge mode, his sanctuary will soar to new heights. Ding. Would you like to immediately commence the next level challenge? No. Without hesitation, he declined. Given his current condition, he would undoubtedly fail the next level. Ding. You have 20 minutes of rest time. After the time expires, the 6th level challenge will commence automatically. Please prepare yourself. 20 minutes. Well, since I definitely can't beat the next level, let us see how everyone else in the area is faring. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened the regional channel, which was as lively as ever. Yi Chen, help. Why is the first level so difficult in the hard mode I selected? Zhang Wenhao. Haha. Fortunately, I chose the normal mode and breezed through to the 10th level, collecting a lot of sunlight. Lu Guan. Ha ha ha. I teamed up with a pro, and together we conquered the hard mode, acquiring numerous valuable items. Yuliang Chen, Lu Chen, which mode did you choose? What wave are you on now? Lu Chen noticed that Yuliang Chen had just tagged him and replied succinctly, I just passed the 5th wave. Everyone should focus on cultivating control-type plants. As is well known, time spent browsing information passes swiftly. 20 minutes of rest had elapsed in an instant. Ding. The 6th layer challenge is about to commence. Objective. Hold out for 40 minutes or eliminate all zombies. This round's zombie lineup. 40 fortified olive zombies, 20 fortified snowball zombies, 1 fortified giant zombie, and 1 intelligent magic zombie. Wow, this zombie lineup. Chapter 42. The failure of the 6th level challenge. The assembly of zombies appeared overwhelmingly formidable to the survivors at present. As the system notification echoed, a multitude of zombies materialized at the far end of the lawn. The first to emerge was the fortified olive zombie, followed closely by the enhanced snowboarding zombie. Subsequently, the reinforced white-eyed giant zombie made its entrance, while the intelligent magic zombie perched itself upon the right shoulder of the fortified giant zombie. At this juncture, the magic zombie abruptly raised its staff and waved it forward. Instantly, the foremost fortified olive zombie initiated the assault. Lu Chen had yet to gauge the enhanced white-eyed giant zombie. Tai Dan, retreat at once. Let them ravage the crystal, Lu Chen urged Tai Dan. Given the current state of his being, he felt utterly outmatched against the opposing zombie horde. Although death in this endless challenge did not equate to true demise, no one would willingly court their own end, would they? The fortified olive zombies divided into 5 factions, launching a simultaneous attack as they encroached upon the lawn. As they stepped onto the grass, the nearby plants commenced their barrage. Once the fortified olive zombies advanced a step, the reinforced snowboarding zombie followed suit, leisurely gliding onto the lawn. The speed of the snowboarding vehicle lagged slightly behind that of the olive zombies, as the latter dashed forward while the former ambled along. At the rear, the magic zombie observed the orderly entrance of its comrades onto the lawn and began directing the fortified white-eyed giant zombie. Upon receiving the command, the fortified white-eyed giant zombie advanced with purposeful strides. Fortified white-eyed giant zombie. Health points, 100,000 defense points, 3,000 to Lu Chen's astonishment. This towering figure possessed a mere 100,000 health, a stark contrast to the previous psychic zombie, which boasted a staggering 150,000 health. How puzzling it was that such a massive entity could possess so much less vitality. Alas, if I were in my prime, I might have stood a chance. But now my spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and my condition is far from optimal, Lu Chen lamented, shaking his head in resignation. With only about 30 points of spiritual energy remaining, he found it arduous to cast even a few skills. Soon, with Lu Chen's lackadaisical resistance, one of the fortified olive zombies breached the wooden cabin, viciously tearing at the crystal within. As the first fortified olive zombie entered, more followed suit, inundating the cabin. Once inside, the zombies savagely attacked the crystal. In a matter of moments, cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. Ultimately, the fractures proliferated, resembling a web, as the sharp sound of shattering resonated through the air. Crack! The crystal could no longer withstand the onslaught and exploded into countless shards. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, engulfing the surroundings. Endless challenge. Challenge failed. Current progress. Nightmare mode. Layer 6, 23, as the system notification echoed. Lu Chen was enveloped in darkness. In the next moment, he and Tai Dan found themselves back at the door of the wooden cabin. For a brief instant, Lu Chen was momentarily disoriented, staggering a few steps before steadying himself against the wall of the cabin. After regaining his composure, he turned to Tai Dan, who gave a soft whine and nudged Lu Chen's arm with his head. "It's all right, we did our best," Lu Chen gently reassured, affectionately ruffling Tai Dan's head. Although they had failed to conquer the sixth layer, the reward from the preceding 5 layers were indeed substantial. The sunlight alone had exceeded 50,000. The spirit dust had surpassed 1,000, subsequently merging into a spirit stone, leaving him with 115 spirit dust remaining. In addition to these fundamental rewards, he had also acquired the Frost Heart, Legendary, Ice Palm, Epic, Mecha Core, Epic, Mechanical Disassembly, Fine, Cold Shadow Technique, and Diamond Technique. Furthermore, after clearing the 4th layer, he had gained the talent Elemental Affinity, awakening 5 elemental roots. To top it off, he had unexpectedly leveled up his talent of Infinite Fusion. These rewards certainly justified the time spent traversing this endless challenge mode. Lu Chen promptly returned to the cabin to assess his current status. Spirit Power, 600. It seems that the spirit power consumed in this challenge mode had no adverse effect. This new endless challenge, like the one from yesterday, did not impact his state upon exiting. Consequently, he found himself in peak condition, just as he had been yesterday. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and suddenly remarked, "It appears this endless challenge has a ranking. I wonder how far people around the globe can progress." With that, he clicked on the Endless Challenge Mode button and, indeed, discovered a leaderboard on the right side. He immediately opened it, revealing 3 lists before his eyes. Global Endless Challenge Leaderboard, Nightmare Mode, 1. Lu Chen, Layer 6, 23-2. Lena, EU, Layer 3, 27-3. Carrie, US, Layer 3, 25. In the entire Nightmare Mode leaderboard, Lu Chen stood alone at the pinnacle, having reached the 6th layer. It seems these competitors possess considerable strength. Lu Chen mused as he gazed at the leaderboard. It is worth noting that he had already cultivated his technique to the late stage of the 1st level. Moreover, his contracted beast Tai Dan was also at the late stage of the 1st level, complemented by at least epic-grade plants, which barely enabled him to conquer the 6th layer. After a quick glance, Lu Chen closed the Endless Challenge interface. With the clock striking 11:45, lunch was approaching. He decided to eat something before seeking out the priest MO to gather more information about this world. With that in mind, he retrieved the remaining tiger meat and placed it on the barrier to roast. Tai Dan, you've worked hard this morning. While he was grilling meat, he took out the previously chopped spirit pattern bamboo and tossed it to Iron Egg. Upon seeing the spirit pattern bamboo, Iron Egg's mouth watered profusely, and he jumped around in excitement. Originally, there was only one opportunity for fusion left today, but having just acquired a talent upgrade stone, he had elevated his talent and gained an additional chance for fusion. As he savored the grilled meat, he pondered. With a newfound opportunity for fusion, he could merge once more. Now, in addition to plants, there were other items that could be fused. With that thought, he retrieved the items he had just collected today and placed them on the wooden bed. He contemplated whether it would be better to fuse the mechanical core with my flame battle armor or with Iron Egg's super fierce battle armor. Chapter 43. The Countdown to Doom. He gazed at his fiery battle armor and Iron Egg super bear armor, hesitating. If he were to merge with his own, his defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be heightened, thus ensuring greater safety. Conversely, if he were to integrate Iron Egg's super bear armor, it too would experience a significant enhancement in its defenses. In the face of formidable foes, he could utilize Iron Egg as a shield while he cast his skills from behind. Therefore, it was decided to merge with Iron Egg's super bear armor. Iron Egg, quickly remove your super bear armor. I shall assist you in the fusion. Lu Chen set aside the roasted meat in his hand and began to help Iron Egg shed its armor. The mechanical core and the super bear armor commenced their fusion. At Lu Chen's command, both the super bear armor and the mechanical core ascended into the air simultaneously. The mechanical core appeared to melt, transforming into a mass of liquid metal that gradually enveloped the entire armor. Suddenly, a blinding silver light erupted, illuminating the entire wooden cabin. Iron Egg let out an anxious low growl, and Lu Chen reassuringly patted its head. Do not fear. Your equipment will be fused shortly. Despite having witnessed the fusion process several times before Iron Egg, it still harbored trepidation towards this spectacle. The fusion process lasted approximately 3 minutes. When the brilliance subsided, a brand new suit of armor emerged before them. This new armor gleamed in a streamlined silver gray, adorned with blue energy crystals at the joints, and featured 2 miniature thrusters on its back. Fusion successful. Acquired Battle Bear Mecha Legendary. Battle Bear Mecha Legendary. Health points, 20. 000 defense, 200 traits. Propulsion system, short distance dash speed, 300. Alloy armor. Physical damage reduction, 50. Super Bear Guardian. All attributes, 250. Passive, Fierce Battle. Enhances all skills of battle pets by 250. These attributes were extraordinarily powerful. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he promptly assisted Iron Egg in donning the new armor. The armor featured an automatic size adjustment, fitting Iron Egg's form perfectly. As soon as the armor was donned, the energy crystals illuminated one by one, and the thrusters on its back emitted a soft blue glow. Curiously, Iron Egg turned its head to inspect its new gear and let out an excited low roar. Let's test its effect. Lu Chen smiled as he opened the wooden door. Iron Egg understood the cue, launching itself out of the cabin with great force. With the assistance of the thrusters, its speed transformed into a near silver flash, completing 3 laps around the wooden cabin in the blink of an eye. It came to a stylish halt before Lu Chen, kicking up a cloud of dust. Perfect. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Even giant zombies would find it challenging to harm you now. With such remarkable speed, the prospect of a giant zombie striking Iron Egg was an insurmountable task. Even Lu Chen could not match Iron Egg's pace in the slightest. Now that we are well fed and rested, let us venture to the great wasteland tribe to gain a deeper understanding of this world. Lu Chen's gaze upon Iron Egg grew increasingly fond. He then led Iron Egg out of the wooden cabin. Traversing through the woods they had journeyed through the day before to reach the great wasteland tribe. Before long, the duo beheld sprawling fields of golden crops. As Lu Chen pressed onward, he approached the village, which appeared untouched by the previous day's onslaught of corpses. The villagers of the great wilderness tribe halted their tasks upon seeing Lu Chen, greeting him with utmost respect. Master Lu. Good day, Master Lu. Why have you arrived so late today? Lu Chen, somewhat perplexed, pondered the unusual circumstances. Why am I being addressed as master? Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Lu Chen adeptly reached the house from the previous day, where 2 guards stood watch. Greetings, Master Lu, the guards exclaimed upon his approach. Greetings, Lu Chen replied with a nod, then pushed open the wooden door. As the door creaked open, he beheld the Ink Priest seated in meditation on a mat. An ancient scroll unfurled before him. You have arrived, the Ink Priest calmly stated at the sound of movement. Lu Chen could detect a certain hoarseness and depth in the Ink Priest's voice today. Did you know I would come again? Lu Chen inquired. Haha, take a seat. The Ink Priest gestured to the mat beside him. Since you wish to uncover the secrets of this world, I shall reveal them to you in due time. Lu Chen complied and settled onto the mat, while Iron Egg quietly lay beside him, the war bear mech emitting a faint silver glow in the dimly lit cabin. Once Lu Chen was seated, the Ink Priest inhaled deeply and began, May I ask how many days it has been since your arrival? Huh? How many days? Lu Chen responded with confusion. How many days have passed since you came here? It's the 5th day, Lu Chen replied without hesitation upon understanding. The 5th day, you say? The Ink Priest nodded. Young friend Lu, I hope you can acquire more in these final 2 days and strive for a higher ranking as well. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. Oh, why is that? Last night, I conducted a divination. In 2 days, which will be the 8th day since your arrival in this world, the zombie doctor will unleash a terrifying horde of corpses. If you're not prepared by then, it could spell disaster. The Ink Priest's expression turned grave. 2 days until the zombie doctor initiates the horde? Lu Chen was taken aback. Indeed, the Ink Priest continued. It is likely that the zombie doctor has already sensed the arrival of a new group of outsiders into this world. According to ancient texts, you outsiders are shielded by the world's consciousness for these 7 days. Moreover, during this period, you may acquire items or abilities beyond imagination. Should you gain significant strength, the the zombie doctor will undoubtedly become a formidable challenge. Consequently, once this 7-day period concludes, the zombie doctor will not allow any outsider to continue to live unchallenged. The emaciated fingers of the ink priest glided slowly over the ancient scroll before him, and instantly, crimson runes materialized upon its surface, according to my divination yesterday. The scale of the undead tide on this 8th day will be tenfold that of previous occasions. The zombie doctor will marshal all his forces, vowing to obliterate every last survivor, including those tribesmen who are barely clinging to life. However, it is fortunate that I foresee the zombie doctor seems to be restrained by some unknown force. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Tenfold? Does that not imply? Indeed, when the time comes, the zombies will be overwhelming, leaving us with no refuge. A flicker of fear crossed the ink priest's eyes. It is anticipated that we will encounter horrors of the undead we have never seen before, and there is even a possibility of the zombie doctor's clones emerging. P.S. Does anyone have suggestions for zombie names? The original zombies are too feeble, and the author struggles with naming. Chapter 44. The Great Wilderness Command. As the words of the ink priest resonated, a profound silence enveloped the wooden cabin. The flickering oil lamp cast dancing shadows, while Iron Egg scratched his head, the mech emitting a soft hum. Lu Chen clenched his fists. So, within the next 2 days, we outsiders must strive to grow stronger as much as possible? Precisely, the ink priest asserted with conviction. But with only 2 days left, isn't that rather rushed? Lu Chen furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, 2 days is quite limited, yet not entirely devoid of hope. The crux lies in selecting the most efficient method to enhance our strength. The ink priest sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's spirits lifted instantly. I kindly request your guidance, ink priest. Given the ink priest's remarks, it was evident that he possessed some method for rapid empowerment. Sure enough, as Lu Chen's words faded, the ink priest rose from his seated position and retrieved an aged piece of animal hide from the left wooden cabinet. This is the map that our great wilderness tribe has passed down through generations. With that, he gradually unfurled the map. Observe these marked locations. Following the direction indicated by the ink priest, Lu Chen noticed 2 significant sites. 1. Ancestral trial grounds, potential rewards, tribal legacy skills, epic grade weapons, etc. 2. Dark forest ruins, potential rewards, ancient plant seeds, rare techniques, etc. These 2 sites are particularly suitable for you outsiders to enhance your strength. Why not allow the tribe members to explore them and elevate their prowess? Lu Chen inquired, gazing at the ancestral trial grounds in puzzlement. Although these locations have been inherited from our ancestors, they're not suited for our tribesmen. It seems that only you outsiders can reap rewards and enhance your strength within. The ink priest shook his head. Your choices over these next 2 days will determine your path. The ink priest gestured towards the map and spoke softly. Is the ancestral trial grounds time-consuming? Lu Chen pondered before responding. This trial ground has the shortest duration, yet the rewards depend on personal fortune. The ink priest replied nonchalantly. However, given your current strength, I would recommend you first attempt your luck at the trial grounds. As for the dark forest ruins, there is no rush. You may explore that on the 7th day during daylight. The ink priest offered this advice, observing Lu Chen deep in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, the ink priest produced an ancient bronze token from his robe. This token bore intricate runes, radiating a faint, ethereal light. This is the Great Wilderness Command. The bearer of this token can command all warriors of the tribe. The ink priest stated solemnly as he presented the Great Wilderness Command to Lu Chen. Great Wilderness Command, mythical, effect, summons warriors of the Great Wilderness Tribe. Upon activation, all allied forces attack power increases by 1,000. Hidden effect. Requires specific conditions to trigger by the heavens, a mythical item. Lu Chen exclaimed inwardly, overwhelmed by the significance of the Great Wilderness Command now in his grasp. This is indeed a divine artifact. Pray tell, who among us possesses such a treasure? Before Lu Chen could fully recover from his astonishment, the priest of Mo continued, saying, this token has been passed down through generations of priests, and they claim it holds additional powers. Additional powers? Just as Lu Chen pondered this, the Da Huang Ling in his hand suddenly exhibited a transformation. A brand new information emerged before his eyes. Da Huang Ling, mythic unique, effect. Upon activation, one may choose a location to establish a village, which can be upgraded infinitely. Upon activation, all allied forces receive a 1,000 boost to attack power. Is this a village building decree? Lu Chen was taken aback. What? A village building decree? Upon hearing Lu Chen mention the village building decree, the priest of Mo lost his composure. Indeed, the Da Huang Ling transformed into a village building decree the moment I took possession of it, Lu Chen admitted candidly. Truly, it seems to be the will of heaven. As the priest of Mo spoke, tears unexpectedly welled in the corners of his eyes. How remarkable it was that after searching for so long, it lay in his hands unbeknownst to him. Having said this, the priest of Mo turned to Lu Chen with a serious demeanor. Young Lu, from now on, should you have any requests, simply command us, and the entire Da Huang tribe shall heed your orders. As the words of the priest of Mo faded, a brief silence enveloped the wooden house, interrupted only by the crackling of the oil lamp. Iron Egg tilted his head, his mechanical eyes shimmering with a perplexing blue light. Lu Chen held the suddenly transformed Da Huang Ling, feeling the surging energy within, at a loss for how to proceed. Priest Mo, what does this mean? Lu Chen found it hard to believe the events unfolding before him. The old priest had already knelt on one knee, his right hand placed over his heart. The ancestral teachings of the Da Huang priest state, he who possesses the village building decree shall be the chief of the tribe. From this day forth, the 3,000 members of the Da Huang tribe shall obey your commands. Lu Chen, come, inform the entire tribe that from this day forward, young Lu is our chieftain. The priest of Mo proclaimed loudly to the guards outside the door. Upon hearing the commotion, the guards pushed the door open and, upon witnessing the scene, immediately knelt and shouted, "Chieftain!" Soon after, the two of them set off to spread this news throughout the village. The message spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the tribe, and soon, the area outside the wooden house was filled with kneeling tribesmen who had come to hear the news. Lu Chen momentarily felt a loss, but quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he helped the priest of Mo to his feet. Please rise, esteemed priest, and all of you as well. Since it is the will of heaven, I, Lu Chen, shall not betray this trust. As everyone stood, Lu Chen slowly spoke. Priest of Mo, where should I establish this village? Upon hearing this, the priest of Mo immediately retrieved a nearby map and spread it out on the table. He pointed to a vast plain on the eastern side of the Da Huang tribe. This area is spacious, close to a water source, and backed by the Black Forest, providing a natural barrier, an ideal location for establishing a village. Lu Chen leaned closer to examine it and was astonished to realize that this was precisely the area surrounding his shelter. To realize that his sanctuary lay just beyond the depths of the Black Forest, the Ink priest, noticing Lu Chen's silence, continued. This place is known as Dawn Plain. It is a precious piece of land we selected beforehand. The resources here are incredibly abundant. Should we establish a village in this location, our efforts would be immensely fruitful, and we would not face any shortages. Excellent. Let's construct our village here. Within the next 2 days, we shall erect formidable walls. Lu Chen declared, striking the table in determination upon hearing the Ink priest's analysis. However, the elder priest hesitated, saying, establishing a village requires a vast amount of resources, and our time is of the essence. Chapter 45. Dawn Village. Do not fret. Priest Mo, allow me to take charge of the village construction. Lu Chen proclaimed with unwavering confidence. As long as we possess a sufficient quantity of high-tier items, we can easily trade for the basic materials, wood and stone, through the trading channel. If necessary, we can also enlist the local survivors, offering them a price to assist in gathering resources. I am pleased to see your confidence. Priest Mo acknowledged with a nod. Without delay, Li Mu rallied a group of individuals to assist with the village's construction. Yes, priest. Upon receiving the command, Li Mu began to select the workers gathered outside the door. As for me, I shall hasten to the site and commence the construction of the village. Lu Chen bowed respectfully. Just as he was about to depart, a notification from the system unexpectedly appeared. Ding! Mythical level village construction order detected and activated. Hidden quest triggered. Dawn of civilization. Reward. Basic city defense blueprint 1. Lu Chen's eyes brightened with excitement. A quest. Indeed, this is the first time the system has issued a task. He promptly reviewed the quest reward. Basic city defense blueprint epic effect enables the construction of walls, arrow towers, and other defensive structures. Splendid. Once the village is completed, I will be able to swiftly erect a wall. Lu Chen clenched his fists in exhilaration. Outside the wooden house, Lu Chen discovered that Li Mu had successfully selected 30 robust men, all standing in formation. Greetings, Chief. Excellent. You shall take your axes and picks and follow me to gather some basic materials for the village. Lu Chen instructed with a nod. Yes, Chief. In no time, the 30 men were equipped and ready. Let us set forth. Lu Chen turned to Priest Mo and stated. The priest remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Before long, Lu Chen led his 30 companions to the site designated for the village, just outside the wooden house. This should be the place, Lu Chen mused, surveying the level expanse of grassland before him. Beyond lay the dark forest, with a river flowing nearby. After confirming the location, Lu Chen took out the village construction order he had just received. System, use the Great Wilderness Village Construction Order. Ding. Mythical level village construction order activated. Please select the type of village. Military Fortress, Defense 1000, Resource Center, Output 1000, Balanced Development. All attributes 500. Note, the term all attributes refers not to individual attributes, but to the speed of plant production and defense values, etc. Goodness, this construction order is remarkable. The bonuses are astonishing. Lu Chen gazed in disbelief at the substantial enhancements accompanying each option. After a brief moment of astonishment, he regained his composure. Following a moment of contemplation, he chose the balanced development type. Although the immediate concern was the impending zombie tide in 2 days, opting for this choice would yield quintuple benefits during the interim. Ding! Upon selecting the confirmation for balanced development success, the system initiated a transformation of the terrain. As the system's alert subsided, the ground trembled violently. Before him, the earth appeared to be smoothed by an unseen hand, with weeds and debris cleared away. In the next moment, a beam of golden light emanated from the token, sketching the outline of a village upon the surface. A notification chimed, indicating resource consumption. Wood, 1091,000 stone, 0500. Another alert followed, announcing insufficient stone resources and urging swift acquisition. Observing this message, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he would need to procure some stone from elsewhere. He murmured to himself, Li Mu, you and the 30 others should search nearby for any stones and bring back as many as you can. Done. Gather additional wood from the edge of the Black Forest. Lu Chen then opened the Sunshine Shop and turned to instruct the others and Tai Dan. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by a fresh selection of plants for the day. High Nut, Fire Dragon Grass, Ice Archer, and Cherry Bomb. For varieties in total, several of which boasted impressive quality. Without hesitation, he purchased them all, knowing that his current sunshine count exceeded 50,000. The combined cost of these plants was merely a few hundred sunshine, a trivial expense for him. Once he completed the transaction for the plants, he switched the Sunshine Shop to the trading channel. The channel was already brimming with an array of enticing items. Lu Chen swiftly drafted several messages, listing the plants he had just acquired along with the unmerged plants from before. As anticipated, even on the 5th day, there remained a high demand for plants. Shortly after posting, several of his offerings were quickly purchased. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he observed the rapid sales of his plants. With the final plant traded, his stone count surged to 2,500, while his wood reached 3,000. As he accumulated sufficient stone, his stone inventory diminished by 500 units. A notification chimed once more, resource consumption successful. With the deduction of resources, a rudimentary wooden council hall rose majestically amidst a shower of golden light, followed closely by several residential buildings and a storage facility. The entire process unfolded like a time-lapse construction video, completing the foundational structures in mere minutes. Congratulations on successfully establishing your village. Please name your village. The system prompted. Current facilities: Council Hall, 5 residences, storage, simple enclosure. Ah, a name for the village? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before deciding. Let me name Dawn. Name successfully registered. The system confirmed. Congratulations on completing the task. You have received Basic City Defense Blueprint. Congratulations on being the first to establish a village. An announcement will be made across the district. As the system's notification concluded, a brilliant golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Dawn village in its radiant embrace. Suddenly, colossal golden characters materialized in the sky. District announcement. Congratulations to Lu Chen, Huaxia District, for successfully establishing the first village, Dawn Village. Rewards: Sunlight 10,000. Spirit Dust 500, Mythical Plant Seed 1. The announcement instantly ignited a fervor across all regional channels. In this region, Wang Taiju, what the heck? Building a village? Is that even possible? Li Xiaohua. Oh my gosh, Lu Chen is incredible. I haven't even finished upgrading my wooden house. Zhao Tianha. I knew Lu Chen was amazing. Please take me in. In the North American district, Kevin, North America. Impressive. It seems I need to accelerate my progress. Oan, North America. How can the Huaxiao people be so lucky? At this moment, Lu Chen was too preoccupied to pay attention to the regional channel chatter. He promptly retrieved the mythical plant seed from his rewards. Mythical Plant Seed 1 can randomly yield a mythical plant. Use. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained. Chapter 46. The Devastation Cannon. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the mythical plant, Devastation Cannon. A radiant light flashed, and a brand new plant appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Devastation Cannon Mythical. Level. LV0 Attack Power. 30,000 Attack Range. 300 meters. Characteristics. Delivers devastating strikes within a 5-meter radius. Ignores defense. 1 projectile every 3 seconds. Energy overload. Damage increases by 20 upon killing a target. Stacking infinitely with a gradual recovery after combat. This is extraordinarily powerful. Lu Chen's hand trembled slightly. An attack power of 30,000 is sufficient to annihilate many zombies at this stage. Moreover, the ability to infinitely stack damage is truly remarkable. Indeed, it deserves the title of a mythical plant. Lu Chen marveled. In the next moment, the rewards for the Dawn Civilization's mission were also deposited into Lu Chen's backpack. At that time, Li Mu and a few others returned with some stones, astonished to see how quickly Lu Chen had constructed an entire village. How is this possible? They had only been gone for a short while, and he had already built so many structures. Li Mu, you have returned just in time. Please send a few people back to the village to inform Priest Mo. Ask him to send more individuals to gather wood and stone. I am preparing to construct a formidable city wall, Lu Chen said, storing away the devastation cannon upon seeing Li Mu and the others return. Understood, Chief. Li Mu and the others replied. They promptly set down the stones they were carrying and hurried toward the great wilderness tribe. Watching them depart, Lu Chen took out the blueprint for the basic city defenses. Basic city defense blueprint can construct city wall. Resource consumption varies with the size of the city. The larger the city, the greater the resource consumption. Strength is determined by the materials used. Higher quality materials yield greater defense. Arrow tower, same as above mode, requires manual excavation. It seems this endeavor will require more than just a few trees. Although the blueprint does not specify the exact quantity of resources needed, it is certain that it will be substantial. Lu Chen shook his head and promptly opened the regional channel, drafting a message. Lu Chen, urgent notice. On the 7th day, a massive zombie tide will erupt. All survivors must prepare. I am calling for manpower to gather resources. The rewards are as follows. 1. Provide 100 stones, 100 sunlight. 2. Provide 100 wood, 100 sunlight. 3. Provide special materials to exchange for advanced plants at a 1-to-1 ratio. In the trading channel, it would at least start at 3-to-1. On the 5th day, those who survived were not to be underestimated, and acquiring wood and stone became considerably easier. With this announcement, the previously quiet regional channel erupted into chaos. Wang Taiju, no way. Is it true? A massive zombie tide on the 7th day? Li Xiaohua, Lu Shen's information is definitely reliable. I'm heading to mine stones right now. Zhao Tian, huh? I've stockpiled 3,000 wood. I'm coming to trade. Lu Chen, is the source of the news reliable? It wouldn't be a ploy to deceive us for resources, would it? The messages continued to flood in, and Lu Chen could only select a few familiar replies to glance at. He promptly responded, "The information is absolutely accurate. As for the source, it is none of your concern. Whether to believe this news is entirely up to you." Zhao Ritian, haha, brother Lu Chen, I believe in you. Soon, the first trade request popped up. Zhao Ritian trades. With 3,000. Demand. Sunshine 3,000. Transaction successful. Within the regional channel, messages refreshed like snowflakes. Lu Chen leaned against the newly constructed simple fence, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, processing one trade request after another. Transaction successful. Acquired with 3,000. Paid Sunshine 3,000. Transaction successful. Acquired Stone 1,500. Paid Sunshine 1,500. It seems that Zhao Ritian has quite a stockpile. A slight smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. This fellow, typically so active in the regional channel, was the first to respond to his call. "Wang Taizhu Lu God, I just chopped down 200 units of wood. I'll deliver it to you right away. Li Xiaohua, I'm already at the quarry. I'll definitely gather 100 stones today." Yi Liangchen, he. Do you all believe so easily? What if nothing happens on the 7th day? Lu Chen, what do you have to prove it? At this moment, Yi Liangchen, with unclear intentions, jumped in to sing a different tune. Just as he was about to reply, a new message suddenly appeared. "Lin Shi, I believe in Lu Chen. Yesterday, I unexpectedly obtained a prophecy herb, which foretold a great disaster in 2 days." Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Lin Shi was one of the few female leaders in the regional channel, constantly aiding the weaker members of the community, and her words carried weight. Zhao Ritian, even the beautiful Lin has spoken. Yi Liangchen, what do you have to say now? Yi Liangchen, just a woman. The debate within the channel continued. Yet trade requests kept pouring in. Lu Chen closed the channel interface and turned to see Tai Dan returning with a load of wood. His entire back was laden with timber, resembling a small mountain. "Tai Dan, are you this efficient? In such a brief time, you've gathered so much wood." With a wave of his hand, the wood behind Tai Dan instantly vanished. "Acquired with 300, not bad. Not bad. This reward is for you. Keep going and bring back more." Lu Chen patted Tai Dan and tossed several spirit bamboo sticks to him. As soon as Tai Dan received the spirit bamboo, he scampered off to the edge of the black forest, munching on bamboo while using his claws to chop down trees. At this moment, his attention shifted to his backpack. Wood 40,000, stone 10,000, still too little. Looking at the 50,000 units of wood and stone, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. If his talent had not yet upgraded, he would have unhesitatingly used these materials to construct the city walls. However, the circumstances have changed. His talents have now been elevated, enabling him to amalgamate identical items simultaneously. Consequently, the greater the quantity of materials, the more advantageous the fusion process becomes. Otherwise, if materials are insufficient after a single fusion attempt, another opportunity will be squandered. Presently, there are over 300 individuals in our vicinity, and those who ought to have engaged in trade have likely done so to some extent. The remaining individuals are merely observing. Lu Chen rubbed his brow thoughtfully, his gaze fixed upon the materials within his backpack, his expression tense. Although a considerable amount of resources has been gathered in a short span, it is still far from sufficient to construct the envisioned walls. System. Calculate the quantity of resources required to complete the wall. Ding. Based on the current village scale, estimated requirements. Timber, 80,000 stone, 100,000. There remains such a significant shortfall. Lu Chen massaged his temples. At the current rate of collection, it will take at least another day to accumulate the necessary materials. Furthermore, this estimate only accounts for the standard materials, excluding those post-fusion. Chapter 47. The Golden Armored Zombie. If a complete integration occurs, it must be doubled. Yet, this is merely the size of the current few residences in that conference hall. Such a limited space is undoubtedly insufficient. Not only will the tribe's members enter, but individuals from the surrounding areas may also come. At the very least, the walls must be expanded to accommodate thousands of inhabitants. It was at this moment that he suddenly recalled he had yet to inquire whether the system would allow the abandonment of the shelter after 7 days. System: can survivors abandon the shelter after 7 days and collectively migrate to my village? Ding. Survivor rules explained. In the initial 7 days of the zombie invasion, it is a global event. All shelters will be attacked. Abandonment or breaches will result in total elimination. After 7 days, survivors may choose whether to remain in the shelter based on actual circumstances. If they choose to stay, they will relinquish territorial rights and gain territory management. If they choose otherwise, they can join other territories to collectively defend against the zombie invasion or become wanderers. Is it truly feasible? Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately edited a message in the regional channel. Lu Chen, to prepare for the zombie tide in 2 days. Shuguang Village is now accepting applications for refuge. To seek shelter in Shuguang Village, the following conditions must be met. 1. Each individual must provide at least 500 units of wood or stone. 2. Absolute obedience to unified command is required. 3. Limited slots available. First come, first served. Once the message was sent, applications flooded in from the region. In under a minute, there were already over 99 requests. Glancing at the resources that could not be exchanged, Lu Chen took out the flame of fury and followed the villagers' path to find them. They were currently mining stones, and upon seeing Lu Chen, they all greeted him. Greetings, Chief. Observing the remaining dozen or so individuals still working, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Step aside, let me take over, he shouted loudly. The crowd dared not contradict him and promptly dispersed. Flame slash. As the crowd cleared, a wave of sword energy struck the newly developed quarry. Boom! The sword energy collided with the quarry, sending stones flying as it penetrated several meters deep. Pleased with the outcome, Lu Chen continued to unleash his skills, blasting apart the massive rocks in the quarry. The onlookers stood in awe, astonished that mining could be conducted in such a manner. Before long, both sides of the quarry were piled high, with 2 small hills of stones. With a flourish of his sword, Lu Chen received the notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired stones 16,700. The spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Otherwise, he could have harvested even more. Seeing that he had only obtained 16,700 stones, Lu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Just then, an alarm sounded in the void, accompanied by a countdown. Ding! 30 minutes remain until the 5th night's zombie invasion. Survivors are requested to return to the shelter promptly. Has the night arrived so soon? Lu Chen glanced up at the sky. He then turned to the crowd and instructed, you all return to the tribe first and inform Priest Emo tomorrow. Let him bring more people to gather stones and wood. At that moment, as Lu Chen finished speaking, a young man from the crowd inquired, Chieftain, will you not return to the tribe with us? Lu Chen shook his head, replying, I must return to the sanctuary. If my sanctuary is compromised, I shall perish. He gazed towards the distant direction of the newly established Dawn Village and remarked, now that Dawn Village has taken shape, you should heed my words and return to inform Priest Emo, urging him to send more people to assist. Yes, esteemed chieftain. The crowd responded in unison, quickly forming a line and heading towards the great wilderness tribe. After watching them depart, Lu Chen turned to Iron Egg. Iron Egg, you may pause your efforts for now. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Iron Egg ceased its work. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 500 units of wood. Iron Egg, you shall remain in Dawn Village tonight. When I came to find you earlier, I had already placed the spirit bamboo in the largest house there. Additionally, take the spirit stone with you tonight and absorb its energy. Strive to break through your current realm. With that, Lu Chen produced the solitary spirit stone and tossed it to Iron Egg. Given that Dawn Village had just been established, he was uncertain whether it would be subject to a zombie invasion. Thus, he decided to leave Iron Egg for the night to assess the situation. However, he could not allow Iron Egg to guard the place without any resources. He needed to provide some means for Iron Egg to enhance its abilities while also keeping watch. Roar! Iron Egg responded with a low growl, acknowledging Lu Chen's command. Very well, I shall return to the sanctuary now. I entrust Dawn Village to you. Seeing Iron Egg's readiness to take on the responsibility brought Lu Chen a sense of reassurance as he made his way to the sanctuary. To his surprise, he returned within a mere 20 minutes. Is the sanctuary truly so close to Dawn Village? Lu Chen pondered in astonishment. Yet, he had little time to dwell on this question, for upon reaching the entrance of his sanctuary, he discovered that a new patch of grass had sprouted. The yard, which had previously contained 4 patches of grass, now boasted 5. System, can this plant be removed 2 days after planting? Lu Chen inquired suddenly. While he knew he could utilize his infinite fusion talent to relocate the plant, the number of fusions he could perform remained limited. Ding. Yes, it can be removed. That is excellent. With the system's affirmation, he planted the newly acquired destruction cannon on the freshly sprouted grass. Surely, this plant array would withstand any zombie incursions, he thought, nodding in satisfaction at the gently swaying plants in the yard. Ding. The 5th night of the zombie invasion is about to commence. First wave of zombie invasion, Olive Zombie X50, Golden Armored Zombie X10, Magic Zombie X5, White-Eyed Giant Zombie X1. Indeed, the first wave had commenced with formidable strength. The intensity of the zombies during the first wave on previous nights had been considerable, and this night was no exception, introducing a new type of zombie, the Golden Armored Zombie. Just as the system's announcement concluded, the space at the end of the grass patch began to warp. The continuous emergence of zombies was relentless. Within mere seconds, a once barren expanse was now teeming with the undead. At that moment, Lu Chen beheld the appearance of this new zombie. It was a creature entirely encased in dark golden armor. Its physique was twice the size of an ordinary zombie, and the armor was adorned with menacing spikes. With each step it took, it seemed to leave profound imprints upon the ground. Golden Armored Zombie. Health points, 15,000. Defense points, 6,000. Traits. Super high defense. Passive bonus of an additional 1,000 defense. Frenzied charge. Short distance dash with immense destructive power. Goodness. How could this golden armored zombie possess such outrageous defense? Lu Chen marveled at the attributes of this formidable foe. This golden armored zombie was, without a doubt, the most defensively robust zombie he had encountered thus far. Chapter 48. The Fusion of the Destruction Cannon. As the countdown reached its conclusion, all the zombies were uniformly allocated to each lawn. The solitary white-eyed giant zombie, unfortunately, found itself assigned to the freshly spawned lawn. This formidable creature, while appearing quite intimidating, possessed a rather meager health pool of only 40,000. A single shot from the destruction cannon would nearly deplete its vitality. The moment the zombies stepped onto the lawn, the plants unleashed a ferocious barrage of firepower. With a thunderous roar, the immense recoil of the destruction cannon sent plumes of dust soaring into the air. Boom! -30,000, -30,000. In just one artillery shell, the zombies from both the upper lane and the lane beyond were obliterated, leaving only the severely weakened white-eyed giant. Suddenly, the health of the white-eyed giant plummeted to 10,000. It reached out and seized a nearby imp zombie, hurling it forward. Flame slash. Lu Chen, already on high alert, swiftly unleashed a wave of sword energy while the imp zombie was still airborne. Boom! -6,000. With a single strike, he dispatched the imp zombie, leaving it indebted to him for 2 lives. Fire Cloud Technique. Observing that the destruction cannon was charging, he abandoned the upper lane and concentrated his energy to conjure a fireball, which he hurled into the midst of the lower lanes. Boom! -1,000, -6,000. The fireball detonated, inflicting 6,000 damage upon the olive zombie, yet only a mere 1,000 upon the armored zombie. Such formidable defenses were indeed remarkable, seeing that he had only dealt 1,000 damage to the armored zombie did not dishearten Lu Chen. Now, merely 3 lanes of zombies remained on his lawn. The white-eyed giant in the upper lane had succumbed to the second shot of the destruction cannon. At this moment, he felt no fear towards the remaining zombies. The middle lane was bolstered by 2 enhanced plants, alongside the Ice Lord, providing ample firepower. In the lower lane, though there was only the exploding Cactus King, its penetrating damage was formidable. Each spiny projectile could inflict harm upon every zombie across the lawn. As for the lane beneath, it was even more formidable, featuring the explosive pitcher. Every few seconds, it launched a barrage of explosions, dealing not only high damage but also area damage that affected the zombies in the lower lane as well. With such an array of extraordinary plants, coupled with Lu Chen's involvement, even the armored zombie proved utterly ineffectual. It was merely a matter of time. As the last zombie fell, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the first wave of zombies on the 5th night. Rewards: Sunlight 3000, Spirit Dust 150. Friendly reminder: the next wave of zombies will commence in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Expected appearance of the second wave: Armored Zombies 20, Snowplow Zombies 20, Olive Zombies 40, White-Eyed Giants 2. Today's zombie invasion was, astonishingly, different from the previous 2 days. In recent days, the initial wave of the zombie invasion was formidable, with subsequent waves gradually diminishing in strength. However, today, the first wave exhibited unprecedented intensity, and the second wave also demonstrated an increase in ferocity. It seems that the impending zombie onslaught in 7 days will be anything but ordinary. Lu Chen was reminded of the impending tide of corpses that would descend in 7 days. Today, he still had one more opportunity, as his backpack contained a remaining spiritual core from a hunt 2 days prior. Observing the now-vanished crystal orbs, he pondered his next steps. This morning, he had already fused his talent twice, and, having acquired a talent upgrade stone in the Endless Challenge mode, had elevated his talent by 1 level. Upon exiting, what was originally a single remaining opportunity had transformed into 2. He then utilized one opportunity to fuse the mechanical core with the Iron Egg Super Bear armor. Thus, he was left with 1 fusion opportunity. First, he decided to examine what these zombies had dropped. With determination, Lu Chen strode forward and gathered the scattered crystal orbs from the lawn. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Golden Silk Armor 1, Giant's Grasp 1, Sunshine 1000. Spirit Dust 50. Wow, equipment drops. Upon discovering that he had acquired 2 pieces of gear, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Golden Silk Armor, excellent. Health, 1000. Defense, 100. Trait, entirely crafted from gold, exceptionally precious. Do I truly require such extravagant gear? What I need is practicality. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he regarded the Golden Silk Armor. Giant's Grasp, excellent. Damage, 150. Trait, a colossal axe wielded by the White-Eyed Giant, exceedingly heavy when slaying enemies. Inflicts double damage. This is a divine artifact. Does this mean that if I inflict 1,000 points of damage on a gold-armored zombie, using this would result in 2,000? Lu Chen was elated. Although the quality of the Giant's Grasp was merely excellent, that singular trait was enough to rival even epic or legendary items. When tomorrow's fusion opportunities reset, he would combine it with something else and bestow it upon the Iron Egg. Currently, he possessed the Blaze of Fury and had little interest in this axe. Despite its remarkable effect, the sheer size of the axe was disproportionate to his small stature. Conversely, the Iron Egg was in dire need of a weapon, making it a perfect fit for him. As for the Golden Silk Armor, he felt that fusing it with his Blaze Armor would yield minimal enhancement. After some contemplation, he decided to keep it for future consideration. He then surveyed the plants scattered across the lawn, contemplating which one to utilize for his final fusion opportunity today. Perhaps the Annihilation Cannon would be the best choice. After scanning his surroundings, he concluded that the Annihilation Cannon was indeed the most suitable option, especially considering its divine quality. At present, I possess a previously acquired spirit core, which is perfectly suited for the fusion with the Annihilation Cannon. Resolutely, Lu Chen decided to merge the Annihilation Cannon with the primary spirit core. Without hesitation, he retrieved the remaining spirit core and approached the Annihilation Cannon to initiate the fusion. As Lu Chen brought the spirit core close to the cannon, a brilliant golden light erupted from the point of contact. The spirit core seemed to melt and seep into the cannon's body, while blue energy patterns gradually emerged along the dark golden barrel. Ding! Fusion successful. Chapter 49. The Zombie River. Beep. Congratulations on the successful fusion. You have obtained the mythical Phantom Serpent Cannon. Phantom Serpent Cannon Mythical, Realm, Initial Stage of Tier 1 Level. LV0 health points, 30,000 attack power, 50,000 attack range, 500 meters characteristics. 1. Devastating strike within a 7 by 7 meter area. Ignores defense. 1 shell every 2 seconds. 2. Energy overload. Damage increases by 40 upon killing a target. Can stack infinitely. Slowly recovers after battle. 3. Annihilation Toxic Blast. Explosion creates a toxic domain lasting 10 seconds, inflicting 500 damage per second within the toxic area, ignoring physical defense. A domain has appeared. Upon observing this new feature, Lu Chen was filled with delight. After the fusion, the appearance of the Annihilation Cannon had transformed completely. Its body now exhibited a dark azure hue, adorned with scales resembling those of a serpent. And the cannon's muzzle had taken on the shape of a serpent's head, as if ready to unleash venom at any moment. Incredible! Lu Chen could not help but marvel. This plant not only retained its original devastating firepower, but also introduced toxic attribute damage. 5 minutes is always fleeting. The time elapsed quickly after merging with this plant. Beep. The second wave of zombie invasion on the 5th night is imminent. Please prepare. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2. Perfect. Is the ideal opportunity to test the power of this newly fused plant. A glint of battle intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He promptly replanted the Phantom Serpent Cannon in its original spot. Seizing the moment when the zombies were refreshing, he expended all his remaining 15,000 sunlight to exchange for basic plant fertilizer. Beep. Congratulations, you have obtained basic plant fertilizer 500. Using all the basic plant fertilizer, he upgraded the Phantom Serpent Cannon. Beep. Successfully consumed 255 basic plant fertilizer to upgrade the Phantom Serpent Cannon to LV8. Phantom Serpent Cannon, Mythical, Realm, Initial stage of Tier 1 level. LV8 health points, 110,000 attack power, 130,000. Each level increases health and attack power by 10,000. Lu Chen pondered, examining the attributes of the now LV8 Phantom Serpent Cannon. He had exhausted his sunlight for further fertilizer exchanges. To elevate this LV8 Phantom Serpent Cannon to the maximum level of 10, he would require an additional 767 units of fertilizer. However, he currently had only 245 left, necessitating 522 more units. Alas, he would need over 15,000 sunlight to achieve this. Lu Chen shook his head. Nevertheless, this firepower was sufficient for now. With that, Lu Chen turned his gaze toward the freshly spawned zombies. The lawn was once again teeming with the undead. 20 golden armored zombies stood in a neat formation. 20 snowmobile zombies revved their engines. 40 olive zombies dispersed across 5 routes, and 2 wide-eyed giant zombies anchored the rear, each carrying a small ghost zombie on their shoulders. None of these zombies possessed health exceeding 100,000. The moment one set foot on the lawn, they were swiftly resolved by a single shot from the spectral Serpent Emperor cannon, which unleashed a deadly explosion that left behind a toxic domain. This singular projectile not only annihilated the zombies in the upper lane, but, due to its upgraded range, also affected the middle lane. Consequently, the 5 lanes of zombies suffered greatly. With one shot, 3 zombies from the upper lane and all from the middle lane were eradicated entirely. At this juncture, only 5 golden armored zombies, 5 snowmobile zombies, 8 olive zombies, and a solitary white-eyed giant zombie remained in the lower lane. The situation in the lower lane mirrored this, albeit with 1 less white-eyed giant zombie. Thanks to the assistance of the spectral Serpent Emperor cannon, the frigid sovereign in the middle lane was able to redirect its efforts, continually launching projectiles to assail the zombies in the lower lane. With only a few minor adversaries left, including the explosive thrower, the blasting Cactus King, and the frigid sovereign's involvement, they were swiftly dispatched. The final white-eyed giant zombie, upon summoning its minions, was easily vanquished by a single stroke from Lu Chen's sword. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the second wave of zombie invasion on the 5th night. Reward: Sunlight 4,000, Spirit Dust 200. Friendly reminder: the next wave of zombies will commence in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The third wave of zombies is anticipated to include golden armored zombies 50, snowmobile zombies 20, olive zombies 50. Oh, there are no giant zombies this time. Observing the lineup for the third wave of the zombie invasion, Lu Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He had expected the intensity of each wave to escalate, yet it appeared that the third wave fell short. Although the number of zombies had significantly increased, the absence of the giant zombies, which served as formidable shields, diminished the overall strength of this wave. Indeed, the duration required to fend off the third wave was notably less than that of the second. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the third wave of zombie invasion on the fifth night. Reward: Sunlight 5000, Spirit Dust 250. Friendly reminder: the next wave of zombies will commence in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The fourth wave presented no challenge and was easily defended against. However, upon reaching the fifth wave, new types of zombies emerged, including those exhibiting intelligence. Composition of the fifth wave of zombie invasion: Intelligent Zombies 2, Mecha Zombies 10, Creeper Zombies 5, Golden Armored Zombies 70. The sudden appearance of two new types of zombies, Creeper Zombies and Intelligent Zombies, caught Lu Chen off guard, prompting him to tighten his grip on the flame of fury. As the countdown concluded, the fifth wave of zombies was unleashed. Creeper Zombie, Health 5000. Traits: upon approaching plants or living beings within 3 squares, it will charge for 1.5 seconds before detonating itself, inflicting 10,000 points of damage within a 3/3 radius on plants or living beings. Wisdom Zombie, Jianghe Realm, initial stage 1 life points, 40,000 attack power, 5,000 traits. 1. Tactical Command, capable of precisely controlling the actions of up to 100 zombies. 2. Elemental Affinity, able to cast ice element spells. 3. Corpse Whisperer, can communicate simply with living beings. This zombie possesses a name. Moreover, it is a zombie of a certain realm. This could spell trouble. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and his grip on the sword tightened slightly. This was the first time he had encountered a zombie with an independent name since arriving in this world, and it was evident that this undead being was anything but ordinary. At that moment, Jianghe, clad in dark purple robes and wielding a skeletal staff, stood at the rear of the horde, with ethereal blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. It commanded the zombies with a wave of its staff, causing them to swiftly rearrange their formation. The Creeper Zombie was positioned at the forefront, while the golden armored zombies formed an impenetrable defensive wall, and 2 mecha zombies were stationed at each of the 5 pathways. Jianghe, meanwhile, receded to the outskirts of the lawn, chanting incantations. Attack! Suddenly, a deep and hoarse voice emanated from Jianghe's mouth. The zombie could actually speak. Lu Chen was astounded to hear Jianghe's words. Chapter 50. Hidden backup energy. Before Lu Chen could fully comprehend the situation, the horde of corpses had already received their orders to launch an attack. The Jianghe zombie led the charge, unleashing a spear of ice. Seeking death. Fiery slash. A searing wave of sword energy cleaved through the air. Boom! The moment the ice spear met the sword energy, it was instantly obliterated by the overwhelming heat. The sword energy, undeterred, continued its relentless advance towards Jianghe. Caught off guard by Lu Chen's formidable strength, Jianghe was astonished that a single sword strike had melted his most potent attack, yet the onslaught pressed on. Bang! Minus 10,000 attribute restraint. Ah, fire indeed counters ice, Lu Chen smirked. The damage had already been mitigated. Had it been at full potency, this blow would have reduced Jianghe's health by a significant margin. At that moment, the horde had converged upon the lawn, and the plants began to exhibit their formidable powers. The recently upgraded Yomi Snake Emperor cannon, with its dark green barrel, erupted in a dazzling display of light. In an instant, a projectile enveloped in toxic mist shot forth, targeting the heart of the zombie horde on the upper lane. Boom! Minus 130,000 minus 130,000 minus 500. The shell exploded among the zombies, instantly decimating all the undead in the upper lane, as well as those in the central and middle lanes. The explosion created a toxic domain that continued to exude a cloud of green mist. Seeing this, Jianghe was taken aback. That was a staggering 40 zombies. all eliminated by a single shell. Turning to the other intelligent zombie, Jiang Shan, he inquired in a low voice. This human is quite extraordinary. Do you have any strategies? Assessing the previous attack, Jiang had noted his attribute is fire, while mine is earth, which can counter him somewhat. You will assist me from the sidelines as we eliminate this human. With a cold gaze fixed on Lu Chen, Jiang applauded. Very well. I will support you during the battle. Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, stationed before the wooden cabin, observed the two intelligent zombies with growing unease. Their whispered exchanges sparked a flicker of anxiety within him. Yet as he noticed the dwindling numbers of zombies on the lawn, his concerns faded. Once the zombies on the lawn were eradicated, he reasoned that the two intelligent zombies would pose no threat. As the last of the zombies fell, Lu Chen stealthily approached the Yomi Snake Emperor cannon from behind. At that moment, the impatient Jiang He and Jiang Shan sprang into action simultaneously. Earth Spike. Jiang Shan initiated the assault, leaping into the air and striking the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, the lawn cracked open with countless fissures, and dozens of sharp stone spikes surged forth from the ground, thrusting directly towards Lu Chen's feet. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Chen had long been prepared. His figure flickered, and with a swift motion, he cleaved down with the Wrath of Flames. Flame slash. The Wrath of Flames carved a fiery sword aura before him, severing all the incoming stone spikes. Yet, he was acutely aware that this strike was merely a feint, ice crystal prison. Indeed, Jiang He seized the opportunity, unleashing his skill behind Jiang Shan. The staff in his hand radiated a brilliant white light, and countless ice spikes formed beneath Lu Chen's feet. Not good. Lu Chen had no time to evade, and his feet were instantly ensnared by the ice spikes. He hastily swung the Wrath of Flames, but at that moment, Jiang Shan had already prepared to charge at the edge of the lawn. Whoosh! A petrified fist, slicing through the air, hurled towards Lu Chen. Just as the situation appeared dire, Jiang Shan entered the lawn. The ethereal Serpent King's cannon fired a projectile in an instant. What? Both Jiang Shan and Jiang He were taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Shan was akin to an arrow already shot, unable to retract. Bang! Minus 130,000. Jiang Shan was instantaneously obliterated by the projectile. Lu Chen watched as Jiang Shan was annihilated, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Humph, had this been outside the lawn, I would have been at a loss for how to deal with you. But you sought your own demise by charging in here. For the past 7 days, any zombie that dared to step onto his lawn would be met with the wrath of the plants therein. Outside the lawn, however, they were beyond the reach of the floor's aggression. Jiang He, witnessing the instant demise of Jiang Shan, pivoted and began to retreat in a frantic hop. Trying to flee? Crack! A sword stroke shattered the ice spikes beneath his feet. The moment the ice spikes crumbled, Lu Chen surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, the Wrath of Flames tracing a blazing arc through the air. Jiang He turned in a panic, hastily conjuring an ice shield with his staff. Yet, Lu Chen's sword was already upon him. Flame slash. Boom. Minus 20,000. The fiery sword aura instantly tore through the ice shield, continuing unabated to strike Jiang He's chest. The wise zombie was propelled several meters away, his dark purple robe igniting in fierce flames. Jiang He health, 10,000, 40,000, cough, cough. Damn human. Jiang He struggled to rise, the fire of his soul flickering violently. Suddenly, he produced a pitch-black crystal from his bosom and crushed it. This is what you forced me to do. Back up hidden energy. Boom. What? In an instant, Jiang He detonated along with the obsidian crystal. The explosion's force sent Lu Chen flying several meters away. His fiery battle armor radiated immense power. Cough, cough. I nearly fell victim to this zombie's hand. Lu Chen struggled to his feet. It seemed that one must not underestimate the intelligent zombies in this reality. Hiss. Although he was shielded by the fiery battle armor during the explosion, being so close to Jiang, he meant that the blast power still left him in excruciating pain. Ding. Congratulations on successfully defending against the 5th wave of the zombie invasion on the 5th night. You have earned a reward of 7,000 sunshine and 350 spirit dust. Ding. Congratulations on successfully withstanding tonight's zombie onslaught. You have received a score of SSS and rewards of 10, 0, 0, 0 Sunshine, 500 Spirit Dust, 1 Legendary Random Plant Seed, and 3 Plant Spirit Cores. Achieving a 3S rating is truly rewarding. This time, I have received a Legendary Plant Seed along with 3 Plant Spirit Cores, which will allow me to promote 3 of my plants to the next tier. In my moment of elation, I momentarily forgot the pain I was experiencing. After enduring several waves, and with the final challenge approaching, my sunshine has now reached 32,000, and my spirit dust has accumulated to 2,415, enabling me to forge 2 spirit stones. Chapter 51, 6 First Order Plants. Fusion of 2,000 units of spiritual dust. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Stones 2. Without further regard for the system notification, I carefully stored the Spirit Stones and took out the 3 plant cores along with 1 legendary random plant seed. It was time to test my luck. Taking a deep breath, I delicately cradled the seed in my palm. The surface of the seed was adorned with enigmatic patterns, its texture warm and smooth like jade. System. Use the legendary random plant seed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Cosmic Arbor, Legendary, Level, LV0 Health, 1500 Attack Power, 3000 Type, Versatile Plant Abilities, Elemental Mastery can unleash ice, fire, and wood attacks. Omniform, randomly transforms into a different form every 5 minutes, with various special effects. When in ice form, can launch ice spikes for attack. When in fire form, can enchant the attacks of surrounding plants, enhancing damage by 30. When in wood form, can release a vine to control zombies or creatures along a path. Spiritual Resonance enhances surrounding plants' attributes by 10. Is this truly a legendary plant? I stared at the attribute panel of Cosmic Arbor, my fingers trembling slightly. The strength of this plant far exceeded my expectations. 3 elemental forms, collective enhancement effects. Each characteristic was nothing short of extraordinary. Ice form could deliver damage. Fire form could amplify damage, and wood form had control capabilities, coupled with spiritual resonance, which bolstered the attributes of surrounding plants by 10. Such a lavish attribute panel could easily convince me it was a mythical level plant. Swiftly, I planted the newly acquired Cosmic Arbor in the bottom lane. The current lineup in the bottom lane was now Explosive Cactus King, 7, Cosmic Arbor, 0, Nut, 5. Although the Explosive Cactus King possessed piercing damage, it was becoming increasingly inadequate against the zombies encountered. However, with the addition of Cosmic Arbor, the damage output had become more balanced. Now that I had 3 plant cores, to whom should I grant them? Holding the plant cores, I surveyed the plants on the lawn. Currently, I possessed 3 First Order plants, the earliest Amber Peach, followed by the Frigid Sovereign, and finally the recently fused Nether Serpent Cannon. 1 epic, 1 legendary, 1 mythical. I should prioritize the plants of higher quality. After a brief contemplation, I had arrived at my decision. Among my plants, several were remarkable or epic. The only legendary one remaining was the recently acquired Cosmic Arbor, along with the Explosive Pitcher. I used 2 plant cores, targeting Cosmic Arbor and Explosive Pitcher. Instantly, the 2 plant cores melted away, transforming into countless specks of light that fused into the plant's body. The vines of Cosmic Arbor suddenly swelled, and emerald leaves began to shimmer with golden patterns. The vibrant orbs of light at the pinnacle split into 3, displaying hues of icy blue, fiery red, and lush green. Most astonishingly, a resplendent crystal materialized at the center of the plant, emanating a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations on the successful advancement of the Omniscient Flora. Omniscient Flora, Legendary. Realm, early stage of First Order level. LV0 health points. 5000 attack power. 6000 type. Versatile plant traits. Elemental control can unleash ice, fire, and wood attacks. Samsara transforms randomly into a different form every 3 minutes, each with distinct effects. When in ice form, can launch ice spikes for attack. When in fire form, can imbue the attacks of nearby plants with an additional 50 damage. When in wood form, can release a vine to control zombies or creatures along a path. Spiritual Resonance enhances nearby plants' attributes by 25. New trait. Realm of Flora. Friendly units within a 3/3 radius gain elemental resistance. Defeating creatures grants experience points for realm advancement. Subsequent plants will not be listed here. On the other side, the explosive thrower underwent a remarkable transformation. The once humble chili projectile evolved into a molten fireball, with its surface adorned by flowing flame patterns. Even more extraordinary, it developed vine-like appendages that could autonomously adjust the angle of its throws. Ding! Congratulations on the successful advancement of the explosive thrower. Explosive thrower, legendary. Realm, early stage of first order level. LV 5 health points, 13,000 damage, 9,000 traits. Launches an explosive chili every 3 seconds. With its power significantly enhanced after merging with the destructive mushroom. The explosion radius extends to 4/3. New traits. Lava Splash, after explosion. Splits into 8 smaller fireballs. Precision Throw can manually designate attack targets. Flame Resonance. Fire-type plants on the field gain 15 attack power. This remarkable enhancement. Lu Chen gazed at the 2 rejuvenated plants, his heart racing. Especially the omniscient Flora, which had acquired realm-based abilities after its advancement, a characteristic typically reserved for mythical plants. After replanting these 2 specimens, he turned his attention to the solitary plant core remaining in his hand. Currently, several of his epic plants had yet to reach the first order. The explosive Cactus King, the Flame Laser Cannon, the Twin Blossoms of Time, and the Iron-Shelled Pumpkin Nut. They were all nearly ready. This final plant core should enhance the Twin Blossoms of Time. Lu Chen pondered, using the last plant core, targeted at the Twin Blossoms of Time. As the core merged with the plant, astonishing changes began to unfold. The flower discs of the Twin Blossoms gradually drew closer, ultimately fusing into a magnificent golden blossom. The center of the flower revealed an hourglass motif, while the edges of the petals shimmered with ripples of time. Ding! Congratulations on the successful advancement of the Time's Twin Blossoms. Time's Twin Blossoms, Epic, Boundary, Initial Stage of First Level. LV 5 health points, 5,000 attributes, Temporal Acceleration, increases the attack speed of allies within a 5/5 radius by 95. Light of the Twins, generates 200 sunlight every hour. Temporal Reversal, when plants within range perish, there is a 75 chance of revival, limited to once per plant. Overclock Domain. Upon activation, all plants on the field enter a state of temporal overclocking, reducing attack intervals by 100 for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. New attribute, Space-Time Distortion. Active skill, upon use, reduces the speed of enemies within a 7-meter range by 50. To his astonishment, a new large area control skill has been added. As Lu Chen gazed upon the advancement to the first level of Time's Twin Blossoms, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, the more control Lu Chen possesses, the more he relishes it. As long as he maintains sufficient control, even with lower damage, he can gradually wear down and defeat the zombies. Chapter 52, Second Level. The zombie invasion of the night has come to a close. Now, it is time to nourish oneself before embarking on the path of cultivation. With this thought, Lu Chen strode back to the wooden cabin, retrieving the unfinished tiger meat to roast over the fireplace. After savoring a few bites of the grilled meat, he settled cross-legged on the wooden bed. Let me experiment with how these spirit stones enhance my cultivation. With that, Lu Chen took out the 2 spirit stones he had just fused and placed them in the palm of his hand. Taking a deep breath, he began to circulate the fire cloud technique with all his might, allowing the spiritual energy within his body to flow ceaselessly through his meridians. As the technique activated, the spiritual energy from the stones was drawn forth, transforming into 2 delicate streams that surged into his body from his palm. The pure spiritual energy instantly filled his withered meridians, eliciting a contented sigh from him. The speed of cultivation was more than tenfold compared to usual. Lu Chen could distinctly feel each strand of spiritual energy fortifying his flesh and bones, while the vortex of energy in his dantian gradually expanded. After 30 minutes of cultivation, a sudden violent tremor erupted within his internal energy. In that moment, a powerful suction emanated from within, drawing the spiritual energy from the stones into his body. This overwhelming force was so fierce that the absorbed energy threatened to tear his meridians apart. In a critical moment, he exerted all his strength to operate the fire cloud technique, rapidly refining the influx of spiritual energy. Instantly, the turbulent energy began to condense under his continuous refinement, transforming into droplets of liquid spiritual essence. This is liquidification of spiritual energy? Lu Chen marveled at the transformation occurring within his dantian. A breakthrough is imminent. Sensing the changes in his dantian's energy, he did not hesitate to crush the spirit stones in his hand. A vast tide of energy surged wildly into his being. The vortex of energy spun faster and faster, ultimately forming a small pool of liquid essence at the center of his dantian. With a resounding boom reverberating within him, a wave of euphoria washed over him from the inside out. The immense spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like a surging flood. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully broken through to the initial stage of the second level. Finally, a breakthrough. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Chen released his worries. He then ceased his cultivation and opened his attribute panel. Name: Lu Chen Realm. Initial stage of second level, talent: Infinite Fusion, unique, LV1, Elemental Affinity Spirit Roots, Metal Wood, Water, Fire, Earth Experience Points, 200-1000 Defense, 1,000, Health Points, 20,000 20,000 Spirit Power, 1,000 1,000 Attack Power, 6,000 Physique, 1,000 Strength, 500 Agility, 500 Mental Power, 500. Ding! Congratulations on your self-comprehended skill. Externalization of spiritual awareness. Externalization of spiritual awareness. Active skill. Can sense energy fluctuations within a 100-meter radius when actively used. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power of the second level. Is this the power of the second tier? Indeed, it surpasses the first tier by a considerable margin. Lu Chen mused to himself. He resolved to continue his cultivation and solidify the newly attained realm. With that, he closed his eyes once more, channeling the fire cloud technique to stabilize his level. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window, Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes. After a night of diligent practice, the once restless spiritual energy within him now flowed smoothly through his meridians, obedient and controlled. The pool of spiritual liquid in his dantian had expanded, shimmering with a crystalline blue glow. These spiritual stones are indeed far superior to that spiritual dust. The two stones not only allowed my strength to break through to the early second tier, but also provided enough residual energy to stabilize my realm. Lu Chen stretched his arms lazily, and a series of cracking sounds resonated through his body. This breakthrough not only elevated his realm, but also significantly enhanced his physique. Moreover, after reaching the second tier, he sensed that the entire world had transformed. The flow of spiritual energy in the air was distinctly perceivable. The distant chirping of birds resonated as if right beside him, and even the rhythmic breathing of the plants outside the wooden cabin was within his awareness. Is this the power of spiritual perception? Truly marvelous, Lu Chen whispered, attempting to release his spiritual awareness. In an instant, everything within a 100-meter radius appeared before his mind's eye as if rendered in 3 dimensions. Ding! Congratulations on surviving to the 6th day. Survival rewards being distributed. The system's notification interrupted Lu Chen's contemplation. A beam of golden light descended, transforming into several luminous orbs suspended before him. Basic rewards: Sunlight 10,000. Spiritual Dust 500. Additional reward: first in the world to break through second tier thick earth technique 1. Spiritual Stones 2. Special achievement reward: Pioneer title, all attributes 10. This is an earth attribute technique? It's finally here. Now I only lack a wood attribute technique. Then I can attempt a fusion. Not to mention the 2 spiritual stones and the pioneer title. Lu Chen leapt with excitement. Just last night, he had consumed 2 spiritual stones, and to his surprise, today's survival reward included another 2. This is simply delightful. Moreover, with the addition of the 500 spiritual dust, his total now exceeded 900, just shy of another fusion with a spiritual stone. Today, the Endless Challenge mode has refreshed, and with over 40,000 sunlight at my disposal. Should I enhance all my plants and then venture into the endless challenge for a gamble? After a moment's contemplation, the answer became clear: enhancement. I shall exchange all my sunlight for basic plant fertilizer. With that thought, Lu Chen opened today's sunlight shop to browse. Several new plants had appeared today: small mushrooms, sunflowers, and nuts. A quick glance revealed that these were rather ordinary plants. These plants no longer held significant value for me. Randomly opening special items, I allocated the maximum amount of primary plant fertilizer that could be purchased, totaling 42,000 sunshine, with each unit of primary plant fertilizer costing 30 sunshine. This enabled the acquisition of a total of 400 units of primary plant fertilizer. First, let us elevate the Nether Serpent Emperor cannon to its utmost level. After exchanging for the primary plant fertilizer, Lu Chen emerged from the wooden cabin and approached the Nether Serpent Emperor cannon. Utilizing 768 units of primary plant fertilizer, he upgraded the Nether Serpent Emperor cannon. Instantly, 2 beams of light flashed, and the Nether Serpent Emperor cannon successfully advanced to level 10. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of the Nether Serpent Emperor cannon. Chapter 53. A Surge of Power. Mythical Phantom Serpent Cannon. Realm. Early stage of first level. LV10. Further upgrades will require breakthrough stones. Health. 200. 000 attack power. 210. 000 attack range. 600 meters upon reaching level 10. Only a slight enhancement in attributes was observed, with no additional benefits to its characteristics. The damage output. 210. 000. As Lu Chen beheld the damage of the Phantom Serpent Cannon at level 10, he could not help but click his tongue in awe. With such a shot, whether it be ghost or deity, one would surely suffer grievously, if not perish. Given the current foes he encountered, no zombie could possibly withstand a second barrage of this caliber. Now that the Phantom Serpent Cannon had ascended to level 10, it was time to elevate the Frost Monarch. With that thought, Lu Chen approached the Frost Monarch and immediately applied basic plant fertilizer. Using basic plant fertilizer 384 to upgrade Frost Monarch, 2 beams of white light flashed once more from the Frost Monarch. Ding! Congratulations! The Frost Monarch has successfully upgraded to LV9. Frost Monarch, Legendary. Realm, mid-stage of first level. LV9 health, 20,000 damage, 10,000 excellent. The damage of the Frost Monarch has indeed increased. Remarkably, it had inadvertently advanced to the mid-stage of the first level. Now, with 248 units of basic plant fertilizer remaining, he decided to utilize all of it to enhance the recently acquired Universal Forest. Currently, his Universal Forest was still at LV0, as he had not upgraded it the previous night. With the remaining fertilizer, it was the perfect opportunity to elevate its level. Using basic plant fertilizer 127 to upgrade Universal Forest. Ding! Congratulations! Universal Forest has successfully upgraded to LV7. Universal Forest Legendary. Realm, early stage of first level. LV7 health, 12,000 attack power, 13,000 to his surprise. It was insufficient to reach level 8. Lu Chen gazed at the remaining 121 units of basic plant fertilizer in astonishment. He had anticipated that he could elevate the Universal Forest to level 8, but it fell short. Since he still had 121 units left, he decided to continue upgrading other entities. Using basic plant fertilizer 63 to upgrade the Explosive Pitcher. Ding! Congratulations! Explosive Pitcher has successfully upgraded to LV6. That would suffice. The remaining amount was too little for another upgrade. He resolved to complete the Endless Challenge mode first before venturing to Dawn City. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen pressed the button for the Endless Challenge mode. Ding! Please select the current difficulty, Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose Nightmare mode. Ding! Difficulty mode selected. Endless Challenge. Nightmare mode. Current team. Lu Chen, team leader. Currently, you can proceed solo or recruit allies. Would you like to recruit additional members? Solo. The moment Lu Chen selected the solo option, the entire space abruptly warped. He felt a dizzying sensation, And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing upon a desolate wasteland. The sky loomed with a foreboding crimson hue, and on the distant horizon, he was astonished to discover he had returned to the very location of yesterday's endless challenge mode. Ding! Would you like to begin the challenge from the first level, or continue from your previous level? Reminder, rewards can only be earned once per level. No repeat rewards? What was the point of that? Of course, he would continue from where he left off. Ding! Selection successful. You will resume the challenge from the 6th level. Please plant your vegetation quickly, as zombies will invade in 1 minute. This wave's zombie lineup: Enhanced Olive Zombies 40, Enhanced Snowplow Zombies 20, Enhanced White-Eyed Giant Zombie 1, Intelligent Magic Zombie 1. The same zombie lineup as last time. This time, victory was assured. Now he was a stronger version of himself from yesterday. Not only had his power ascended to the 2nd tier, but he also acquired the mythical plant, Phantom Serpent Emperor Cannon. This time, he was destined to reach even greater heights. He swiftly selected the 6 plants: Phantom Serpent Emperor Cannon, Twin Flower of Time, Explosive Toss, Omniverse Forest, Frost Monarch, and Exploding Cactus King. Each one a splendid choice. With a total of 5 lawns, the Phantom Serpent Emperor Cannon was planted in the center row, closest to the wooden cabin. In front of it was the Twin Flower of Time, followed by the Explosive Toss in the upper row and the Frost Monarch in the lower. As for the uppermost lane, it was occupied by the Omniverse Forest, while the lower lane housed the Exploding Cactus King. This arrangement was flawless. As he surveyed the planted vegetation, a swell of pride surged within Lu Chen. Damage, control, and enhancement were all maximized. Ding! The 6th level zombie invasion is about to commence. As the system's countdown reached 0, a dark tide of corpses suddenly emerged on the horizon. The enhanced olive zombies formed a tightly packed formation, their ranks bolstered by the thunderous roar of the snowplow zombies' engines, while at the rear of the horde, the towering white-eyed giant zombie, standing at an imposing 5 meters, bore the magic zombie draped in a purple robe upon its shoulder. With a thunderous roar, the white-eyed giant charged forward, wielding a colossal iron club. Meanwhile, the magic zombie floated in midair, its staff tip coalescing with dark purple energy. As soon as it touched the lawn, the Phantom Serpent Emperor Cannon had already charged around. Boom! The dark azure cannon barrel slowly rotated, and serpent patterns shimmered with an eerie glow. With a resounding explosion, an energy projectile intertwined with toxic mist hurtled forth. Minus 210,000, minus 210,000. The zombies across all 3 lawns were obliterated in a single shot. Even a magic zombie perched atop the white-eyed giant was reduced to ashes. What a thrill! Lu Chen clenched his fists. This was the might of a mythical plant. It was worth noting that the enhanced white-eyed giant zombie had posed a formidable challenge yesterday, requiring a concerted effort from him, Tai Dan, and their plants to barely overcome it. Today, a single cannonball transformed all the zombies on the 3 lawns into mere ashes. Devoid of the wisdom imparted by the magical zombie, and coupled with the enhanced prowess of Lu Chen's plants, the remaining zombies succumbed swiftly. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully defended the 6th layer. Time taken, 2 minutes 10 seconds. Reward: Sunshine 30,000, Spirit Stone 1, Flame Gem 2. Ding! Would you like to proceed directly to challenge the next layer? No. Just as Lu Chen confirmed his refusal, a system notification regarding the elevation of plant status emerged. Ding! Congratulations! The experience of a Nether Serpent Cannon is now full, successfully advancing to mid-level of the 1st tier. Nether Serpent Cannon, Mythical, Realm, mid-level of the 1st tier level. LV 10 health points, 220,000 attack power, 230,000. Astonishingly, both health points and attack power have increased by 20,000, along with enhancements to its attributes. Chapter 54. The Cunning Undead Battle. Ding! The challenge on the 7th level will commence in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourself. 3 minutes, huh? Glancing at the system notification, Lu Chen murmured with ease. I wonder if I can access the Sunlight Shop in this endless challenge mode. As he pondered, Lu Chen attempted to open it, and indeed, it was possible. This means that after each level, I can purchase items to enhance my strength. In the next moment, Lu Chen exchanged all 30,000 units of sunlight he had just acquired for beginner plant fertilizer. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully consumed sunlight 30,000 and obtained beginner plant fertilizer 1,000. With the 1,000 units added to the remaining 58, I now possess a total of 1058. Just as he was about to utilize the beginner plant fertilizer to upgrade his plants, he suddenly recalled that this endless challenge mode seemed to have no effect on the outside world. If I upgrade my plants here, will they remain unchanged once I exit? System, if I upgrade my plants in this endless challenge mode, will my plant levels be retained when I go outside? Ding! They will be retained. As long as they will be retained. With the system's confirmation, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the 6 plants on the battlefield. Currently, among these 6 plants, only the Spectral Serpent Cannon had reached level 10. The Frost Monarch was at level 9, the Twin Flower of Time at level 5. The Explosive Cactus King and the All-Encompassing Forest at level 7, and the final plant, the Blazing Pitcher, was at level 6. I will first elevate the Frost Monarch to level 10. Having made his decision, Lu Chen directly applied the beginner plant fertilizer to the Frost Monarch. Using beginner plant fertilizer 512 to upgrade the Frost Monarch. Ding! Congratulations, the Frost Monarch has successfully reached LV10. Next, he continued to use beginner plant fertilizer 256 to upgrade the Explosive Cactus King and the All-Encompassing Forest. Ding! Congratulations. The Explosive Cactus King and the All-Encompassing Forest have successfully upgraded to LV8. With 290 units remaining, he proceeded to use beginner plant fertilizer 192 to upgrade the Blazing Pitcher. Ding! Congratulations. The Blazing Pitcher has successfully upgraded to LV8. Perfect. I have exactly 98 left, and I can no longer upgrade. Just as Lu Chen completed the upgrades for all his plants, the countdown had only 10 seconds remaining. As the countdown concluded, a horde of dark, looming zombies began to appear at the edge of the lawn. Ding! The 7th level challenge is about to begin. Objective: survive for 50 minutes or eliminate all zombies. This round's zombie lineup: Enhanced Gold Armored Zombies 20, Enhanced Silver Armored Zombies 20, Enhanced Bronze Armored Zombies 20. Intelligent Zombie 1. I didn't expect to encounter an intelligent zombie in this endless challenge. Upon seeing the lineup of zombies for the 7th level, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He was no stranger to the intelligent zombie. He had come to realize just how cunning it was. Just last night, he had almost fallen victim to that undead trickster. As the zombies gathered, the intelligent zombie appeared just as it had the previous night. Hiding at the rear of the horde, Lu Chen observed the figure before him, which did not resemble a typical magical zombie. Instead, it bore a rusted, massive cleaver strapped to its back. Wise Zombie, Zombie General Realm. Initial stage 1 health points, 150,000 attack power, 8,000 traits. Tactical command, can precisely control the actions of fewer than 200 zombies. Steel Will, immune to control effects. Battle Frenzy, increases attack power by 5 for each unit killed. Desperate Counterattack, doubles all attributes when health falls below 30. Enhanced Golden Armored Zombie, health points, 50. 000 50 000 defense, 10 000 traits. Alloy Armor, reduces 80 of physical damage. Enhanced Silver Armored Zombie, health points, 30 000 30 000 defense, 5 000 traits. Lightning Charge, increases charge speed by 300. Enhanced Copper Armored Zombie, health points, 20 000 20 000 defense, 3 000 traits. Corrosive Attack, reduces target's defense. To Lu Chen's surprise, this zombie general was merely a first-tier zombie. However, he comforted himself with the knowledge that he had advanced to the 2nd tier the previous night. Though its attributes vastly surpassed his own, he was confident he could contend with it. The zombie general stood at the back of the horde, its rusted cleaver thrust heavily into the ground. It did not launch an immediate attack, but instead surveyed the defensive formations, a cunning red glint flashing in its eyes. With a low, rumbling battle roar, the zombie general abruptly shifted its formation. The golden armored zombies arranged into a triangular assault formation. The silver armored zombies spread out along the flanks. and the copper-armored zombies provided rear support, while it itself remained at the back, directing the operations. Quite clever, Lu Chen scoffed, but regrettably. On one hand, the zombie general was astute enough to position all the golden-armored zombies in the center, flanks, and rear. On the other hand, it had still placed the golden-armored zombies in all three lanes. As the horde stepped onto the lawn, the scene quickly mirrored that of the previous wave. Once the zombies entered the attack range, the spectral serpent cannon fired a devastating shot, obliterating all zombies across the central, left, and right lawns. Kill, golden-armored zombie 20. Kill, silver-armored zombie 18. Kill, copper-armored zombie 15. The zombie general stood frozen in disbelief, its cleaver clattering to the ground. The Iron Legion it had so proudly commanded had crumbled under a single blow. This is impossible, it rasped, its soul fire trembling violently. Given the strength of its zombie legion, no one should have been able to dispatch them so swiftly. Yet, how could this human possess such a formidable weapon at this stage? The zombie general was unable to comprehend, nor could it grasp the reality before it. The remaining silver and copper-armored zombies barely held their ground for mere seconds before being vanquished by the surrounding plants. At that moment, the zombie general stood at the edge of the lawn, locking eyes with Lu Chen in a tense standoff. As a creature of intellect, the zombie was acutely aware that stepping onto the lawn would unleash a ferocious barrage from the plants before the human. What was this zombie contemplating? Was it to engage in combat or merely stand there, locked in a futile stare? Was it merely wasting my time? Lu Chen exchanged glances with it for 2.5 minutes before finally voicing his frustration. It seemed this particular zombie was more cunning than the two I encountered the previous night. Since you refuse to advance, I shall come forth to entertain you. With that, Lu Chen brandished his sword, Fury of Flames, and lunged towards the zombie warrior. In midair, he thrust his sword forward. The zombie warrior remained steadfast, its gaze fixed on Lu Chen's blade. At the very instant the colossal sword's tip made contact, it moved with an eerily swift motion, seizing the massive cleaver embedded in the ground. Chapter 55. The foolish zombie battle. A sharp metallic clang shattered the air. The formidable weapon of the zombie. A massive cleaver adeptly deflected the blazing fury, sending dazzling sparks erupting from its rusted blade. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This undead creature displayed an astonishing mastery of swordplay. Utilizing the momentum, he retreated while conjuring a fireball with his left hand, hurling it toward the zombie's face. Boom! The zombie remained unfazed, absorbing the blow. The fireball exploded against its decayed visage, inflicting only minor damage. Minus 3,000. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, the zombie counterattacked, swinging its cleaver with ferocious intensity. Lu Chen hastily raised his sword to block, but was forced back several steps, his hands tingling from the impact. Health minus 1,000. Such immense strength. Lu Chen was inwardly alarmed. Despite the zombie being merely at the initial stage of the first level, its offensive power rivaled that of a second-level opponent. Relentless, the zombie unleashed a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest, each blow meticulously aimed at Lu Chen's vital points, compelling him to retreat repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. The repeated clashes of blades ignited a cascade of sparks in midair. Damn it, how is this zombie so powerful? And why is its combat prowess so aberrantly high? Lu Chen marveled silently as he was sent flying by a blow. I must lure it onto the lawn. Facing it alone is insufficient. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead. The relentless exchanges made him acutely aware of his inadequacies in combat against a seasoned opponent. With a swift maneuver, Lu Chen deflected the zombie's advance and immediately distanced himself. His gaze darted sideways to the flora on the lawn, and an idea sparked in his mind. At that moment, the distant zombie emitted a hoarse cackle, its rotting lips twisting grotesquely. Humans are indeed the weakest race. Feigning weakness, Lu Chen adopted a fatigued demeanor, coldly regarding the zombie. Oof. Weak human, do you dare challenge me with such meager skills? The zombie approached, dragging its cleaver, the blade scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. Let me send you on your final journey. Meanwhile, Lu Chen secretly urged the fireball technique, channeling all his spiritual energy into a single force. the zombie suddenly accelerated, raising its cleaver overhead, aiming for Lu Chen's crown. In that critical moment, Lu Chen executed a deft roll to evade the lethal strike, simultaneously gathering a fireball in his right hand. Whoosh! The fireball struck the zombie squarely in its nether regions, delivering not only high damage but also a significant insult. Minus 6,000 true damage. Roar! The excruciating pain compelled the zombie to clutch its groin. Cunning human, it bellowed, pursuing Lu Chen, oblivious to the fact that it had stepped into the confines of the lawn. Lu Chen observed the zombie nearing the center of the grassy expanse, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oomph, cunning human, run? Keep running. Let us see how far you can go. The battle of the undead was completely dominated by fury, as the colossal blade swung wildly, carving deep gorges into the ground. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Now, Lu Chen suddenly halted, his expression of panic vanishing in an instant, replaced by a calm assurance of victory. Farewell, you foolish creature. Before the undead warrior could comprehend the gravity of those words, a chilling sound of a projectile being launched echoed behind him. Boom! Only then did the undead warrior realize he had been deceived, but it was too late. No, it cannot be. The undead warrior let out a desperate howl, watching helplessly as the sphere of destructive energy loomed larger before him. Minus 210,000. Critical hit. The energy orb struck precisely at the undead warrior's chest, the horrific explosion obliterating him into ashes. Humph. I expected more from you, O wise zombie. It appears you are not so wise after all. Lu Chen sneered, observing the vanishing form of the undead warrior from a lawn. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending the 7th layer. Time taken, 17 minutes and 10 seconds. Rewards: Sunshine 45,000. Spirit Stones 2. Decayed with Technique 1. Ding. Do you wish to challenge the next layer directly? No ding. You have 10 minutes to rest. After 10 minutes, you will be compelled to proceed to the next layer. Finally, the Wood Attribute Technique has been revealed. Upon seeing the Decayed Wood Technique, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. All the time spent braving this endless challenge mode was not in vain. He eagerly examined the Decayed Wood Technique. Decayed Wood Technique. Epic. Type: Wood Attribute Cultivation Technique grants the skill Withered Wood Revive Spring, heals allied units, enhances plant affinity, slightly influences plant behavior. It actually possesses a healing spell, along with this plant affinity. The concept of Withered Wood Revive Spring was quite clear to Lu Chen. It was merely a healing technique. However, he was somewhat perplexed by the plant affinity. Nevertheless, he did not intend to replace his current cultivation technique with this. Rather, he planned to wait until the conclusion of today's endless challenge. After exiting, he would merge the 5 techniques altogether and see what new technique could be forged. He then carefully stored this technique away and reopened the Sunshine Shop, spending all the sunshine acquired from the layer to exchange for basic plant fertilizer. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained basic plant fertilizer 1500. Excellent. My fertilizer stock has now reached 1598. I can upgrade my plants once more. After exchanging for the basic plant fertilizer, Lu Chen prioritized upgrading the explosive thrower and the universal forest. Ding! Consumed Sunshine 1536 to upgrade explosive thrower and universal forest. Ding! Congratulations to you, Flame Burst Pitcher, for successfully upgrading the Vortex of all things to level 10. Flame Burst Pitcher, Legendary. Realm, early stage of first order level. 10 health, 20,000 damage, 18,000. Vortex of all things, Legendary. Realm, early stage of first order level. 10 health, 20,000 attack power, 16,000. Is it not remarkable that the attribute enhancements are not uniform across each specimen? These 2 plants exhibit an unpredictable increase in health and attack power with each level gained. Furthermore, the quality of these plants varies in their enhancements, some yielding more and others less. Presently, the only remaining task is to elevate the levels of the Time Twin Flower and the Explosive Cactus King. Seizing the opportunity during a brief respite, Lu Chen tidied his backpack, discarding an assortment of useless items. He cast away various trinkets, such as zombie teeth and other random debris, retaining only those possessions that still served a purpose for him. Before long, he had completed his organization, and the countdown for the zombie invasion on the 8th level was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 56, Activation of the Fiery Armor Set Effect Ding. The 8th level challenge is about to commence. Objective: hold your ground for 60 minutes or eliminate all zombies. This wave of zombies consists of 1. Armed Disco King Zombie 5 2. Newspaper Ice Car Zombie 20 3. Armed Gargantua 3 4. Snow Beast King 1. This time, it appears that all the zombies are unfamiliar to me. Observing this lineup, Lu Chen felt a wave of astonishment. However, he couldn't help but notice that the number of zombies seemed slightly insufficient. As Lu Chen pondered this, a flash of white light illuminated the end of the lawn, and, as per usual, a horde of zombies he had never encountered before materialized. Armed Disco King Zombie Health 30,000 damage. 1,000 traits. 1. Upon appearance, can summon annual edition disco zombies and backup dancers, enhancing offensive power. 2. Once all disco zombies and backup dancers on the field are eliminated, they will unleash a fury that continuously summons 3 waves of zombies. Newspaper Ice Car Zombie Health 50,000 damage. Conceptual level traits. The newspaper zombie advances atop an ice car, which can crush plants. Upon losing its newspaper, the zombie gains a 1-second invulnerability frame, followed by a speed boost. Armed Gargantua Health 80,000 damage. 4,000 traits. Colossal in size, with formidable attack power capable of easily demolishing plants, and may occasionally hurl small zombie. Random occurrence. Snow Beast King Health 70,000 damage. 3,000 traits. Upon entry, it can ignore plant attacks, leaping 2 spaces forward before continuing its advance, capable of trampling plants. What on earth are these zombies? After reviewing the descriptions of these new zombies, Lu Chen was rendered speechless. Aren't they purely mechanism-based creatures? Where are the numerical values? It's all mechanisms. Fortunately, there are no intelligent zombies in this wave. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. As the countdown reached 0, the armed Disco King zombie appeared at the end of the lawn, shouldering a large speaker that blared disco music. The 5 Disco King zombies, donned in sunglasses and leather jackets, swayed their bodies, causing the ground beneath them to transform into a dance floor. Armed Disco King Zombie activated. Disco Frenzy Effect summons Annual Edition Disco Zombies 5. Backup Dancers 10 accompanied by the piercing music. A staggering 75 extravagantly styled zombies materialized from thin air. The disco zombies sported colorful disco balls atop their heads, while the backup dancers wielded glow sticks, with the entire horde surging forth as if they were at a party. What in the world? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Facing them was downright embarrassing. This was truly peculiar. The 5 armed Disco King zombies each took a path along the 5 lanes of the lawn. The summoned zombies encircled them in the center. Following closely were the newspaper Ice Car zombies, and then the 3 armed gargantuars, one on the top lane, one in the middle, and one on the bottom lane. As the zombies stepped onto the lawn, the plants began their assault. The most manageable lanes were the middle, top, and bottom. Having just stepped onto the lawn, he was swiftly vanquished by the infernal serpent Emperor cannon. This unfortunate event rendered the flora along the mid, top, and bottom lanes rather idle. He now harbored some regret for having planted the Frost Monarch in the lower lane. Had he instead positioned the Omniversal Arbor in the lower lane and the Frost Monarch in one of the upper, mid, or lower lanes, the formidable firepower of the Infernal Serpent Emperor could have allowed the Frost Monarch to assist the other lanes. At present, the only pressure was a slight one in the upper lane. After the Infernal Serpent Emperor cannon obliterated all the armed Dance King zombies from the mid, top, and bottom lanes, the remaining zombies seemed to dance even more exuberantly, their movements becoming increasingly spirited. These 2 armed Dance King zombies, accompanied by their summoned companions, swayed with pride, the music growing ever more grating. The cacophony was truly unbearable. Lu Chen, disturbed by the noise, could not help but curse. In the next moment, he wielded the Wrath of Flames, unleashing 2 waves of sword energy that accurately struck the speakers perched upon the shoulders of the remaining armed Dance King zombies. Instantly, the lawn was graced with a semblance of tranquility. Finally, it was quiet. It seems that this group of Dance King zombies inflicts the highest damage with music. Lu Chen sighed in relief, only to notice that numerous zombies still lingered. With the Wrath of Flames in hand, he joined the fray, alongside the 2 high-damage plants. They effortlessly prevailed within minutes. Ding! 8th level challenge complete. Time taken, 23 minutes 36 seconds. Rewards, Sunlight 50, 000, Spirit Stones 3, Random Legendary Plant 1, Flame Boots 1, Plant Breakthrough, Stone 1. Watching the system notification, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. The zombies at this level appeared to be unfamiliar faces, yet their strength seemed lacking. With the Infernal Serpent Emperor in play, any foe with less than 210,000 health could be easily overcome. Ding! Would you like to immediately challenge the next level? No, Odin. You have 10 minutes to rest. The next challenge will commence automatically after 10 minutes. Just as Lu Chen thought the system had fallen silent, it promptly presented several notifications. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the Flame Set 3, unlocking set effects. As the system's announcement concluded, the pieces of the flame armor, flame bracers, and the newly acquired flame boots on Lu Chen began to radiate a searing brilliance. The 3 pieces of equipment resonated with one another, intertwining in the air to create a dazzling pattern of flames. Flame Set, Epic Complete Effects. 1. Fury of Flames, attack enhancement fire type skill damage is increased by 100, with attacks inflicting a burning effect, dealing 10 of attack power as damage per second for 5 seconds. 2. Guardian of Flames, shield enhancement automatically generates a layer of flame shield, equivalent to 25 of health at the start of battle, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. 3. Flame Dash, mobility enhancement, increases movement speed by 50 and evasion rate by 30, allowing for brief gliding upon activation. This enhancement, Lu Chen felt the surging fire energy within him and, with a casual wave of his hand, unleashed a torrent of blazing sword chi. The once crimson sword chi transformed into a brilliant white, distorting the air in its wake. Remarkably, as he attempted to run, a path of flames materialized beneath his feet, granting him such speed that he could momentarily defy gravity. Truly, the effects of this set are astounding, significantly augmenting his strength. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the activation of the Flame Set S effects, his fire-type attacks had nearly doubled, and his survivability had greatly improved. Should he face that undead warrior again, even if his combat prowess fell short, he would not suffer such a humiliating defeat. Lu Chen was pleased, and then took out the Plant Breakthrough Stone. The moment it touched his hand, the system displayed a detailed description of the item. Ding! Plant Breakthrough Stone. Chapter 57. Breaking the Level Cap. Plant Breakthrough Stone effect enables a plant to surpass its current level cap. Restriction: usable only by plants that have reached level 10. To break the level cap, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled upon reading this description. With this Plant Breakthrough Stone, it meant that his recently upgraded level 10 plants could ascend once more. However, he decided to hold off and first unveil the legendary random plant. Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and retrieved the legendary random plant seed from his bag. The system activated the legendary random plant seed. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the Ultimate Starfruit Legendary. Ultimate Starfruit Legendary. Level: LV0 health, 8,000 damage, 4,000 traits. 1. Attack method: fires ultimate stars, prioritizing aerial targets, with its projectiles homing in and favoring airborne zombies. 2. When zombies are present, every 20 seconds, it summons ultimate meteors to strike the ground, inflicting 4,000 damage on zombies within a radius of 3 tiles, and splitting into 180 ultimate star projectiles, each dealing 100 damage. Is this plant truly so powerful? Now I possess an aerial plant as well. I have been concerned about encountering airborne zombies in the future, yet I was fortunate enough to receive such a formidable plant. Lu Chen mused joyfully. However, Regrettably, I cannot utilize it in this endless challenge mode. The ultimate star fruit was immediately forced back into the system's inventory upon emergence. This endless challenge mode permits only 6 plants, and his lawn was already occupied by 6. Consequently, any additional plant would be forcibly returned by the system. The plant has sprouted, so now I shall utilize this plant breakthrough stone on one of my level 10 plants. Lu Chen contemplated which level 10 plant to enhance and deemed it most appropriate to break through the Nether Serpent Cannon. Once the Nether Serpent Cannon undergoes its breakthrough and advances in level, its damage will undoubtedly experience explosive growth once again. The system used the plant breakthrough stone on the Nether Serpent Cannon. Instantly, the plant breakthrough stone hurtled towards the Nether Serpent Cannon, merging seamlessly into it. With a crack and a snap, it was as if shackles had shattered, and a green light flashed across the Nether Serpent Cannon. Ding! Breakthrough successful. Nether Serpent Cannon. Mythical. Realm. Mid-first stage. 90. New level cap. LV 20 current level. LV 10 health. 22000. Attack power. 230000. It seems that this breakthrough stone functions precisely as described, merely assisting level 10 plants in surpassing their level cap. He observed that the Nether Serpent Cannon's level cap had increased to 20, yet its attributes remained unchanged, prompting a shake of his head. Just so, with the Nether Serpent Cannon's level cap raised, combined with the sunlight he had recently acquired, he could proceed to upgrade it further. With that, Lu Chen once again approached the sunlight shop. This time, he did not exchange for the basic plant fertilizer, but rather for the intermediate variety. He glanced at the description, noting that once a plant reaches level 10, the basic fertilizer becomes ineffective, necessitating a switch to a higher grade. The intermediate fertilizer costs 90 sunlight per unit, significantly more than the basic version. However, it is fortunate that only 100 units of intermediate fertilizer are required to level up to 11. He decided to exchange for 100 units to see the results. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations on acquiring intermediate plant fertilizer 100. The expenditure for these 100 units amounted to 9,000 sunlight. If this continues in the future, the cost will undoubtedly escalate. It seems he must procure some sunlight-producing plants as soon as he ventures out, for relying solely on the rewards from sunlight will be utterly insufficient. The thought of future expenses reaching the thousands or tens of thousands left Lu Chen feeling quite despondent. He lamented that he should have exchanged for sunlight-producing plants like sunflowers in the preceding days, planting them in advance. Shaking his head in frustration, Lu Chen resolved to let bygones be bygones since he had already reached the 6th day. He could still look for some to purchase and plant later. He proceeded to upgrade the Yomi Serpent Emperor Cannon. Without further ado, he upgraded it right after exchanging for the intermediate fertilizer. Ding! Congratulations! The Yomi Serpent Emperor Cannon has successfully upgraded to LV 11. Yomi Serpent Emperor Cannon. Mythical. Realm. Early Stage 1. 90. Level. LV 11 health. 240,000 damage. 250,000 as usual. The upgrade merely enhanced certain attributes without any additional benefits to its characteristics. The health and damage increased by 20,000 each, he mused, contemplating that from levels 1 to 10, each increment added 10,000, and the breakthroughs provided a more substantial boost. With the increase of 20,000 upon breaking through to level 11, it seemed likely that the subsequent levels from 11 to 20 would follow a similar pattern. After gaining some understanding, Lu Chen set the Yomi Serpent Emperor Cannon aside and exchanged the remaining 41,000 sunlight for basic plant fertilizer. He still had several plants that had yet to reach level 10. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired basic plant fertilizer 1366, with 1366 plus the 62 he already possessed. He now had a total of 1,428 units. Lu Chen calculated roughly in his mind. Currently, the only plant remaining here that had not yet reached LV10 was the Time Twin Flower. He approached the Time Twin Flower and used 864 units of basic plant fertilizer to upgrade it. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of the Times Twin Flower to level 10. Times Twin Flower, Epic, Realm, Initial Phase 1 level, LV10 health points, 10,000 traits, Temporal Acceleration, Increases the attack speed of allies within a 5x5 range by 95. Twin Light. Generates 400 sunlight every hour. Temporal Rewind. There is a 75 chance to resurrect plants within the area upon death, limited to 1 revival per plant. Overclock Domain. Once activated, all plants on the field enter a state of temporal overclocking, reducing attack intervals by 100 for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Newly added trait, Temporal Distortion, active skill, slows enemies within a 7x7 meter radius by 50 upon use. It appears that the Times Twin Flower, after its upgrade, has only increased its health points and sunlight. Indeed, it seems that I have not collected sunlight from this Times Twin Flower for 2 days. Lu Chen finally recalled upon viewing the attribute panel of the upgraded Times Twin Flower. Ever since he acquired this Times Twin Flower, he had seemingly neglected to gather that sunlight. 2 days, totaling 48 hours at 100 per hour, amounts to 800. Chapter 58. Overclocking Status. Activate. It seems that there are still numerous matters to attend to. There will be plenty to do once I step outside. The thought of the relentless stream of tasks over the past few days gives Lu Chen a throbbing headache. Currently, I possess 664 units of basic plant fertilizer. Yet the ultimate star fruit remains unplanted, hindering my ability to upgrade. Well, I shall hold on to it for now, hoping to gather a bit more sunlight shortly, and then venture out to elevate the levels of other plants. After securely stowing away the remaining basic plant fertilizer, he glanced up at the countdown. Just 2.5 minutes until the 9th layer begins? Let me wait a moment to observe the strength of the zombies in this 9th layer. Before long, the 2.5 minutes elapsed, and the countdown in midair reached 0. Ding! The 9th layer challenge commences. Objective: survive for 60 minutes or eliminate all zombies. Current zombie lineup: 1. Draft Helmet Giant 5. 2. Dolphin Machine Gun Knight 10. 3. Flame Dance King Zombie 5. 4. Commanding Zombie 1. Starting from the 8th layer, the composition of the zombies has changed remarkably. Upon witnessing the current lineup, Lu Chen felt a sense of familiarity. At the far end of the lawn, a zombie, scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary one, waved its stiff arms incessantly. It appeared to be orchestrating the newly spawned zombies. Indeed, as the commanding zombie continued to gesture, the zombies at the lawn's end shifted their formations. Across the 5 lanes of lawn, the zombie compositions remained consistent. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the shifting formations of the zombies. In each lane, the distribution of zombies adhered to a precise ratio: 1 Draft Helmet Giant, 2 Dolphin P-Knights, 1 Flame Dance King Zombie. The Draft Helmet Giant led the charge, followed by the Flame Dance King Zombie, with the Dolphin P-Knights trailing behind. As for the last commanding zombie, it brought up the rear on the lower lane. Draft Helmet Giant. Health points, 120,000 traits. The helmet can absorb the first 3 attacks. Upon death, it explodes, inflicting 8,000 damage in a 3/3 area. Dolphin P-Knight. Health points, 20,000 traits. Riding the dolphin allows it to leap over the first plant. The P-Cannon atop can inflict 2,000 damage on a singular target. Flame Dance King Zombie. Health points, 30,000 traits. Leaves a trail of flames in its wake, inflicting 2,000 damage per second within a 2/2 area. Every 20 seconds, it summons 4 Flame Dance Zombies, capable of enchanting allied Ps along its path. Commanding Zombie. Health points, 30,000 traits. Adjust the zombie formation in real time. For every 10 of health lost, it summons a special zombie. To my dismay, this lineup features ranged damage and enchantments. Moreover, the Draft Helmet Giant can withstand the first 3 attacks. This is indeed troublesome. Observing the attributes of this wave of zombies, a rare solemn expression crossed Lu Chen's face. As the zombie stepped onto the lawn, the spectral serpent cannon struck first. With a resounding boom, a cyan green energy projectile soared forth. Yet, just as the projectile was about to make contact, the commanding zombie abruptly raised a crimson flag. In unison, all the helmeted giants lifted their arms, instantly forming a metallic barrier ahead. Minus 250,000. Damage was distributed. Each of the 5 giants endured 50,000 points of damage. but the helmet's special effect mitigated this blow. What? Lu Chen's pupils dilated in shock. This command system could actually implement damage sharing. This was not displayed on the attribute panel. It seemed one could not solely rely on the attributes shown by the system. Lu Chen silently lamented. However, more pressing was the fact that the Dolphin P Knights seized this opportunity to charge collectively. Accompanied by the whoosh of slicing air, 10 knights, riding mechanical dolphins, leaped over the frontline plants, their P-heads commencing a frenzied barrage. Pitter-patter. Each green P transformed into red the moment it passed the flaming Dance King zombie. Was this enchantment? Explosive Thrower, health minus 3,000. Temporal Twinflower, health minus 3,000. Universal Forest, health minus 3,000. Frost Monarch, health minus 3,000. Explosive Cactus, health minus 3,000. Each P's damage had increased by 1,000. Lu Chen was astounded. This damage amplification was terrifying. After all, the health of his Explosive Cactus King was merely 5,000. If another shot landed, it would surely perish. No, it is time to unleash your skill. It is you, Temporal Twinflower, activate the overclock state. Instantly, the petals of the Temporal Twinflower burst open, and a golden hourglass phantom spun rapidly above the flower's disk. A brilliant wave of time radiated from the bloom, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Temporal Twinflower activated. Overclock, domain, effect. All plants' attack intervals are reduced by 100, lasts 15 seconds. Meanwhile, the Temporal Twinflower unleashed its time acceleration skill once more. Attack speed and intervals surged to their maximum. Now, Lu Chen roared, commanding all plants to unleash full firepower. In that moment, the serpent patterns on the barrel of the spectral serpent cannon illuminated simultaneously. Under the states of overclock and time acceleration, the cannon's charging speed was astonishing, nearly completing multiple consecutive shots in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. For energy orbs, entwined with the power of time, shot forth, tracing elegant arcs through the air. This time, the commanding zombie could not raise the red flag in time, and the projectiles struck the frontline helmeted giant squarely. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 consecutive shots from the spectral serpent cannon thoroughly obliterated the zombies in the middle, upper, and lower lanes. With the acceleration of time and the overclock state, the other plants also joined in the onslaught. It was as though the world had been set to quadruple speed, with not a moment's pause. As everything unfolded in a simultaneous barrage, countless crimson numbers indicating damage floated upward from the foremost helmeted giant. At this moment, only 2 paths remained occupied by zombies, while the Dolphin P Knight behind them relentlessly unleashed a torrent of Ps in a fierce exchange with the submerged plants. Flame Slash. Just as the Ps on both the upper and lower lanes were about to strike the Explosive Thrower and the Icy Monarch, the submerged one seized the opportunity, unleashing 2 successive flame slashes. The incoming enchanted fire Ps were cleaved in twain. The sword energies surged forward with unyielding momentum. Bang, bang, minus 12,000, minus 12,000. The helmeted giant at the forefront was now reduced to a mere sliver of health, battered by the relentless onslaught of the Explosive Thrower and the Icy Monarch. After a mere 15 seconds had elapsed, they finally succeeded in vanquishing these 2 helmeted giants. Chapter 59. The Zombie Doctor. As the zombies on the battlefield were stripped of their protective helmets, which had shielded them from harm, their health dwindled. They barely held on for a moment before being vanquished entirely. With the arrival of Lu Chen, the Dolphin P shooter zombies posed no threat to the plants. For every P they launched, Lu Chen swiftly countered with 2 strikes, cleaving the Ps in twain, thereby ensuring the safety of both the frigid Monarch and the explosive P shooter. As the last zombie, the commander zombie, fell, the system notification promptly appeared. Ding! Challenge level 9 completed. Time taken, 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Reward, Sunlight 60, 000, Spirit Stones 5. Plant Awakening Stone 1, Frigid Ice 1. Ding. Would you like to proceed directly to the next challenge? No. This was an age-old dilemma. Had there been an option for automatic selection, it would have long been employed. Ding. Selection completed. You have 20 minutes to rest. The next challenge will commence in 20 minutes. Lu Chen paid no heed to the system's prompts, his focus solely on the rewards from this round. The rewards appeared rather bountiful. Not only was there a generous offering of 60,000 sunlight, but also 5 spirit stones, alongside 2 additional items. Plant Awakening Stone, Legendary. Effect: awakens hidden potential in a legendary plant restriction. Usable only on plants of legendary quality. Frigid Ice, Legendary. Effect: can be embedded in equipment to significantly enhance its attributes and characteristics. Usable on ice or water-type plants, greatly boosting their attributes and capabilities. A material for crafting legendary-level equipment. Marvelous. These 2 items arrived at the perfect moment. Upon reading the descriptions, a radiant smile spread across Lu Chen's face. The Plant Awakening Stone could be used on the all-embracing forest, while the Frigid Ice would be employed by the Frigid Monarch. Without hesitation, Lu Chen approached the all-embracing forest and pressed the Awakening Stone against its emerald vines. In this endless challenge mode, enhancing the plants would ensure their attributes were retained upon exit, so there was no need for restraint now. The moment the Awakening Stone made contact with the all-embracing forest, a kaleidoscope of radiant light enveloped the plant, initiating a remarkable transformation. Scales reminiscent of dragon skin emerged on the vines. The edges of the leaves gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the trunk surged to a height exceeding 1.8 meters. Ding! Congratulations! The all-embracing forest has successfully awakened. New form: Celestial Dragon Ancient Wood, Legendary. Celestial Dragon Ancient Wood, Legendary. Realm: initial stage of first tier level. LV 10 health points. 40,000 attack power. 25,000 type. Versatile plant traits. Elemental mastery, capable of unleashing attacks of ice, fire, wood, wind, and lightning. All-embracing nature. Transforms randomly into a different form every 2.5 minutes, each with unique effects. When in ice form, it can unleash icicles for attack. When in the presence of the fire element, one can enchant the attacks of the plants behind them, enhancing damage by 50. With the wood element, a vine can be summoned to control zombies or creatures along a designated path. The lightning element significantly amplifies personal damage, doubling the harm inflicted on malevolent spirits. When invoking the wind element, the attack speed of plants within a 3x3 area centered on oneself is increased by 50. The ability of Psychic Resonance enhances all attributes of surrounding plants by 25. A newly introduced characteristic, Dragon Might, allows one to exert dominance over creatures of inferior quality. The lower the quality, the greater the suppression. Yet, one must wonder why it remains merely of legendary quality. Lu Chen was astonished upon witnessing the panel of the awakened Celestial Dragon Ancient Wood. This entity adeptly commanded 5 elements and could transition between them at will. Although it bore a cooldown of 2.5 minutes, each element proved formidable. With the completion of the awakening of the Infinite Forest, Lu Chen now turned his attention to the Ice Sovereign. He retrieved the crystalline, glacial ice, and a chill swiftly condensed into frost within his palm. As he brought the ice crystal closer to the Ice Sovereign, the ice plant eagerly extended its branches and leaves, seemingly yearning for this power. It appears you are just as impatient. Lu Chen chuckled softly, placing the glacial ice gently at the center of the Ice Sovereign's bloom. In an instant, a piercing cold light erupted. The Ice Sovereign underwent a drastic transformation. The formerly diminutive throne of ice rose to a height of 1 meter, with a humanoid ice plant seated regally atop it. Vines entwined the throne, forming diamond-like ice spikes, and at the center of this plant, a hexagonal ice crystal core emerged. Ding! The evolution of the Ice Sovereign is complete. New form: Ice Empress, Legendary. Ice Empress, Legendary. Realm: mid-stage first tier level, 10 health. 50,000 damage. 21,000 characteristics. 1. The frost watermelon transforms into glacial crystal. Upon striking a creature, the crystal inflicts damage and subsequently detonates, slowing the target by 85. 2. Automatically targets the nearest creature when attacking, locking onto enemies throughout the battlefield. 3. Absolute Zero. Every third attack triggers a freezing effect in a designated area, lasting 5 seconds. 4. Inflicts 500 damage on fire-type enemies. New feature: Ice Crystal Storm. area of effect with a slowing effect. Akin to Wang Zhaojuan's ultimate ability, Frost Armor reflects 30 of damage when attacked. Is such a transformation truly possible? Lu Chen was profoundly astonished by the Ice Sovereign's metamorphosis. It is essential to recognize that this is a plant. Now, this plant is evolving toward a humanoid form. Can one fathom the terror of a plant transforming into a human-like entity? Merely awakening the infinite forest and enhancing the Ice Sovereign consumed 5 minutes. With another 15 minutes remaining, he pondered what kind of zombies awaited in the next layer. As he observed the countdown displaying 15 minutes, Lu Chen finally settled into a meditative posture upon the grassy expanse, activating the fire cloud technique to gradually restore his spiritual energy. The twin flowers of time emanate a gentle radiance, providing him with a continuous source of energy support. In the blink of an eye, the countdown in midair is nearing its conclusion. Ding! The 10th level challenge is about to commence. Friendly reminder, this level will feature a boss. Please prepare for the encounter. Objective, survive for 60 minutes or eliminate all zombies. This round's zombie lineup, Zombie Doctor 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Chen awakened from his cultivation. At this moment, he noticed that a zombie had just spawned at the end of the lawn. It was a creature clad in a tattered white coat. The left half of its body was decayed flesh and blood, while the right half was a sophisticated mechanical structure. 6 coldly glowing mechanical tentacles undulated slowly behind it, and embedded in its chest was a pulsating crimson crystal. Most chilling of all was its head. The left eye was a scarlet electronic eye, the right was a rotting zombie eyeball, and a sinister smile lingered at the corner of its mouth. Ding! The 10th level challenge begins. Chapter 60. The terrifying zombie doctor. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Lu Chen finally discerned the formidable figure of the zombie doctor. Instantly, the attributes panel of the zombie doctor materialized before his eyes. Zombie doctor experiment number 999, epic level boss. Health points 1-000-0001-000-000 traits. 1. Zombie summon. Randomly deploys zombies every 2 seconds. 2. Random teleportation. Teleports at random locations every 10 seconds. 3. Elemental attack. Releases either a fireball or an ice ball every 30 seconds. Travels in a straight line, crushing any plant in its path. 4. Attack method. Utilizes 6 mechanical arms for assault. Left 1. Arctic Storm left 2. Venom Spray left 3. Eastern Wind Missile right 1. Rocket Fist right 2. Sonic Wave right 3. Rapid Fire 5. Phase Transition at 80 health. Activates Berserk Mode, attack speed 100 at 50 health. Activates Cloning Protocol, summons 2 copies at 1 health. Activates Doomsday Program, instantaneous defeat across the screen, 6. Mechanical Evolution, automatically generates resistance, up to 90 damage reduction, after receiving the same type of attack. This array of traits is utterly absurd. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Chen's forehead. Merely gazing at this extensive list of outrageous traits sent shivers down his spine. 5 exceedingly ridiculous abilities. With such overwhelming power, who could possibly prevail? The 5th trait's automatic damage resistance, which reduces damage by 90, renders any attempt to fight futile. Even more outrageous is the last effect of the 4th trait, triggering an instant defeat when health drops to 1. Who could withstand such a fate? What was even more terrifying was that the zombie doctor had commenced his performance. Dressed in a white lab coat, he leaped onto the 4th lawn. Subsequently, with a casual flick of his wrist, a white-eyed giant materialized on the 3rd lawn. Goodness, the first randomly summoned zombie is already this powerful? Watching the zombie doctor conjure a white-eyed giant with such ease made Lu Chen's heart race. This was indeed a formidable white-eyed giant zombie. It was astonishing that he could summon it with such nonchalance. Fortunately, the phantom serpent cannon on the 3rd lawn sensed the presence of the zombie and promptly fired a shot. Despite the formidable nature of the white-eyed giant, it could not withstand the might of the phantom serpent cannon shot. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen on the 5th lane also detected the zombie's presence and began to gather frigid ice crystals to unleash relentless attacks upon the zombie doctor. The explosive Cactus King on the 4th lane similarly unleashed a barrage of cactus spikes. -21, -000, -21, 000 minus 500 minus 400. The continuous assault from the two plants barely scratched even one of the zombie doctor's health. 2 seconds later, the zombie doctor flicked his wrist once more. An irregular zombie appeared on the first lane. The ordinary zombie was instantly obliterated by the explosive launcher. As soon as the ordinary zombie was dispatched, the zombie doctor commenced a relentless onslaught of zombie summoning. As it deployed one creature, another perished beneath the depths. The explosive Cactus King and the Ice Queen relentlessly assaulted the zombie doctor, whittling down its health. After summoning 3 ordinary zombies, the zombie doctor triggered its second ability, teleportation. With a swift whoosh, it materialized on the second lane's grassland. At that moment, the awakened celestial dragonwood on the second lane detected the enemy and began to transform into a thunder element. A bolt of celestial lightning descended. Boom! 25,000 damage from the lightning momentarily paralyzed the zombie doctor for 1 second. Once that second elapsed, its left mechanical arm suddenly unleashed a bone-chilling gust. Extreme Blizzard Activated Effect freezes all targets in a straight line for 3 seconds. A wave of cold swept through, instantly encasing the emerald vines in ice, along with a thick layer of frost enveloping the entire celestial dragonwood. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This mechanical arm's freezing effect was even more potent than that of the Ice Queen. Once the extreme blizzard was unleashed, the zombie doctor teleported again, this time to the middle lane. An opportune moment. The Time Twin Flower activated its hyperfrequency domain. The Phantom Serpent Emperor unleashed a barrage of firepower. Seeing the zombie doctor arrive in the middle lane, Lu Chen immediately activated the hyperfrequency domain of the Time Twin Flower. After a brief 30-minute cooldown, the hyperfrequency domain was now ready. In an instant, the Phantom Serpent Emperor's cannon opened fire in rapid succession. Coupled with the acceleration from the Time Twin Flower, there were no intervals between attacks, firing 3 shells every second. Minus 250,000 minus 250,000 in a mere heartbeat. The zombie doctor's health plummeted below 50. The next moment, the zombie doctor fell into a brief state of invincibility, astonishingly cloning itself into 2 additional zombie doctors. These 2 clones immediately positioned themselves in front of the original. Alas, fortified by the hyperfrequency domain of the Time Twin Flower and the acceleration, the 2 clones were obliterated to dust. It was at this moment that the zombie doctor began summoning zombies once more. Suddenly, as if sensing impending danger, the zombie doctor struck fortune's favor. It conjured an ultimate obsidian giant zombie. This formidable creature, clad in deep purple armor, bore terrifying red eyes beneath its mask. Ultimate obsidian giant zombie, health 6,000, 000 damage, 100,000 abilities. 1. While present, grants all zombies on the field a 90 damage reduction. 2. Slamming the ground can summon 1 to 3 charging imp zombies. 3. Each instance of damage is capped at 200,000. 4. Immune to any lethal damage or skills. How could this zombie be so extraordinarily powerful? Observing the zombie doctor casually summon such a formidable entity, Lu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. This ultimate obsidian giant zombie possessed a staggering 6 million health. Its damage reached 100,000. Yet, the most daunting aspect lay not in its raw attributes, but rather in its formidable abilities. Granting a staggering 90 damage reduction to all zombies, this creature itself can only sustain a maximum of 200,000 damage per hit. This implies that even if one inflicts a colossal 1,000,000 damage, it would merely translate to 200,000 upon impact. Such a scenario is indeed terrifying. Moreover, it boasts an immunity to instant kill damage and skills. The luck of the zombie doctor seems almost unfathomable. Just as he prepared to vanquish it, he inadvertently unleashed this formidable zombie. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and murmured. Following the release of this ultimate obsidian giant zombie, the zombie doctor felt reassured and continued to deploy more zombies behind it. It appeared that summoning this ultimate obsidian giant zombie had exhausted all his fortune. As subsequent attempts yielded nothing but ordinary zombies. Each one summoned was promptly eradicated by the plants present. Chapter 61. Time and Space Reversal. At this moment, the zombie doctor's teleportation had just cooled down, allowing him to swiftly vanish from the central lane and reappear at the fifth lane. Upon arriving at the fifth lane, the zombie doctor launched an immediate assault, expelling a massive ice ball from his mouth. The Ice Queen, sensing the presence of the zombie on the fifth lane, quickly adjusted her aim and began to unleash ice crystals towards the zombie doctor. Meanwhile, in the central lane, within this 10-second realm of super frequency and the acceleration of time, the Phantom Serpent Emperor fired 3 projectiles per second. Over the span of 10 seconds, that amounted to 30 projectiles, each inflicting a staggering 200,000 damage on the ultimate obsidian giant zombie. Just before the super frequency realm concluded, this formidable foe was vanquished. Lu Chen, noticing the zombie expelling an ice ball, understood it was time for him to take action. Fire Cloud Technique, Flame Slash. A colossal wave of fiery energy cleaved through the ice ball. The collision between the fiery blade and the ice ball resulted in a tremendous explosion. At that moment, the Ice Queen activated her absolute zero skill, freezing the zombie doctor for 5 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen advanced and struck several times before retreating swiftly. However, his concerns proved unwarranted. The Ice Queen was exhibiting her prowess. With every 3 attacks, she would freeze the enemy for an additional 5 seconds. Her control over the zombie doctor was impeccable, creating a seamless cycle of freezing. In this critical moment, Lu Chen found himself smiling at the Ice Queen's formidable control. He brandished a flame of fury and charged towards the zombie doctor. Just as Lu Chen believed he could wear down the zombie doctor, the creature's eyes suddenly glowed red. At that instant, the 6 mechanical arms on its back launched a counterattack. One unleashed a frigid storm, another spewed venom, a third released a missile. A fourth executed a rocket punch, a fifth emitted a sound wave attack, and the last transformed into an AK-47 for rapid fire. The simultaneous eruption of these 6 mechanical limbs left Lu Chen astounded, prompting him to evade hastily. Unfortunately, the Ice Queen bore the brunt of the assault. The frigid storm ensnared her, the venomous spray struck her body, and a colossal fist descended from above, crashing onto her head. Countless bullets then RA upon sensing the presence of foes. The spectral Serpent Emperor's cannon swiftly launched its assault. With a single shell, it obliterated the health of the zombie doctor. As the zombie doctor's vitality dwindled to nothing, its lifeless form soared into the air. Suspended aloft, the corpse of a zombie doctor shifted through a spectrum of colors. In the next heartbeat, a blinding flash erupted from its remains. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying shockwave engulfed the entire lawn, annihilating every plant in its path. Ding! Your Ice Queen has perished. Ding! Your Serpent Emperor's cannon has perished. The 6 system notifications echoed in Lu Chen's ears. Just as he believed the ordeal had concluded, the explosion subsided, and, as the tumult receded, a resplendent pillar of multicolored light ascended from the twin blossoms of time. Ding! The twin blossoms of time have triggered the time reversal effect. The following plants have been revived: Serpent Emperor's Cannon, Ice Queen, Ancient Dragon Tree. Is it truly a mere 75 chance of resurrection that results in only 3 plants returning? Lu Chen mused, observing the revived flora. The twin blossoms of time boasted a 75 probability of revival, yet only 3 of the 6 plants had returned, yielding a mere 50 success rate. Nevertheless, he shook his head in contentment. 3 plants were better than none, though he surmised that they would struggle to surmount the next layer of challenges. At this moment, the system's settling notification arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations on successfully conquering the 10th layer. Time taken, 35 minutes 25 seconds. Rewards: Sunshine 100, 000. Spirit Stones 20, Mythical Random Plant Seed 1, 5 Elements Transformation Technique 1. Ding! Would you like to challenge the next layer immediately? With only 3 plants remaining, he knew he would undoubtedly falter in the 11th layer. However, he could enter early and survey the zombie lineup for the upcoming challenge. This foresight would prepare him for the first Layer S zombie assembly come morning. As Lu Chen made his choice, the system presented another notification. Ding! Selection complete. The challenge for the first layer is about to commence. Merely moments later, a horde of zombies began to materialize at the far end of the lawn. Ding! The challenge for the 11th layer has begun. Objective: survive for 50 minutes or eliminate all zombies. The zombie lineup for this layer consists of 1. Balloon Dance King Zombie 5 2. Black Olive Miner Zombie 10 3. Iron Bucket Red-Eyed Zombie 10 4. Black Olive Giant 10. More new zombies, it seems. Yet, the names of these creatures evoke a sense of formidable power. Lu Chen's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, as he meticulously examined the attributes of each zombie, his countenance shifted dramatically. Balloon Dance King Zombie Health 100 000 damage 4000 traits 1. Aerial Zombie, buoyed by a solitary balloon atop its head, immune to non-precision damage. 2. Upon the detonation of the Balloon Dance King Zombie shall plummet from the sky, inflicting tremendous damage upon the adversaries on the ground. 3. Upon its demise, a Black Olive Dance King Zombie will respawn in its place. Black Olive Miner Zombie, health 70 000 damage 6 000 characteristics. 1. Wielding a pickaxe. It will traverse directly beneath the lawn upon entry. If unobstructed, it can swiftly reach the rear of the plants to devour them from behind. Iron Bucket Red-Eyed Zombie, health 150 000 damage 8 000 characteristics. 1. Provide a 50 health bonus to all zombies present on the field. 2. For each Iron Bucket zombie on the field, this bonus is further enhanced by 10, with no upper limit. Black Olive Giant, health 200 000 damage 10 000 characteristics. 1. Possesses an exceptionally robust black olive armor set, reducing damage taken by 5 with each hit. It appears that the strength of the zombies has significantly escalated after conquering the 10th layer. Observing the types of these zombies, Lu felt an overwhelming pressure. These are akin to giant zombies. Moreover, this time, zombies are not only present on land but also in the air, and add to the peril. There are even zombies lurking underground. Chapter 62. The indestructible body of the 5 elements, realizing that he could not prevail at present, Lu Chen decided to allow the giants to directly destroy the crystal. As he observed dozens of giants advancing to attack, he resigned himself to the situation. With the 3 plants he possessed, he stood no chance against the horde of zombies. Just the undead lurking underground could easily overwhelm him. Without Lu Chen's resistance, the zombies swiftly invaded the wooden cabin and shattered the crystal at its center. Ding! Challenge failure. Endless Challenge Level 11. Current progress. Nightmare Mode. Level 11-3. As the system's notification echoed, the scene before Lu Chen abruptly transformed. In the next instant, he found himself back in his sanctuary. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Lu Chen, for being the first to successfully challenge Endless Challenge Mode Level 10. Ranking first among global survivors. Rewards obtained. Sunlight 100,000. Spirit Stones 10. Flame Crystal 1. Legendary Random Equipment 3. Legendary Random Technique 1. Who would have thought that the rewards for being the first to conquer Level 10 would be so bountiful? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon reading the system notification. The system immediately utilized the Legendary Random Equipment and Legendary Random Technique. Ding! Usage successful. Congratulations on acquiring equipment. Elemental Robe, Flame Helmet. Flame Leggings, Elemental Robe, Legendary. Health Points, 20,000 Attributes. All elemental resistances 50. Automatically generates an elemental shield upon taking damage. Flame Helmet, Legendary. Health Points, 20,000 Defense, 800 Attributes. Immunity to mental charms below personal willpower. Grants a 100 boost to fire attributes. Flame Leggings, Legendary. Health Points, 20,000 Defense, 800 Attributes. Lava Trail, leaves a burning area while moving, inflicting 2,000 damage per second. Fire God, as protection. Automatically triggers fiery teleportation upon receiving fatal damage. Cooldown of 1 hour. As Lu Chen donned the 3 pieces of flame equipment, brilliant white flames erupted around him. Within the flames, his 6 pieces of gear began to merge and reshape. Ding! Congratulations, The Flame set has activated its complete form. Flame War God Armor, Legendary. Health points, 80,000 defense, 2,000 attributes, Flame Divine Might. Enhances fire skill effects by 200. Attacks inflict a divine fire burning effect, dealing 20 of attack power as true damage per second. Elemental Sovereignty. Freely manipulate the elements of fire, lightning, and light. Descent of the War God. Activates a 100 boost to all attributes for 3 minutes. Cooldown of 24 hours. Nirvana Rebirth. Automatically resurrects upon death. Restoring 50 of health. Resets every 7 days. Is this the power of legendary equipment? Lu Chen felt a surge of strength coursing through him. The armor fit perfectly against his body, and 3 pairs of fiery wings materialized behind him, leaving trails of molten evidence on the ground with each gentle flap. Just as he was still reeling from the shock, a notification regarding the technique also appeared. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the legendary technique. The 9 turns of Mystical Yang, Legendary. This technique is characterized as an extraordinary martial art. Once cultivated to perfection, it enables the practitioner to attain a saintly physical form. Each turn enhances all attributes by 100, representing a profound physical mastery. Just moments ago, I received the technique as a reward for reaching the 10th level, yet I have yet to explore its depths. Now, I shall investigate this further. Upon seeing this technique, Lu Chen contemplated replacing his current practice, the Fire Cloud technique. With it, however, he felt it prudent to first examine the 5 Elements Transformation Technique. 5 Elements Transformation Technique, Divine. Characteristic Introduction. This technique originates from the hands of 5 ancient masters, amalgamating the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into a singular form. Grounded in the principles of the interplay between the 5 elements, it bestows upon the practitioner a diverse array of skills for offense, defense, and healing. It is a notably comprehensive and balanced technique, albeit with immense difficulty in cultivation, requiring the practitioner to maintain equilibrium and harmony among the 5 elemental forces within. Failure to do so may lead to catastrophic consequences. Note, those without a 5 elements spiritual root may not cultivate this technique. Incredible. A divine technique. And I possess the 5 elements spiritual root. It is perfectly suited for me. Lu Chen, overwhelmed with excitement, kissed the book several times. System. After I utilize this 5 elements transformation technique, will I still be able to employ the 9 turns of Mystical Yang? Lu Chen inquired, holding both techniques before the system. Beep. Yes. One cultivates the physical body, while the other enhances the realm. They do not conflict. Wait a moment, I can merge these 2 techniques. Lu Chen suddenly recalled the possibility of directly merging them. If they were fused, wouldn't that allow me to cultivate both? Resolute in his decision, he commanded, merge the 5 elements transformation technique with the 9 turns of Mystical Yang. Beep. Merging. With a thunderous roar. The 2 techniques gradually fused under the pressure of spiritual energy. The words on the pages flowed and restructured as if they possessed life, ultimately transforming into a brand new tome. Merging successful. Acquired indestructible body of the 5 elements, mythical, characteristic, 5 elements rotation. Able to freely transform spiritual energy attributes. No cooldown. Mystical Yang 9 turns. Each completed turn increases all attributes by 200 indestructible golden body. Physical strength grows alongside cultivation, level transformation divine power. Able to simulate any elemental spell marvelous. And this flame crystal, which I received as a reward for reaching the 10th level, must also be extraordinary. Lu Chen then retrieved the newly acquired flame crystal for examination. Flame crystal, legendary. Characteristics. 1. Contains a vast amount of fire attribute spiritual energy, which can be directly absorbed to enhance cultivation. 2. Can be embedded in equipment, increasing fire attribute damage by 100. 3. Can be utilized to forge legendary-grade equipment. Excellent. I shall keep it for now. But first, I shall explore how the indestructible body of the 5 elements performs. With that thought, a glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He then made his way to the wooden cabin, sitting cross-legged upon the wooden bed. System, Replace my current fire cloud technique with the indestructible body of the 5 elements. As Lu Chen silently recited this in his mind, the system displayed a prompt. Beep. Technique replacement successful. As the system's confirmation resonated, the indestructible body of the 5 elements began to operate fervently within Lu Chen's body. Suddenly, a radiant burst of 5-color divine light erupted from Lu Chen's body. The quintessence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged through his meridians, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent 5-colored golden elixir within his dantian. Ding! The first level of indestructible body of the 5 elements has been successfully cultivated. All attributes enhanced by 200. Congratulations on acquiring the 5-element divine abilities. Gung Gold Sword Qi, Gold Attribute Attack, ignores 50 of defenses. Qing Wood Regeneration, Wood Attribute Healing. Restores 5 health per second. Xian Water Shield, Water Attribute Defense. Mitigates 80 of damage. Li Fire Incineration, Fire Attribute Area Attack. And Ho Earth Heavy Armor, Earth Attribute Armor. Doubles Defense. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his pupils swirling with 5 colors. He gently raised his hand, and different attributes of spiritual power coalesced at his fingertips, effortlessly transforming at will. Is this the might of a divine-level technique? As he sensed this surging power within him, he realized that although his realm had regressed to the completion of the first stage, his strength had multiplied several times beyond that of the second stage. Chapter 63. Mid-stage of the second tier, feeling the newly attained strength surging within him, Lu Chen took out all 23 spirit stones and resumed his cultivation. As he activated the indestructible 5 elements, the spiritual energy from the stones flooded into his body with fervor. Beep. Absorbing spiritual power. Current efficiency, 100 points minute. With closed eyes and focused mind, Lu Chen sensed the explosive growth of spiritual energy within him. At this moment, the 5-colored golden core in his dantian spun rapidly, perfectly merging the different attributes of spiritual energy. His bones emitted a crisp crack as muscle fibers restructured continuously, and intricate patterns of the 5 elements appeared on the surface of his skin. Crack. The first spirit stone depleted its energy, turning to powder and dispersing, followed by the second, the third. Upon absorbing the 10th spirit stone, a sudden roar resonated within Lu Chen. The 5-colored golden core expanded dramatically, revealing the first arcane wheel pattern on its surface. Beep. Indestructible body of the 5 elements, first rotation completed. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his pupils swirling with 5 colors. He gently raised his hand, intertwining the 5 attributes of spiritual energy into a chaotic energy sphere in his palm. Continuing, the remaining spirit stones were consumed at an accelerated pace. Torrents of spiritual energy surged through his meridians. By the time the 20th spirit stone was exhausted, his realm had returned to the second tier, and he had even made progress, advancing to the mid-stage of the second tier. In merely half an hour, all 23 spirit stones had been completely absorbed. This cultivation method is indeed of mythical caliber. The enhancement is astonishing. Lu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes to gauge his state. He accessed the attribute panel, and a splendid display appeared before him. Name: Lu Chen. Realm: mid-stage of the second tier. Talent: Infinite Fusion, Unique, LV1, Elemental Affinity, Spiritual Root. Metal, wood, water, fire. Earth experience points: 201, 1000. Defense: 19,400 health points, 171,000 spiritual power, 10,000 attack power, 17,000 physique, 3,000 strength, 1,600 agility, 1,600 mental power, 1,600. Cultivation method: indestructible body of the 5 elements. First rotation completed. Current equipment: fiery battle armor, fiery boots, fiery wrath, fiery helmet, fiery bracers, fiery leggings, elemental robe. Contract beast: Hunyuan panda, iron egg. Items: cold shadow technique, fire cloud technique, diamond technique, thick earth technique, decayed wood technique, ice palm, fiery crystal 1, sunlight 160000, spiritual dust 915, zombie compendium, various timber, various stones, enhanced timber 110, fine iron 10, basic plant fertilizer 664. Other unnecessary items omitted. Own plants, Nether Serpent Emperor Cannon, Ice Queen, Ultimate Starfruit, Ancient Dragonwood, Explosive Thrower, Twin Flowers of Time. Description: you have now acquired a modicum of strength, yet further effort is required. Indeed, it appears that one's abilities have significantly improved this time. After waiting for a day, confidence will surely be bolstered. With that, Lu Chen rose and ventured onto the lawn, approaching the twin flowers of time. These twin flowers had not basked in sunlight for 2 days since their planting. Now, with time on hand, it was the perfect moment for harvesting. 2 days, a span of 48 hours, prior to their upgrade, these flowers would yield 100 sunlight per hour. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained sunlight 4,800. Relying solely on upgrading plants has rendered sunlight insufficient. A strategy to cultivate more sunlight-producing plants is imperative. Upon this realization, Lu Chen opened the sunlight shop to inspect the newly refreshed plants available today. Lotus leaves, sunflowers, pea shooters. Merely commonplace items, it seemed. Shaking his head at the ordinary offerings, Lu Chen promptly exchanged for a sunflower. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a sunflower. Without hesitation, he planted it in the 4th row. Now that midday approached, he needed to hasten to Dawn Village. Glancing at the time, he turned and set forth toward Dawn Village. The shelter was in close proximity, and within approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at the village entrance. At this moment, the surroundings of Dawn Village had been thoroughly cleared. Piles of wood and stone resembled small hills. Before him, hundreds of villagers were bustling about. Besides the few buildings erected the previous day, numerous new homes had emerged in the village. Lu Chen was taken aback by this transformation. In just a single night and a morning, Dawn Village had undergone such significant changes. Not only had abundant stones and timber been acquired, but dozens of new homes had also been constructed. At that moment, a villager working in the distance spotted Lu Chen and called out, "Chief, the shaman has instructed us to inform you that he wishes to speak with you in the tribe regarding an important matter." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Chen swiftly made his way toward the great wilderness tribe. Before long, he arrived at the shaman's wooden hut. "Shaman, you summoned me?" Lu Chen inquired. "Indeed," the shaman replied, nodding upon Lu Chen's arrival. "Do you intend to accompany me to the ancestors' trial grounds now, or do you have other plans? I have arranged everything concerning Dawn Village for you." "Very well. Since you have everything in order, let us proceed." Lu Chen accepted the shaman's proposal without hesitation. "Come with me," the shaman instructed, leading the way deeper into the wooden hut. Before Lu Chen lay an expansive altar. This is the teleportation array left by our ancestors. Based on years of usage, I estimate it can only support the teleportation of one individual at a time. If all is prepared, step forward. The ink priest stood outside the teleportation array, elucidating the situation to Lu Chen. "If I spend an extended period within, the tide of corpses will." Before Lu Chen could finish his thought, the ink priest interjected, "Rest assured, according to records, the passage of time within the ancestral trial grounds differs significantly from that of the outside world. The time flow ratio is 1,000 to 1. It is currently noon. You need only complete your tasks by 5 in the afternoon. In essence, you will have over 6 months for the ancestral trial." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. 1,000 to 1 time flow? Does that mean? Indeed, the ink priest affirmed. While you cultivate for half a year inside, merely 5 hours will elapse in the external world. This is the final sanctuary bestowed upon us by our ancestors. Chapter 64. Ancestral Trial Grounds. After receiving the affirmation from Priest Emo, Lu Chen nodded with resolute determination. "By the way, Priest Emo, I wonder if there are other tribes on this plane besides the Great Wilderness Tribe. If not, I sent someone to contact other tribes last night, and they should be able to arrive by the time you return." Clearly, Priest Mo's thoughts were more comprehensive than Lu Chen's. He then gestured towards the ancient runes at the center of the teleportation array. Once you step upon it, the array will activate automatically. Remember, the trial grounds consist of 9 layers, and passing each layer grants you the blessings of the ancestors. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen ceased his chatter and stepped onto the altar. The runes beneath his feet immediately emitted a ghostly blue glow, and an ancient, overwhelming energy began to envelop his body. Suddenly, Priest Mo recalled something and produced a bone token from his bosom. Take this. Should you encounter a life-threatening crisis, shatter it to return immediately. Acquired. Ancestral Protection Token, Epic. Effect. Can forcibly exit the trial grounds limitation. For use only in the ancestral trial grounds, Lu Chen solemnly accepted the token and tucked it away in his robe. As the brilliance of the teleportation array intensified, his figure gradually blurred. I hope you can live up to the expectations. Priest Mo murmured as he watched Lu Chen vanish into the array. When Lu Chen's vision cleared, he found himself standing beneath a vast and boundless starry sky. Beneath his feet was an ancient stone platform suspended in the void, surrounded by countless flickering runes. Ding! Welcome to the ancestral trial grounds. Special talent detected. Infinite fusion. Hidden realm triggered. 5 elements reincarnation realm. Global announcement. Survivor Lu Chen from Huaxia District is the first to discover the hidden realm and has received a special reward. Source of 5 elements 1, as this global announcement echoed. The channels across all regions erupted into chaos. North America District Kevin. What? A hidden realm? European District Yelena. How is this possible? We haven't even located the ordinary trial grounds. East Japan District Yamamoto. Baka. Immediately dispatch people to search for our district's trial grounds. Huaxia District Long Chun. As expected of my compatriot. Well done. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had no time to pay attention to these messages. A semi-transparent apparition suddenly materialized before him. A venerable elder with white hair and beard, clad in a robe adorned with stars, whose eyes seemed to contain the entirety of the cosmos. After a millennium, the elder's voice resonated like an echo from antiquity. Someone has finally triggered the 5 elements reincarnation realm. With a sweep of his sleeve, 9 portals of varying colors appeared before Lu Chen. I am but a remnant of the great wilderness ancestor. This hidden realm is divided into 9 layers, corresponding to the 5 elements and 4 symbols. With each layer you pass, you shall receive a gift of the corresponding attribute. What? The 5 elements reincarnation realm? Lu Chen gasped in astonishment. Wasn't I supposed to be transported to the ancestral trial grounds of the great wilderness tribe? How did it suddenly transform into the 5 elements reincarnation realm? The ethereal gaze of the elder fell upon Lu Chen, as if he could pierce through the fabric of time and space. Slowly, he raised his hand, causing 9 portals to rotate gently in the void, emanating a disquieting surge of energy. Young man, I sense you harbor questions within. The elder's voice resonated like an ancient bell. This 5 elements reincarnation realm is, in truth, the very heart of our ancestors' trial grounds. Only those endowed with the 5 elements' spiritual roots and extraordinary talents can awaken it. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. So, the ancestral trial ground of the great wilderness tribe. Ha, merely a fade, the elder chuckled lightly. The true trial ground has been concealed within this 5 elements reincarnation realm for millennia. The ancestors of the great wilderness tribe are but a lingering resolve to protect this place. As the elder elucidated, the system simultaneously updated its information. Background revelation of the 5 elements reincarnation realm. This is the core inheritance ground of the ancient great wilderness human tribe. One must possess both the 5 element spiritual roots and a unique talent to enter. In a millennium, only 3 have triggered this secret realm. The first 2 challengers faltered at the 7th level. Ah, I see. Lu Chen mused, coming to a realization upon reading the system's updated information. Now that you are well informed, let us proceed to the rules. The elder's ethereal figure gestured, and a golden light penetrated Lu Chen's brow. Notification. Congratulations. You have obtained detailed explanation of the 5 elements reincarnation realm. The 9 levels of the secret realm correspond to levels 1 to 5, the elemental origins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Levels 6 to 9, the powers of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. With each level you conquer, you shall gain the corresponding elemental power. The elder stated solemnly, but remember, once you commence the challenge, you cannot withdraw midway unless you either triumph or perish. Lu Chen touched the ancestral protection token in his possession. What about this? This token is only valid in ordinary trial grounds, the elder replied with a shake of his head. Here, you either succeed or fall. There is no third outcome. The harshness of this rule sent a shiver through Lu Chen's heart. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that high risks often accompany high rewards. He lifted his gaze to the elder. Then, esteemed elder, let us begin. Excellent. You possess courage. The elder bellowed with laughter, waving his sleeve. The first level, the metal refinement purgatory. The golden portal burst open with a thunderous roar, and a chilling wave of metal energy surged forth. Lu Chen inhaled deeply and stepped boldly into the fray. Instantly, the scene before him transformed dramatically. He found himself amidst a forest of blades and a mountain of swords. Countless sharp metallic edges floated in the air, radiating a bone-chilling glimmer. First level, metal refinement purgatory objective. Survive for 1 hour amidst the endless blades. Characteristics. All metal resistance is rendered ineffective. Every 10 seconds, the power of the blade formation increases by 10. Injured areas will continue to bleed. This level tests one's metal affinity. It seems I must employ fire attributes to counteract. Lu Chen contemplated briefly before activating the indestructible body of the 5 elements, transforming his spiritual energy into fire attributes. According to the principles of elemental interplay, this trial was best suited for those wielding fire to counter the blades. Fortuitously, Lu Chen not only possessed the roots of all 5 elements, but he also had acquired a divine-level technique. Now, he has successfully completed the first transformation, allowing him to effortlessly switch between 5 attributes. In an instant, searing flames enveloped Lu Chen. Immediately, the metallic blades that approached began to soften under the intense heat. Their trajectory slowed. However, just as he believed he had discovered a solution, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ding! The Gungjin blade array has evolved. New feature, Fire Resistance 50. Suddenly, crimson anti-fire runes emerged on the surface of the blades, restoring their sharpness that had been compromised by the heat. Even more terrifying, the frequency of the blade array's attacks began to accelerate, nearly forming a tempest of metal. Clang! 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 3 blades radiating red light broke through the fiery barrier, inflicting 3 deep wounds on Lu Chen's left arm, right leg, and back, exposing bone. Health minus 3,000. Additional bleeding effect. Minus 500 per second. Damn it. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and retreated. He immediately channeled his Qingmu spiritual energy in an attempt to staunch the bleeding, only to discover that the wound was entwined with Gungjin energy, rendering it incapable of healing. Chapter 65. The Sword of Breaking the Heavens. Ding. Congratulations. Your trait has been triggered. Metal of Gung corroding bones. Effect. All healing methods are halved. Congratulations, my foot. Lu Chen cursed vehemently upon seeing this system prompt. He was currently afflicted with a condition that drained 500 health points per second. Was this really a reason to celebrate? As his health plummeted at an alarming rate, Lu Chen forced himself to remain calm. If the singular fire attribute was ineffective, then I shall employ all 5 attributes in rotation. Thick earth-heavy armor. In an instant, a surge of brownish-yellow spiritual energy erupted from within, coalescing on his skin to form a suit of armor resembling solid rock. With both the fiery ensemble and this rocky armor, he was determined that he could endure for at least an hour. While speaking, Lu Chen secretly switched to wood attribute spiritual energy, continuously restoring his health. The metallic blades in midair relentlessly slashed towards him. The blades struck the rocky armor, penetrating it instantly. Fortunately, he still had the fiery ensemble for defense. Once the rocky armor was breached, Lu Chen would switch back to earth attribute spiritual energy to regenerate the rocky armor. This repetition temporarily staved off the onslaught. However, the respite was short-lived. Just as he believed he could safely endure for an hour, the blade array underwent a sudden transformation. Ding! Congratulations. The Gung metal blade array has evolved. New trait, Armor Piercing. Ignores 50 of earth-based defenses. Crack! A golden blade light flashed, cleaving a fissure in Lu Chen's earth armor. Immediately, dozens of blades surged through the opening with terrifying ferocity. Witnessing this onslaught, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and he instinctively sidestepped. Yet, the formidable armor-piercing ability allowed 3 blade lights to puncture his shoulder, thigh, and abdomen. Health minus 8,000. Current health 150,000, 171,000. Bleeding status stacking. Minus 800 health per second. Cough. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The gung metal energy coiled around his wounds like a living creature, burrowing into him, its agony causing his vision to darken. To make matters worse, the defense of the fiery ensemble was also compromised by the armor-piercing trait, with visible cracks forming on the chest plate. Damn it, I've barely worn this fiery ensemble for long, he thought. If it were to be damaged, he would suffer a significant loss. Despite the pain, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, his gaze icy as he regarded the multitude of blades above. He then drew his weapon, the Fury of Flames. If defense was futile, then it was time to strike. After several rounds of being on the defensive, Lu Chen began to unleash a fervent assault, channeling his fire attribute spiritual energy into the Fury of Flames. In an instant, the blade of the Fury of Flames ignited with a blinding white flame. The fire attribute energy surged from within him into the sword, causing the air around it to warp and distort from the scorching heat. At this moment, Lu Chen raised his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With his hands gripping the sword, he unleashed a 10-meter-long flame sword aura into the air. The sword aura swept across, instantly melting dozens of metallic blades under the intense heat, transforming them into molten iron cascading down. His fire attribute boasted an astounding 950 enhancement in damage. Should this strike connect with a living being, it would not only ensure survival, but would also strip away layers of skin. At that moment, the blade formation appeared almost sentient, swiftly adjusting its assault. The remaining blades ceased their scattered attacks and began to converge in the air, gradually forming a colossal golden sword spanning 100 meters. Ding! Ultimate form of the Gungjin blade formation. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Characteristics. Attack power increased by 500, accompanied by an assured hit effect. What a delightful turn of events. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lu Chen was filled with joy. This was the moment he had awaited. If all the blades could unify, then he could easily dismantle them all at once and pass this trial with ease, channeling all his spiritual energy into the sword. The Fury of Flames erupted into a towering inferno. In an instant, he transformed into a cerulean meteor, soaring towards the golden giant sword. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two immense energies, the entire space trembled. A blinding white light consumed everything, and a terrifying shockwave sent dust from the ground, soaring several meters into the air. As the radiance dissipated, the golden giant sword had vanished. In its place hovered Lu Chen, his Fury of Flames pressed against a fist-sized golden crystal core. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered the formation's core. Gungjin core was over. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Chen's sword edge sliced through the crystal core. A crisp crack echoed as a fissure appeared on the surface of the core, which subsequently shattered with a thunderous explosion. Ding! Gungjin blade formation successfully dismantled. Time taken, 0:27:33. Evaluation, SSS, breaking the historical record. Instantly, countless golden specks erupted from the shattered core, swirling around Lu Chen like a constellation of stars, ultimately merging into his being. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired Gungjin Essence Mythical. Effect, permanently increases gold attribute damage by 150. Gains the indestructible trait. Attack ignores 50 of defense. Unlocks new skill. Gungjin Battle Body. Temporarily increases defense by 300. As Lu Chen absorbed the essence, his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Even more astonishingly, his bones began to shimmer with a metallic luster, their strength multiplying several-fold. This essence was indeed extraordinary. Feeling the surge of power from the Gungjin essence, Lu Chen was instantly invigorated. The most delightful aspect of this newfound ability was undoubtedly the indestructible trait. This attribute allowed him to ignore 50 of defense. When utilizing gold attribute attacks, he could harness the divine power of the Gungjin sword aura, thereby gaining an additional 50 defense penetration. Consequently, As long as he employed metallic attacks, his damage would equate to true damage, regardless of the opponent's defense level. The damage Lu Chen could inflict would directly translate to a corresponding loss of health. Truly magnificent. Ding. Global announcement. Congratulations to the first individual from the Huaxiao region, Lu Chen, for successfully clearing the first level of the Divine Secret Realm, Gungjin Purgatory. He has been awarded the Heavenly Sword Finger Divine Skill. This announcement has once again stirred up a significant uproar. The powerful individuals from other regions can no longer remain idle, and they have begun to frantically search for their own trial grounds. Meanwhile, Lu Chen is experiencing a surge of newfound power within him. He attempts to activate the Gungjin battle body, and instantly, metallic patterns emerge on the surface of his skin. With a crisp snap of his fingers against his arm, a resonant sound akin to metal clashing rings out. Currently, his defense stands at 19,400, and once he fully engages the Gungjin battle body, his defense will triple Chapter 66, the perverse growth of all things. This triple defense power amounts to a staggering 58,200. Should an opponent's attack power fall below this threshold, not a single drop of blood shall be shed. As soon as the first trial of the Gung Metal concluded, Lu Chen's vision shifted, returning to the initial platform. Indeed, after a millennium, you're the first to pass this first trial so swiftly. The ethereal figure of an elder appeared, his face etched with astonishment. Upon hearing the elder's commendation, Lu Chen grinned broadly. Senior, this Gung Metal trial is undeniably perilous. He shrugged, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the rewards are tremendous. The elder, stroking his beard and chuckling, remarked, "Young man, do you realize that in the past 1,000 years, only 3 have managed to pass the first trial? And none have done so with such a display of offensive prowess as you." Feeling the surging power of Gung Metal coursing through him, Lu Chen noted the metallic sheen flowing within his bones. He clenched his fist, creating a resounding crackle in the air. Senior, what mysteries lie within the second trial? The Emerald Wood Maze? The elder's expression turned grave. The Emerald Wood Maze tests vitality and resilience. All healing methods will be rendered ineffective, and the air is thick with lethal toxins, while the maze paths shift unpredictably. In the next moment, with a sweeping gesture, the elder conjured a magnificent green door before Lu Chen. The second trial, the Emerald Wood Maze. You may enter now. Lu Chen nodded briefly, refraining from further words, and swiftly stepped through the verdant threshold. The scenery before him transformed abruptly, plunging him into a primeval forest that obscured the sky. Towering ancient trees shielded the sunlight completely, and a faint green mist enveloped the surroundings. Second layer, Emerald Wood Maze. Objective: locate the Tree of Life within 1 hour. Characteristics: all healing skills ineffective. Neurotoxin. Health decreases by 1 per second. Maze pathways change in real time. No healing. Does this mean my wood attribute abilities will be rendered useless? Lu Chen immediately held his breath, channeling fire essence to form a protective layer around his body. Yet, even so, the toxins in the air gradually eroded his being. However, this trial should be simpler than the previous one. The Tree of Life must be abundant in wood attribute essence. As long as I switch to wood attribute perception, finding this Tree of Life should not pose much difficulty. Lu Chen mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Health minus 1,710 second. Current health, 169, 290, 171, 000, seeing his health plummeting at a rate of 1 per second. He swiftly transitioned to wood attribute essence for elemental perception. Soon, he detected a pure wave of life energy emanating from the southeast. Found you. As Lu Chen prepared to step forward towards the Tree of Life, the vines beneath him suddenly sprang to life, coiling around his legs like a giant python. More alarmingly, the surrounding trees began to shift, altering the path before him in an instant. Damn it, the pathways of this Emerald Wood Maze change in real time. Regrettably, you are but a mere wooden figure. Do not hold me accountable. Lu Chen sneered. In an instant, a brilliant crimson flame ignited in his right hand. Ignite for me, he commanded, launching twin streams of fire that obliterated everything in their path. Vines, trees, and toxic mists vanished in an instant. Strangely, however, the incinerated flora began to regenerate at an astonishing pace. How troublesome, Lu Chen mused, retracting the flames and instead coalescing the essence of metal into a sharp sword aura. The gleaming golden light swept across, severing all obstructive vines. This time, the regeneration of the plants was noticeably slower. Yet, a new dilemma arose where the vines had been cut. Torrents of purple venom erupted. Toxic spray. Upon impact, life points decreased by 3 per second. Lu Chen swiftly retreated to evade the venom, his expression growing grave. Fire attacks are ineffective, and metal strikes yield no results. Perhaps it is time to experiment with water. In an instant, he adeptly switched the internal spiritual energy, transforming the water element into a piercing cold ice, which instantaneously encased the obstructing plants in frosty sculptures. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen dashed forward, swiftly navigating through the ice-locked passage. Utilizing the versatile power of the 5 elements, he steadily advanced through the maze. As his life points dwindled to 50, he finally beheld the towering tree of life. However, blocking his path was a monstrous 10-meter-tall carnivorous flower king. Carnivorous flower king, life points, 100, 000, 100. 000 traits. Devour. Instant kill on targets with life points below 30. Toxic mist spray. Area-wide poisoning effect. Root regeneration. Restores 1 life points per second. Glancing at the imposing flower king, he assessed his current status. Current life points, 85, 500, 171, 000. My life points are steadily declining. There's little time left to dally. With determination flashing in his eyes, he sheathed the flame of fury. Sky-splitting sword. This was a reward skill obtained upon conquering the first level. Lu Chen concentrated all his spiritual energy into his right index finger and pointed decisively. A resplendent beam of multicolored light interwove into a dazzling lance, piercing directly through the core of the carnivorous flower king. Boom! 100, 000. A lethal strike. The flower king unleashed a mournful roar, its colossal form crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen rushed to the tree of life, placing his palm against its trunk. Second level challenge successful. Time taken, 0:01, 29. Rating, SSS. Verdant life energy surged forth from the tree, instantly healing all of Lu Chen's injuries. Even more astonishingly, the toxins within his body were completely purified. Acquired absorption, primordial greenwood, mythical. Effect, permanently enhances life recovery by 300. Acquires the trait of eternal vitality. Automatic healing upon injury. Greenwood spirit body, significantly increases would attribute resistance. Ding. Global announcement. Lu Chen from the Huaxiao region is the first to conquer the god-level secret realm, Greenwood Maze. Rewarded with universal growth, god-level passive. Lu Chen reveled in the surging vitality within him, nodding in satisfaction. At present, he possesses what could be likened to immortality. Growth of all things, characteristic. Every day, all allied plants can randomly acquire a certain enhancement in attributes. Astonishing. This is truly a divine-level passive ability. The prospect of augmenting my plant's attributes daily is remarkable. Upon witnessing this newly acquired divine passive, Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. With this ability, provided he is given sufficient time to develop, he could indeed become an unstoppable force, vanquishing even gods and Buddhas alike. Chapter 67. The Abyss of Xian Shui Han Yuan. With a global announcement from the system, the various channels around the world erupted once again. North America channel, Kevin damn. How can this Lu Chen be so fast? Is he on a rocket? Mechanic Jack, good grief. We haven't even found the entrance to the trial grounds in our region. Elena, what is that effect of all things growing? How are we supposed to compete at a divine level? European channel, Yelena, my God. He completed it in merely 1 minute and 29 seconds? Alexander, our guild just located the trial grounds, and 3 of our first-tier members died on the first level. Dark Priest, the Huaxiao region is truly defying the heavens. East Japan channel, Yamamoto Ryuichi, Baka, what a bunch of fools. The Huaxiao people have already cleared the second level, while we have yet to find the trial grounds. Ninja Sato, this Huaxiao person is simply too formidable. On my OG Abe, we must find our trial grounds without delay. Huaxia channel Lu Chen, haha. As expected of the finest talent from Huaxia. Sort of mortally Xiaoyao. This speed of completion is faster than when I used hacks back in the game. Healer Su Mu, all things growing. Just by the name, one can tell it's a divine skill related to plants. Lu Chen had no time to open the channel to see the flood of information. While the global channels were in a frenzy, his figure had already returned to the initial platform. At this moment, the Elder's phantom was gazing at him with an expression akin to observing a monster. 1 minute and 29 seconds. The Elder's voice trembled slightly. Did you blow up the Aoki maze? Lu Chen grinned. Senior, you jest. I merely discovered some clever methods. Clever methods? The Elder's phantom twitched at the corners of his mouth. Do you know the previous fastest record was 23 minutes? Lu Chen shrugged, saying nothing further. He felt the surging Aoki essence within him. Life energy flowing like a relentless river. Even more astonishingly, the passive ability of all things growing had begun to take effect. He could distinctly sense that the properties of the plants surrounding him were gradually improving. Senior, what is the third level? Lu Chen eagerly inquired. The Elder took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment. The third level is Xian Shui Han Yuan. It tests your will and resilience. With that, he waved his sleeve, and a portal slowly opened. This entire space of the third level is frozen by extreme cold. The temperature is so low that even the soul could be frozen solid. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Extremely low temperature, you say? Indeed, the Elder nodded. Lu Chen nodded earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. He then turned and stepped toward the blue portal, crossing into Xian Shui Han Yuan. The scenery before him shifted dramatically, and Lu Chen found himself standing on an endless expanse of ice. Snowflakes of a hue fell from the sky, each imbued with a terrifying chill. Third layer, the abyss of frigid waters, objective, to locate the core of the abyss within 10 days. Characteristics, absolute 0, loses 1 of maximum health per second. Frost Golem, defeating grants a cold resistance buff. As Lu Chen exhaled, he was astonished to see the mist of his breath instantly crystallize into ice shards that fell to the ground. His eyebrows and the tips of his hair were soon encrusted with frost, and his skin began to take on a ghastly hue. Why does this realm always impose such a lethal debuff that drains health every second? Upon entering, Lu Chen realized his health was again diminishing by 1 each second, a most exasperating predicament. Nevertheless, this layer was somewhat forgiving, as there were no rules preventing health regeneration. Health loss, minus 1,710 seconds. Current health, 169,290, 171,000. This wretched place. Lu Chen immediately summoned his fire elemental energy to withstand the biting cold. However, to his dismay, the flames that could normally melt gold and iron could barely sustain a small flicker here. Notification: fire-based skill effects reduced by 90 what? There are hidden rules as well. It seems this is indeed not so simple. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and alternated between earth and wood elemental energies. The thick earthen armor formed a thermal barrier on his body, finally providing a temporary shield against the frigid onslaught. Simultaneously, the wood elemental energy continuously restored his health. In the next moment, he switched to water elemental energy to activate elemental perception, swiftly detecting an unusual cold energy fluctuation to the northwest. The core of the abyss should be located there. Just as he took a few steps forward, an unexpected change occurred. The ice beneath his feet suddenly became transparent. Looking down, Lu Chen was horrified to see countless lifelike ice sculptures frozen below the surface. What are these? Struggling against the bone-chilling cold, Lu Chen squinted to scrutinize the ice sculptures. Through the crystalline layer, he clearly discerned the frozen expressions of terror etched on the faces of those trapped. These individuals were evidently former challengers. Notification: hidden information discovered. Time illusion effect. Gazing for over 3 seconds will draw one into the time illusion. Just as Lu Chen was about to avert his gaze, the ice sculpture closest to the surface suddenly opened its eyes. They were composed entirely of ethereal blue ice crystals, staring intently at him. This is bad. A sense of alarm surged within Lu Chen, but it was too late. The surroundings began to warp, and he felt a dizzying sensation. When his vision cleared, he found himself back at the moment he first entered the abyss. The same snowflakes danced in the air, and the ice beneath his feet remained transparent. Is this the time illusion? Cold sweat beaded on Lu Chen's forehead. He realized he must discover a way to break this cycle. He attempted to change his course of action, but no matter how he moved, he always returned to the starting point. To make matters worse, with each return, the encroaching cold intensified. Maximum health -5, cumulative. Current maximum health, 162,450,171,000 during the 6th cycle. Lu Chen suddenly noticed a subtle detail. The positions of the ice sculptures shifted slightly each time. The one closest to him was moving ever so slowly in his direction. So it is. A glimmer of insight flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. These were not mere decorations, but living traps. He immediately activated his indestructible 5 elements body, concentrating water, attribute, spiritual energy in his eyes. Through the lens of spiritual vision, he beheld countless fine, ice-blue threads extending from the sculptures, silently coiling around his ankles. Cut them. The gung gold sword chi erupted from his fingertips, precisely severing those threads. As they snapped, the statues beneath the ice emitted a mournful wail. An entire space began to tremble violently. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cracked the temporal illusion. Instantly, the ice shattered with a thunderous sound, and Lu Chen plummeted into the frigid lake. The bone-chilling cold seeped instantly into his marrow, and his life force began to plummet. Health -5,000 second. Current health, 157,450,162,450. Chapter 68. The Inferno of Rebirth in this moment of peril. Lu Chen activated the essence of perpetual life obtained from the second layer. To his astonishment, he discovered that even in an environment of absolute zero, the force of life persevered vigorously. Simultaneously, his would attribute spiritual power, combined with this essence of perpetual life and a remarkable 300 permanent life regeneration effect, allowed his health to be restored almost instantaneously. The damage sustained from the Xian Shui Han Yuan was now outpaced by his regenerative capabilities. At this juncture, he noticed that the core of the cold abyss lay at the bottom of the lake. Empowered by this restoration, Lu Chen swam with determination towards the lake's depths, where a flickering azure light beckoned, the core of the cold abyss. However, just as he was about to touch the core, 10 frost puppets suddenly materialized from the lake's water. These beings, composed entirely of pure ice, surrounded him with their ice spears. Frost puppet health, 200,000 attack power, 20,000 traits. Ice body, 80 physical damage reduction. Frigid touch, attacks inflict freezing effect, an 80 reduction in physical damage. This was more troublesome than a ghost. Resolutely, he activated the ultimate skill of the flame War God armor. War God descend. War God descend. Upon activation, all attributes increase by 100 for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Instantly, the fiery patterns on his armor ignited, and his attributes surged to unprecedented heights. Although fire-based skills were diminished by 90, the 950 fire attribute damage boost still significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Coupled with the War God state, which doubled his attributes, his strength became extraordinarily formidable. He unleashed the sky-shattering sword gesture. Sky-shattering sword gesture can be released as a single attribute or combined with 5 attributes. Lu Chen's index finger erupted with dazzling 5-colored light, sweeping a beam of energy across. The struck frost puppets shattered, exploding into puffs of icy mist in the lake. Defeated Frost Puppet 1. Acquired ice resistance 90. With the increase in resistance, the rate of health depletion drastically decreased. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen pivoted and plunged towards the lake's bottom, finally clasping the azure core of the cold abyss in his hand. Ding! Congratulations on passing the 3rd level. Time taken, 0:09:17. Rating, SSS. The instant he grasped the core, A terrifying energy of extreme cold surged into his body through his palm. Surprisingly, this energy did not harm Lu Chen. Rather, it harmoniously fused with the elemental energies within him. Success in absorbing the essence of Xian Shui. New abilities acquired. Increase water attribute damage by 300 absolute 0. Attacks inflict freezing effect. Ice body. Immunity to water damage. As Lu Chen surfaced, the entire Xian Shui Han Yuan began to collapse. The azure crystalline sky shattered, revealing the resplendent starry expanse beyond. Global announcement. The first conqueror of the abyss of cold waters in the Huaxia region, Lu Chen, has received an additional reward, Eternal Ice Crystal, Divine Material. This announcement reappeared, leaving the top-tier powers across the globe in a state of numb astonishment. Eternal Ice Crystal, Divine. Characteristics. 1. The crystal contains an immense energy of ice attribute, which can be directly absorbed to enhance one's realm. 2. It can be used as a material for forging divine-grade equipment. 3. It can strengthen ice attribute flora. The Ice Queen is indeed fortunate. Upon seeing this item, Lu Chen's first thought was to reserve it for the Ice Queen's use. Should she utilize it, her advancement to divine-grade flora would undoubtedly be assured. Just as he was pondering this, the scene before him shifted again, returning to the initial platform. The expression of the Elder's phantom had transformed from shock to numbness. 9 minutes. Do you know how long the previous conqueror took? Lu Chen wiped the still-drying ice crystals from his face. 30 minutes? 3 days. The Elder nearly shouted, and he had barely succeeded with the aid of special items. Lu Chen sheepishly scratched his head. Perhaps I was just lucky. Luck? The Elder pointed at the lingering 5 elemental auras surrounding Lu Chen. Your 5 elemental physique is almost fully developed, and you dare speak of luck? The Elder's phantom sighed deeply, waving his sleeve to unveil a crimson portal slowly materializing in the void. The surface of the portal pulsated with blazing white flame patterns, and even from a distance, one could feel the heat wave rushing toward them. This is the 4th trial, the Inferno of Departure. The Elder's tone grew grave. This entire space is engulfed in unquenchable flames. The temperature is so high that it can instantaneously vaporize refined steel. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Oh, this will be a perfect opportunity to test whether my newly acquired ice body can withstand it. Do not be careless, the Elder warned. The greatest danger in this trial is not the high temperature, but the fire poison. Inhaling it in excess will cause spontaneous combustion of the internal organs. More terrifying is... He paused, his tone turning more serious. Fire spirits also roam there. They can possess challengers, igniting their inner flames. Lu Chen nodded solemnly, storing the eternal ice crystal in his system space. This divine material emanated a chilling aura, which should help alleviate the high temperature. Once you're ready, step inside. The Elder gestured to clear the path. And remember, if you encounter a crimson fire spirit, immediately attack with ice-based skills. If possessed, understand. Lu Chen took a deep breath and stepped through the crimson portal. Instantly, the scene before him transformed. He found himself standing on a land ablaze. The sky was blood-red, with fire rain cascading down. The ground flowed with lava, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. 4th trial, Inferno of Departure. Objective: obtain the heart of the fire demon within 10 days. Characteristics: celestial flame. Loses 1 of maximum life per second. Fire poison erosion. Reduces healing effectiveness by 50. Fire spirit. Mental attack. Chance of triggering spontaneous combustion. Hiss. As Lu Chen inhaled, he felt a searing pain in his lungs. He swiftly channeled his water attribute spiritual energy, enveloping his body in a layer of frosty armor. Health minus 1,710 second. Current health 169,290, 171,000. To his astonishment, even with the protection of the icy form, his health continued to dwindle. The temperature of the flames here was indeed more terrifying than the chill of absolute 0. A swift resolution was imperative. Lu Chen activated his elemental perception, quickly pinpointing a volcano to the northwest. There, a tumultuous surge of fire attribute energy surged, likely the heart of the fire demon. Just as he prepared to set off, the lava beneath him erupted suddenly. A colossal hand, entirely composed of flames, lunged toward his ankle. Fire Demon Spirit, Health, 200,000 traits, Flame Body, 80 immunity to fire damage, Heart Fire Ignition, Mental Attack, Lava Rebirth, can resurrect in lava after death, Ice Nova. Lu Chen reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing a torrent of water attribute spiritual energy. The bone-chilling cold radiated outward from him, instantly transforming the flaming hand into a sculpture of ice. Minus 50,000, attribute restraint. Yet, in the next moment, more fire demon spirits emerged from the lava. They varied in form, some resembling humans, others beasts, yet all exuded a suffocating heat. This was troublesome. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. The sheer number of these fire spirits was overwhelming, and they could resurrect infinitely within the lava. It was evident that a direct confrontation was not a viable strategy. Chapter 69. Undercurrents. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly analyzed the battlefield. Although these fire spirits were immune to 80% of fire damage, his Frost Nova could inflict attribute restraint harm. However, the frequent use of water-based skills would accelerate the depletion of his spiritual energy. Yet, within this fiery domain, he could switch to fire energy to recover his strength, as it was suffused with an exceptionally rich essence of fire. Nonetheless, prolonging the battle was not an option. He needed to identify their weakness. While evading the fire spirits' assaults, Lu Chen observed their patterns of movement. Soon, he discovered that whenever the fire spirits launched an attack, a dark red core would flicker at their chests. Evidently, this was their Achilles heel. Instantly, Lu Chen adjusted his combat strategy. He refrained from releasing widespread Frost Nova and instead concentrated water energy at his fingertips, forming slender ice needles as fine as a hair. His hands moved swiftly, launching these ice needles with precision. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of ice needles struck the dark red cores of the fire spirits with pinpoint accuracy. Those hit emitted a piercing shriek, their bodies trembling violently before erupting in explosive bursts. Kill Fire Spirit 3. Gain Fire Resistance 30. Ha ha ha, it truly works. Lu Chen felt invigorated upon confirming his hypothesis. This precise strike not only conserved a significant amount of spiritual energy, but also avoided triggering the fire spirit's lava resurrection trait. However, the good fortune was fleeting. As Lu Chen reveled in his success, the distant volcano suddenly erupted, unleashing a torrential rain of fire. Worse still, larger fire spirits began to emerge from the molten lava, wielding flame spears, their eyes gleaming with intelligence. Fire Demon Guardian, Health, 500, 500. 000 traits. Flame Shield, reduces all damage by 50. Lava Toss, ranged attack. Fire Spirit Summon, summons 2 fire spirits every 30 seconds. What is this? This truly complicates matters. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Chen's forehead. Faced with such an elite foe, the effectiveness of his ice needle strategy diminished significantly. More alarmingly, upon entering this area, fire toxin had begun to erode his insides, causing his health to decline at an accelerated pace. Health, 150, 171, 000. Fire toxin stacked to 3 layers. Healing effect minus 75. It was only thanks to his regenerative trait that he managed to prevent his health from plummeting further. Since the ice needle strategy had failed, a fierce determination flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. It was time for something grand. Seizing this brief moment of respite, he swiftly formed hand seals. He would no longer rely solely on water-based skills, but would blend 5 types of energy in a specific ratio. Elemental, Ice Flame Storm. The water energy from his left hand and the fire energy from his right erupted simultaneously, intertwining the frigid and the fiery in the void. An ice-blue flame storm surged forth, and wherever it passed, the fire demon guardians wailed in despair. The sudden emergence of this spiritual fusion technique proved remarkably effective. A cascade of damage notifications flashed incessantly before Lu Chen, with the fire attribute damage bonus soaring to an astonishing 950, while the water attribute, upon acquiring the essence of profound water, reached an impressive 300. The amalgamation of these two energies manifested an unimaginable potency, augmented by a remarkable 50 defense penetration feature. Slain Fire Demon Guard 3. Slain Fire Demon Spirit 20. At this moment, a breach appeared before him, presenting an opportune moment for swift advancement. Seizing this chance, Lu Chen swiftly propelled himself forward. Before long, he arrived at the location where he had sensed an overwhelming elemental fluctuation. The heart of the fire demon must be nearby. Upon surveying his surroundings, he soon laid eyes on a formidable fire demon of grand stature. Fire Demon Commander. Health, 700, 000 damage, 30. 000. Suspended behind this commander was a fiery crimson heart. Lu Chen fixed his gaze upon the fire demon commander, assessing his current physical state. There was no time to delay. He needed to obtain the heart of the fire demon swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the Breaking Sky sword technique. 5 elements convergence. A radiant beam of quintuple colors converged at his fingertips, striking directly at the chest of the fire demon commander. Bang! Minus 400, 000 with a single blow. He diminished its health by more than half. One final strike. Breaking Sky sword technique. Once more, a 5-colored radiance struck the fire demon commander, and with 2 fingers, he dispatched the formidable foe. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen hastily approached the heart of the fire demon and grasped it firmly. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing the essence of leaving fire. Instantaneously, the heart transformed into a stream of red light and entered Lu Chen's chest, achieving a perfect balance with the essence of profound water. 4th level challenge successful. Time taken, 0 days, 0 hours, 28 minutes. Rating, SSS. Rewards, Essence of Leaving Fire, Mythical. New abilities, Wrath of the Scorching World, Fire Damage 500, Fire Spirit Body, Immunity to Fire Damage, Fire Spirit Resonance, Control over all Fire-type creatures. Global announcement. Lu Chen from the Huaxiao region is the first to conquer the realm of Leaving Fire, receiving an additional reward. Crown of the Flame Emperor, Artifact. As soon as the global announcement was made, the World Channel erupted. The top-tier powerhouses from various regions could no longer remain idle. A tide of intrigue against Lu Chen began to swell. North American channels. Kevin, we must find our nation's secret realm at any cost. Jack, initiate the plan and target the Chinese. Elena, we must unite with other nations to confront Lu Chen, or else, when this happens every 7 days. European channels, a pope, staff in hand. With a grim expression, the holy paladins shall set forth immediately. Gather all resources back. We cannot allow only the Huaxiao region to bask in glory. The cardinal murmured, yet, in recent days, we have only managed to rally over 100, then disperse everyone to seek out secret realms and collect resources. The Pope bellowed, if we delay and allow the Huaxiao's strength to grow, we shall all meet our doom. Channels of the Eastern Japan. Yamamoto Ryuichi knelt before a folding screen. A bloodied katana laid before him. How many have we managed to contact for the Jade Shatter plan? He inquired. The ninja behind him trembled. We have only reached over 200, and to initiate this plan, 200 is utterly insufficient. There remains but a day. For the honor of Great Eastern Japan. A wild glint sparked in Yamamoto's eyes. Execute it immediately. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials of the Huaxiao region convened urgently across various channels. Long Chen asserted, Lu Chen's power has incited global trepidation. We must act without delay. Sword Immortal Li Xiaoyao added, we must hasten to gather our scattered compatriots from around the world. Xunjian urged, let each region communicate and assemble all surviving individuals. Chapter 70. The Labyrinth of the Earth in the channels of various nations. Lu Chen was unable to see anything. Upon returning to the initial platform, the expression of the elder's phantom was beyond description. The visage, composed of starlight, contorted violently as if confronted with a reality-shattering existence. 28 minutes? The elder's voice emerged through clenched teeth. The previous challenger had taken a whole 10 days, and that was merely due to good fortune. Lu Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, eager to examine the newly acquired artifact. Emperor of Flame's Crown artifact. Health points, 1,000,000 attack power, 50,000 defense power, 50,000 wearing requirement. Mastery of the 5 elements. Fortunate individual attributes. Fire skill cooldown reduced by 50 affinity for fire elements. 200 unlocks ultimate skill. Descent of the Flame Emperor can transform into the Flame Emperor for battle. Traits. Eternal Flame. Immune to all negative fire effects. All flames worship. Can absorb any fire to enhance one's self. Description. This is a symbol of power. Wearing it can augment the fortune of one's kin, suppressing fate, allowing oneself to become a supreme deity. What a splendid item. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. It was fortuitous that the cultivation method he was practicing aligned perfectly, as he had already attained the first perfection of the indestructible body of the 5 elements. Without hesitation, Lu Chen adorned his head with a fiery crimson crown. Instantly, a vast primordial energy surged within him, deepening the fiery patterns in his left eye. The elder, witnessing Lu Chen acquire such an artifact, took a deep breath to steady his emotions. The next challenge. The Labyrinth of the Earth. The ultimate trial of the Earth attribute in the 5 elements. Earth attribute? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Was this a trial of defense, gravity, and sealing? After undergoing the recent 4 trials, he had gained some understanding of this one. Indeed, the elder nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry. This Labyrinth of the Earth is the most arduous challenge among the 5 elements trials. It will not kill you outright, but will gradually wear down your will until you utterly collapse. It sounds even more troublesome than the fire attribute trial. Lu Chen flexed his wrist. It was the perfect opportunity to test his new equipment. The elder regarded him with a knowing look. Allow me to remind you. The Labyrinth of the Earth differs from the Inferno of Fire. In there, brute strength is futile. Only wisdom and patience can unravel the mystery. Thank you for the advice, Senior. Lu Chen smiled broadly, yet I find great delight in breaking the rules. The elder shook his head with a sigh. You, young man, have only overcome 4 trials and already carry such arrogance. Go forth. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the ground beneath Lu Chen suddenly cracked open, enveloping him in a torrent of formidable earth attribute spiritual energy. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world shrouded in gray. Towering yellowish stone walls loomed around him, and beneath his feet lay soft, sandy soil. A brief perception revealed that the air was thick with concentrated earth attribute spiritual energy. The labyrinth of thick earth, the endless corridor, objective. Obtain the core of the earth within 10 days. Characteristics. Gravitational suppression. Movement speed -50. Spirit energy confinement. Spirit recovery speed -80. Endless corridor. Spatial cycle. Cannot be breached by brute force. Alas, these rules seem decidedly more complex than those encountered previously. Lu Chen attempted to channel his spirit energy, only to discover that the flow within him had become exceedingly sluggish, with even the power of the Flame Emperor's crown being partially suppressed. He endeavored to take a step forward, yet found his movements inexplicably slowed, each stride feeling immensely burdensome. It appears that to navigate this challenge, one must first acclimate to its regulations. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding flow of earth element spirit energy. Soon, he discerned a pattern. Every 3 minutes, the walls of the labyrinth would tremble slightly, causing the distribution of earth energy to shift. A spatial cycle, which implies that if the correct path is not discovered, one will be forever ensnared in circles. After pondering for a moment, a grin suddenly spread across Lu Chen's face. If that is the case, then perhaps alternative methods could be employed. He raised his hand, and the fiery patterns on the Flame Emperor's crown flickered subtly. A streak of crimson flame shot forth from his fingertips, etching a mark upon the stone wall. However, merely 3 seconds later, that mark vanished as if devoured by the very stone itself. It possesses a self-repairing ability? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He attempted to concentrate his 5 elemental spirit energy, only to find that even the simplest fireball technique required thrice the usual energy expenditure. Spirit energy 15000 20000. Recovery speed -80. Just as he contemplated a strategy, the sand beneath his feet began to shift. A colossal hand, composed entirely of pure earth elements, erupted from the ground, lunging toward his ankle. Earth Element Guardian, health points, 300,000 characteristics. Earthly form, physical damage reduction 90, gravitational suppression, attack inflicts slowing effects, sand rebirth, can be resurrected within the sand upon death. Indeed, this secret realm's challenges are consistently troublesome. Lu Chen hastily retreated, but his movements were delayed by the gravitational influence. The giant finger of the Earth Element Guardian grazed his calf, eliciting a sharp, piercing pain. Health points minus 1,000. Additional gravitational suppression. Movement speed further reduced by 20. Worse still, 3 more identical guardians emerged from the surrounding sands, advancing in a menacing encirclement. This gravitational force is truly formidable. It seems a direct confrontation is inevitable. With a steely glint in his eyes, the gems on the Flame Emperor's crown suddenly blazed with a blinding red light. The Flame Emperor descends. A phantom of crimson flames materialized behind him, the terrifying heat instantly transforming the surrounding sand into glass. The 4 Earth Element Guardians momentarily faltered, evidently wary of the flames. Wrath of the Celestial Flames. Lu Chen ignited his right fist with searing white flames and struck fiercely towards the nearest guardian. Yet, this blow, powerful enough to melt gold and iron, merely left a shallow dent upon the guardian's form. Minus 100,000. How could such a meager amount of damage be inflicted? Lu Chen's heart sank. It is important to note that he is now operating at full capacity, with a substantial amplification of fire attribute damage. With this, he has inflicted a staggering 100,000 damage on the Earth Element Guardian. Even more troubling, the wound inflicted upon the Guardian is now surrounded by shifting sand, rapidly mending itself. Earth Element Guardian Health, 400, 500, regenerating 1 per second. Just as he found himself in a fierce struggle, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. What does Earth fear? What conquers Earth? He immediately activated the indestructible body of the 5 elements, transforming his fire attribute spiritual energy into pure wood-based energy. Verdant vines sprouted wildly from his palms, coiling around the Earth Element Guardian like a mystical serpent. Those seemingly indomitable, Earth-like forms began to crumble under the constricting vines. Minus 100,000. Attribute advantage. The Guardian emitted a deep, resonant roar, struggling in vain as the vines, akin to a malignant growth, incessantly devoured its form. Earth Element Guardian Health, 300, 500, Haha, it truly is effective. Lu Chen felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly increased the output of his wood attribute spiritual energy. However, he soon realized that while this strategy was efficacious, it was also incredibly draining on his spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, 8,000,10,000 at this rate. He would exhaust his energy before defeating all the Guardians. He needed to devise a more efficient approach. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the surroundings, suddenly noticing the peculiar patterns etched into the wall. Those seemingly chaotic grooves appeared to conceal some underlying order. Chapter 71. The Bagua Array, with his mental prowess elevated to 1,600 points, he could discern the intricate veins etched upon the stone wall. Could this be the Bagua Array? Qian Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Can Li Jian Dui. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. It dawned upon him that this endless corridor was, in fact, a colossal Bagua Array. If it is indeed the Bagua Array, then it becomes manageable. Prior to his arrival in this realm, he had been utterly captivated by such phenomena. This fervent obsession led him to daily study, rendering him well-versed in these arcane matters. He swiftly recalled the essential principles of the Bagua from the texts he had perused before his transmigration. The Bagua is divided into the innate and the acquired, corresponding to the 8 cardinal directions, subtly resonating with the profound truths of heaven and earth. The formation before him was evidently a variant of the acquired Bagua. While Lu Chen was engrossed in his analysis, for Earth Elemental Guardians had already encircled him, seeking death. With a cold snort, he swiftly formed hand seals, amplifying the output of his wood attribute spiritual energy. Instantly, the vines entwined around the guardians surged forth, sprouting vicious wooden thorns. More astonishingly, the vines began secreting a caustic liquid, causing the guardians' earthen bodies to dissolve at a visible rate. Ding! Earth Elemental Guardians 4 have been eliminated. Before he could revel in his victory, Lu Chen dashed towards the southeastern direction of Sun. Based on his recent analysis, he quickly deduced that the life gate must lie in this orientation. Indeed, upon reaching this Sun position, he discovered an inconspicuous recess in the wall, the very eye of the yin-yang fish within the Bagua array. Haha, I am indeed a genius. This life gate is right here. Lu Chen laughed heartily and pressed firmly on the recess. Instantly, the wall radiated a verdant glow, and a concealed stone door gradually creaked open, revealing the passage beyond. Without hesitation, Lu Chen slipped into the passage, and the stone door promptly closed behind him. He found himself in a new corridor, which culminated in an octagonal stone chamber, at the center of which hovered an earthy, yellow crystal core, the core of the earth. Yet, guarding this crystal was a colossal being, forged entirely from pure earth attribute spiritual energy. Bagua Guardian, health points, 2,000,002,000,000. Traits. Bagua Interdependence. Switches elemental attributes every 10 seconds. Array Enhancement. All attributes 100. Eternal Vitality. Regenerates 1 health per second. Upon observing the attributes of this guardian, Lu Chen squinted. Quite intriguing, a smirk creased his lips. To break the Bagua, one must utilize the Bagua. He meticulously scrutinized the guardian's cyclical attribute changes, noting that they indeed rotated in accordance with the interdependence of the Bagua, would fire, earth, metal, water. When a guardian transitioned to the metal attribute, Lu Chen seized the moment. Now, fire overcomes metal. Wrath of the heavens. A searing white flame transformed into a colossal dragon, hurtling towards the guardian. Under the auspices of elemental disadvantage, this strike inflicted astonishing damage. -1, 500, 000. Critical hit due to elemental disadvantage. The guardian emitted a tormented roar, its metallic sheen rapidly dimming. Yet, 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. The attribute shifted rapidly to water, causing the fiery damage to diminish significantly. Lu Chen, unfazed, promptly altered his strategy. The cycle of the 5 elements. Earth conquers water. He pressed his hands against the ground, and countless sharp rock spikes erupted from the soil, impaling the guardian midair. -1, 000,000. Attribute Restraint. Thus, Lu Chen adeptly seized every opportunity presented by the attribute transitions, launching ferocious assaults with the corresponding countering element. Moments later, the guardian's health plummeted below 30. When the health of this Bagua guardian dwindled to 10, it triggered a state of frenzy. The Bagua guardian has entered a frenzied state. Traits. Attribute Transition Acceleration. Every 5 seconds. Attack power increased by 200. Recovery effect enhanced to 3 per second. Truly troublesome. Lu Chen observed the Bagua guardian entering its frenzied state and wiped the sweat from his brow. Sky-piercing finger. In the next instant, he summoned all 5 types of spiritual power from his dantian. Instantly, the 5 elemental energies erupted simultaneously. Golden, green, blue, red, and yellow lights intertwined at the tip of Lu Chen's index finger, forming a luminous point. It is time to conclude. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the point of light he had gathered unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. A 5-color beam shot towards the Bagua guardian at lightning speed. Clash. -200, 000. His sky-piercing finger was imbued with the energy of the 5 elements. Regardless of the attribute the Bagua guardian switched to, Lu Chen's damage would manifest perfectly. The Bagua guardian has been vanquished. As the guardian perished, the core of the earth slowly descended into Lu Chen's hand. A torrent of earthy energy surged within him, resonating with the other 4 elemental sources. Ding! Congratulations, the fusion of the thick earth origin is successful. Newly acquired abilities. Earth Pulse manages the power of the earth. Standing upon the ground grants boundless energy. Indestructible rock armor. defense 500, gravity control. Adjust gravity freely 1000. With the absorption of the Earth core, the entire labyrinth began to collapse, and Lu Chen was transported back to the starting platform. The Elder's phantom was now rendered speechless, gazing vacantly at the gradually materializing five-colored golden elixir within Lu Chen. Ding! Congratulations! The five elements golden elixir has coalesced. Effect. All attributes 300 traits. Mutual generation of the five elements. Spirit power recovery speed 500. Ding! Global announcement. Lu Chen from the Huaxiao region is the first to clear the five elements trial, receiving an additional reward. 5 elements array flag, divine level. 5 elements array flag, divine level. Attribute. Within this 5 elements grand array, allies gain 100 to all attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 elements grand array can entrap and slay high-level enemies. Trait. Innate indestructibility. Cannot be destroyed. Fortuitous blessing. Enhances the fortune of the affiliated faction. Before Lu Chen could meticulously examine his rewards, the initial platform suddenly trembled violently. For beams of varied colors descended from the heavens, transforming into the ethereal forms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. After the 5 elements came the 4 symbols. The Elder's voice suddenly took on a solemn tone. For what lies ahead is a peril far more treacherous than the 5 elements trials. The 4 symbols abyss. Chapter 72. The Azure Dragon. The 6th level is the trial of the Azure Dragon, representing the wind element. Following that is the trial of the white tiger, embodying the thunder element. Next comes the trial of the vermilion bird, associated with the light element. Lastly, there is the trial of the black tortoise, embodying the dark element. This trial of the 4 symbols differs significantly from the previous trials of the 5 elements. The Elder stated solemnly. There is no possibility of trickery here. You must simultaneously conquer the embodiments of the 4 symbols and earn their recognition to attain the ultimate inheritance. Lu Chen clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Fighting is precisely to my liking. He had just recently condensed the 5 elements golden core. Although his strength remained at the mid-second tier, even those at the 3rd or 4th tier would not be his match. With his newfound power, he had been searching for a way to test it. Now, the opportunity presented itself. He could undertake the trial while engaging in combat to enhance his practical skills and ascertain the limits of his strength. Very well, prepare to begin. The Elder's ethereal hand waved, and a portal imbued with the power of the 4 symbols manifested before Lu Chen. Enter. This time, you must complete the challenges of the 4 symbols to exit. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded resolutely and stepped forward into the grand portal. As the space warped around him, Lu Chen found himself amid a lush, primordial forest. Towering ancient trees pierced the heavens, and the air was thick with an invigorating aura of life. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern the suffocating murderous intent lurking beneath this vibrant fade. Is this the space for the trial of the 4 symbols? Lu Chen furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene. Trial of the Azure Dragon. The Abyss of Wind. Objective. Obtain the Azure Dragon mark characteristics. Wind element affinity 300, wood element recovery effect 200. Speed suppression. Movement speed -70. The Azure Dragon mark must be obtained by vanquishing the Azure Dragon, he surmised. The previous trials involved locating and defeating guardians or acquiring task items. However, since the Elder mentioned the need to challenge them, it was certain that the task item lay within the 4 symbols themselves. Yet, this space imposes 2 enhancements, one of which is speed suppression. Lu Chen attempted to move, only to find his motions hindered, as though he were traversing through viscous glue. Just as he was acclimatizing, the surrounding trees suddenly sprang to life, their thick branches lashing out like whips. The cycle of the 5 elements. Metal over wood. Heaven-piercing sword point. Lu Chen concentrated sharp golden energy at his fingertips, transforming it into a myriad of golden needles that shot toward the tree demon. Yet before the needles could reach their target, a sudden tempest scattered them into disarray. Roar! In the next moment, a deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the skies as a 100-foot-long azure dragon emerged from the clouds. Its body was a brilliant green, with mysterious wind patterns dancing across its scales, and its whiskers stirred up violent gusts of wind. Azure Dragon Incarnation. Health points: 8,000,008,000. Traits: Wind's Velocity, Dodge Rate 90. Eternal Life, restores 2 health per second. Dragon's Might, all attributes -30. Is this truly the Azure Dragon? Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. This was his first encounter with a genuine dragon, and it was one of the sacred beasts, the Azure Dragon. Given the power of the dragon before him, he found it nearly impossible to triumph under normal circumstances. The Azure Dragon did not grant him a moment to ponder. With a flick of its tail, hundreds of wind blades instantly took shape. Each blade possessed the capability to slice through gold and jade, descending upon him like an overwhelming tempest. Indestructible rock armor. Instantly, a brownish-yellow barrier enveloped Lu Chen's body. His defense surged fivefold in an instant. However, before he could withstand many of the wind blades, several deep wounds, revealing bone, were carved into Lu Chen's chest, blood gushing forth. Health points -50, 000. Additional bleeding effect, -1,000 second. Such formidable strength. My defense has already been quintupled, yet I have lost 5 bowls of blood in one blow. Damn it. Lu Chen half knelt on the ground, enduring the excruciating pain while channeling the 5 elements golden elixir. The 5 types of spiritual energy circulated within him, swiftly mending his injuries. With the trait of eternal life and the divine ability of green wood restoration, he regained 5 health per second, further augmented by a recovery speed of 300. Before long, his health was restored to full. Now, as long as he was not instantly obliterated, he could recover. He was cultivating a divine-level technique, the indestructible body of the 5 elements, coupled with the absorption of the 5 elements' essence. Both the 5 elements spiritual body and the 5 elements golden elixir had reached perfection. Add to that the divine ability of heavy earth armor and the indestructible rock armor obtained through essence absorption. All these factors combined to render his defense astonishing. He was no longer someone who could be easily eliminated. Moreover, with the trait of Earth Pulse, as long as he remained grounded, he would continuously regain energy, unless he were to leap about recklessly. At that moment, the Azure Dragon looked down upon him from above, its dragon eyes filled with disdain. A mere human dares to challenge the majesty of the 4 symbols? Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha! A human? What of it? Today, I shall witness the true power of the Azure Dragon. As he spoke, Lu Chen swiftly summoned the 5 elements array flags he had just acquired. He forcefully planted the 5 elements flags into the ground, and a 5-colored light curtain unfurled instantaneously. 5 elements Great Array activated attributes. Within this 5 elements Great Array, allies gain 100 to all attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Seeing the 5-colored light curtain enveloping him, the Azure Dragon disdainfully remarked, "Humph. Human, do you think you can contend with me using this?" Lu Chen remained silent, merely forming hand seals with unwavering determination. The Azure Dragon suddenly sensed the wind elements around it becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate, erupting into an enraged roar. Its massive form dove downward, claws aimed directly at Lu Chen's crown. This is the moment I have been waiting for. 5 elements reversal. Fire generates earth. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly transformed all the fire elemental energy within him into earth energy, causing the ground to suddenly rise into a towering peak that collided with the lower jaw of the Azure Dragon. This unexpected strike momentarily halted the dragon's movements. -1,000,000. Critical weakness hit. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen summoned the crown of the Flame Emperor, swiftly simulating a fire-based technique. The descent of the Flame Emperor. Crimson Flame Prison. 9 fiery dragons erupted from the crown, intertwining to form a colossal cage of flames, temporarily ensnaring the Azure Dragon. However, it was evident that such a confinement could hardly hold a divine beast like the Azure Dragon. A tempest of protective winds enveloped the dragon, causing the cage to shake violently. 3 seconds of confinement would suffice. Lu Chen bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his essence blood to splatter onto the five elements array flag. Instantly, the flag radiated brilliant light, and the elemental energies within the array converged towards Lu Chen. The Azure Dragon sensed a surge of pulsating power, and its movements exhibited a noticeable hesitation. In that fleeting moment, Lu Chen leaped into the air, his right hand transforming into a resplendent gold as it plunged towards the dragon's sensitive scale. The unity of the five elements, Heaven's break sword finger. This strike encapsulated all of his spiritual energy, merging it with the entirety of the elemental energies within the five elements array. The protective winds surrounding the Azure Dragon were forcefully torn apart, and his fingertip precisely struck the glimmering blue scale. -5,000,000. Critical hit roar. The Azure Dragon let out a pained howl, its massive form crashing to the ground. Yet, it did not perish. Instead, it transformed into a streak of azure light and surged into Lu Chen's forehead. Chapter 73. The White Tiger Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Azure Dragon Mark effect. Mastery over wind attributes. Gain wind S velocity, speed 300, dragon S might, intimidation of lower beings, and cloud riding, temporary flight. Haha, now I too can soar through the skies. Before Lu Chen could catch his breath, the heavens suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. A colossal, pure white tiger descended from the clouds, enveloped in devastating thunderbolts. Ding! The white tiger trial has automatically commenced. Human, your strength is quite commendable. Having earned the Azure Dragon's approval, echoed the voice of the white tiger, resonating like thunder. However, here, you shall find it far from easy to pass. Feeling the dwindling spiritual power within him, Lu Chen could only manage a wry smile. Can't one catch a break? In response, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel struck down, creating a massive 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. Despite possessing the Earth's pulse trait, he had just expended all his spiritual energy. Recovering through this would require time he simply did not have. He had not anticipated the white tiger's swift arrival, leaving him no opportunity to recuperate from the previous day. White tiger transformation, health, 10,000,010,000,000 traits. Thunder Sovereign. Lightning skills effectiveness 400. Aura of Slaughter. Attacks inflict defense-penetrating effects. Thunder Calamity Body Refinement. 50 of damage received converted to health. Goodness, this white tiger is even more formidable than the Azure Dragon. Lu Chen's scalp tingled at the sight of this attribute panel. Yet, in an instant, a fierce battle spirit ignited within his eyes. Fortuitously, the wind S velocity he had just acquired proved invaluable, allowing him to transform into a blur, narrowly evading the relentless strikes of thunder from the white tiger. Interesting, the white tiger remarked, a smirk curling upon its lips. Lu Chen navigated through the lightning, each evasion executed with pinpoint precision. The newly acquired wind S velocity enabled him to barely keep pace with the white tiger's onslaught. Fortunately, this ability did not excessively deplete his spiritual energy. He utilized it to buy time for his recovery, ensuring a swift return to peak condition. Thus, Lu Chen circled the white tiger. Brat, is running all you know? The white tiger growled in frustration from behind. Despite the white tiger's overwhelming strength, it lagged slightly in terms of speed. As time passed, Lu Chen's spiritual energy fully replenished. In that case, let us settle this with one decisive blow. A smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips. 5 elements rotation. Fire. Amidst the frantic dodging, Lu Chen transformed all his spiritual energy into fire attribute energy. The white tiger, being of the metal element, must be countered with fire. Abruptly halting, he fervently activated the immortal body of the 5 elements, summoning the Flame Emperor's crown. Flame Emperor's crown. Flame Emperor descends. The amassed fire attribute energy erupted instantaneously, coalescing into a spectral figure behind Lu Chen. With a pointed finger, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy morphed into a sea of flames, engulfing the white tiger. Humph. You arrived just in time. As the white tiger witnessed Lu Chen halting his advance to launch an attack, a fierce battle spirit surged within him. With a thunderous roar, An infinite cacophony of thunder descended upon the scene. The conflagration and tempest clashed violently in the void, erupting in a deafening explosion. The searing flames intertwined with the furious lightning, giving rise to a devastating storm of energy. Standing amidst the sea of fire, Lu Chen's crown of the Flame Emperor radiated a brilliant crimson glow. He swiftly formed seals with his hands as the fire tribute spiritual energy within him surged uncontrollably. Simultaneously, he summoned the long-dormant fury of the flames. Flame Slash. The fury of the flames erupted in Lu Chen's grasp, emitting a blinding red light. The flames entwined around the sword, harmonizing with the ethereal figure of the Flame Emperor. The moment he unleashed this strike, the entire space was suffused with a scarlet hue. Boom! The shockwave generated from the collision of the fire wave and thunderstorm flattened the ground within a 100-meter radius by an entire foot. The White Tiger's thunder was cleaved asunder by this strike, and the searing sword light surged forward, aimed directly at the White Tiger's brow. -3 million. Critical damage. This blow constituted Lu Chen's most powerful strike, encompassing all enhancement from his equipment and attributes. The White Tiger roared in pain, the royal symbol on its forehead charred black. Yet, true to its nature as one of the 4 sacred beasts, the injury incited its ferocity. With a fierce swipe of its paw, 9 pillars of lightning erupted from the ground, encircling Lu Chen entirely. 9 heavens thunder prison effect, imprisonment continuous lightning damage causing 50,000 points of lightning damage per second. Lu Chen found himself ensnared in dire straits. The ethereal figure of the Flame Emperor wavered within the thunder prison, cracks beginning to form in its armor. To make matters worse, the White Tiger was now channeling an even more potent killing move. At that moment, it condensed a thunderball over 10 meters in diameter within its maw, the energy within warping the very fabric of space. White Tiger Ultimate Technique. Heavenly Punishment Annihilating Thunder. Estimated damage. 1,000,000. Unblockable. With no other recourse, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He plunged the fury of the flames into the ground and formed seals with his hands. 5 elements reversal. Earth. A shocking scene unfolded. The roaring flames abruptly transformed into a dense earth-type spiritual energy. This earth energy did not assault the White Tiger, but instead infused the very ground beneath Lu Chen's feet. Rumbling, the earth began to tremble violently, countless rocky spires erupting from the soil. However, these rocky spires did not target the White Tiger. Rather, they enveloped Lu Chen, forming an impenetrable earthen cocoon. Unsatisfied with this fortress, Lu Chen further urged wood-type spiritual energy, catalyzing a layer of vines to encase it once more. Simultaneously, he activated the heavy earth armor and the indestructible rock armor, fervently channeling the 5 elements' indestructible body. Just as Lu Chen completed these preparations, the White Tiger's annihilating thunder descended with cataclysmic force. The world-shattering lightning illuminated the entire trial space as if it were broad daylight. The terrifying shock wave even lifting the ground within a kilometer radius. Once the thunder's light dissipated, a colossal pit over 100 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. The rock cocoon and the vines have long turned to dust, yet at the bottom of the pit stands a figure enveloped in crackling electric energy. None other than Lu Chen. How? How is this possible? The White Tiger's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you survive my ultimate technique? Moreover, why are you able to absorb my thunderous energy? Chapter 74. Fierce Battle. Lu Chen slowly lifted his head, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Thank you for your hospitality. Around his body danced blue and white arcs of electricity, remnants of the apocalyptic thunder unleashed by the White Tiger. It was revealed that Lu Chen had cleverly employed the principle of the 5 elements, initially relying on earth-based defenses to withstand the first wave of damage, followed by a layer of vines to mitigate the second wave. The residual thunder striking him was rendered largely ineffective due to the protective layers of armor he had summoned. In a moment of inspiration, he harnessed the Earth's ability to nurture metal, guiding a portion of the lightning into his own body. Through this infusion of thunderous energy, he refined his physique. At that moment, his indomitable body of the 5 elements had ascended to its second transformation. His realm simultaneously advanced to the second stage of perfection. As he flexed his joints, a series of crisp sounds resonated within him. The surface of his 5 elements golden core now bore the intricate patterns of the second mysterious wheel. As the 5 foundational powers began a new cycle of fusion and transformation. Ding! Congratulations on your indomitable body of the 5 elements breaking through to the second transformation. Effect: all attributes 200 stackable. Purity of 5 elements spiritual energy enhanced new ability unlocked. 5 elements Dharma forms can manifest the 5 great Dharma forms: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. In the next instant, Lu Chen's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His bones shimmered with a jade-like luster, while 5-colored spiritual light coursed through his veins. Every inch of skin was inscribed with profound Tao patterns. The White Tiger, witnessing Lu Chen's metamorphosis, was taken aback. Is he truly absorbing my thunderous power to elevate his realm? Lu Chen clenched his fists, relishing the surge of strength within him. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. The White Tiger, however, regarded him with a newfound seriousness. Human, you possess great strength, but if that is all you have, you shall still meet your demise. With that, it ceased holding back. The lightning surrounding its form surged, and its size tripled. The kingly pattern upon its forehead blazed to life, exuding a terrifying aura. White Tiger enters a berserk state. Attack power 100, speed 50, defense -30. With a thunderous roar, the White Tiger transformed into a streak of white lightning, lunging at Lu Chen with all its might. Yet Lu Chen stood resolute, unflinching in the face of this lethal assault. A smirk graced his lips. 5 elements Dharma form. Qilin protects. The ethereal silhouette of the Qilin solidified behind him, manifesting as an earthy yellow armor enveloping his entire frame. The surface of the armor shimmered with intricate runes, exuding a weighty presence akin to a mountain. Boom! The White Tiger's claws struck the armor with tremendous force, producing a deafening crash. To everyone's astonishment, this strike, potent enough to shatter mountains, left merely shallow, white marks upon the armor. -50,000. Damage reduced by 95. What? The White Tiger's pupils constricted in disbelief. Lu Chen grinned widely. Now it's my turn. He spread his right hand. The 5 elemental spiritual energies converging in his palm to form a swirling vortex of vibrant colors. 5 elements energy bomb, cultivating the indestructible 5 elements body. He now harbored no concerns about mastering other elemental spells. This divine ability, a manifestation of creation, granted him the capacity to replicate any spell. The elemental energy orb he conjured was a simulation of the sky-shattering sword finger. Yet its power surpassed that of the latter, exhibiting greater intensity and magnitude. With a casual flick, he unleashed a swirling vortex that instantaneously expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. The White Tiger attempted to evade, only to find itself ensnared by the surrounding elemental forces, left with no choice but to endure the impending strike. The explosion reverberated. -3, 500, 000. The sheer force of the blast sent the massive form of the White Tiger hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing violently against a distant mountainside. The entire peak crumbled, burying it beneath the debris. However, Lu Chen was acutely aware that this White Tiger possessed a staggering 10 million health points, and it had only lost 650,000 thus far. This was far from sufficient to vanquish the sacred beast. Indeed, the next moment, as the rubble erupted, the White Tiger's figure soared skyward. Yet, it appeared disheveled, its pristine white fur singed and blackened, golden blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. Accursed human, you have successfully provoked my wrath. The White Tiger's voice resonated with a deep and ominous tone. With a thunderous roar, it let out a primal scream, summoning dark storm clouds that coalesced into a tempestuous vortex over a kilometer in diameter. Heavenly punishment, thunder cataclysm. Final form, effect. summons the divine thunder of the nine heavens. Estimated damage 5,000,000. Lu Chen gazed upward, a flicker of gravity crossing his features. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. 5 elements Dharma. Azure Dragon Incarnation. The ethereal image of the Azure Dragon merged with his being, exponentially increasing his speed. The swiftness of the wind, combined with the Azure Dragon's essence, rendered his form nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In a blur, Lu Chen traversed the air and, in the next instant, appeared above the white tiger, his right hand morphing into a dragon's claw aimed directly at the royal insignia on its forehead. The white tiger hastily attempted to evade, yet was still grazed by the dragon's claw, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. -500,000. Curse you! The white tiger roared, its tail whipping about like a steel whip. Anticipating this, Lu Chen swiftly activated his third Dharma. 5 elements Dharma. White Tiger Guardian. A pure white colossal tiger materialized behind him, crackling with wild lightning. Remarkably, his attacks began to channel the white tiger's fierce aura. With a resounding impact, a powerful punch struck the white tiger's abdomen, unleashing both lightning and the ferocity of its own essence. -800,000. The white tiger staggered back, disbelief evident in its eyes. What? You can will my power? Lu Chen offered no reply, instead pressing the advantage. The 5 dharmas rotated and intertwined around him, each strike infused with distinct elemental energies. The swiftness of the Azure Dragon, the ferocity of the white tiger, the flames of the vermilion bird, the fortitude of the black tortoise, and the steadiness of the Qilin. The harmonious interplay of the 5 dharmas forced the white tiger into a relentless retreat. For the final strike, Lu Chen abruptly halted, summoning all 5 dharmas to manifest simultaneously. They intertwine and merge in the air, ultimately transforming into a divine spear of 5 colors. The 5 elements converge, God-Slayer's spear. As the spear is released, the very fabric of space collapses and time becomes stagnant in its wake. The white tiger attempts to evade, only to find itself ensnared by the power of the 5 elements, helplessly watching as the divine spear pierces its brow. -5 million. Critical hit. White tiger's health. 110 million. The body of the white tiger begins to dissipate, yet it does not exhibit anger. Rather, it reveals a serene smile. Excellent. You have proven the might of the 5 elements path. Chapter 75. Vermilion bird and black tortoise as the final bolt of lightning coursed into Lu Chen's body. The lightning mark upon his forehead fully manifested. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the white tiger mark. New abilities. Thunder War Body. Lightning Resistance 80. Killing Domain. Enemies attacks within range -30. Thunder Tribulation Refinement. Can attract lightning for body refinement. Feeling the sudden surge of power coursing through him, Lu Chen was elated to unexpectedly acquire a domain. I am growing increasingly stronger. Once I emerge, I shall have no worries regarding the tide of corpses. He mused. However, before Lu Chen could catch his breath, the sky abruptly split in two. The heavens were interwoven with blinding white and pitch black, casting a terrifying pressure downward. Vermilion bird and black tortoise trials commence simultaneously. Again, Lu Chen chuckled wryly, yet his fighting spirit only intensified. If that is the case, let them come. The sacred light of the vermilion bird and the profound heavy water of the black tortoise surged forth simultaneously. But Lu Chen had transformed significantly. The power of the second transformation of the indestructible body surged within him, with 5 great Dharma forms encircling him, rendering him akin to a deity of war descending upon the earth. At that moment, the vermilion bird circled high above, each flap of its wings scattering countless luminous feathers. Those seemingly delicate feathers harbored the sacred light capable of purifying all, scorching the ground into countless charred craters. Human, your strength is indeed remarkable. The voice of the vermilion bird resonated like celestial music, imbued with an undeniable authority. But in the skies, what can you do against me? Lu Chen gazed upwards, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. For even with the cloud summoning ability bestowed by the Azure Dragon Mark, His aerial maneuvers paled in comparison to the dominance of the vermilion bird. If I cannot deal with you, I shall first confront the black tortoise. With that resolve, he pivoted sharply, the phantom of the black tortoise within the five elements Dharma form solidifying abruptly. A heavy azure light shield formed instantaneously, blocking the onslaught of the profound heavy water. Black tortoise Dharma form absolute defense effect reduces damage by 90 duration. 10 seconds seizing this opportunity. Lu Chen formed seals with his hands, the fire element's spiritual power within him surging wildly. 5 elements rotation, blazing fire ascension. The ground within 1,000 meters suddenly fissured, with countless streams of magma erupting forth. Fiery columns shot skyward, painting half the heavens in crimson. The vermilion bird was compelled to soar higher, evading the brunt of the assault. Yet the black tortoise remained steadfast. It sank slowly into the black pool formed by the profound heavy water, impervious to the searing magma that could not harm it in the slightest. Black tortoise trait activated, damage reduction, 90 damn it. Lu Chen felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead upon witnessing this scene. The two sacred beasts, one in the sky and the other on the ground, coordinated seamlessly, placing him in a predicament of no escape. Worse still, despite possessing the limitless restorative spiritual power from the Earth Pulse trait, his own spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. The indestructible body, though formidable, found battling two sacred beasts simultaneously exceedingly taxing. It seems I must alter my strategy. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he suddenly retracted all Dharma forms. He knelt on one knee, his hands pressed against the ground as he fervently activated the indomitable essence of the 5 elements. The 5 elements converge as the earth pulsates. The ground began to tremble violently, and an abundance of spiritual energy surged from beneath, forming a colossal vortex of 5 colors around him. The vermilion bird, keenly sensing danger, let out a piercing cry and fully unfurled its wings. Vermilion bird ultimate technique, judgment of holy light, effect, ignores defense, damage, 1,000,000, light element. A column of holy light, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Simultaneously, the black tortoise emerged from the obsidian abyss, its head rising as it gathered a pitch-black energy sphere in its mouth. Black tortoise ultimate technique, annihilation of the nether effect, corrodes all, damage, 1,500,000, dark element. Faced with this cataclysmic dual assault, Lu Chen revealed a triumphant smile, having anticipated their full force attack. At that moment, he leapt into the air, spinning rapidly. The 5-colored vortex ascended, transforming into a colossal tornado that reached the heavens. Seizing the opportunity while they unleashed their skills, he drew forth the wrath of flames. His entire being surged with spiritual energy, pouring it into the weapon. Flame slash. The wrath of flames erupted in Lu Chen's grasp, radiating an unprecedented brilliance, the fiery patterns along the sword-s body shimmering with a molten glow as if alive. In the instant he swung the blade, the very space around him seemed to warp. Boom! The blinding holy light collided with the pitch-black energy of the nether in midair. It was cleaved apart by the fierce crimson sword light. The residual force of the flame rushed toward the vermilion bird high above. What? The vermilion bird was taken aback, hastily closing its wings to form a barrier of light before it. Crack! The barrier shattered upon impact, sending the vermilion bird hurtling back hundreds of meters, its splendid feathers scattering like autumn leaves. -2,000,000. Critical damage. Meanwhile, Lu Chen pivoted, condensing a yellowish energy sphere in his left hand and hurling it violently toward the black tortoise below. -500,000. Both sacred beasts were simultaneously injured, and the tides of battle shifted dramatically. However, Lu Chen understood that such an attack was insufficient to vanquish them. 5 elements manifestation, white tiger avatar. What? The black tortoise and vermilion bird were both astonished to see Lu Chen summon the ethereal form of the white tiger. Wait, there is no need to fight anymore. We both acknowledge you now. The vermilion bird, filled with trepidation, spoke up. Indeed, indeed, we both recognize you. Just come over, and we shall bestow upon you our mark, and it will be settled. The black tortoise chimed in, encouraged by the vermilion bird's concession. Oh, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by their words. The ethereal form of the white tiger wavering slightly around him. He narrowed his eyes, cautiously surveying the two sacred beasts before him. You surrender so readily? Surely, this cannot be without some hidden agenda. The vermilion bird elegantly preened its damaged feathers, offering a rueful smile. Alas, your ability to simultaneously defeat the azure dragon and white tiger, thereby earning their recognition, and now to gain the upper hand against us together, is ample proof of your strength. The black tortoise emerged languidly from the dark abyss, its heavy shell marred by cracks. Moreover, you can harness the power of the white tiger. What further trials remain for us? Lu contemplated for a moment, gradually retracting the 5 elements manifestation. He could indeed sense that the animosity of these two majestic beasts had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of affinity. Then, what of this trial? The vermilion bird unfurled its wings and gracefully descended before him, its crimson feathers fluttering gently. A pure beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu in its radiance. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the vermilion bird mark. Simultaneously, the black tortoise opened its mouth and expelled a jet-black droplet of water. The droplet hovered before Lu, emanating a profound aura of darkness. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the black tortoise mark. Chapter 76. The Source Stone of Chaos, as two utterly opposing forces surged into his body simultaneously. Lu Chen was instantly engulfed by a pain akin to being torn apart. Light and darkness clashed violently within his meridians, as if seeking to rend his very being in twain. Hold on. The voice of the vermilion bird resonated in his ears, declaring this the final trial. If you can endure, you shall reap unparalleled rewards. Lu Chen clenched his teeth and exerted every ounce of effort to activate the immortal body of the 5 elements. The elemental energies within him transformed into a harmonizing agent, establishing a delicate equilibrium between light and dark. Gradually, these two forces ceased their antagonism and began to intertwine. Lu Chen's left eye radiated a pure white light, while his right eye flickered with a profound black flame. Seal of the vermilion bird, effect, sacred light purification, immunity to negative states, nirvana rebirth, full resurrection upon death, wings of light, flight speed 500. Seal of the black tortoise, effect, Xianming heavy armor, defense 300, dark erosion domain, weaken enemies within range, water manipulation, free control of water elements, as the final strands of energy merged. A dazzling radiance erupted from Lu Chen's form. The 4 symbols seals within him harmoniously fused, giving rise to an entirely new power. He slowly opened his eyes. The white light of his left eye and the black flame of his right eye now perfectly intertwined, transforming into a pair of enigmatic pupils swirling with chaotic energy. Congratulations, Inheritor. The figures of the vermilion bird and black tortoise gradually became ethereal, their voices echoing through the space. The unity of the 5 elements. The return of the 4 symbols. Chaos begins to manifest. You have acquired our complete legacy. May you wield this power wisely. Before their words could fully fade, the 2 sacred beasts transformed into motes of light and vanished. Lu Chen felt the surging power within him, every inch of his skin coursing with chaotic energy. His dantian was no longer a 5-element golden core, but had metamorphosed into a chaotic golden core. His strength had ascended several tiers. As he lightly clenched his fist, the surrounding space exhibited subtle distortions. The trial had concluded. It was time to return. With the final dissolution of the 2 sacred beasts, the space began to collapse. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure materialized back onto the initial platform. The elder's ethereal figure, who had been guiding him all along, awaited him quietly, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Master, you have finally completed the trial. The elder bowed respectfully, stating that his old mission was nearing its end. Senior, what do you mean by this? Lu Chen was bewildered by the scene before him. Haha, Master, you may not know this, but if someone can conquer all 9 layers of trials, they become the master of all members of our great wilderness clan. And you, Master, are the first to have succeeded in all challenges. As he spoke, the Elder's ethereal form began to gradually fade into transparency. Watching the Elder's figure become increasingly translucent, a pang of reluctance surged within Lu Chen. Senior, you are. The Elder waved his hand, producing what appeared to be an ordinary gray stone from his bosom. Alas, every being must face death, and I had fallen long ago. Now, witnessing your success in overcoming the trial, I have fulfilled my mission. Before parting, the Elder had one final gift to present to his master. Lu Chen accepted the stone, feeling its icy touch. At first glance, the seemingly ordinary stone was covered in intricate patterns that, upon closer inspection, appeared to be in a constant state of flux, as though it contained the profound truths of the universe. Acquired. Chaos Origin Stone. Unique. Description. A treasure imbued with the essence of chaos. Effect. Capable of evolving all things. Requires the power of chaos to activate. It records ancient secrets. Unlocked. Not yet. This is. Lu Chen gazed in astonishment at the stone in his hand. It was only the second time he had encountered something unique. The first was his innate ability, infinite fusion. And now this Chaos Origin Stone. This was a primordial artifact, left from the time when chaos first enveloped the world. The Elder's figure began to fade. Just as Lu Chen intended to inquire further, the Elder shook his head, saying, "Time is of the essence. My master, I know the outside world is currently facing the ultimate catastrophe. You must return at once." As he spoke, the Elder formed a hand seal, causing the entire trial space to begin collapsing. "I hope all goes well for you." Before his words could fully dissipate, a blinding white light enveloped Lu Chen. He felt a dizzying whirl, and when he regained his footing, he found himself back in the real world, gazing at the familiar surroundings. Lu Chen realized he had returned to the teleportation array where he had entered his ancestors' trial. At that moment, the priest of Mo remained seated at the entrance of the array. The sudden surge of energy from the teleportation array caused the priest of Mo to abruptly open his eyes. "Master, you have returned." The priest of Mo swiftly approached Lu Chen and bowed respectfully. "No, why do you also address me this way?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow. I believe your ancestor has informed you that whoever successfully completes the ancestors' trials shall become the master of our entire Dahuang clan." The priest of Mo chuckled lightly. "It seems you are quite well informed about all of this. Why did you not disclose the truth to me earlier?" Lu Chen inquired. "Because at that time, I did not believe you would succeed in overcoming the trials," the priest of Mo replied, shaking his head. "Very well. How much time has passed while I was undergoing the trials?" Lu Chen asked, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Approximately 30 minutes. During this period, there should have been no significant events?" "No. Everything proceeded smoothly." Hearing that nothing had occurred, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "Let us go. We shall venture forth." The priest of Mo gestured forward. Exiting the stone chamber of the teleportation array, the blinding sunlight caused Lu Chen to squint slightly. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The square of the Dahuang tribe was densely filled with kneeling figures. Men, women, the elderly, and children alike. Regardless of their status as warriors or infants, all bowed their heads in the most respectful manner. In the front row stood 12 elderly men clad in ceremonial robes, their foreheads pressed to the ground, hands outstretched before them. This was the highest honor of welcoming the master in the Dahuang tribe. Lu Chen turned to look at the priest of Mo. The priest of Ink smiled faintly and stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "All members of the great wilderness tribe, we warmly welcome the return of our Lord. We welcome our Lord back." Thousands of voices resonated in unison, their fervor causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. "When did you?" Lu Chen was taken aback by this spectacle. From the moment the master entered the trial, the spirit of our ancestors had already bestowed its revelation. Subsequently, I instructed all tribe members to return and await his arrival. The priest of Ink elucidated. "Please, rise quickly. There is no need for such reverence." Lu Chen, at a loss, urged the members of the great wilderness tribe to stand. Chapter 77. The Transmission of Cultivation Methods. As all the members of the Great Wilderness Tribe rose to their feet, Lu Chen discerned a peculiar issue. A staggering 90 of the tribe's populace lacked any cultivation prowess. Mystic Priest, why do I observe that none of the tribe members possess any cultivation? Lu Chen inquired, voicing his confusion to the Mystic Priest. Sighing, the Mystic Priest responded, "My master, you are unaware that since that fateful battle long ago, the cultivation methods of our various tribes have vanished. Nowadays, only a few priestly training methods and physical strengthening techniques remain. However, both of these are exceedingly reliant on innate talent and resources, which has resulted in the surrounding tribes being devoid of any cultivated members for an extended period. Is that so?" Lu Chen pondered, then Mystic Priest fortuitously, "I possess several cultivation manuals. Please take them and distribute them among the tribe members for their training." With that, Lu Chen presented all the cultivation techniques and martial skills he had previously acquired to the Mystic Priest. With trembling hands, the Mystic Priest accepted the manuals, his murky eyes widening in disbelief as he read the descriptions of the techniques. These are complete cultivation methods corresponding to the 5 elements' spiritual roots. Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, not only do these include methods for the 5 element spiritual roots, but they also encompass various attribute-based martial skills and secret arts. If you distribute them according to the tribe members' innate attributes, it should enable most of them to embark on the path of cultivation. The Mystic Priest excitedly perused the manuals, marveling at the meticulous detail of the recorded cultivation methods. "My master, these are invaluable." His voice trembled with emotion. The Great Wilderness Tribe has languished in silence for a millennium, and at last, the day of revival has arrived. "Do not be overly exuberant just yet," Lu Chen interjected. "What I have provided are merely foundational techniques. I shall present you with more advanced methods in due time." Currently, his collection of techniques was scant, and his aptitude for fusion was limited as well. With only 4 opportunities per day, he found this insufficient given the vast resources at his disposal. The Mystic Priest carefully stored the jade slips and suddenly knelt, bowing deeply. "Master's grace shall be eternally remembered by the Great Wilderness Tribe. I shall promptly arrange for the tribe members to assess their spiritual root qualifications and expedite their training." Lu Chen assisted the Mystic Priest to his feet. "No need for such formalities. By the way, are there any particularly outstanding young individuals in the tribe?" "Indeed." The Mystic Priest's eyes brightened. "My granddaughter, Emo Qingyu, at the tender age of 16, has independently comprehended wood-based techniques and is now an early-stage cultivator. Moreover, the son of the warrior commander, Shi Patian, possesses innate strength, capable of slaying a first-tier ferocious beast with his bare hands at just 20 years of age." While they conversed, a sudden commotion arose from distance. A young girl clad in a blue linen dress sprinted towards them, followed closely by a robust young man. "Grandfather, the corpse tide in the east has been vanquished." Her voice rang out like a bell. Those black warriors were astonishing. They tore apart the largest bone-winged creature in mere moments. Upon nearing, she noticed Lu Chen standing beside the Mystic Priest and was momentarily taken aback. The young man hastily halted, scrutinizing Lu Chen with vigilance. "Qingyu, Patian, hasten to pay respects to our master. Commandant Priest Montag ordentlich." The young girl finally reacted, hurriedly kneeling to offer her greetings. "Emo Qingyu pays homage to the master." She cautiously lifted her gaze, only to meet Lu Chen's eyes, which shimmered with chaotic power, instantly causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Hearing this, Shi Patian also knelt on one knee, his voice resonant. "Warrior Shi Patian stands ready to serve the master unto death." Lu Chen smiled gently. "Please rise. You need not refer to me as master. If it is too difficult, you may simply call me clan leader." The others nodded in agreement. He then surveyed the 2 individuals before him, and 2 system panels materialized in his view. Emo Qingyu Spirit Root, Wood 90, Water 70, Realm, Initial Stage 1 Talent, Nature Affinity, accelerates the growth of spiritual plants. Shi Patian Spirit Root, Metal 95, Earth 80, Realm, None Talent, Diamond Battle Body physical resistance 50. These talents are quite commendable, Lu Chen remarked with satisfaction. Observing their exceptional attributes, he retrieved all his spiritual dust from the system backpack. This spiritual dust contained a measure of spiritual energy that could swiftly enhance cultivation. The two received the spiritual dust, trembling with excitement. This was indeed a precious resource infused with spiritual energy. Even Priest Mo couldn't help but express envy. Clan leader, is this not too extravagant? Extravagance is not the case, but it is certainly worthwhile, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Though his realm was merely second-stage perfection, he felt no fear even when confronting fourth or fifth-stage beings. The spiritual dust posed no loss to him, especially since it held little value for him at this point. Moreover, with the impending arrival of the corpse tide within a day, it was imperative to swiftly cultivate a cadre of formidable warriors. With this in mind, Lu Chen turned to Priest Mo and stated earnestly, "We must expedite the training of a strong contingent to confront the forthcoming battle. Furthermore, we should promptly consolidate all human tribes in the vicinity with greater numbers. We shall possess the resources to withstand the corpse tide." Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Priest Mo was keenly aware of the current circumstances. Soon, the clanspeople of the Great Wilderness Tribe began to collaborate under Priest Mo's direction. Some tested their spirit root qualifications, others organized training sessions, while others dispatched messages to nearby tribes urging swift unification. Additionally, some continued to supply resources to Dawn Village, hastening its development. Lu Chen observed Priest Mo's meticulous organization with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. If it were left to him, such meticulousness would surely elude him. It was evident that professionals excelled in their respective fields. It is time to visit Dawn Village and ascertain its progress. We must ensure the walls are erected today. Lu Chen mused, stroking his chin. He then followed the team, heading to Dawn Village, arriving to find a scene before him that made him furrow his brow. Although the village has begun to take shape, with numerous residential houses constructed within, the external fortifications remain woefully inadequate. A mere crude wooden fence, standing at less than 2 meters high, offers little defense against a large-scale horde of the undead. Elder, why have you come as well? Limu, who oversees the construction of Dawn Village, approached briskly, a look of exhaustion and concern etched upon his face. Our progress is far too sluggish at this rate. It will take at least a week to complete the basic defenses. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, casting his gaze over the towering piles of timber and stone. Now, how prepared are we with our materials? The timber is sufficiently stocked, thanks to your pet's assistance, Elder. But we are lacking in stone. Limu wiped the sweat from his brow. This is primarily due to the transportation speed from the nearby quarry not keeping pace. Chapter 78. Resource Collection, No Worries. Lu Chen approached the pile of materials, his hand gliding over the rough timber. I have a method, he murmured. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and all the wood was swiftly absorbed into his system's backpack. He repeated this action, collecting the previously gathered wood, stone, and iron ore into the system's inventory. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained wood 300,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained stone 100,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained iron ore 2,000. 300,000 pieces of wood and 100,000 stones. It still seemed somewhat insufficient. Observing that his total amounted to only 350,000 wood and 120,000 stone, Lu Chen shook his head. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for he was now gathering resources for the entire tribe. He firmly believed that by the final day, he would undoubtedly amass sufficient resources. I still have 2 opportunities left. I will see what is worth merging tonight. If nothing, then I will merge wood and stone, Lu Chen contemplated. Glancing at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still over 2 hours until nightfall. Seizing this fleeting time, he aimed to gather more resources. Standing on the high ground outside Dawn Village, he surveyed the distant undulating mountains and boundless forests. Although the quantity of wood and stone he possessed was substantial, it was far from adequate for constructing a massive wall capable of withstanding a horde of the undead. It appeared he needed to hasten his efforts. He muttered softly to himself, then activated the cloud surfing ability he had acquired in the trial grounds. Instantly, his figure transformed into a streak of light, propelling him towards the depths of the forest. In the heart of the forest, Lu Chen hovered in midair, gazing down at the dense primeval woods below. Each tree appeared to be several hundred years old, with trunks so robust that it would take 3 or 4 adults to encircle one. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. I shall fell some trees from here and prioritize acquiring more wood. He formed seals with his hands, and the chaotic energy within him surged wildly. Soon, he materialized 2 colossal golden swords and began to fly low. In the preceding days, his lack of strength meant that felling trees was a laborious task. But now, it was time to get to work. With a cold smirk, Lu Chen surged forth at full speed through the vast expanse of the forest. As he flew, he relentlessly swung the 2 golden swords. Each strike sent dozens of towering trees crashing down. He darted back and forth, effectively plowing through the forest and toppling the trees with ease. Wood 10, 000, Wood 10, 000, Wood 10, 000. The system's notification echoed like a torrential downpour. In just 10 minutes, the entire forest was laid to waste, replaced by towering piles of timber resources. Ding! The collection is complete. Wood acquired, 500,000 units. Current total wood, 850,000. Still insufficient. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and gazed towards another forest in the distance. Onward. Thus, like an indefatigable harvesting machine, he swept through all the forests within a 100-mile radius in just an hour. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his wood reserves had astonishingly reached 3 million. Total wood, 3,000,000 units. After merging, 1,500,000 units of which should suffice. Observing his backpack filled to 3 million, Lu Chen felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The next task was to gather stone. Having resolved the wood issue, Lu Chen promptly turned his attention to stone collection. He arrived at a rugged mountain, where the rock was remarkably sturdy, ideal for construction. At this moment, members of the Great Wilderness Tribe were already mining the stones. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the tribe members greeted him with utmost respect. "Greetings, Chief," said Mo Ran, who was responsible for stone mining. "Yes, you may return to Dawn Village with the tribe to assist in constructing other structures." Lu Chen nodded in response to Mo Ran. Hesitant, Mo Ran inquired, "Shall we not continue mining this stone? I can handle the upcoming collection task alone. You all should return to help," Lu Chen assured him. Although perplexed, Mo Ran respectfully accepted the command and led the mining team away from the quarry. Once the others had departed, Lu Chen stood before the mountain, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Let's get started." Without further hesitation, he conjured a massive golden pickaxe in his right hand. With a mere swing of this colossal tool, forged from pure chaotic energy, the mountain's rocks were cleaved as effortlessly as tofu. The boulders separated and shattered, transforming into neatly organized stone that flew into his system backpack. Stone 50,000, Stone 50,000, refined iron ore 1,000. As the mountain continued to be leveled, Lu Chen's resource reserves surged rapidly. By 5 o'clock, his total resources had amassed to wood 3,000, stone 2,000, 000 iron ore 50,000, refined iron ore 10,000. Gazing at the figures on the system panel, Lu Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. He looked up at the sky, which was now darkening into night. While he was busy collecting stone, zombies began to spawn around him. However, they were swiftly vanquished by his overwhelming might. It was time to return. Upon arriving back at the Great Wilderness Tribe, the village was aglow with lights. The villagers continued to toil diligently, their faces now devoid of the previous despair, replaced instead by the radiance of hope. "The chief has returned," someone shouted. Mo Priest hurried forward. "Chief, how many resources have you gathered?" "We have acquired an additional 50,000 units of timber and 30,000 units of stone." Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "Is not too much. Merely 3 million units of timber, 2 million units of stone, 50,000 units of iron ore, and 10,000 units of refined iron ore." Upon hearing such astonishing figures, Everyone gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? The voice of Priest Mo trembled, astonished at the prospect of gathering such resources in a single day. Yet, this is still insufficient, Lu Chen solemnly remarked. According to my calculations, I intend to construct a wall capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people. To erect such a grand structure, we would require no less than 5 million units of timber and 5 million units of stone. This is the quantity needed after my fusion. Without the fusion, it would amount to 10 million units each. Such an immense resource, no one could possibly gather it within the span of 2 days. Previously, even Lu Chen would have deemed it impossible. However, today he had acquired the legacy of the secret realm and experienced a significant boost in strength. It is estimated that he could gather the necessary materials by tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 79. The sixth night of the zombie invasion, he gazed at the bustling crowd in the distance. Tonight, everyone will take turns to rest. We shall continue tomorrow. Additionally, organize a forging team. I require a portion of you to craft weapons. Yes, the priest of ink responded eagerly. I will make the arrangements at once. As Lu Chen completed his instructions, the daily system notification promptly appeared. Ding! The sixth night zombie invasion is imminent. Please return to the shelter and prepare swiftly. Very well, I must return to my shelter now. Priest of Ink, please manage everything appropriately thereafter. With that, he soared towards the direction of the shelter. After Lu Chen departed, the Priest of Ink wasted no time in beginning his tasks. However, before returning, Lu Chen needed to locate Iron Egg. Shortly, he found Iron Egg near Dawn Village. Iron Egg, sensing Lu Chen's presence, the slumbering Iron Egg suddenly opened its eyes. Upon seeing Lu Chen, it scampered over joyfully, rubbing against his thigh. You've worked hard these past few days. Lu Chen reached down to gently stroke Iron Egg's fluffy head. These spirit pattern bamboos are reserved for you. Consume them if they are beneficial and enhance your strength quickly. Tomorrow, I shall acquire more spirit stones to share with you. As he spoke, Lu Chen took out all the spirit pattern bamboos he had and stacked them beside Dawn Village. Stay here and guard for one more night. I will return to the shelter now. Lu Chen resisted the urge to take Iron Egg with him and flew towards the shelter without looking back. Before long, he arrived at his familiar wooden cabin. As expected, a new patch of grass had emerged in his front yard. This time, the fresh grass appeared on the lower level, precisely where he had obtained an ultimate star fruit that morning. He would plant it here. Lu Chen planted the ultimate star fruit in the newly sprouted grass. Although his current strength rendered him unafraid of the zombies at this stage, he still needed to exercise caution. If something were to stealthily infiltrate the shelter and wreak havoc, he would be left with nothing. His lawn now boasted an array of plants, including top lane, Nether Serpent Emperor Cannon, 11 mid-stage, middle lane, Corn Pea Shooter, 5 Lightning Reed, 5 Iron Skin Pumpkin Nut, 6 Blaze Laser Cannon, 5 mid lane, Pea Stalk, 5 Time Dual Bloom, 10 early stage Flame Pea, 5 Ice Queen, 10 mid stage Steel Thorn Barrier, 7 Magnetic Mushroom, 5 Amber Peach, 5 early stage bottom lane, Explosive Cactus King, 8 Celestial Dragonwood, 10 early stage Nut, 5 lower lane, Explosive Pitcher, 10 early stage lowest lane, Ultimate Starfruit, 0 observing the array of plants before him. Lu Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although some of the plants no longer served a significant purpose for him, their presence was still appreciated. However, cultivating visually appealing plants remains a viable endeavor. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen exchanged all the sunlight in his backpack for 668 units of basic plant fertilizer. Having accumulated a total of 164,750 units of sunlight. After the exchange, he retained 24,710 units for future use when he acquired sun-related plants. Subsequently, he elevated the ultimate star fruit, the explosive Cactus King, the Amber Peach, the Steel Thorn Barrier, and the Flaming Laser Cannon to level 10. Upon completing the upgrades for these plants, he paused his actions. As for the other plants, they had become largely redundant to him. Further enhancement would yield only minimal damage. Unless he were to fuse these plants once more, their utility had diminished. After finishing his tasks, the system's notification chime resonated. Ding! The sixth wave of zombies will invade in 30 seconds. Please prepare. Lu Chen stood at the center of the shelter, gazing at the invasion lineup displayed on the system panel. First wave: regular zombies 3,000, barrier zombies 1,000, iron bucket zombies 500, newspaper zombies 200, dance king zombies 50, giant zombies 10, corpse king, second stage perfection 1. How splendidly extravagant this lineup has become. Lu Chen scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the carefully arranged defenses he had constructed. Yet, these were merely fodder in the grand scheme. At that moment, the ultimate star fruit swayed gently in the night breeze, its star-shaped fruits glimmering softly. The explosive cactus king stood poised, its spikes erect and ready to unleash. The ancient dragon tree bore branches adorned with shifting dragon patterns, emanating a subtle aura of draconic majesty. Other plants. Ding! Countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the system alert concluded, the ground before the shelter's lawn trembled violently. A throng of zombies surged forth like a tidal wave, their roars echoing through the night sky. As the zombies emerged, they charged madly towards Lu Chen's wooden abode. Open fire. At the moment the zombies stepped onto the lawn, Lu Chen commanded, and all plants simultaneously launched their attacks. The ultimate starfruits, star-shaped fruits, spun forth, each one fracturing mid-air into dozens of smaller stars, creating a dazzling barrage of starlight. Minus 25, 000. Minus 25, 000. Minus 25, 000. Wherever the starlight passed, the front line of regular zombies fell like wheat before the scythe. The explosive cactus king followed suit, its spikes raining down like a torrential storm, each one striking the zombies' heads with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, the most ferocious was the ghostly snake king cannon, which obliterated a vast swath of zombies with a single shot. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen pursued the remaining zombies with unerring precision, seeing only regular zombies before him. Lu Chen had no intention of intervening until the appearance of 10 giant zombies, and the Corpse King piqued his interest. Coolme, let me witness the true strength of second-stage zombies. Corpse King, second tier, health, 1,000,000 damage, 50,000 traits, 1. Undying body, passive, automatically regenerates 2 of maximum health per second. When receiving lethal damage, if health 10, it forcibly retains 1 point of health and enters the death frenzy state. All attributes 50, lasts for 10 seconds. 2. Toxic domain, aura, within a radius of 50 meters. All enemies continuously suffer from the effect of corpse poison, losing 2 of maximum health per second, true damage. Healing efficiency is reduced by 80, including potions and skill recovery. 3. Flesh Devour, active skill, devours corpses on the battlefield, both ally and enemy, restoring 20 of maximum health per corpse and temporarily increasing attack power by 10, stackable up to 5 layers. 4. Death Charge, dash skill, locks onto a target and dashes at 300 movement speed, inflicting damage equal to 200 of attack power along with knockback and 3 seconds of stun. If there are other units in the path of the charge, it deals 50 splash damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 5. Corpse Tide Summon, ultimate skill, consumes 30 of current health to summon 20 elite zombies. Health 500, 000. Damage 20, 000, to participate in battle. Upon the death of elite zombies, they explode, causing area corpse poison contamination. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Observing the statistics of this Corpse King, Lu Chen smirked. TSK, quite an array of traits. I wonder how many rounds it can withstand against me. Chapter 80. A breakthrough reclaimed. As the number of zombies on the battlefield dwindled, the newly spawned Zombie King let out a furious roar. Merely a fade. Lu Chen scoffed. He then extended his right hand, finger splayed. With a flourish, he unleashed the sky-breaking sword finger. Instantly, 2 beams of light, one gray and one black, coalesced at his fingertips. Go! With a swift motion, 5 sword fingers shot forth, reaching the Zombie King in the blink of an eye. Boom! Upon contact with the Zombie King's form, the 5 sword fingers erupted in a magnificent explosion. Minus 500,000 0. It didn't perish in a single strike. This is intriguing. Observing that his attack had not annihilated the zombie king, Lu Chen felt a flicker of surprise. His strength had significantly ascended within the trial grounds, even allowing him to contend with the incarnations of the four sacred beasts. Though he had not vanquished the foe with one blow, he had nonetheless pushed it back several meters. One strike did not suffice. Let's try again. With that, Lu Chen's fingers once more gathered into 5 sword fingers, rapidly propelling them forward. Boom! Minus 500,000 with 2 attacks. The zombie king, boasting a health of 1 million, was finally dispatched by Lu Chen. The strongest of the zombies had been eliminated, and the remaining zombies were swiftly cleared away. First wave of zombies cleared. 30, 60, 100, time taken, 0, 01, 23, ding. Congratulations! You have received Sunlight 10,000, Spirit Stones 2, Random Plant Seeds 5, Thunder Fist Technique 1, not bad. It's Spirit Stones instead of Spirit Dust, Lu Chen remarked with satisfaction as he surveyed his rewards. Although these accolades paled in comparison to those from the Endless Challenge mode or the Trial Grounds, he felt content given the formidable strength of the zombies he had just faced. Ding! The next wave will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourself. 10 minutes? There's no need to rush. He promptly retrieved the 5 random seeds he had acquired and used them immediately. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Lightning Reed Seeds 2, can plant Lightning Reed. Iron Shell Pumpkin Seeds 1, can plant Defensive Nuts. Fiery Chili Seeds 1, one-time explosive plant. Ice Mushroom Seeds 1, area control plant. Although they were all low-quality plants, they were still commendable. The firepower on my lawn is sufficient for now. I shall reserve these for later, perhaps to plant in Dawn Village. With the impending zombie tide approaching in 2 days, he contemplated whether these plants could thrive in Dawn Village. If so, it would significantly alleviate his defensive burdens. With 9 minutes remaining, he decided to engage in some cultivation, striving to break through to the 3rd tier as swiftly as possible. Thus, Lu Chen settled cross-legged before the wooden house, producing the 2 spirit stones he had just obtained and commencing his training with the eternal 5 elements body technique. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! On the 6th night, the second wave of zombies is set to descend. This time, the invading horde consists of 2,000 buckethead zombies with high defense, 500 miner zombies capable of tunneling for surprise attacks, 300 balloon zombies, aerial units, 50 sled zombie units, high-speed chargers, and 5 giant zombies, initial stage. This wave of zombies is rather intriguing. They actually include tunneling and aerial units, Lu Chen remarked as he opened his eyes slowly. He then sprang to his feet, directing his gaze toward the far end of the lawn. Countdown, 0, 0, 0, 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the ground suddenly trembled violently. In the distance, a dark army of zombies surged forth once more. The front line of buckethead zombies marched in unison, their metal helmets glinting coldly under the moonlight. Open fire, Lu Chen commanded as the zombies encroached upon the lawn. Instantly, the plants unleashed a torrent of attacks akin to a torrential downpour. The colossal star of the ultimate star fruit descended from the heavens, transforming into countless smaller stars. The spikes of the exploding Cactus King, the fiery beams of the flame laser cannon, and the energy blasts of the Phantom Serpent King S cannon converged in a dense barrage of firepower, swiftly bringing down the front line of buckethead zombies. Despite their formidable defenses, they could not withstand the second wave of onslaught. However, at that moment, the ground in several areas of the yard suddenly heaved. Miner zombies erupted from beneath the earth. Ah, how bold of you miner zombies to venture forth. Lu Chen scoffed, brandishing his flame of fury and charging forward to strike. His enhanced damage now allowed him to fell a zombie with a single blow. The miner zombies, possessing only the ability to tunnel, boasted relatively low health. Like mushrooms after rain, the 500 miner zombies continuously emerged from beneath the lawn. With each one that surfaced, Lu Chen dispatched it with ease. Just as he was fervently engaged in eliminating the miner zombies, balloon zombies began to approach from above. At present, it seemed that Lu Chen lacked both aerial and ground plants. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to fly. After dispatching the last minor zombie, he turned and soared into the air to intercept the dense swarm of balloon zombies. Behold, as I vanquish you all with a single strike. Flame slash. In an instant, the flame of fury erupted with a surging blaze. A massive wave of sword energy howled forth, obliterating the balloon zombies in its path. Before he could catch his breath, a thunderous roar resonated from the edge of the lawn. 5 giant zombies, each towering over 5 meters, charged in behind the sled zombies, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Giant zombie initial stage. Health 1 500 0001 500 000 defense 10 000 attack 10 000 traits. Might attack 300, tough skin, defense 200, frenzy, speed 100 when health is below 30. 5 identical initial stage giant zombies. They are not overly formidable. In but a fleeting moment, all the ordinary zombies had been eradicated. Only a fraction of the sled zombies remained. However, this time, they had ventured onto the 4th row's lawn. Had it not been for the obstruction posed by the minor zombie and the balloon zombie, along with the addition of Lu Chen, it is likely that this wave of zombies would not have even reached the 2nd row. Observing the remaining sled zombies and the 5 giant zombies, Lu Chen wasted no words. He immediately launched a full-scale assault. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he concentrated chaos energy in his palm, invoking the 5 elements manifestation, the white tiger's embodiment. Instantly, he was enveloped in a radiant white light, his right hand transforming into a razor-sharp tiger claw, and he surged like lightning towards the giant zombies. Minus 80,000. Minus 80,000. With each swing of his claw, deep, bone-revealing wounds were carved into the giants. The 5 giant zombies scarcely had the chance to retaliate before they were torn to shreds. Progress of giant zombie elimination, 100, time taken, 0:06, 55, as the final sled zombie was frozen into a sculpture of ice by the Ice Queen. The second wave of zombie invasion was decisively quelled. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the second wave of the 6th night. Rewards: Sunshine 50,000 Spirit Stones, 5 Plant Breakthrough, Stones 1 Chapter 81. Combat Zombie, the Undead Duel. Ding. You have 15 minutes of rest time. The third wave of the zombie invasion will commence in 15 minutes. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Chen promptly made his way to the lawn, gathering the spoils from the first and second waves of zombies. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Sunlight 20,000, Spirit Dust 400, Corpse Cores 6, Basic Plant Fertilizer 500. The harvest was quite satisfactory. Lu Chen nodded in approval. With just these 2 waves, his sunlight had surged once more to over 100,000. Additionally, he had acquired a plant breakthrough stone, which would allow him to enhance a plant's level. As for which plant to utilize it on, he would ponder that after the zombie invasion concluded tonight. This plant breakthrough stone merely raised the upper limit of a plant's level and did not augment any attributes. So there was no urgency to deploy it just yet. Next, he retrieved the 5 spirit stones he had just acquired and returned to the front of the wooden cabin, resuming the operation of the eternal body of the 5 elements. Although the 15 minutes of rest were brief, they were sufficient for Lu Chen to complete a small cycle of cultivation. As he activated his technique, a halo of 5 colors enveloped him. The chaos golden core within his dantian spun rapidly, absorbing all the energy from the spirit stones. When the last trace of energy merged into his being, he distinctly felt a further enhancement of his strength. Just as he finished his cultivation, the system's alarm blared suddenly. Ding! The third wave of zombies is about to attack on the 6th night. Please prepare yourself. Sigh. Still unable to break through to the 3rd tier? Feeling the changes within his dantian, Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since his dantian transformed into the chaos dantian, the energy he cultivated had increased several-fold. However, he estimated that absorbing another 10 spirit stones would likely allow him to reach the 3rd tier. For now, he would observe what zombies this wave would bring. With that thought, Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet, gazing into the distance. At this moment, zombies were continuously emerging at the edge of the lawn. Ding! Third wave of zombie invasion lineup. Combat Zombie 1, Mecha Zombie 60, Self-Destruct Zombie 100, Enhanced Ordinary Zombie 10,000, Judging by these titles, it seemed that there would finally be a wise zombie among them. A smile crept across Lu Chen's lips upon reading this system notification. With his strength having improved, he was eager to find an opponent to spar with. As the figure of the combat zombie appeared at the far end of the lawn, Lu Chen felt a tingling excitement. This combat zombie was unlike typical zombies. Its attire was neat and intact. Before him stood a combat zombie, its hands wrapped in white cloth. Zombie combat, Duel of the Undead Realm, early stage 2 health. 2-0-0-0-0-0-2-0-0-0-0-0-0 defense. 20-0-0-0 attack. 25. 0-0-0 traits. Necromancer, able to control other zombies, unmatched combat, capable of executing various combat skills. King of Fighter's Might, attacks inflict psychic damage. Quite intriguing. Lu Chen gripped the fury of flames, the blade igniting in a brilliant white flame, finally facing a worthy opponent. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. As the system's countdown reached 0, the zombie slowly raised its hands, wrapped in white cloth, forming a standard combat stance. At that moment, a flickering blue flame danced in its eyes, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Human, your strength is commendable. I shall engage. The zombie's voice rasped, deep and foreboding. With a swift motion, it gestured, and the horde of zombies surged forth like a tidal wave onto the lawn. Mech zombies activated their thrusters, leading the charge, followed closely by self-destructing zombies with swollen abdomens, while reinforced ordinary zombies swarmed like locusts. As soon as the zombies set foot on the lawn, the plant defenses erupted with terrifying firepower. The ultimate starfruit rained down from above, obliterating a vast area upon impact. The Phantom Serpent cannon manifested ominous energy orbs, clearing the way ahead of the zombies. The Frost Queen, equipped with homing capabilities, targeted the foremost zombies relentlessly. Other plants also showcased their formidable prowess. -250, 000. -250, 000. Though the frontline mech zombies had formidable defenses, they crumbled under the relentless barrage. Yet, the zombie remained unfazed, suddenly taking flight into the air. Witnessing this, Lu Chen felt a flicker of astonishment. How could this zombie soar? At that moment, the zombie coldly regarded Lu Chen, the white cloth on its fists glowing with an eerie red light. Your opponent is me. Lu Chen smirked, just as I wished. He sheathed the fury of flames, adopting a combat stance of his own. Since emerging from the trial grounds today, he had yet to encounter an opponent in close combat. Bang! Both struck simultaneously, their fists colliding with an ear-splitting roar. The terrifying shockwave sent zombies flying within a radius of several dozen meters. In the next instant, a figure hurtled backwards from the air. Crash -100, 000. The zombie rose from the ground, a flicker of surprise flashing in its eyes. How is your strength so formidable? Ha! You are simply too weak, and your punches too slow, Lu Chen replied with a cold chuckle, his form suddenly blurring. In the next moment, he reappeared behind the zombie, his right leg sweeping out like a whip. This kick was infused with chaotic power, causing the air to crackle in its wake. Bang mo chamui, 000. The zombie was sent flying by the kick, crashing through several ordinary zombies before regaining its balance. The white cloth upon its chest had already been torn asunder, revealing the ashen skin beneath. Intriguing indeed. The zombie fighter gradually rose, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in its eyes. Allow me to demonstrate true combat prowess. It abruptly formed hand seals, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that enveloped its being. The cloth disintegrated piece by piece, unveiling its arms adorned with bizarre patterns. Zombie fighter skill, Blood Fiend Fist Seal, effect, attack power increased by 300 additional. Defense breaking effect, ignores 50 of defense, duration, 60 seconds excellent. Lu Chen, undeterred, felt a surge of joy as the chaotic energy surged within him. The 5 elements manifestation, White Tiger possessed him. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in another fierce clash, this time with increased speed and ferocity. Each collision sparked minor explosions, shattering the surrounding zombies with the residual force. minus 100,000 minus 100,000 minus 100,000. In a mere 10 seconds, the combatants had exchanged blows over 100 times. The zombie fighter grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that its blood-fiend fist seal was incapable of breaching its opponent's defenses, and each impact resulted in recoil damage. It must come to an end. Lu Chen suddenly altered his approach, transforming his fist into a pointed finger. Chapter 82. Breaking through the third tier, it has been quite a while since I've played alongside you. The Celestial Sword Point. In an instant, Lu Chen's 5 fingers coalesced into a radiant display of 5 colors. Whoosh! The 5-colored sword points surged forth at an alarming speed towards the zombie fighter. What? The zombie fighter, upon witnessing this terrifying sword point, was struck with sheer astonishment. Just moments ago, in their 10 seconds of combat, its health had dwindled to a mere 200,000. In stark contrast, this human before it seemed unfazed, having effortlessly withstood its attacks without a hint of fatigue. Thud! Minus 199,900. The 5-colored sword points struck the zombie fighter with precision, causing it to spew forth a jet of dark blood, the intricate patterns on its chest fracturing with each impact. Stumbling back several steps, its eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of skill is this? It is the skill that will end your life, Lu Chen replied coldly, surprised that the zombie fighter still clung to a sliver of life. He swiftly brandished the flame of fury. With a casual flourish, he summoned a searing sword aura, emanating a pulse that sent shivers down the spine. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the zombie fighter desperately attempted to flee, only to discover that an unseen force had ensnared its body. No, don't! Lu Chen showed no mercy. With a single stroke of his sword aura, he cleaved the creature in two. Ultimately, the zombie fighter dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind a fallen crystal orb. With the demise of the zombie fighter, the remaining zombies fell into disarray, continuing to clear the battlefield. Lu Chen turned and unleashed his full might. Deprived of their commander, the zombies were swiftly eradicated. Third wave zombie elimination progress. 100 ding. Congratulations on successfully defending against the third wave of the zombie invasion. Time taken. 0:04:15. Activity rewards. Sunshine 60,000 spirit stones, 10 complete basic combat techniques, 1 ding. You have 20 minutes of rest time. The fourth wave of zombies will invade in 20 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Next wave of zombies. Nut zombies 500, machine gun zombies 12, frost giant zombies 2. Charging black olive red-eyed giant zombie 1. It seems that this wave's most formidable foe will likely be the machine gun zombies. The system currently only provides the potential lineup for the next wave, leaving Lu Chen without insight into the attributes of these zombies, merely allowing him to estimate their strength. Having reviewed the forthcoming wave of zombies, Lu Chen approached the lawn and bent down to collect the items dropped by the zombies. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sunshine 10,000, Spirit Dust 300, Second Tier Zombie Core 1. What is this zombie core? 6 had appeared in the previous 2 waves as well. Observing the core, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He then retrieved one for examination. It was roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, its surface adorned with intricate crimson patterns. Inside, a liquid seemed to flow, pulsating with a chilling energy. Second Order Corpse Core. Purpose: it can be used to refine the elixir of corpses, enhancing all attributes by 50 for half an hour. Side effect: after the effect expires, one will be weakened by 90. It can also serve as plant fertilizer, increasing the level of plants. Additionally, it can be embedded in weapons, granting an attack with a poison effect. What a remarkable item! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled at the sight. If he could collect several more, they would serve as a trump card in battles against equally matched foes, potentially turning the tide in his favor. After examining the attributes of the corpse core, he promptly stored it away and then retrieved the book titled Fundamentals of Combat Techniques. Fundamentals of Combat Techniques Effect contains 108 basic combat skills, significantly enhancing one's fighting capabilities upon use. Perfect. It's just right to take to the Dahuang tribe tomorrow for the clansmen to study. Lu Chen realized that most of the material he had provided to the Dahuang tribe consisted of cultivation methods, with only a few martial skills. This combat technique manual arrived at the opportune moment. With 14 minutes remaining, he decided to continue his training, believing that little by little, progress would accumulate. Glancing at the system clock, he noted the remaining time and wasted no more moments. He extracted 10 spirit stones and sat cross-legged. In the next moment, indestructible body of the 5 elements activated at full force, and the chaotic golden core within his dantian began to spin wildly, absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Just as the last trace of spiritual energy from the final stone was consumed, a crisp crack echoed from within Lu Chen's body. This sound seemed to shatter some form of restraint, causing the patterns on the surface of the chaotic golden core to glow brightly, radiating a dazzling 5-colored brilliance. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully broken through to the early stage of the Third Order. As soon as he attained this new realm, Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, which now flickered with alternating white and black hues. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Is this the strength of the Third Order? With a casual wave of his hand, a cloud of gray, chaotic energy shot forth, obliterating a massive stone outside the lawn into fine dust. This effortless strike exhibited a power that surpassed even his full strength at the Second Order by threefold. Just as he reveled in his breakthrough, the system's alert sounded. Ding! The 6th Knight's 4th wave of zombies is about to arrive. Countdown 00010. 9. 8. Lu Chen quickly gathered his focus, rising swiftly to survey the distance. At the edge of the lawn, a dense horde of zombies had emerged. At the forefront stood 500 enormous nut zombies, a bizarre sight indeed, for their heads were actually nuts. These 500 nut zombies formed an impenetrable moving wall. Nut zombie, health, 100,000 characteristics. Ironclad defense, defense 300, slow advance. Movement speed -80. Following closely behind were 12 zombies, each equipped with a plant-based machine gun. They donned protective goggles, their bodies entwined with ammunition belts, and the gun muzzles emanated a chilling gleam. Machine gun zombie, health, 50, 000, 50, 000 attack power, 10, 000 traits. Suppressive fire, attack speed 500, armor-piercing rounds, ignores 30 defense. Combo mode. Fires 5 grams of bullets per attack. A palpable sense of oppression emanates from the 2 frost giants towering over 6 meters in the center of their ranks. Cloaked in icy blue, each step they take leaves a frost trail upon the ground, exhaling a chilling breath. Frost giant zombie, health, 1, 000, 000, 1, 000 attack power. 50, 000 traits. Frigid domain. Reduces enemy speed by 50 within range. Frost breath, area freeze effect. Yet, the most striking figure is the colossal creature standing at the rear, an imposing 8-meter-tall, charged black, olive red-eyed giant zombie. Its muscular form is grotesquely contorted, its skin a bizarre shade of black olive, with eyes as crimson as blood, wielding a massive iron chain with a spiked iron ball tethered at its end. Charged black, olive red-eyed, giant zombie. Health, 1, 500, 000, 500, 000 attack power. 70, 000 traits. Frenzied charge, linear impact. Damage increases with distance. Chain ball sweep, area attack with knockback effect. Red-eyed fury. Attributes double when health falls below 30. This composition is rather intriguing. A smirk graces Lu Chen's lips, perfectly poised to test his 3rd-tier strength. Chapter 83. Luxury as the zombies appeared ahead. Lu Chen opened his attribute panel to inspect it. Name, Lu Chen Realm. Initial stage of 3rd level talent. Infinite fusion, unique, LV124 elemental affinity spiritual root. Metal, wood, water, fire. Earth experience points, 100, 30000 defense. 159,400 health points, 341,000 spiritual power, 30,000 attack power, 150,000 constitution, 20,000 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 mental power, 10,000 technique, indestructible body of the 5 elements, early 2nd transformation, current equipment, flame battle armor, flame boots, wrath of flames, flame helmet, flame bracers, Flame Leggings, Elemental Robe. Contract Beast, Hunyuan Panda, Iron Egg, Items. Complete Guide to Basic Combat Skills X1. Thunder Fist X1, Flame Crystal X1, Sunshine X174710, Spiritual Dust X705. Upon gazing at his splendid panel, he hesitated no longer. He activated the 5 elements law manifestation, and a grayish, chaotic energy swirled around him, with a faint silhouette of an azure dragon emerging behind him. 5 elements law manifestation, azure dragon incarnation. With a resounding dragon's roar, Lu Chen's speed surged dramatically. He transformed into a streak of blue light, dashing straight toward the horde of zombies. First, eliminate the machine gun zombies. This time, it was his turn to take the initiative with a clear objective. The formidable machine gun zombies must be dealt with first. If they were allowed to unleash their firepower, his plant defenses might very well be breached. He pointed with his finger, channeling chaotic energy into a gray light that instantly manifested into 12 beams of chaos. These beams, as if guided by an unseen force, precisely struck the foreheads of the machine gun zombies behind. Minus 200,000. Minus 200,000. The 12 machine gun zombies froze simultaneously before crashing to the ground. Their proud firepower had yet to be unleashed, only to be annihilated by Lu Chen's singular strike, leaving them even in debt to him in terms of health points. Machine gun zombie elimination progress. 100. Time taken. 00030 roar. The frost giant, witnessing this, erupted in fury, unleashing a blast of frigid air. Where the cold swept through, a thick layer of ice quickly formed on the ground, as if even the air had been frozen. Oh, it appears to possess some intelligence. However, it is but a minor skill. Lu Chen remained undeterred, forming seals with his hands. 5 elements rotation. Fire. The fire's spiritual power within him surged wildly, ultimately coalescing into a crimson fireball in his palm. Whoosh! The fireball was released, colliding head-on with the icy gust. Boom! The clash of ice and fire erupted in a deafening roar. The cold was evaporated by the intense heat, while the fireball expended its energy. Yet, this was the effect Lu Chen desired. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly appeared behind one of the frost giants. In an instant, a powerful fist imbued with chaotic energy struck fiercely at the frost giant's back. The terrifying force penetrated deeply, sending the frost giant staggering back several meters. Minus 500,000. Witnessing its companion being so brutally assaulted, another frost giant furiously swung its icy fist towards Lu Chen. The punch, imbued with tremendous force and speed, produced a sound akin to an explosion. Just what I needed. Lu Chen stood his ground, delivering a right hook of his own. Bang! Minus 300,000, the two fists collided, unleashing a horrific shockwave. The frost giant's right arm was instantly shattered, while Lu Chen merely took half a step back. It is time to end this, he stated coldly, clasping his hands together as the fury of flames materialized in his grasp. Flame slash. A searing sword energy coalesced along the blade before erupting forth, completely engulfing the frost giant. Minus 800,000. True damage. Frost giant zombie 1 has been slain. After dispatching 1 frost giant, the remaining 1 consumed by rage, charged ineffectively at Lu Chen. Swish, swish, swish. Several fiery sword energies surged forth, overwhelming the frost giant. Thus, within a brief span, both frost giants were swiftly vanquished by Lu Chen. Just as he prepared to deal with the remaining nut zombie, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The black olive giant with crimson eyes had finally made its move. It let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with a massive spike ball. Boom! 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 Each of its steps triggered small tremors, its speed escalating rapidly. The nut zombie in its path could barely react before being reduced to a pulp. Charging black olive crimson-eyed giant zombie skill. Frenzied charge. Damage. Increases with distance up to 1,000,000. Want to play a game of collision? A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He was ready to oblige. He ceased holding back, fully activating the indestructible body of the 5 elements. Having already transformed into a chaotic golden elixir, he now unleashed the primal powers of the 5 attributes, which perfectly fused within him, ultimately forming a layer of grayish armor upon his body. 5 elements armor. Activate. This was a technique Lu Chen had independently developed during battle. By harnessing the energy of the 5 elements, he condensed a suit of armor around himself. Although he was already donned in a fiery ensemble, it was prudent to take precautions. A collision could still be quite painful. Subsequently, Lu Chen began to charge as well, his speed escalating. The man and the zombie hurtled towards each other like 2 shooting stars. Bang! The deafening sound of their collision reverberated, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that swept across the entire field. As the dust settled, a shocking scene unfolded. Lu Chen stood firmly in place, while the 8-meter-tall giant was sent flying. Its massive form carved a deep trench into the ground before ultimately crashing into a distant mountainside, where it finally came to a halt. -1500000. Collision damage. Charging black olive crimson-eyed giant zombie health. 1-350-0001. 500-000 roar. The giant struggled to rise, the crimson glow in its eyes intensifying. It swung the chain ball in its hand, unleashing a frenzied rotation. The iron sphere whirled faster and faster, ultimately transforming into a black whirlwind, sweeping menacingly towards Lu Chen. Riding the clouds, Lu Chen, like a flash of lightning, soared into the sky at the very moment the iron ball nearly struck him. He narrowly evaded the giant's assault. Observing the bewildered expression on the giant's face below, Lu Chen could not help but smile. Now it is my turn. Chapter 84. The complete compendium of basic elemental spells as he observed the giant zombie's attack miss its mark. He seized the fleeting moment when the giant was retracting its strike, descending from the heavens with a forceful palm strike. Boom! 300-000. Critical hit. The impact sent the colossal form of the giant crashing to the ground, inadvertently crushing several unfortunate ordinary zombies beneath its weight. It roared in fury, attempting to rise, only to discover that Lu Chen had positioned himself atop its chest. Farewell, with both hands firmly gripping his sword. The blade of Flame's fury was soon enveloped in a dense aura of chaotic energy. Flame slash. Several streams of sword energy struck the giant's neck with precision. As the final beam of sword light flashed by, the giant's head was sent soaring into the air. Its immense body twitched a few times before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Charged black olive red-eyed giant zombie has been slain. With the demise of these formidable 3 giant zombies, the remaining nut zombies could no longer mount any significant resistance. Lu Chen pressed his advantage, swiftly coordinating with the plants to clear the battlefield. 4th wave zombie elimination progress. 100. Time taken. 0:08. 15. Victory in the defense against the 4th wave of zombie invasion on the 6th night. Reward settlement in progress. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sunlight 70,000, Spirit Stones 15, Ethereal Stones 2, Complete Compendium of Basic Elemental Spells 1. Ding! The 5th wave of zombie invasion will commence in 20 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Why are the rewards tonight so uniquely exceptional? As Lu Chen gazed at the appearance of yet another compendium among the rewards, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that his luck was genuinely extraordinary? Or perhaps it hinted at forthcoming events. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts as perplexing. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune, he reassured himself. Subsequently, he turned to collect the spoils dropped by the fallen zombies. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sunlight 10,000, Dust of the Realm 400. Frost Spirit Core 1, a satisfactory haul indeed. He nodded in approval. Once he gathered all the spoils, he took the opportunity to examine the attributes of the newly acquired items. Ethereal Stone, trait, contains spatial properties, can be used to craft equipment with spatial attributes. Complete Compendium of Basic Elemental Spells, trait, encompasses all basic spells related to the 5 elements, can be learned directly or studied through observation. Frost Spirit Core, trait, upon use, enhances ice-based skills by 50 power, grants immunity to negative ice effects, can be embedded in weapons, attacks inflict freezing effects, can be utilized by ice attribute plants to significantly amplify ice damage. This is perfect for the Ice Queen. With a thought, Lu Chen tossed the Frost Spirit Core to the Ice Queen. The moment the core made contact with the plant, it transformed into a streak of blue light and merged within her. Ding! Congratulations, the quality of the Ice Queen has been slightly enhanced. Glancing at the attributes of the Ice Queen, he noted that while her quality remained in the legendary tier without advancing to the mythical, the mere presence of the Frost Spirit Core had indeed elevated certain attributes and imparted additional effects. Upon completing his tasks, Lu Chen glanced at the system clock, noting that there were still 18 minutes until the next wave of zombies would invade. He no longer lingered, retrieving the 15 spirit stones he had recently acquired and sitting cross-legged. Although he had broken through to the initial stage of the third tier, he understood that he could not afford to relax his mindset. Being at the third tier did not equate to invincibility. Previously, absorbing a single piece of spirit dust would yield 10 experience points, and 1,000 pieces of spirit dust could be fused into a single spirit stone, implying that each spirit stone could approximately grant 10,000 experience points. However, this was based on his earlier fire element spiritual root practicing the fire cloud technique. Now, not only was he cultivating a divine level technique, but his dantian had also transformed into a chaotic golden core, necessitating a substantial expenditure of spiritual power to convert into chaotic spiritual energy after absorption. Consequently, each spirit stone now only provided Lu Chen with a mere 10 experience points. As for spirit dust, its contribution had become negligible. With the full operation of the indestructible body of the 5 elements, the chaotic golden core within his dantian spun wildly. The spiritual energy from the spirit stones surged into his body like rivers converging into the sea. When the final spirit stone turned to dust, Lu Chen's experience points reached 250 out of 300,000, indicating that he was still far from breaking through to the next realm. The prospect of advancing the third transformation of the indestructible body of the 5 elements seemed even more distant. Despite the efficiency of cultivating a divine-level technique, after absorbing the 15 spirit stones, he still had a bit of time remaining. He then took out the recently acquired compendium of basic 5-element spells to study. He had previously realized that his offensive capabilities were rather limited, relying on only a few techniques. Now, this compendium would perfectly address that deficiency. As he immersed himself in learning these spells, a system notification chimed in again. Ding! The 5th wave of zombie invasion is about to begin. This wave featured a formidable lineup: 200 arcade zombies, 20 chili bomb zombies, 10 black olive giants, and 1 lava corpse king. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lu Chen carefully put away the compendium of basic 5-element spells. In the brief interval, he had learned numerous useful spells, such as Flying Blade Technique, Explosive Flame Technique, and Rejuvenation Technique. He gathered his belongings, rose to his feet, and gazed at the zombies continuously respawning at the edge of the lawn. Some of these zombies were familiar to him, while others were not, and one particular lava corpse king emanated a distinctly perilous aura. Zombie Arcade, Health, 200, 000, 200, 000 traits. Pixel Shield, reduces damage by 50. Game Rule, each kill strengthens remaining kin. Revival Coin, 25 chance to resurrect upon death. Linear Crush, plants in its path are directly trampled. Chili Bomb Zombie Health, 10, 000 explosion damage. 20, 000 traits. Self-destructive art, causes area explosion upon death. Flame Immunity, completely immune to fire damage. Chain Reaction, explosions ignite other kin, causing simultaneous detonation. Black Olive Giant, first stage complete. Health, 3, 000, 003, 000 attack power. 50, 000 defense power. 50, 000 traits. Olive Armor, defense increased by 500, shockwave impact. Attacks induce a stunning effect. Lava Corpse King, second stage complete. Health, 4, 000, 004, 000 attack power. 100, 000 traits. Lava armor, immune to fire damage. Magma eruption, area persistent damage. This time, the lineup of zombies presents quite a challenge. Lu Chen squinted his eyes. Ding. Countdown 10. 9. 8. Chapter 85. The stealthy assault. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the first wave consisted of 200 pixelated arcade zombies. Comprised of pixelated blocks, they advanced while engaging with the arcade games before them, emitting a series of beeping electronic sounds with each movement. Following closely behind were the uniform ranks of pepper bomb zombies, and right after them, a group of 10 colossal black olive giants made their entrance. Notably, the single lava corpse king displayed a semblance of intelligence, standing at the edge of the lawn, safely beyond the plant's attack range. The moment this horde of zombies stepped onto the lawn, entering the plant's offensive territory, the plants retaliated with their firepower. With several high-quality plants at his disposal, Lu Chen felt a sense of assurance. However, he was not one to passively allow the zombies to encroach upon his plants. Should they venture too close, the simultaneous explosion of the 20 pepper bomb zombies would spell disaster for the precious plants he had painstakingly acquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen devised a plan. He swiftly leaped into the air, his figure a blur, and began to form hand seals. The chaotic energy transformed into fiery essence within his palms, coalescing into dozens of searing fireballs. Fireball technique, barrage. With a whoosh, the fireballs descended like rain, striking the 20 meticulously arranged pepper bomb zombies with pinpoint accuracy. Upon impact, the health of these pepper-headed zombies plummeted. -10,000, -10,000. 18 subsequently, they stood frozen in place, their unstable energy ignited in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds shattered the night air. The terrifying shockwaves from the explosions sent the nearby arcade zombies flying, their pixelated bodies disintegrating mid-air. -50,000. Explosion damage. -50,000. Explosion damage. Notification. 20 pepper bomb zombies have been eradicated. Notification. 80 arcade zombies have been collateral damage. As the remnants of the blast began to dissipate, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the 10 black olive giants. These towering behemoths, cloaked in darkness, approached the plant defenses with heavy footsteps, each step resonating like a minor earthquake. They needed to be restrained. Currently, the only threats on the field were these 2 black olive giants and the lava corpse king. In a flash, Lu Chen positioned himself before the giants, channeling chaotic energy into his hands, conjuring the wrath of flames. Flame slash. 2 arcs of sword-like energy sliced through the air, striking precisely at the knee joints of the giants. -100,000. -100,000. Howling in pain, both giants fell to their knees, unleashing furious roars. They swung their massive fists toward Lu Chen, yet he deftly evaded their attacks. Thud, thud, thud. Their fists collided with the ground, creating deep craters several meters wide. Navigating between the giants, Lu Chen struck with precision, targeting their joints and vulnerable areas like eyes. -100,000. -100,000. As Lu Chen grappled with the 2 colossal giants, the distant lava corpse king suddenly stirred. Its eyes, ablaze with molten fury, fixated intently on Lu Chen as it slowly raised its lava-flowing right arm. Human, perish. A searing column of lava erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Lu Chen's back. The ambush was alarmingly swift. By the time Lu Chen sensed the impending peril, the lava was almost upon him. Thick earth-heavy armor. Indomitable lava armor. In a moment of dire urgency, 2 sets of armor materialized around him. The molten surge collided with the armor, igniting a blinding flare. -20,000. Truly despicable. Lu Chen cast a furious glare at the lava corpse king, his eyes ablaze with intent to kill. Yet, this fleeting distraction provided the 2 black olive giants with an opportunity. They seized the moment, simultaneously launching their fists at Lu Chen. Boom! Boom! -10,000. -10,000. Fortunately, the triple-layered armor mitigated the impact. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been dire. Lu Chen was sent hurtling several meters, crashing heavily against a stone wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but the fire of battle within his eyes burned even brighter. Excellent. You have successfully provoked me. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gradually rose to his feet. The chaotic energy surged wildly within him. The Lava Corpse King, reveling in its successful ambush, let out a triumphant roar. Foolish human. Before the might of my master, you are but an ant. With that, it raised its arms once more. The ground trembled violently as dozens of lava geysers erupted around Lu Chen, encircling him entirely. Lava Corpse King's skill, Lava Cage, effect, creates a molten barrier, continuously inflicting damage. Damage per second, 10,000. Simultaneously, the two black olive giants advanced once more, flanking Lu Chen and sealing his escape routes, their massive fists poised for impact. Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing. I shall ascend to the heavens. Let us see what you can do. With that declaration, Lu Chen leapt into the air, narrowly evading the encircling assault of the three undead. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed that when the Lava Corpse King unleashed its skill, the core on his chest briefly exposed itself. There lay a crystal radiating a blinding white light, seemingly the source of its power. So that is its weakness. Lu Chen no longer hesitated, directly unleashing his most potent skill. Void-piercing finger. Instantly, a gray light coalesced at the tip of his right index finger. His form darting through the molten fissures, aimed directly at the Lava Corpse King's chest core. This strike embodied half of his chaotic energy, its potency surpassing any previous attempt. The speed of this finger was so extraordinary that the Lava Corpse King had no time to react, the attack precisely piercing its chest core. -3 million, weakness critical hit. The Lava Corpse King gazed down in disbelief at the gaping wound in its chest. At this moment, the core crystal was riddled with cracks, and crimson energy was swiftly dissipating. This is impossible. Its colossal form began to collapse, and lava-like blood gushed forth from its wounds. Ultimately, with a violent explosion, the Lava Corpse King transformed into a shower of sparks. Now it is your turn. Having dealt with this ambusher, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the two black olive giants. It is time to conclude this, Lu Chen declared coldly, his hands forming a seal before his chest. The cycle of the 5 elements, golden warhorses and iron spears. In an instant, countless metallic spears erupted from the ground, pinning the two giants in place. The surface of these spears shimmered with the power of metal, continuously eroding the giants' bodies. -50,000. Damage over time. -50,000. Damage over time. The black olive giants emitted anguished howls, struggling desperately, yet unable to break free. They swung their massive fists down upon the ground, attempting to shatter the metallic spears. But all was in vain. At this moment, Lu Chen no longer granted them any opportunity, leaping into the air. Chapter 86. The evolution of the Ice Queen in midair, the chaotic energy coalesced into 2 orbs at the middle finger of each hand. The sword of heaven pierced forth with a devastating force, directly impaling the 2 black olive giants. -2 million. Critical hit. -2 million. Critical hit, ding. Congratulations. You have slain 2 black olive giants. With the most formidable of the zombies vanquished, the remaining arcade zombies posed little threat. In mere minutes, Lu Chen, in conjunction with the plants, eradicated them all. As the last arcade zombie fell, a series of system notifications began to emerge. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully defended against the 5th wave of zombies on the 6th night. Ding! The 6th wave of zombies on the 6th night will commence in 20 minutes. Please prepare. Rewards for this round. Sunlight 70, 000, Spirit Stones 20, Azure Waterblade 1, Random Plant Seeds 5. Lu Chen stood upon the lawn, his brow furrowed as he gazed upon the continuous stream of reward notifications. A sense of unease washed over him. The bounty for tonight was exceedingly generous. It seemed that this final day of zombies was indeed intent on causing chaos. If they did not provide some remarkable rewards, it was likely that few would survive beyond the 7th day. Pondering this, he set aside his thoughts and proceeded to collect the loot dropped by the fallen zombies. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sunlight 10, 000, Spirit Dust 300, Corpse Core 3, After gathering the spoils, he turned his attention to the newly acquired Azure Blade. Azure Water Blade Legendary Attack Power 50,000 traits. Water Affinity, Water-based skill effects 100, Frost Enchantment. Attacks carry a freezing effect. Azure Wave Slash can release a range of water blades. What a fine weapon. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The properties of this blade perfectly compensated for his deficiency in water-based attacks, and its attack power surpassed that of the Flame of Fury by a considerable margin. He swung it a few times, and as the blade cut through the air, tiny ice crystals formed its wake. Impressed by its potency, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this will do nicely. Sword in the left hand, blade in the right. He then stored the Azure Water Blade in his system space and retrieved the 5 random plant seeds. Use. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 sunflowers, 2 sun mushrooms, and 1 cabbage pult. Wow. How fortunate to have drawn 4 sunlight-producing plants at once. Lu Chen rejoiced. However, he quickly recalled that tomorrow marked the 7th day, and he would inevitably have to abandon this shelter. He planned to construct walls at dawn and see if he could cultivate them then. Carefully storing the newly acquired plant seeds, Lu Chen's gaze swept across the verdant lawn. Strangely, despite the fierce battles against the waves of zombies, the grass in the entire courtyard remained unscathed. His plants swayed gently in the breeze, one in front of the other. Observing the few plants, Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and promptly activated the long-neglected regional channel. At that moment, he noticed that the number of participants in the upper right corner of the channel had dwindled to merely 311 out of 1,000. In less than a week, such a significant loss of life revealed the harshness of this world. After glancing at the figure, Lu Chen shook his head and focused on the messages displayed on the screen. Wang Taizhu, Brother Lu, I finally broke through to the first tier today. Yesterday, I acquired a technique in the Endless Challenge, and today I secured several spirit stones. Praise me quickly. Li Xiaohua. Wow, how are you all so impressive? I just obtained a technique today, Sob. Zhao Tian, aha. I single-handedly took down a mid-tier intelligent zombie today. Lu Chen, shall we compete to see who can slay more zombies? Attached is a video of the Zombie King's defeat. Yiliangshen, what are you all pretending for? As if no one else has broken through to the first tier. Lin Shi, Great God Lu, do you know when the zombie tide you mentioned will appear? I saved several survivors today. Attached is a photo with the survivors. Taking in these messages, Lu Chen took a deep breath and immediately issued an important announcement in the regional channel. Lu Chen, attention everyone. Tonight and tomorrow will be our final opportunity for advancement. Please dedicate yourselves fully to your training. After tomorrow, on the 7th day, if your strength is insufficient, prepare to face dire consequences. Additionally, those who have achieved above the first tier may privately message me for coordinates to Dawn Village. However, strict adherence to the unified arrangements is mandatory. Those who refuse will be eliminated. As soon as Lu Chen's announcement was made, the channel buzzed with activity. Wang Taizhu, rest assured, Brother Lu, I will train diligently and strive to elevate my strength by tomorrow night. Li Xiaohua, thank you, Senior Lu. I'm already working hard on my training. Zhao Tian, I can hold my own. Yiliangshen, Zhao, how about we join forces? Lin Shi, understood. I will assist in organizing the people from our region to go together. Seeing their responses, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction before closing the regional channel. He glanced at the time, noting that there were only 5 minutes remaining until the 6th wave of the zombie tide. With 5 minutes left, he decided to utilize this time to enhance the strength of the plants. He intended to merge the eternal ice crystal he had obtained today with the Ice Queen while he still had the opportunity. As he spoke, Lu Chen retrieved the eternal ice crystal acquired in the trial grounds and approached the Ice Queen. Standing before her, he held the crystal, which emitted a captivating azure glow. The crystal contained an immense power of ice attributes. Merely approaching it caused the surrounding temperature to plummet by several degrees, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed on the grass. He initiated the fusion of the eternal ice crystal with the Ice Queen. Lu Chen placed the crystal above her, silently focusing his thoughts. As he concentrated, the eternal ice crystal slowly levitated above the Ice Queen. The crystal began to rotate, radiating a blinding blue light. The branches of the Ice Queen trembled violently, as if embracing a sacred baptism. As the fusion progressed, the Ice Queen underwent a remarkable transformation. The once verdant leaves gradually morphed into a crystalline azure hue, while intricate frost patterns emerged upon the stem. Most astonishing was the hexagonal ice crystal, which began to unfurl, revealing a resplendent core of ice crystal blossoms within. Simultaneously, the humanoid-like ice crystal upon the throne began its evolution into a true human form. As the final vestige of blue light melded into the Ice Queen's being, the entire plant was reborn. It now radiated a translucent ice blue, with leaf edges sharp as blades and fine ice crystal powder continuously cascading from the flower core. At that moment, the ice crystal plant upon the throne had also evolved into an exquisitely beautiful woman. Chapter 87. Unforgivable Sending. Congratulations on a successful fusion. Extreme Ice Queen, legendary, has ascended to Extreme Ice Empress, mythical. Extreme Ice Empress, mythical. Realm, mid-stage of first level. LV 10 health points, 200. 000 damage. 150, 000 characteristics. 1. The attack method involves extreme frost crystals, which inflict damage and explode upon contact, slowing the target by 90. 2. Automatically targets the nearest entity during attacks, locking onto enemies across the battlefield. 3. Absolute Zero. Each attack triggers a small area freeze effect, lasting for 6 seconds. 4. Inflicts 900 damage to fire-type enemies. 5. Ice Crystal Storm. Area of effect with accompanying slowing effect. 6. Ice Armor. Reduces damage taken by 50 and reflects 50 of the damage back. New ability. Ice Crystal Armor. Provides frost shields to all allied units on the field, capable of absorbing 10, 000 damage. This transformation is nothing short of a rebirth. Lu Chen gazed in astonishment at the rejuvenated plant before him. Moreover, it was simply exquisite. If only it could move. It seems this fusion has yielded tremendous rewards. While Lu Chen basked in this joy, the system's alert rang out suddenly. Ding. The 6th wave of zombies will soon arrive. Please prepare yourself. The upcoming zombie invasion consists of 2 Rugby Snowman Kings, 1 Kung Fu Zombie King. At this moment, Lu Chen stood in the center of the lawn. Upon hearing the system's notification, his expression turned grave as he gazed into the distance. The fewer the number of zombies in the invading force, the greater their strength. And indeed, this proved to be the case. Strange snowflakes began to fall from the night sky, and the temperature plummeted below freezing. 2 colossal snowman figures emerged slowly from the edge of the lawn, each wearing a rugby helmet and covered in thick frost, leaving deep icy imprints with every step. Rugby Snowman King Zombie, early stage of 2nd level. Health points, 3, 000, 000, 3, 000 attack power, 70, 000 defense power, 70, 000 characteristics. Extreme Frost Armor, reduces damage by 90. Immune to ice-type attacks. Snowball Charge, a straight-line rush. Damage increases with distance. Blizzard Domain, increases speed of allied units within the area by 50. Decreases enemy speed by 50. Death Summon, upon death. Summons a horde of ice giant rugby zombies. What truly alarmed Lu Chen was the figure trailing behind the Snowman King. It was a zombie clad in traditional martial arts attire, with braided hair. It moved with grace, its eyes sparkling with intelligence, hands clasped behind its back, resembling a martial arts master. Kung Fu Zombie King, perfect stage of 2nd level. Health points, 5000, 0005, 000 attack power, 80, 000 defense power, 30. 000 characteristics. Mastery of martial arts. Can replicate all martial techniques it has witnessed. Key Wave. Ranged energy attack. Golden Bell Shield. Reduces physical damage by 99. This truly spells trouble. Observing the mere presence of 3 zombies, Lu Chen furrowed his brow in consternation. Setting aside the formidable Kung Fu zombie, the 2 Rugby Snowman zombies alone posed a significant threat. With elevated health, injury, and defense stats, it was alarming that upon death, they could summon a legion of ice giant rugby zombies. At that moment, a bone-chilling gust swept through, cloaking the foliage on the lawn in a layer of frost. Even the white vapor he exhaled crystallized into shards of ice in the frigid air. Witnessing this unsettling scene, he promptly retrieved the flame of fury, which erupted in a blaze of scorching fire. Ice Empress, prepare for battle. Perhaps due to her evolution to a mythical level, upon Lu Chen's command, the Ice Empress seemed to possess a subtle awareness, fully blooming the six-sided ice crystal bud. Instantly, countless ice shards coalesced into sharp blades in the atmosphere. However, when these icy blades were launched toward the Snowman King, an astonishing sight unfolded. The blades were absorbed, transforming into an icy armor on their surface. Snowman King is immune to ice-type attacks. Yet, in the next heartbeat, both Snowman Kings were encased in ice. Effective, Lu Chen exclaimed, filled with elation as he swiftly altered his strategy. Ice Empress, refrain from attacking for now. Let these two snowman zombies advance onto the lawn before we initiate our assault. To his astonishment, the Ice Empress indeed comprehended his command and ceased her offensive. Absent her attack, the two Snowman Kings began to stride boldly toward the lawn. As they stepped onto the grass, Lu Chen issued his command. Open fire. In an instant, the Ice Empress unleashed her barrage. While they were immune to ice attribute damage, they could not evade freezing. Thus, the Ice Empress successfully encased the two Snowman Kings in ice, while other plants gradually whittled down their health. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed the Kung Fu zombie at the far end of the lawn, its expression dark as it glared at him. What are you staring at? If you have the guts, come over. Lu Chen provocatively extended his right middle finger in a classic gesture of defiance. Subsequently, he swung the flame of fury with vigor, unleashing two waves of sword energy. Flame slash, -200, 000. Attribute restraint, -200, 000. Attribute restraint. The sword energy struck the two frozen Snowman Kings with precision. The Kung Fu zombie, unable to contain itself any longer, launched its attack. In an instant, its figure flickered like a wraith, crossing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, delivering a standard black tiger strike's hard aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. So swift, Lu Chen hastily sidestepped. Yet the sharp claws still left a crimson mark upon his cheek. -10, 000. Breakthrough damage. Additional effect. Corpse poison erosion. Health -1, 000 second. Lu Chen felt a numbing sensation envelop half of his face and immediately channeled his chaotic energy to expel the toxin. He had not anticipated the martial prowess of this zombie to be so refined, akin to that of a seasoned martial arts master. This was utterly outrageous, daring to mar a visage as handsome as that of the esteemed reader. Such an offense was unforgivable. Human, your movements are far too clumsy. With your meager strength, how dare you provoke others? The master of the martial arts, standing with hands clasped behind his back, exudes an air of disdain. Allow me to enlighten you on the essence of true martial arts. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his form suddenly split into three, launching attacks from different angles. Each apparition executed a distinct martial technique. On the left was the Shaolin Luan fist, on the right was the Wudong Tai Chi, and the center unleashed the long-lost 18 dragon, subduing palms. This zombie is nothing short of a monster. Shadow clones. Lu Chen was taken aback, and in a moment of desperation, he could only desperately activate the indestructible essence of the five elements. Bang, bang, bang. -30, 000. -30, 000. -30, 000. Chapter 88. Narrow victory. 3 heavy strikes landed almost simultaneously upon Lu Chen, shaking him to his core despite his multiple layers of defense. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the fire of battle ignited in his eyes. Confronted with the exquisite martial arts of the Kung Fu Zombie King, he held nothing back. His hands swiftly formed seals as the elemental energies within him surged violently. 5 elements rotation. The golden armored steed. The golden spiritual energy enveloped him instantly, transforming into a resplendent suit of armor. Lu Chen's fists glimmered with golden light as he charged towards the Kung Fu Zombie King's doppelganger. Golden spell, breaking army fist. Minus 50,000. This fist struck true against the left doppelganger, which was executing the Arhut fist, shattering it to pieces. Yet, the right doppelganger, utilizing its own momentum, countered Lu Chen's force with a swift cloud hand technique. Bang! Minus 30,000. Rebound damage. Lu Chen was forcefully pushed back several steps, a heaviness settling in his chest. To make matters worse, the central doppelganger, having amassed its power, unleashed a roaring golden dragon-shaped energy wave. Water spell, water curtain, celestial splendor. In a moment of desperation, Lu Chen conjured a shimmering blue barrier with his right hand. The dragon-shaped energy collided with the barrier, erupting in a shower of water droplets as its power was significantly diminished. Minus 10,000. Blocked damage. Impressive. The Kung Fu Zombie King scoffed as its three doppelgangers were formed. It was still far from its peak. With both palms crossing before its chest, it traced a perfect Taiji symbol, then thrust forward with force. Taiji, Yin and Yang reversal. An overwhelming pull suddenly surged forth, causing Lu Chen to feel his spiritual energy uncontrollably leaking away. Warning, spiritual energy is being extracted. Current spiritual energy, 8,000, 15,000. Damn it. Lu Chen swiftly altered his strategy, invoking the fire spell. Explosive flame technique. A blazing fireball coalesced in his palm, then erupted violently. The shockwave momentarily disrupted the Kung Fu Zombie King's suction, allowing Lu Chen to create some distance. With spell, blue silver bind. Suddenly, countless blue vines erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare the Kung Fu Zombie King. However, the zombie moved like a wraith, evading every vine with ease. With trifling skills, it sneered, suddenly leaping into the air. Receive this. Heavenly immortal descends. Its form transformed into a streak of white light, plummeting with astonishing speed. This attack was as swift as lightning. Lu Chen had no time to evade. Earth spell, rock wall guardian. A heavy rock wall rose instantaneously, but the Kung Fu Zombie King's fingertips had already grazed the surface. Break. Minus 5,000. Penetrating damage. The rock wall crumbled like paper, and Lu Chen's left shoulder was pierced. A gaping wound opening. The excruciating pain momentarily clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. Health, 60, yet it was not over. The Kung Fu Zombie King, emboldened by its advantage, followed up with a sweeping kick. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen retreated, simultaneously forming a sigil with his right hand. Golden spell. 1,000 blade slash. Countless metallic blades surged from the ground, yet the Kung Fu Zombie, as if endowed with foresight, deftly evaded all assaults. I have already discerned your techniques, it coldly remarked. Now, allow me to unveil the true essence of martial arts. Suddenly, it struck a peculiar pose, and 5 distinct hues of energy, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, manifested around its form, embodying the quintessence of the 5 elements. Breaking army fist, blue-silver entanglement, 1,000 blades slash flame burst technique. Lu Chen's pupils constricted at this sight. How is this possible? These techniques are unmistakably mine. He marveled at the formidable learning capacity of this martial arts zombie, who had absorbed his moves with but a single glance. Moreover, judging by the solidity of its energy, its power rivaled that of the original. Boom! Minus 200, 000. Critical hit. The punch landed squarely on Lu Chen's chest, propelling him several meters away before he crashed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ha, human! Is this truly all your strength? The Kung Fu Zombie stood with its hands clasped behind its back, looming over Lu Chen. At that moment, neither party noticed that all the zombies on the battlefield had been eradicated by the surrounding plants, leaving the Kung Fu Zombie standing amidst the central lawn. The flora on the lawn began to surge forward, intent on attacking the Kung Fu Zombie once more. As the assault approached, it sensed an imminent danger. In the next instant, it swiftly turned to face the threat, and what it saw was startling. An attack from the Ice Empress had already reached its vicinity. Bang! Minus 150. 000. Following closely were the ordinary Ps from the pea shooter, along with the fiery projectiles from the flame pea. -8, -8. These damage figures were negligible. Upon the Ice Empress's strike, the Kung Fu zombie was instantly encased in ice. The Ice Empress possessed a formidable control ability, Absolute Zero. Each strike could freeze the foe for a full 6 seconds. Lu Chen, rising to his feet, beamed at the sight of the Ice Empress's relentless assaults upon the Kung Fu zombie. "Well done, Ice Empress," he exclaimed, wiping the corner of his mouth as he advanced to assist. Observing the frozen Kung Fu zombie, a smirk crept onto Lu Chen's face. "So, you thought you could intimidate me, did you? Prepare for this." He thrust his right hand forward, fingers splayed, as 5 colors of spiritual energy radiated from each digit. Concentrating his power, he channeled all his energy into his fingertips. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 terrifying sword-like energies hurtled towards the Kung Fu zombie. At this moment, the Kung Fu zombie, immobilized by the ice, could only watch helplessly as the 5 energy strikes advanced toward it. With a resounding clash, 5 beams of swords pierced through the body of the martial arts zombie. The Ice Empress unleashed a barrage of ice crystals, striking the zombie with precision. As the final ice crystal from the Ice Empress found its mark, the martial arts zombie succumbed to its fate, entombed within the icy pillars. "I see you no longer putting on a show. Now you've met your end," Lu Chen remarked, observing the vanishing corpse of the martial arts zombie. With the fall of this zombie, the system's notification chimed as expected. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the 6th wave of zombie invasion on the 6th night. Rewards: Sunlight 100,000, Spirit Stones 50, Random Class S Plant 1, Plant Movement Stone 1, Waning Moon Technique 1, Chapter 89. The Transformation of the Ice Empress Beep. Congratulations on successfully defending against tonight's zombie invasion. Score achieved. SSS. Rewards obtained. Sunlight 100,000, Spirit Stones 200, Mythical Random Plant Seed 1, Plant Spirit Core 5. Upon glancing at the rewards presented by the system, Lu Chen began to relax completely. He wearily bent down to collect the drops from the 3 zombies. Beep. Congratulations, you have acquired the Martial Arts True Understanding. Tier 2 Corpse Core 3. With only 2 items obtained, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Lu Chen's face. However, the substantial reward for surviving the 6th day was indeed gratifying. Consequently, he now possessed 3 mythical random plants. One had been kept aside without use, and he was now fortunate enough to receive another, allowing him to discover what kind of plants he might acquire. With this thought, Lu Chen took out the newly acquired items to examine them. Plant Movement Stone, Legendary. Effect, can be used on any plant. Upon use, the plant can follow the user. Waning Moon Technique, Epic. Traits: Moonlight Body Refinement, Nighttime Cultivation Speed 300, Blood Moon Descent, summons a blood moon to amplify combat power. Accompanying skill: Waning Moon Calamity Attack Method, projects a crescent-shaped spiritual energy blade towards the opponent, resembling a curved sword or boomerang, serving as a means of ranged attack. Martial Arts True Understanding, Legendary. Content: contains 108 martial arts accompanied by cultivation insights and methods for deciphering can be taught to others. Effect have quite impressive, he mused, contemplating the utility of these items. His gaze fell upon the Plant Movement Stone. With its use, he could carry a plant with him at all times. Although the stone possessed a single effect, its potential was remarkable. It was known that once planted, plants could not be moved unless one had the fusion talent, which allowed for a single replanting opportunity. However, this Plant Movement Stone was different. It enabled plants to accompany him wherever he went. Indeed, the Plant Movement Stone was extraordinary. Yet the decision of whom to bestow its use upon would depend on the nature of the 3 mythical random plants he was about to unveil. With that, he directly utilized the 3 mythical random plant seeds. Beep. Congratulations, you have obtained the following plants. 1. Sword of Mortal Starfruit. 2. Ice Blade Snow Lotus. 3. Magical Cat. Ice Blade Snow Lotus. Mythical. Health. 100,000 attack power. 50,000 traits. 1. Every 10 seconds, generates ice blades that target 100 random enemies, dealing 50,000 damage to zombies and inflicting a freezing effect. 2. Has a chance to drop Ice Crystal Shard upon killing zombies, which would be used to enhance other Ice-type plants. Celestial Blade Starfruit, Mythical, Health, 100,000 Attack Power, 60,000 Abilities, 1. Fires 5 penetrating sword energies with each attack, each dealing 60,000 damage. 2. Inflicts 30,000 area damage to surrounding zombies upon attack. 3. Upon hitting a zombie, the sword energy triggers sword energy tracking, persistently locking onto the target until its demise. Enchanted Kitty Mythical, Health, 100,000 Abilities, 1. Fires heart-shaped projectiles that charm zombies, 70 success rate. Charm zombies will attack other zombies. 2. Summons a magical cat spirit to assist in battle every 30 seconds of survival, permanently existing with a limit of 0-100. Lu Chen gazed at the 3 mythically radiant plants before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Each of these plants possessed unique and formidable abilities. Although their traits were few, if utilized properly, they would undoubtedly serve as powerful weapons against the horde of the undead. He first turned his attention to the Ice Blade Snow Lotus. Translucent and glistening, its petals were as sharp as blades, surrounded by a faint aura of frost. Merely approaching it sent a chilling sensation through him. This plant exhibited remarkable control abilities and, when paired with the Frost Empress, could potentially freeze the entire battlefield. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, it could drop ice crystal fragments to enhance other ice-based plants. With 2 ice plants in his possession, acquiring more of these fragments would be an impeccable boon. Next, his gaze fell upon the Celestial Blade Starfruit. This plant had a peculiar form, retaining the 5-pointed star outline of the starfruit, yet its surface was adorned with a layer of grayish metallic texture, with sharp sword-like edges embedded around the perimeter, resembling a suspended flying sword. The penetrating sword energy, area damage, and the ability to lock onto a target until death. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity. This plant was truly born for slaughter. If planted strategically along the city walls, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the undead hordes. Finally, he looked at the Enchanted Kitty, a personified chinchilla catgirl, standing about 3 meters tall, with fluffy white fur, pink paw pads, and vibrant purple eyes. She wore a light purple magical robe, embroidered at the hem with golden stars and runes, cinched at the waist with a crystal-studded belt. Charming zombies? Summoning cat spirits? A smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. This ability was indeed unique. If it could charm any zombie, they would turn against each other, coupled with the summoned allies. It was nothing short of a battlefield disruptor. No, a tactical core. These newly acquired 3 mythical plants each had their strengths. However, Lu Chen now faced a dilemma. There was only one plant mobility stone. Which plant should he choose to bestow it upon? Though the control ability of the Ice Blade Snow Lotus is formidable, the Ice Empress is sufficiently equipped to meet the demands of freezing. The Sword Immortal Yang Tao possesses explosive output, yet is more suited for fixed-point defense. Meanwhile, the Magical Cat's unique abilities in Charm and Summoning can yield remarkable results in mobile combat, alongside other flora on the lawn. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen ultimately reached a decision. He utilized the plant movement stone on the Ice Empress. Ding! Congratulations on your successful use. Ice Empress, Mythical, has been bound as a movable plant, as the radiance of the plant movement stone melded into the Ice Empress. This mythical plant suddenly erupted in a dazzling ice-blue glow. Its form began to undergo astonishing transformations. The root system, once anchored in the soil of the lawn, gradually retracted, while ice crystal-like petals unfurled into an elegant gown, the overall silhouette progressively taking on a humanoid shape. When the luminescence faded, a crystalline maiden, approximately 7 meters tall, floated serenely before Lu Chen. Her entire being radiated a translucent ice-blue hue, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand glistening with delicate ice crystals. Her pupils were absent, yet her ice-blue eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. Ice Empress humanoid form, mythical, boundary, late stage 1 level, LV10 health, 220,000 damage, 170,000 000 traits. Absolute 0, Ice Crystal Armor. Master. The voice of the Ice Empress rang out like the clear chime of ice crystals as she gracefully bowed. The ice crystals adorning her gown producing a melodious, tinkling sound. Chapter 90. A formidable lineup. Lu Chen was utterly astonished to witness the Ice Empress manifesting in human form and speaking. You can actually talk? I awakened my rudimentary consciousness upon ascending to the mythic level, the Ice Empress replied, delicately raising her slender finger. With a gentle gesture, countless ice crystals materialized in the air. Now that she had acquired mobility, her awareness was completely awakened. Upon hearing the Ice Empress's explanation, Lu Chen noticed that beneath her feet floated an ice crystal lotus, allowing her to glide freely without touching the ground. More remarkably, an icy path formed automatically in her wake, continuously hindering her foes with a slowing effect. This is simply exquisite. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This means you can accompany me. The Ice Empress nodded gracefully and floated to Lu Chen's side. The chill emanating from her caused Lu Chen to shiver momentarily. Yet he soon realized that this coldness posed no harm. Instead, it invigorated his mind. Indeed, quite agreeable, Lu Chen mused, feeling a sense of delight at the sight of such a beautiful companion. You shall remain outside for now. I shall retreat indoors. Understood, she replied, gracefully returning to her previous position on the lawn. Observing the Ice Empress obediently resume her place, a smile crept across Lu Chen's face. Oomph. Women only serve to bolster my resolve to grow stronger, he thought to himself, before proceeding to plant the 3 newly acquired mythic-level flora, the road-bound Sword Immortal Starfruit, the bottom lane Magic Cat, and the lower lane Ice Blade Snow Lotus. Next, it was time to address the other rewards. Lu Chen retrieved 5 plant spirit cores, precious resources capable of directly elevating the plant's realms. System utilized the plant spirit cores on the Sword Immortal Starfruit, Magic Cat, and Ice Blade Snow Lotus. In use, Sword Immortal Starfruit, Mythic, Magic Cat, Mythic, Ice Blade Snow Lotus, Mythic, Realm Elevation, Early Stage of First Tier, Ice Blade Snow Lotus, Mythic, Realm, Early Stage of First Tier Level, LV0 Health Points, 120, 000 Attack Power, 60, 000 Traits. 1. Generates 100 Ice Blades every 9 seconds, targeting random foes, dealing 60, 000 damage to zombies and inflicting a freezing effect. 2. Killing zombies may yield ice crystal fragments, usable to enhance other ice-type plants. Sword Immortal Starfruit, Mythic, Realm, Early Stage of First Tier Level, LV0 Health Points, 120, 000 Attack Power, 70, 000 Traits. 1. Fires 6 penetrating sword energies with each attack, each dealing 70, 000 damage, inflicting 40, 000 area damage to surrounding zombies. 2. Sword energy that strikes a zombie triggers sword energy tracking, persistently locking onto the target until its demise. Magic Cat, Mythical, Realm, Early Stage 1 Level, LV0 Health Points, 120, 000 Traits. 1. Fires heart-shaped projectiles to charm zombies, success rate 80. Charm zombies will attack other zombies. 2. Every 30 seconds of survival. Randomly summons a Magic Cat spirit to assist in battle, permanently existing, with a limit of 150. Splendid. With this, I've already acquired 5 mythical plants. Moreover, one of them is the Mobile Ice Empress. I now possess 9 first-tier plants, and my strength continues to grow exponentially. Glancing at the additional plants on the lawn, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The sunlight is abundant now. I shall first exchange some basic plant fertilizers to elevate these 3 plants to level 10. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen opened the sunlight shop and began fervently exchanging for basic plant fertilizers. To upgrade a 0-level plant to level 10, one requires 23 basic plant fertilizers. Each basic plant fertilizer costs 30 sunlight, thus acquiring 23 would necessitate 690 sunlight. Currently, possessing 710 sunlight, he has more than enough to elevate these 3 plants to level 10. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully consumed sunlight. 92,070. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained basic plant fertilizers. 3,069. He proceeded to upgrade the Swordmaster Starfruit, Magicat, and Ice Blade Snow Lotus without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, Swordmaster Starfruit. Magicat, Ice Blade Snow Lotus have successfully upgraded to LV10. Ice Blade Snow Lotus, Mythical. Realm, Early Stage 1 level. LV10 health points. 220,000 attack power. 160,000 traits. 1. Generates ice blades every 9 seconds that target 100 random foes, dealing 160,000 damage and applying a freeze effect. 2. Has a probability of dropping ice crystal fragments upon slaying zombies, which can be used to enhance other ice-type plants. New trait, Frost Embrace, causes an ice explosion upon the death of frozen targets, dealing area damage. Swordmaster Starfruit, Mythical. Realm, Early Stage 1 level. LV10 health points, 220,000 attack power, 170,000 traits. 1. Fires 6 penetrating sword energies, each dealing 170,000 damage, inflicting 80,000 area damage to surrounding zombies. 2. Sword energy that strikes zombies can trigger sword energy tracking, persistently locking onto the target until its demise. New trait, Return of the 10,000 swords for each target slain. Attack speed increases by 5, stacking up to 20 layers. Magicat, Mythical. Realm, Early Stage 1 level. LV10 health points, 220,000 traits. 1. Fires heart-shaped projectiles to charm zombies. Success rate 80. Charmed zombies will attack other zombies. Every 30 seconds, a random magical cat spirit is summoned to assist in battle, existing permanently, with a cap of 550. A new characteristic has been introduced. Favor of the cats, for each magical cat spirit present. All attributes of plants of the same quality increase by 1. This upgrade has surprisingly resulted in some changes to these 3 plants, along with the addition of a new feature, which is indeed a delightful surprise. It is evident that the form of the Sword Master Yang Tao has undergone a significant transformation. The originally grayish-blue metallic texture has deepened, and the aura of the 5-pointed star-shaped sword energy has surged dramatically. The petals of the Ice Blade Snow Lotus have sharpened, and the surrounding chill has almost solidified, making the air seem as if it were frozen. The magical cat, observing the transformations of these 3 plants, Lu Chen is filled with a sense of intrigue. Could it be that these 3 plants are adaptive in nature? Initially, they possessed only 2 or 3 characteristics, lacking the unique domains of mythic-level plants. The more he ponders, the more plausible this seems. Regardless, it matters not how it came to be. With my current lineup, I am unperturbed by the zombie invasion on the 7th day. Tomorrow, I shall begin preparations for the oncoming tide of corpses following the 7th day. Chapter 91. Once again acquiring the talent upgrade stone. After upgrading the 3 plants, Lu Chen returned to his dwelling. He had 1 fusion opportunity remaining for the day, yet it seemed he had nothing else to merge. Contemplating the last chance displayed on his panel, he fell into deep thought. Without delay, he opened his system backpack to inspect its contents. After a brief examination, his gaze turned towards the several corpse cores. Although these cores could be used to concoct elixirs, he currently lacked both a furnace and recipes. Moreover, he was entirely unfamiliar with the crafting process, rendering these corpse cores rather useless for the time being. However, he decided to attempt merging the corpse cores with spirit stones, curious to see what might result from this combination. From his encounters with the undead, it appeared that defeating a zombie almost invariably yielded a corpse core. Lu Chen arranged 250 spirit stones and 8 corpse cores upon the table, inhaled deeply, and activated his fusion talent. As he fused all the corpse cores with the spirit stones, the stones and cores levitated, emanating a dazzling light as they intertwined. Gradually, as the radiance diminished, a series of pitch-black crystals descended, their surfaces adorned with eerie blood-red patterns, exuding a chilling aura. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtain Xian Yin Blood Crystal 10. Xian Yin Blood Crystal, Legendary. Description: formed from the fusion of corpse cores and spirit stones, it harbors a formidable Yin energy. Suitable for crafting advanced Yin attribute artifacts or direct absorption to enhance cultivation. Note: use with caution for those not possessing a Yin attribute constitution, as it may lead to backlash. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the remarkable materials produced from the fusion. He had not anticipated acquiring such a rare substance. It seemed the potential of his fusion talent surpassed his expectations, prompting him to consider collecting more unique materials in the future. Content: he stored the Xian Yin blood crystals in his system backpack, planning to take them out for cultivation during his upcoming rest. Subsequently, Lu Chen retrieved some food from his backpack to satisfy his hunger, although his current cultivation level allowed him to go days without sustenance. Years of habit compelled him to maintain a regular eating schedule. After a simple dinner, he idly opened the regional channel to gauge the status of other survivors. The messages in the channel had increased since earlier, likely indicating that the zombie invasion had subsided, allowing individuals time to connect online. Lu Chen silently perused the messages, pausing momentarily with his finger hovering over the virtual screen, yet ultimately refraining from replying. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, compassion often entailed greater sacrifices. The only course of action now was to rapidly enhance his strength, striving to survive the impending tide of corpses in 2 days. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen closed the channel and extracted a Xian Yin blood crystal from his backpack. The dark crystal felt icy to the touch, its internal blood-red patterns flowing like a living entity, radiating an unsettling chill. With my indestructible 5-element body, combined with this chaotic golden elixir, I can absorb any attribute without concern. Let me witness how much experience you can bestow upon me, given the vast resources you have amalgamated. With that, he settled into a lotus position, placing the Xian Yin blood crystal in the palm of his hand. At that moment, streams of ashen, chaotic energy surged from within him, enveloping the crystal. Under the influence of this chaotic force, the crimson patterns on the surface of the crystal began to disintegrate, transforming into strands of pure Yin energy. As the energy continuously flowed in, Lu Chen felt a chilling sensation coursing through his meridians. However, this coldness was swiftly neutralized by the chaotic energy, morphing into a nourishing essence that revitalized his entire being. He could hear subtle cracking sounds from his bones, while his muscle fibers underwent significant fortification. After 2 hours, once the last vestige of energy from the Xian Yin blood crystal was absorbed, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He exhaled, realizing that this legendary quality item was indeed remarkable. He gazed in awe at the crystal, now reduced to powder. Merely this single Xian Yin blood crystal had granted him 20,000 experience points. Had it not been for his cultivation of the indestructible 5 elements body, along with the chaotic Dantian, he surmised that he would have acquired even more. Upon absorbing this crystal, not only had he amassed a considerable amount of experience points, but his indestructible 5 elements body also experienced substantial enhancement. Having already reached the second transition of the indestructible 5 elements body, he felt his progress advance slightly further. The efficacy of this Xian Yin blood crystal was commendable. Lu Chen stretched his limbs, then resumed his seated meditation, declaring, "Let me have another." He retrieved another Xian Yin blood crystal and proceeded with the same method. This time, with the experience of the previous absorption, the process was notably smoother and slightly faster. That evening, Lu Chen absorbed a total of 2 Xian Yin blood crystals, elevating his cultivation to the early 3rd tier, 40, 100, 300, 000. He temporarily set aside the remaining 8 crystals, intending to reserve them for Tai Dan. As for Tai Dan's current strength, he was uncertain of its level of advancement. Since he had become its contracted beast, it was imperative that it kept pace with his progress. With some time left, he dismissed further thoughts and reclined on his bed to rest. Although his current cultivation rendered sleep unnecessary, a modicum of rest would ensure his body remained in optimal condition. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, the system's notification chimed promptly. Ding! Congratulations on surviving to the 7th day. Survival rewards are being distributed. Acquired, Sunshine 90. 000. Acquired. Spirit Stones 100. Acquired. Legendary Grade Random Plant Seeds 2. Acquired. 7-day Survival Gift Pack 1. Upon hearing this system notification, Lu Chen instantly roused himself and promptly checked the rewards. The most striking item was the 7-day Survival Gift Pack, a golden package emblazoned with the blood-red numeral 7, exuding an aura of mystery. System: open the 7-day Survival Gift Pack. Ding. Opening. Ding. Congratulations on receiving Talent Upgrade Stone 1, Space Ring Crafting Blueprint 1, Plant Breakthrough Stone 2, Plant Advancement Stone 2, Talent Upgrade Stone. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately expressed his elation. Wow, I can finally upgrade my talent again. After the initial surprise, Lu Chen eagerly took out the Talent Upgrade Stone. This particular stone differed slightly from the last one. It was entirely translucent, with iridescent hues swirling within. Merely holding it in his hand allowed him to sense the profound power contained within. System: utilize the Talent Upgrade Stone to enhance the Infinite Fusion Talent. Talent Upgrading. Chapter 92. Infinite Fusion LV2. Ding. Congratulations. Your talent Infinite Fusion LV1 has successfully upgraded to Infinite Fusion LV2. New feature added. Daily Fusion Limit 2. Current. 6 times day. Fusion now permits unlimited items and quantities. New function unlocked. Directed Fusion. Specify fusion output type. This is extraordinary. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only had his daily fusion count doubled, but the newly introduced directed fusion capability was nothing short of miraculous. This meant he could now precisely acquire the resources he desired. Furthermore, the absence of restrictions on items and quantities was a tremendous boon. Although his previous talent also allowed for unlimited items, there had been some limitations on quantity. After elevating this talent to LV1, the restrictions had adjusted to permit an unlimited number of identical items. Now, he could fuse without any limitations whatsoever. This implies he could immediately combine all the plants on his lawn in a single fusion attempt. Understanding this, he promptly tried the new feature, System: display directed fusion options. Current directed types. Weapon class requires blueprint and metal materials. Armor class requires blueprint and armor materials. Elixir class requires medicinal materials. Plant class requires plant materials. Perfect. Lu Chen exclaimed, his fist clenched in triumph. This way, he could directly fuse whatever he lacked in the future. Next, he examined the blueprint for the space ring. This particular blueprint was crafted from a type of beast hide, adorned with intricate arrays of runes, closely annotated with steps and material requirements. Space Ring Blueprint Epic Require Materials: Ethereal Stone 1 Core, Mithril 100G Energy Conductor, Stardust 50G Stabilizer, Spirit Core 1 Energy Source. Crafting Requirements: Artisan Level Master, Mental Power 5000 Ethereal Stone. Lu Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Don't I already possess that? Indeed, upon checking his backpack, he discovered he had 2 pieces. However, he lacked the other materials entirely. He noted the material list, preparing to collect them later should he encounter them. If he could craft the space ring, it would significantly facilitate his ability to carry supplies. Although he currently had a system space, his inventory was growing increasingly vast, making the creation of a space ring a prudent choice. After securing the blueprint, he retrieved the plant breakthrough stones and the advancement stone. Currently, he had 3 plant breakthrough stones and 1 advancement stone. Did this advancement stone directly elevate a plant without a realm to the first rank? It seemed rather unhelpful. After reviewing the description of the advancement stone, Lu Chen shook his head. He then stored away, leaving only the 3 plant breakthrough stones. At present, the only plant that had broken through the level cap to level 20 was the Spectral Serpent Emperor Cannon. Next, he was prompted to attend to the Extreme Ice Empress, Sword Immortal Yang Tao, and Ice Blade Snow Lotus, utilizing the plants to transcend their limits, the targets being the Frost Empress, Swordsman Yang Tao, and Ice Blade Snow Lotus. Ding. Initiating breakthrough. Ding. Congratulations. The level cap of Frost Empress has been raised. LV10, LV20. Ding. Congratulations. The level cap of Swordsman Yang Tao has been raised. LV10, LV20. Ding. Congratulations. The level cap of Ice Blade Snow Lotus has been raised. LV10, LV20. In an instant, these three botanical wonders radiated a dazzling brilliance. The Frost Empress transformed into an even more exquisite form, as the surrounding temperature plummeted to a chilling -60 degrees. Seemingly sensing something, the Frost Empress cast a glance back at Lu Chen. Simultaneously, Swordsman Yang Tao's sword energy surged dramatically, the radiant edges of the pentagram expanding outward. The petals of Ice Blade, Snow Lotus morphed entirely into transparent ice blades, emanating a heart-stopping glimmer of frost. Next, it was time to upgrade their levels. Lu Chen retrieved the sunlight he had stored, beginning the ascension of the three plants. Upon reaching level 10, each subsequent level would require an additional 100 units of intermediate plant fertilizer. To advance from level 10 to 11 required 100, from 11 to 12 required 200, and so forth. Fortunately, his sunlight reserves were ample. Upgrading a plant to level 20 necessitated 500 units of intermediate plant fertilizer, amounting to a staggering total of 495,000. Astounded by the calculation, Lu Chen exclaimed. Although his sunlight had become somewhat plentiful, it still totaled only 452,638. I wonder how much sunlight the twin flower of time has accumulated. I should collect it now. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained sunlight, 4,800. Not bad. I shall directly exchange it all, then proceed with the average upgrades. With that, he consumed all the sunlight, converting it into intermediate plant fertilizer. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully consumed sunlight, 450,000, acquiring intermediate plant fertilizer. 5,000. Well, now I possess 5,000 units of intermediate plant fertilizer. Let us see how much I can enhance the plants. He approached the Frost Empress and immediately utilized 1,000 units of intermediate plant fertilizer. Ding! Congratulations. You have consumed intermediate plant fertilizer 1,000, successfully raising the Frost Empress S level. LV10, LV14. Frost Empress, Mythical. Realm, late stage of First Order level. LV14 health points. 260,000 damage. 210,000. Ding. Congratulations.